This is a story of escape from a brutal, illegal fishing vessel, survival on a deserted island, salvaging a sunken treasure ship, and revenge. Featuring a single female lead and a subtle supernatural element. Deceived by a childhood friend, Liu ends up owing a debt of millions. On the run, and with nowhere left to turn, he is directed to a deep-sea fishing boat docked in a small harbor in Fujian province. Little does he know, what awaits him is a living hell. Here, they aren't fishing for fish, they're fishing for lives. Beaten, enslaved, forced into backbreaking labor, he brushes with death every single day, until he touches the blood-stained seaweed on the deck, and a strange ability awakens. He can hear the whispers of plants. On a stormy night, he, along with a female nurse named Su Lan and an old hand named Wang, devises a meticulous plan. Risking their lives, they seize a life raft and escape against all odds. On the deserted island, their struggle for survival is brutal. Not only must they contend with nature and wild beasts, but also with Scarface and his gang, who have also made it ashore from the hell ship. Even more unexpected, through his ability as a plant speaker, Liu discovers a Spanish treasure galleon that has lain sunken for centuries. Rescued at last and returning home, he is greeted by devastating news. His parents, hounded by debt collectors over the loans he took out, have died of despair. Now, holding the key to an entire ship full of Spanish treasure, where should he go? What should he do? Chapter 1. Public Execution. You scum. You'll die horribly. Lin Kaiwan was surrounded by several men, forced back against the railing at the edge of the deck. A fierce-looking man with a scar on his face held a gun in one hand while the other gripped Lin Kaiwan's throat. Hearing the curse, the men actually laughed, the scar-faced one most brazenly of all. Haha, many people have told me that. But look, I'm still alive and well, while those people have all gone to feed the fish. Finished speaking, Scarface turned and looked at the circle of people standing not far away. His gaze was icy as it slowly swept over each person. No one dared meet his eyes. They all hurriedly looked away. Scarface revealed a satisfied and smug expression, his eyes fierce as he declared harshly, "All of you watch carefully. On this ship I am God. Those who don't obey, who try to escape, this is what awaits you." He turned back, pressing the pistol against Lin Kaiwan's temple. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A bang sounded like a watermelon being split open. Blood splattered everywhere, some even flying onto Liu and several others standing nearby. They actually dared to kill someone. The moment the gunshot rang out, Liu's heart felt as if someone had gripped it tightly, squeezing and twisting it. His pupils contracted sharply. Then an overwhelming urge to vomit washed over him. He dropped to one knee, hands bracing himself on the deck. He retched, waves of nausea hitting him, but nothing came up, just dry heaves. He tried to stand, and his right hand accidentally touched a clump of dark red seaweed on the deck, stained with blood. Suddenly, not a sound, but a scorching, rust-flavored terror of impending death exploded through his fingertips. It wasn't just Lin Kaiwan's fear. This clump of seaweed had tasted similar fears countless times before. It even transmitted a sense of satisfaction. Whose consciousness was this? At the same time, Liu felt a piercing pain in his head, like the feeling after staying awake for days and nights straight during his earlier entrepreneurial days. He shook his head violently, trying to clear his mind. Sensing someone approaching, Liu looked up and saw Scarface standing before him. "What are you looking at? You want to end up like that overseas student too?" Scarface stared coldly at Liu. Liu shook his head numbly. Watching Scarface walk away, feeling slightly better, Liu struggled to stand up. He leaned heavily against the railing, gasping for air. Looking around, he saw many people like him. Some kneeling on the ground, others leaning against the deck railings, vomiting. Some dry heaved, others actually threw up. Old Wang, standing beside him, had veins bulging on his neck. His hands clenched into fists, then relaxed after a few seconds. Liu's legs trembled uncontrollably. That was normal. In fact, all the new crew members trembled, and far worse than Liu. Su Lan, standing a bit farther away, kept her head low, not daring to look toward where Lin Kaiwan had been murdered. Her body quietly retreated a few steps into a shadowy area. Further still, the million-follower internet influencer Shen Anna, childish face, voluptuous figure, rumored to have been tricked by her best friend onto this ship, now lay limp on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Liu could vaguely hear her, hands covering her face, murmuring over and over, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Liu watched carefully, as if trying to remember everyone's reaction. The bright moon had risen high, the sea surface calm. The phrase "the moon rises over the sea" unconsciously surfaced in Liu's mind, Then he immediately felt how incongruous it was. Beneath this timeless poetic line describing magnificent scenery, a brutal public execution had just occurred. Scarface walked back, wiping his bloodied hand on Lin Kaiwen's clothes. The two thugs beside him kicked Lin Kaiwen's body into the sea like a sack of garbage. "All right, everyone get the hell back to your posts. Anyone I catch slacking off gets taken to the dark room, and I'll show you what happens." The remaining lackeys started shouting curses, and everyone returned to their positions. Liu Yu mechanically followed old Wang to the center of the deck, where a mountain of trawl net was piled. At the net's edge, heavy iron sinkers and floats were tangled together like the corpse of a giant snake. "Everyone to your positions. Move." A thug swung a rubber baton, striking the leg of someone moving too slowly. A dull thud. Liu Yu was pushed to the net platform. His job was to organize the net, preventing tangles as it was pushed into the sea. Beside him stood old Wang, responsible for monitoring and operating the hydraulic switch for the trawl doors. "Start the net drum," Scarface shouted toward the wheelhouse. "Push the net." The men chanted work songs, pressing their chests and shoulders against the cold, heavy, wet net, straining to push it toward the inclined slipway at the stern. Liu Yu's head still spun with intermittent dizziness, but he dared not slack off, or the thugs' clubs would find him. He forced himself to focus entirely on his hands, rapidly organizing the continuously flowing net to prevent knots. The net began sliding down the slipway into the dark sea. "Release the trawl doors." Old Wang pulled hard on the control lever. On both sides of the stern, the two heavy wooden trawl doors, like the wings of a great beast, slowly rose under hydraulic pressure, accompanied by the clanking of heavy hinges, then crashed into the sea, sending up huge splashes. The entire process lasted nearly half an hour. When the last marker of the warp line disappeared beneath the black surface, everyone was soaked through with sweat and seawater, steaming faintly in the pre-dawn cold wind. No one spoke, only heavy breathing and the eternal roar of the diesel engine. "All right, all of you get the hell back and grab some sleep." Scarface cursed loudly. "That influencer, Shanana, right? You come with me." "Hiv, hiv, hiv." Hearing this, several thugs burst into lewd laughter. "Then I want that college girl." "Third brother, you already had your fun yesterday. Today it should be my turn." "Fine, I'll let you have it today, you bastard." "What about that married woman, Su Lan?" The stocky man called third brother looked around. "No way. Third brother? That older woman's skin is rough as hell, and she's got that birthmark on her face. You can still get up for that? Your tastes are pretty heavy." Laughter from another thug nearby. Third brother said irritably, "What do you know? From behind, that Su Lan's got some charm. You're still young, only like college girls. Wait until her period's over, and I'll show you how it's done." Third brother licked his lips as he spoke, chuckling. The men on the ship, hearing they could rest, moved gratefully toward the cabins, dragging their exhausted bodies, ignoring the thug's words. The women, however, showed pained expressions, faces filled with helplessness and regret. The married woman called Su Lan's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly followed the crowd, slipping into shadows beyond the thug's line of sight. Chapter 2. Muffled sound from next door. Liu Yu numbly followed the crowd toward the cabins. His legs still trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the weakness after adrenaline faded. Old Wang walked beside him. The veins on his neck not yet fully subsided, his hands clenched into fists, then slowly relaxed. Back in the cabin, everyone silently returned to their bunks. Everything looked exactly like when they came off work the previous days, except the room was permanently missing a young man named Lin Kaiwen. Liu Yu's head ached terribly, accompanied by intermittent retching. He struggled to climb into his bunk, with difficulty opened his backpack, and took out a box of seasickness pills. He swallowed them with water, then curled up on the bed, but the splitting headache didn't seem to lessen at all. He couldn't sleep peacefully, tossing and turning on the narrow bed. Half asleep, something was tossed up from below. Liu Yu opened his eyes and looked. More seasickness pills. Old Wang's voice came from the lower bunk. "Seasick? Try mine. Works really well." Liu Yu repeatedly thanked him. Old Wang just grunted and fell silent. Liu Yu quickly took the pills Old Wang had given him. This time the effect was better. Liu Yu felt somewhat improved. He collapsed completely on the narrow bunk, but sleep was far away. Numbly, he stared at the cabin ceiling, the past few months flashing before his eyes like a movie. His childhood friend Zhang Jingtao's face, smiling sincerely. "Xiao Yu, this project is a sure win. Trust me." That was his brother of nearly 20 years. Liu Yu didn't think twice. He gave him all the operating capital from his restaurant. Not enough. He mortgaged the house and went to that well-known online lender. Then came that message. Xiao, you'll never get rich. Not because you don't try hard enough, but because you're not ruthless enough. I've got my own difficulties, so I'm taking the money. Look out for yourself from now on, and don't trust people so easily. He called back. Number not in service. The restaurant couldn't hold on. Rent, supplies, employee wages, a crowd of creditors blocked the door. Liu sold the restaurant cheaply. Not enough, he borrowed more from loan sharks. Then came the debt collection calls, the collectors at his door, the collectors cornering him in his rental apartment. The leader, a big man with 2 dragons tattooed on his arms, nicknamed Brother Flying Tiger, slapped him directly. Damn it, running off here, making his brother search all over. After 3 of them beat him up, Brother Flying Tiger threw down a poster. Liu, don't think you can hide. I feel sorry for you. You can try your luck here. Go and say Brother Flying Tiger sent you. They should take you. The poster was a recruitment ad for a deep-sea fishing company in Fujian province. The pay was tempting. Liu calculated. If things went well, he could make over 200,000 a year and escape overseas to lie low. With no other options, Liu went directly to the interview. There, he received a warm reception. That afternoon, they told him the interview went smoothly and to sign the contract immediately at the company. The contract looked quite standard. Based on Liu's 32 years of experience, he couldn't spot any problems. That night, Liu called his parents back home, telling them he'd be at sea for a while and his phone might not have signal, so not to worry. He was single, his entrepreneurial ventures had failed twice, his girlfriend had broken up with him, his parents were the only ones he had to notify. When he first saw the luxurious fishing boat with its shiny new hull and the gilded characters Hailong International on the side, he was astonished. The gleaming railings, the huge glass windows reflecting the sea's sparkle. This luxurious? It bore no resemblance to the shabby fishing boats he'd imagined. A flicker of instinctive doubt was interrupted by an enthusiastic voice. Mr. Liu? Welcome, welcome. A man in a crisp polo shirt and sunglasses, calling himself Brother Long, hurried down the gangplank, beaming as he shook Liu's hand. Hard journey. Our boat here, impressive, right? This shows our company's strength. Those little boats running inshore can't compare at all. Liu followed him up the gangplank. Underfoot was non-slip red carpet. The handrails were cool and smooth. He smelled a faint, air conditioner-like freshener scent, completely masking the sea smell. On deck, several workers in uniform were wiping equipment, nodding politely as he passed. Everything in perfect order. Once aboard, Brother Long said there were still people to arrive, letting Liu and a couple of other new hires chat and get acquainted while waiting for the others, then went off to attend to business. Liu looked around. Besides him, there were 2 others. One young man looked barely 20. They chatted and learned he was a freshly graduated overseas student named Lin Kaiwan, applying for a senior management position. The other was a woman who looked like a married woman named Su Lan. Liu was particularly impressed by her because of a brown birthmark on her face, startling to behold. Her skin was sallow and rough, her clothing matching poor, clothes obviously a size too large. Apart from her decent bearing, Liu really couldn't find any other redeeming qualities. But with just 3 people, they chatted idly. Liu didn't reveal his real situation. He sensed the overseas student was somewhat arrogant and looked down on others. The married woman, Su Lan, was equally experienced. After chatting for quite a while, besides learning she'd previously been a nurse and was a year older than him, Liu couldn't get any other useful information out of her. About half an hour passed. More than 30 other men and women gradually boarded, ranging in age from 20s to 30s, with various occupations. Ordinary workers, quite a few university students. 5 or 6 more women came aboard. According to Brother Long's introduction, they included university students and office workers. Once everyone arrived, Brother Long immediately started the tour. Brother Long walked and pointed. This is the dining room. This is the recreation room. This is the storage. You see your crew stay here, 2 to a room. Liu listened, his gaze sweeping over the clean deck, the new equipment. That flicker of doubt was suppressed by the tangible, legitimate scene before him. Thinking back to this, Liu painfully closed his eyes and cursed himself. Just cheated by my childhood friend, and now I board a pirate ship? Are you stupid? A stifled groan suddenly came from the adjacent cabin. A woman's voice, followed by men's low laughter. Liu's eyes snapped open. That voice. It sounded like the female university student. He instinctively wanted to get up, but his body felt heavy as lead. Footsteps outside. Someone passed by the door, laughing as they walked. A Guay's in for a good night. Liu clenched his fists, then slowly released them. What could he do? He didn't even know if he'd live to see tomorrow. The sounds next door gradually quieted. Liu stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Scarface and his gang were this brutal. If he stayed here, obediently doing as told. Could he really ever go back? Chapter 3 Midnight Emergency. Assembly. Lu Yu was in a state of distress. Despite feeling exceedingly fatigued, sleep eluded him. Although the neighboring cabin had fallen silent, his own quarters were quite lively, filled with the intermittent sounds of snoring, grinding teeth, and the murmurs of those dreaming. The odor emanating from the feet of the burly men around him was reminiscent of pickled vegetables, further unsettling his attempts at slumber. His thoughts drifted back to the moment a few days prior when they had boarded the opulent fishing vessel. After being shown around by Wang, everyone was quite satisfied. The environment was indeed impeccable, leaving little room for criticism. At that juncture, Wang took the opportunity to collect their identification documents under the pretense of preparing work badges. Although some, including Lu Yu, harbored reservations, Long Ji's earnest explanations and soothing words, coupled with the allure of the luxurious fishing boat, led them to reluctantly surrender their IDs after only mild protests. As the fishing vessel weighed anchor and slowly departed the harbor, Lu Yu, an inland dweller who had rarely encountered the sea, felt a swell of optimism about the prospect of earning substantial money. Leaving no inclination to retire to his cabin for rest, he tossed his luggage onto the bed and promptly made his way to the deck. Leaning against the railing to admire the breathtaking ocean view, it appeared he was not alone in his sentiments. Many others shared his enthusiasm. At that moment, a gentle female voice emerged from behind him. Lu Yu, is it? You seem to be in high spirits. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Su Lan, whom he had met earlier that morning. Initially, Lu Yu had little interest in this middle-aged woman who lacked conventional beauty. However, being in an unfamiliar environment, he deemed it prudent not to offend her. He replied, Sister Lan, why aren't you resting in your cabin? You seem keen to enjoy the sea as well. Su Lan chuckled lightly, moving closer to him as she gazed into the distance. Perhaps I'm feeling a bit lost about the future and thought I would take a moment to relax. The two began to engage in casual conversation. Lu Yu, feeling fairly amiable, became curious after they had grown more familiar and asked, Sister Lan, why would you leave your nursing profession to become a seafarer? It seems that such work is predominantly male. Su Lan fell silent for a moment before softly responding. There are often unavoidable reasons. Who in their right mind would willingly venture so far from home to drift at sea for months? Aren't you in a similar predicament? Lu Yu paused, recalling his experience of being deceived by a childhood friend, and nodded in agreement. You are right, Sister Lan. Every family has its own struggles. The two exchanged tentative insights, yet neither was inclined to divulge their personal stories. A prolonged silence ensued, with both individuals quietly basking in the sea breeze. Suddenly, Su Lan broke the stillness. Lu Yu, do you not find something a bit amiss about this voyage? Amiss? Lu Yu's heart quickened at the thought. What do you find peculiar, Sister Lan? Su Lan shook her head, unable to articulate her feelings precisely. I cannot pinpoint the exact issue. Perhaps it is the unusually smooth interview process, the remarkably high salary, or maybe the exceptional treatment aboard this vessel. Regardless, I cannot shake the sense that something feels off. Lu Yu is not naive, particularly after being recently deceived. His guard is high. Now prompted by her observations, he pondered briefly before recounting his own experiences during the interview. Upon juxtaposing with Su Lan's experiences, a remarkable similarity emerged. Sister Lan, you expressed this sentiment, yet I too sense an underlying disquiet. Is there any remedy available to us now? We find ourselves adrift at sea. Our identification documents confiscated. Su Lan shook her head and replied, I am uncertain. I sought you out because during our conversation this morning, I perceived you as a trustworthy individual. I merely hope that should any circumstances arise, we can support one another. Lu Yu, feeling exposed, found his earlier cheer dissipating significantly. Although uncertain of the situation, having an ally was not entirely unfavorable. He nodded in agreement. Very well, Sister Lan. If any unforeseen events occur, we shall assist one another. Having forged this alliance, they returned to their respective cabins, their minds no longer on the surrounding scenery. The cabin was tidy, and the male occupant in the same room was sound asleep. Lu Yu tucked away his thoughts and refrained from disturbing him, opting instead for the vacant upper bunk. He lay there with his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. His emotions were a blend of regret and self-reproach for his carelessness. He scolded himself for being foolish one moment, then comforted himself that perhaps he was overthinking, as everything appeared normal for now. As various thoughts surged through his mind, Lu Yu gradually drifted into slumber. When Lu Yu was roused, it was by the announcement from a loudspeaker in the corridor declaring that dinner was served. He glanced at his fitness watch. It was nearly 7 o'clock. He hopped down from the bunk, noting that the man from the lower bunk had vanished. Not dwelling on it, he strode directly out of the room and into the dining area. It was mid-May, and the weather was slightly cool. With darkness having settled in by 7, he surveyed the room and observed that most individuals were present, seated in small clusters, engaged in lively conversation, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Su Lan was seated at a table with a few other girls. Their eyes met briefly, and they exchanged subtle nods before averting their gazes. After filling his plate, Lu Yu began to eat. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he lacked the inclination to engage in conversation, choosing instead to monitor the time on his watch. Based on the vessel's course, they should be heading towards the Shisha Islands, yet he had no grasp of the ship's speed or whether they had left the open sea. After a silent calculation that yielded no clarity, he sighed softly, hastily finished his meal, and returned to his room. The man from the lower bunk was still absent. Having taken an afternoon nap, Lu Yu found himself unable to sleep again. He retrieved his phone, hoping to indulge in some videos, only to discover that there was no signal. Consequently, Lu Yu decided to rummage through his backpack, organizing its contents. Later, around 9 o'clock, the man from the lower bunk finally returned. He was a rugged fellow in his 30s, with dark skin, exuding the appearance of someone who had just indulged in a hearty meal. Lu Yu politely exchanged a few words with him, learning that he had previously worked at a construction site. The conversation did not flow, and with his own thoughts occupying his mind, Lu Yu soon retired for the night. The following day, the situation remained largely unchanged from the first. Wang continued to exhibit his characteristic warmth and politeness, assuring everyone that they had not yet reached their destination and advising them to adapt to life at sea. However, the waves had noticeably intensified, causing many to succumb to seasickness, and the number of individuals on the deck admiring the view had significantly dwindled. Lu Yu observed discreetly, noting that nearly everyone seemed content with a vacation-like arrangement. Some continued to gaze at the sea, others retreated to the entertainment room to play cards or billiards, while those severely affected by motion sickness sought solace in their cabins. Lu Yu, though not afflicted by seasickness, found himself weighed down by a heavy heart, rendering him disinterested in the activities around him. In his boredom, he began to surreptitiously examine some of the ship's equipment, particularly the life-saving devices, contemplating their usage and feasibility. Amidst Lu Yu's growing unease, at 11 o'clock that evening, a sudden announcement blared over the loudspeaker, instructing everyone to gather on the deck with their belongings immediately. Before Lu Yu could fully comprehend the message, he heard urgent knocking and loud voices in the corridor, demanding that he open the door. Alarmed, Lu Yu thought to himself that such an unusual summons in the middle of the night, especially with luggage in tow, could only mean trouble. Chapter 4. The Swine. Body search, and firearms with no option to feign ignorance. Lu Yu grabbed his backpack and leaped from his bed. He glanced at the bewildered individual in the lower bunk, but chose to ignore him as he opened the cabin door. The ship was now in chaos, with newcomers from the previous day being hurriedly urged by the crew to make their way to the deck. Lu Yu, having prepared for such an eventuality, was swift and reached the deck first. On the deck, a few individuals stood scattered about, and predictably, Su Lan was among them. Under the harsh glare of the lights, they exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness. As more people arrived, Wang appeared at the forefront, flanked by 5 or 6 burly men, each brandishing clubs and other weapons, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Once everyone had assembled, Wang boomed, "Listen carefully, everyone. This vessel is merely a transport ship. The ship where you will actually work is not this one. The vessel that will take you has been cleared, and I will call out names to split you into 2 groups to board your respective ships." A wave of unrest rippled through the crowd, with some vocally questioning the unexpected turn of events. Others joined in the chorus of dissent. However, the previously jovial Wang now bore a menacing expression, sneering as he retorted, "What are you shouting for? I never stated that you would be working on this ship. You all signed contracts. Where you work is inconsequential. Did you truly believe such a high salary was meant for your enjoyment? Enough with the chatter. Follow my instructions, or, if you fall into the sea, do not expect anyone to rescue you." The crowd fell silent in response to his threatening words. Lu Yu, too, felt helpless at that moment. They were at the mercy of others, unarmed in the vast ocean, and the thought of resistance was unfathomable. Long Ge continued to call out names, swiftly dividing the crowd into two groups of about 10 individuals each. Fortunately, Su Lan was allocated to the same side as Lu Yu, alongside the international student Lin Kaiwan, whom Lu Yu recognized, although he was unfamiliar with the others. Over the past couple of days, he had only managed to become somewhat acquainted with them. After Brother Long assigned the personnel, he urged everyone to gather at the ship's edge, preparing to step onto a long plank to board their vessel. Lu Yu squeezed to the front and, illuminated by the ship's powerful lights, felt his heart sink. The so-called vessel awaiting them was, in stark contrast to their current ship, utterly dilapidated and significantly smaller. At this moment, Lu Yu heard Lin Kaiwan protesting vehemently. "What do you mean by this? I am an international student from the University of Pennsylvania, here for an interview for a senior management position." Before he could finish, a sharp slap resounded through the air. Brother Long coldly interjected, "Stop your nonsense and get over here, or I'll toss you into the sea." A slight commotion stirred among the group, but under the intimidating presence of the burly men brandishing weapons, the unrest was short-lived, and everyone proceeded across the plank, connecting the two ships in an orderly fashion. Once everyone had boarded the opposing vessel, Brother Long's men swiftly retracted the plank. Brother Long sneered, addressing his companions, "Fools, do you really think money is easy to earn? All right, brothers, our task is complete. Let us head back and divide the spoils later." Cheers erupted from the crowd at the prospect of newfound wealth. Lu Yu was the last aboard, and before he could steady himself, he felt the plank being withdrawn behind him. He glanced back, feeling helpless but with no recourse, and redirected his gaze to the worn fishing boat. The more he looked, the more disheartened he became. This vessel likely had as much age as he did. Despite it being the middle of the night, the ship was well lit. Lu Yu estimated that the old fishing boat was over 30 meters in length, with most of its structure appearing to be steel. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of diesel, fish, and rust. He barely had time to scrutinize the details when someone spoke from the front of the crowd. Peering through the throng, Lu Yu saw a man with a long scar across his face, appearing to be in his 30s, flanked by 5 or 6 men of varying ages, all armed. When Lu Yu finally discerned the objects in their hands, his pupils constricted involuntarily. Guns. 2 of them were indeed wielding firearms resembling AK-47s. Although somewhat worn, they were nonetheless formidable. The scar man chuckled ominously, then commanded loudly, "All right, all of you, stand straight in a line, and do it quickly." The group of a dozen or so, having comprehended the gravity of the situation upon seeing their captors' weapons, dared not resist and complied, forming a line. At this moment, an air of foreboding enveloped everyone, and a heavy gloom settled on their faces. After ensuring everyone was in place, the scarred man slowly surveyed the group, his gaze chillingly deliberate, lingering longer on the few women present. Upon finishing the reading, one could observe the satisfaction reflected in Daoba's nodding head as he boisterously proclaimed, "Very well. Let us commence with self-introductions. Here, everyone refers to me as Daoba Ji, for this is my territory." He emphasized 2 points. Firstly, we find ourselves in international waters. Do you comprehend the implications of such a notion? It signifies the absence of law. To be precise, I am the law. After articulating his first point, Daoba paused momentarily, noting the silence of his audience before continuing. Secondly, in this realm, obedience ensures survival, and perhaps even the opportunity to earn some money. As for those who defy orders at this juncture, Daoba drew a handgun from his waist, racked the slide, and fired a shot into the air. The sound startled the dozen or so newcomers who had just boarded the vessel. Daoba then placed the gun's muzzle to his lips, exhaled a puff of smoke, and chuckled. "My friends, this is the real deal. Do you all comprehend?" His laughter sent shivers down the spines of all present. A thick silence enveloped the room. "Daoba Yi, may I inquire when we shall return?" A brave soul from the crowd finally mustered the courage to ask. It was Lu Yu, who was brave enough to speak up. "Return? Huh, young man, once we have filled the fishing boat with our catch, we shall certainly return. But the prerequisite is your compliance," Daoba replied with a smirk. "All right, Lao-san, commence the search. Those who are uncooperative shall be suitably educated. Once the search is complete, escort them to their quarters. Tomorrow, the gang and your group shall teach them how to cast and haul the nets. We must reach the fishing grounds by tomorrow night, so they need to learn by daybreak. That woman, leave to me, the rest you can handle yourself. Daoba gestured towards the direction of a prominent online celebrity, revealing a sinister grin before striding towards the captain's quarters. Chapter 5. The Black Ship. Indeed, a black ship the man referred to as Lao San appeared to be in his 40s, short and stout yet robust, with sun-darkened skin. He flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. Now, everyone, cooperate and open your bags. Should anyone resist, my firearm might just misfire, he threatened brazenly. Faced with such blatant intimidation, the crowd, albeit reluctantly, began to place their belongings on the ground and obediently open them. Lao San and his associates were remarkably rough, conducting not only bag searches but also body inspections. Lu Yu observed keenly, noting their primary focus on valuables, cash, jewelry, and watches were prioritized. Next came any dangerous weapons, such as daggers that could pose a threat to them, followed by unique and valuable items. This inevitably led to a commotion, as some could no longer tolerate the confiscation of their precious possessions and voice their protests, only to be met with brutal reprisals. The two armed guards even struck with their gun stocks, drowning out the cries of anguish until rebellion was extinguished. Lao San's search was meticulous, particularly concerning the women, whom they examined thoroughly. After approximately half an hour, the search is concluded, and Lu Yu wisely chose not to resist, allowing them to take the meager cash he possessed. All right, Erdan, Ague, you two take the men to the cabin to rest. You are on night duty tonight. The four women will stay here. Haha. As Lao San slyly stuffed the recently found money into his clothes, he grinned maliciously. Several leaders voiced their discontent, stating, "This is inappropriate. These young ladies have come out to earn a living. There is no need for such treatment." Another added, "We are willing to work diligently. Please do not make it difficult for these recent graduates." Lu Yu could no longer hold his tongue and chimed in as well. As soon as he finished speaking, two guns were aimed at Lu Yu and his companions. Lao San, with practiced ease, pulled back the gun's bolt and coldly remarked, "I am keeping them here to take them to the female staff dormitory. Do not meddle. If you do not wish to sleep, I can arrange for you to work instead." Everyone understood what would transpire next. Yet faced with the dark muzzles of the guns, no one dared to speak up. Lu Yu clenched his fists and glanced at Su Lan. To his surprise, although Su Lan appeared flustered, she maintained a remarkable calmness. Suddenly, the other three girls burst into tears, pleading desperately. One young girl fell to her knees, crying, "Dear brothers, we are still university students, not yet graduated. Please let us go. If you want money, I can call my family to send some. Please don't." Lao San and his group sneered, showing no signs of compassion. At that moment, Su Lan spoke up, "Dear brothers, my aunt just arrived today. I beg you to let me go." She then provided evidence, and, upon seeing it, Lao San waved his hand dismissively. "Damn it. What bad luck. Take her away quickly." Lu Yu observed the situation and, for some reason, felt a sense of relief for Su Lan. Thus, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the other three girls, Su Lan left the deck with the group. Under the guidance of several thugs, they arrived at the so-called dormitory, which was merely a slightly larger room with wooden bunk beds lining the walls. The beds were enclosed by wooden planks, leaving only about half a meter of space for climbing up and down. Lu Yu counted 10 sleeping spots, including the upper and lower bunks. In the middle of the room stood a dilapidated wooden table, littered with leftover instant noodles and some trash, accompanied by several small wooden stools. 2 dim gas lamps hung from the ceiling. 4 individuals escorted them, one of whom barked, "All right, hurry up, find a spot for yourselves. We have things to do." He added, "If this side is full, there are beds next door." Lu Yu scanned the room and noticed that one of the lower bunks was occupied, indicating someone lived there. He instinctively tossed his backpack onto the upper bunk. Su Lan, quick-witted, saw that Lu Yu had chosen his bed and promptly selected an upper bunk for herself. She understood well that in such an environment, the hope for a separate dormitory for female workers was nothing but a fantasy. As the 2 enforcers observed that nearly everyone had found their place, they remarked, "Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow we commence our tasks. Cherish your final moments of happiness before departing." As they walked away, one of them added, "Those new women on board seem rather appealing. I wonder if we shall have our turn tonight." Inside the cabin, silence prevailed, interrupted only by the rustling sounds of belongings being arranged. Lu Yu glanced at the grimy bed and the blanket upon it, attempting to lie down, only to discover that his height of 1.8 meters rendered him unable to stretch his legs fully. He had no choice but to curl up awkwardly to sleep. which was quite uncomfortable. He turned over and surveyed the others in the room. Among the 10 individuals, 2 were not newcomers, but rather seasoned employees already aboard, presumably assigned by the scarred man to teach them fishing the following day. The remaining 8 included Lin Kai-wan and his previous bunkmate, the worker from the construction site, along with Su Lan, who had also managed to secure a top bunk. The other 5 were unfamiliar to him, their names escaping him. At that moment, Lin Kai-wan was the first to descend from his bunk, stealthily approaching the door to peek outside. Noting the absence of anyone in the vicinity, he turned back and whispered, "Everyone, this ship is unusual. Do we have any clever ideas on what we should do next?" After a brief pause, someone responded, "What can we do now? We can only work diligently. Once the fishing boat is full, we will naturally return ashore." Suddenly, Lin Kai-wan grew agitated, exclaiming, "I find that implausible. Look, they are armed and audaciously robbing us. Can we trust their words? Should we not run?" No sooner had he spoken than the man from the lower bunk admonished him in a low voice, "Shut your mouth. If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Do you know how they treat those who attempt to escape?" Lin Kai-wan hesitated, stammering, "Brother, how do they treat them?" The man from the lower bunk replied in a deep tone, "They will simply toss you into the sea to feed the fish. In any case, do not overthink it. Focus on your work, for there is still a chance of survival. Now, cease your chatter and hurry to sleep. Tomorrow, you will find no time for rest." With that, he disregarded Lin Kai-wan, pulling the curtain on his bunk and settling in for the night. The others exchanged glances, yet no one dared to speak further. Returning to their beds, Lu Yu also drew the greasy curtain at the edge of his bed, which served as his only semblance of privacy. Curled up, he lay there quietly contemplating their next steps. To his dismay, it indeed turned out to be a black ship, as Su Lan had predicted. Not only was there no prospect of earning money, but his very life might also be at stake. He felt utterly foolish for having been deceived twice in just a few months. Regret consumed Lu Yu, but what could he do now? The man from the lower bunk appeared to be an experienced hand. Perhaps tomorrow he could find an opportunity to engage him in conversation. For now, with so many eyes and ears around, it was hardly convenient to discuss anything. As Lu Yu drifted off to sleep, he remained alert to the sounds outside, noticing that every half hour or so, someone would pass by the cabin. It seemed they were indeed under tight surveillance, as arranged by the scarred man. A wave of despair surged within Lu Yu. Chapter 6. The scoundrel also believes in Mazu. Early the next morning, Lu Yu was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Pulling back the curtain, he beheld the man from the lower bunk, rousing everyone by tapping on the bed edges, urging them to rise. "Get up quickly and head to the kitchen for something to eat. We are about to start work," the man from the lower bunk bellowed. The others had no objections and hastily began dressing. Lu Yu, being the swiftest, leaped from his bed and approached, inquiring, "What is your name, brother? And where is the kitchen?" The man appeared to be in his 40s, with disheveled hair. Though not tall, he was lean and wiry. He cast a brief glance at Lu Yu and replied in a hoarse voice, "Just call me Lao Wang. Hurry up. If Dao Ba and the others finish eating before we start working, we will be punished." Pleased to have engaged in conversation, Lu Yu followed Lao Wang as they exited. At that moment, dawn was just breaking, and the sea breeze carried a slight chill. The group trailed behind Lao Wang, making a turn to arrive at the kitchen. The kitchen was modest and rather unkempt, with a table at its center holding a pot of thin porridge and some pickled vegetables nearby. An older employee, known to everyone as Da Gong, was busy attending to 2 newcomers, with a pot of stew simmering on the counter. Lao Wang grabbed a bowl from the side table, ladled some porridge, and said while eating, "Hurry up and eat. If you are slow, you will be scolded." "Louis mimic Lao Wang," casually selecting a bowl and filling it with porridge. The kitchen had only a few small stools, leaving most individuals to stand as they consumed their meal. Clearly, the food was insufficient. Those who arrived later found the porridge nearly depleted, leading to a chorus of complaints. At that moment, Da Gong, responsible for cooking, barked, "What are you shouting about? While you were still sleeping, I was already up. This will be the rule from now on. If you wake up late, you will go hungry. Eat whatever is available, or you'll get nothing later." Upon hearing Da Gong's attitude, the complaining individuals grew anxious and hurried to serve themselves from the pot of stew. Lu Yu glanced at Su Lan and noticed she had also missed out on the porridge. Quietly, he approached her, offering half of his bowl. Su Lan, upon realizing it was Lu Yu, cast him a grateful glance, her lips moving slightly as if to say thank you. Lao Wang was remarkably swift, finishing his meal in a few bites. Having worked in the culinary field before, Lu Yu also ate expeditiously, managing to match Lao Wang's pace. Surprised, Lao Wang looked at him and called out, "All right, those who have finished, follow me, 3 of you." Lu Yu closely followed Lao Wang to the deck, arriving at a heap of nets piled high like a small mountain. A few individuals trailed behind them, but Lao Wang paid them no mind, directing, "Perfect. We have exactly 4 people. Your main task will be to assist me in lowering the nets, retrieving them, and organizing the fishing nets. Others will teach you the rest. And we will also help with transporting the fish." Then Lao Wang turned to Lu Yu and asked, "What is your name?" Lu Yu promptly replied, "I am Lu Yu. Wang Ge, you can call me Xiao Lu." Lao Wang nodded and said, "Xiao Lu, you will be in charge of sorting the nets, while the 3 of you will push the nets. Additionally, we need to repair any damaged nets. Now, follow me to change your shoes and clothes. You cannot work in what you are wearing." Having finished speaking, Lao Wang led them to the tool shed, pointing at a pile of grimy, water-resistant shoes, and instructed, "Everyone put these on. It is much safer to wear them on the boat. Additionally, there are gloves, waterproof jackets, and trousers here as well. Change into those." As he spoke, he swiftly changed his own shoes. Lu Yu and the others hastily followed suit. Upon returning to the deck, they found that all the newcomers had arrived and were divided into several groups by 4 experienced employees. 2 hours later, Lu Yu and his companions received a 10-minute break. Leaning against the deck, they gasped for breath. Lao Wang approached them, pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, and offered them around. Lu Yu, who also smoked, but sparingly, had brought a few packs with him on board. After lighting their cigarettes and taking a few puffs, Lao Wang inquired, "How do you feel?" Lu Yu responded with a wry smile, "I never expected fishing to be so exhausting. The nets are incredibly heavy and quite dangerous if one is not careful. They could easily get caught and lose a hand." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Lao Wang acknowledged, "Thus, if you wish to survive, you must learn carefully. What we just practiced was merely a drill. When we reach the fishing grounds tonight, we will truly begin netting." With that, Lao Wang leaned back against the ship's railing and fell silent. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and Lu Yu and his group resumed their practice. Once they became proficient, he began observing the other newcomers. In total, there were 16 new arrivals, including the girls, all familiarizing themselves with the situation, including the few girls left behind last night. Lu Yu noted that they seemed to have been divided into 4 groups. One group was primarily responsible for sorting. When the nets were pulled up, they not only caught fish, but also a lot of water plants and other debris. Different types of fish commanded varying prices and had to be categorized accordingly, which was the most time-consuming task. It was not particularly dangerous, but required patience and meticulousness. Hence, most of the girls on board were in this group. After Lu Yu and his group finished hauling in the nets and organizing everything, they would again cast the nets and subsequently participate in the sorting work. Another group was tasked with transporting the catch to the cold storage, which was purely a matter of physical labor. There was also a group under the gang's supervision, seemingly engaged in various chores, as Lu Yu observed them cleaning and preparing lunch in the kitchen early on. Of course, the grouping was not strictly enforced, and they often went wherever help was needed. At midday, someone called for lunch, and indeed, it was the group responsible for cooking that Lu Yu had anticipated. Their meals were delivered directly to the captain's quarters, while the newcomers and old employees squeezed into the kitchen, either eating standing up or taking their meals out to the deck. The midday meal was simple, consisting of a pot of mixed stew with some vegetables and potatoes. Seizing the opportunity while eating, Lu Yu approached Lao Wang and asked, "Brother Wang, is there a group specifically assigned to cook?" Lao Wang did not respond verbally, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Is this what we typically eat on the boat?" Lu Yu inquired further. Lao Wang swallowed a mouthful of potato and replied, "This is considered good. The conditions on the ship are quite limited, and there is no dedicated chef. It's fortunate if we have something edible at all. If a supply ship arrives late and we run out of vegetables, we'll have to make do with whatever we have. And eating seafood every day could easily make one sick." Lu Yu listened thoughtfully and nodded in understanding. After finishing their meal, Lu Yu and his companions were granted an hour of respite before continuing their practice in the afternoon. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Scar gathered everyone in the cockpit, where he lit incense before a statue on the wall, fervently beseeching Mazu for blessings. He then addressed the group with a booming voice. "We have arrived at our destination. It is time to cast the first net. We must secure a bounty. Let us commence our work." This display left Lu Yu momentarily stunned, pondering how his companions still held faith in Mizzou. The seasoned crew led everyone onto the deck, and it was Lu Yu's group that commenced the tasks of pushing and sorting the net, with assistance from others. Old Wang operated the control lever to lower the net board. The challenge of operating in the early morning hours was significantly greater than during the day. In a moment of inattention, Lu Yu nearly ensnared his finger in the net, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Following the net dragging, which was the responsibility of the boat operators, Lu Yu and his group were again permitted a 2-hour break. As the dragging concluded around 3 in the morning, those who had just fallen asleep were summoned by Scar's subordinates, marking the true beginning of their arduous labor. Chapter 7. The steel wire broke within the control room. Someone grasped the control lever, and the hydraulic net reeling machine emitted a sharp metallic screech, slowly retracting the thick, arm-like line. "Tighten up! Everyone stay focused!" Scar shouted, while his enforcers patrolled the deck, their gaze sweeping over the faces of every newcomer. The stark white searchlight illuminated the stern of the ship as if it were midday, casting light upon every face present. The cold, seawater-soaked steel cable was drawn back at a steady pace, scraping against the guide wheel, sending icy splashes and sporadic sparks flying. 2 newcomers from Lu Yu's group were tasked with using long hooks to secure the cable, preventing it from slipping away. Any misstep could result in the cable snapping like a giant whip, a warning Old Wang had reiterated numerous times during the day. The air was thick with the scents of metal, sea salt, and tense perspiration. With each section of empty net hauled up, Old Wang had to detach the hook from the crane arm and reattach it to the rear. After several repetitions, the roar of the net reeling machine intensified as the gear neared the water's surface. "We see it," someone shouted. Beneath the sea, a massive, bulging shadow emerged. It was not fish, but a deformed, overburdened net pouch, measuring over 10 meters in length. "Push the net. Hook it," Scar bellowed. The entire deck crew surged forward, straining to drag the heavy net pouch toward the ship's propulsion slide. Once the pouch reached the apex of the slide, its bottom aligned with a vast processing area specifically designed for dumping the catch. "Release the bottom," Scar commanded. The drawstring at the bottom of the pouch was abruptly pulled, unleashing a torrent of shimmering, briny fish mingled with despair and struggle, cascading down like a waterfall into the lower deck. Awaiting there was the sorting team, consisting of an experienced worker and 4 others, including Su Lan, clad in heavy waterproof attire and rubber boots, wielding plastic shovels. They began the initial sorting, using their shovels and rakes to clear away evident refuse, jellyfish, and seaweed, while extracting the larger fish. Following this, Su Lan and her companions bent down swiftly to categorize the assorted fish by species and size, tossing them into different baskets. The storage and transport team awaited patiently at the end of the assembly line. Working in pairs, they hoisted the heavy plastic crates brimming with fish, navigating the slick, wet floor with haste toward the freezing chamber. At the moment the chamber door swung open, a billowing cloud of icy mist surged forth, mingling with their perspiration, a biting chill enveloping them. They emptied the fish into more orderly shipping boxes, arranging them neatly, and immediately returned to receive the next load. Lu Yu and his colleagues were equally occupied, swiftly tidying and inspecting the fishing nets for any damage. If any tears were discovered, they swiftly mended them, preparing the nets for another haul. They also cleaned the deck, leaving no moment to spare. Once the deck was tidy, they would join the sorting task while awaiting the next net of fish. The entire sorting and storage process could extend for nearly 2 to 4 hours, depending on the catch. Many had never witnessed the spectacle of fish being hauled in. The crane would lift a colossal bag, often weighing between 10 to 20 tons when including waste. After discarding the refuse, a net would typically yield several tons of fish, an immense workload accomplished solely by human effort. Naturally, the yield varied. Occasionally, they would catch only small fish and shrimp, which would elicit harsh curses from the crew. The diversity of fish was astounding. High-value species were prioritized for sorting and storage, while those of little worth were cast back into the sea alongside the refuse and seaweed. By the time they finished sorting and storing all the fish, exhaustion had nearly rendered everyone incapable of standing, and the sky was already tinged with the light of dawn. Past 5 o'clock, the sound of a bell echoed aboard the ship, signaling the start of another workday, with a loudspeaker urging everyone to take their positions. Lu Yu struggled to open his eyes, illuminating his phone to check the time. Damn it, he had barely managed 2 hours of sleep. He murmured softly, feeling as though several strong men had battered him throughout the night, his body aching unbearably. Yet he had no choice but to dress and rise. This time, he was slightly slower, nearly the last to emerge. As he dashed from his cabin, a plastic baton swung towards him. A crew member cursed at him, moving so slowly. "Do you want to die?" Instinctively, Lu Yu raised his arm to shield himself, wincing in pain. He glanced at the assailant. Hearing other crew members refer to him as a biao, Lu Yu refrained from retaliating, silently quickening his pace toward the deck. Thus, on the 4th day, Lu Yu bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, feeling on the brink of collapse. Exhaustion was overwhelming, as this job lacked any formal working hours, dictated solely by the timing of setting and hauling nets. The day revolved around monitoring the weather, with 34 nets to be cast, and regardless of one's task. Everyone had to spring into action when work arose. While setting nets was manageable, the retrieval of nets was particularly demanding, with numerous tasks to attend to. Often, after finally sorting and storing one net, there was scarcely a moment to breathe before the next net arrived. As the day drew to a close, Lu Yu calculated that, excluding the brief interludes for meals and restroom breaks, he had only managed approximately 4 hours of sleep, all of which were fragmented and insufficient for genuine rest. He recalled how many office workers on land jokingly referred to themselves as beasts of burden, and he chuckled, realizing that those confined to the ship were indeed less fortunate than even cattle and horses. During this time, Lu Yu grew somewhat closer to Wang, acquiring more insights about their situation. Their vessel was slated to operate in this location for 3 to 4 months, during which a ship would arrive every 10 days to 2 weeks to collect their catch and deliver essential supplies. The very same ship that had brought them here. The thought of enduring such grueling labor for 3 to 4 months chilled Lu Yu's heart. He felt utterly overwhelmed. If it were merely exhausting, he might have been able to endure it through sheer determination. However, the perilous nature of their work compounded his fatigue. The equipment aboard was antiquated, and he constantly worried that the steel cables might snap unexpectedly, sending a shiver down his spine. There had been several minor accidents on board, including injuries from slips while entering the storage area and cuts from sharp fish fins that rendered rubber gloves useless, resulting in serious bleeding. The most severe incident involved Wang, precisely the scenario Lu Yu had feared, a problem with the steel cable. On the 3rd night, while hauling in the catch, Wang went to retrieve the hook as usual. They had a particularly bountiful haul, which was exceedingly heavy, and the steel cable that Lu Yu had been so apprehensive about finally succumbed to the weight, snapping suddenly. Because Lu Yu had been vigilant about the cable, he swiftly pulled Wang to safety just as the severed cable whipped past Wang's face like a lash. Terrified, Wang's legs trembled, and had it not been for Lu Yu's timely intervention, he likely would have collapsed on the ground. After the grave incident, when Daoba and others came to inspect, they merely remarked indifferently to replace the steel cable, noting that fortunately, 2 hooks remained attached. Otherwise, the net would have been wasted, and they might not have been able to retrieve it at all. Yet for Wang, who had narrowly escaped death, they offered nothing but a cursory glance before moving on, displaying an appalling apathy toward human life. Naturally, some crew members arrived to replace the steel cable, while Wang leaned against the cabin wall, smoking 3 cigarettes in succession to regain his composure. He then slowly approached Lu Yu, murmuring a quiet thanks before returning to work. After reorganizing the fishing net and setting it again, Wang invited Lu Yu to take a break for a restroom visit and smoke. During this interlude, Lu Yu, intrigued, inquired Brother Wang, "How long have you been doing this? When do you plan to disembark?" Wang fell silent for a moment, flicking ash from his cigarette before replying, "I cannot leave the ship either." Observing Lu Yu's astonishment, Wang furtively glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot, then met Lu Yu's gaze with piercing intensity that sparkled in the night. He fixed his stare on Lu Yu and, lowering his voice, asked Xiao Lu, "Do you have any thoughts on this?" In that instant, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. Undeterred, he met Wang's gaze and asked, "Is there an opportunity?" Chapter 8. The Scarred One's Deceptive Exploitation. Wang first took a deep breath, then, while surveying the surroundings, lowered his voice and spoke swiftly. "Opportunities certainly exist, but they are perilously fraught with danger. Furthermore, what I have not disclosed to you is that periodically, not only supply ships arrive, but also fishing vessels whose names are difficult to discern delivering goods, and simultaneously taking away some newcomers who lack work capability. Those aboard are likely not our fellow Chinese. Taking away? Lu Yu inquired. Indeed, taking away. The scarred ones claim they're sending them ashore for treatment. But I suspect they are actually being sent to the industrial zones in Cambodia. What? Are you certain? Absolutely. All newcomers vanish in this manner over time. And I harbor suspicions that the goods they bring are problematic as well. What kind of problem? Lu Yu asked, his expression grave. I surmise they are trafficking in illicit substances. The scarred ones are likely mixing narcotics into the frozen fish cargo to smuggle them across borders. Lu Yu felt a chill run down his spine, incredulously exclaiming. So, they're profiting thrice, once from fishing, which serves as a mere facade, once from selling people to the industrial zones, and once from smuggling narcotics. Lao Wang nodded in silence. Damn it, these scoundrels truly deserve their fate. Lu Yu cursed in anger. Therefore, think carefully before confiding in me. I must express my stance. I wish to escape. Even someone as seasoned as I am is being replaced continuously. That the gang has only been here for a little over 6 months. Just then, sensing someone's approach, Lu Yu and the others had to abruptly halt their conversation. Lao Wang exclaimed loudly, Xiao Lu, fortunately, you lent me a hand today. Otherwise, I, Lao Wang, would have met my end here. The two then resumed, speaking in normal tones, as they made their way back to the deck. However, that brief 5-minute conversation stirred tumultuous waves within Lu Yu's heart. He had initially believed the scarred ones merely exploited them, akin to the dark coal mines. Who would have imagined their hearts could be so blackened, preying upon their own compatriots? It seems that escape is imperative. Otherwise, remaining here equates to awaiting death. There are no true fools aboard this vessel. The toil and hardship of the past few days, coupled with the frequent accidents, particularly the incident involving Lao Wang's severed steel cable, have not gone unnoticed by the other newcomers. They are all aware that they must endure this for several months. Desperation was etched upon the faces of every newcomer. The seasoned employees fared better, as their tasks were not particularly strenuous, but the dozen or so newcomers simply could not adapt. It was likely that even half a month would render many of them incapacitated. Lin Kai-wan, particularly agitated, was an international student and utterly unskilled at such labor. On the night following Lao Wang's accident, during a moment of rest while the patrolling enforcers were absent, he angrily proclaimed, Are we to be ground down like this? We will die, exhausted to death. We must devise a plan to escape. Everyone silently regarded him, no one daring to speak. Lu Yu glanced at the others. They all shared this sentiment. Yet with Lao Wang and the gang present, who would dare speak the truth? What if they were betrayed? Moreover, not all among the newcomers could be trusted. Thus, silence reigned. Lin Kai-wan observed that no one echoed his sentiments, and finally, despair overwhelmed him. He erupted in a frenzied roar, declaring his intent to escape, voicing his frustration over the cowardice of those around him. He dismissed their resolve to wield firearms as mere bluster. On the 4th night, as Lin Kai-wan attempted to stealthily lower the lone motorized dinghy from the ship to flee, he was discovered by the patrolman, leading to the scene described at the beginning of this narrative. As the others returned to their quarters, their demeanor somewhat mechanical and numb. The room became eternally diminished by the absence of a young man named Lin Kai-wan. Uncertain whether it was a psychological effect or otherwise, after consuming Lao Wang's medication, Lu Yu felt a slight improvement. Lying in bed, he recalled the harrowing scene of Lin Kai-wan's brutal demise, his heart tightening in response. He realized that Scar and his gang were indeed capable of murder. Remaining in place would only lead to his demise from exhaustion. Yet if he could escape, there remained a glimmer of hope. He resolved in his heart that he must flee. Gradually, a plan began to take shape in his mind. The following day, during lunch, seizing the opportunity while Scar was on deck, Lu Yu loudly proclaimed, Brother Scar, this dish is rather mediocre. I used to run a restaurant and even served as a chef myself. Might I take over the cooking duties? I wish to lessen my workload. As soon as Lu Yu uttered these words, all eyes turned towards him, particularly those of the gang, who was responsible for the cooking. His gaze filled with venom, as if he wished to devour Lu Yu whole. Lu Yu was well aware that he had grievously offended the gang, yet he had resolved to escape, rendering this concern trivial. Moreover, becoming the chef was the first and most vital step in his plan. He had no alternative. Scar also regarded him, smirking as he replied, Very well, I was just saying that I'm tired of this food. Here's the deal. Go and cook us a couple of dishes right now. If I find your cooking satisfactory, you can take charge of the meals from here on out. Certainly, Brother Scar, just give me a moment. Can you handle spicy food? I excel at Hunan cuisine. Lu Yu responded eagerly. Not too spicy, Scar replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Give me half an hour, Lu Yu answered promptly, turning towards the kitchen. He had anticipated this outcome, having devised this strategy after a night of deep contemplation. However, the moment of truth had arrived. If his cooking did not meet approval, his efforts would be in vain. As he passed Su Lan, he whispered, "Come help me." Su Lan acknowledged with a soft HM, following him into the kitchen. Lu Yu did not exaggerate. With Su Lan's assistance, he managed to present 4 dishes and a soup in about half an hour, featuring both Hunan and Fujian cuisines alongside seafood. Simple, home-style fare. Time was limited, so he refrained from showcasing extravagant techniques, opting instead for common and manageable ingredients. For instance, one dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a staple everyone could prepare, was rendered distinctively by Lu Yu. The sauce was rich and the colors vibrant, making it visually appealing. He delivered the dishes to the captain's quarters, where Scar and several of his trusted subordinates awaited. Once the dishes were laid out, Scar offered an approving nod, noting their appetizing appearance. "You're Lu Yu, correct? Why don't you sample your creations for us and introduce them as well?" Lu Yu harbored a keen awareness that individuals like them would not easily partake in dishes prepared by someone they did not trust. Fortunately, the remarks made were relatively tactful, granting him a modicum of respect. Lu Yu picked up the chopsticks beside him, giving a slight tap on the table before lifting a morsel of meat to present. In no time, he had sampled each dish, offering brief descriptions along the way. At this juncture, Dao Ba felt a wave of relief wash over him and, in high spirits, beckoned the others. Come, everyone must try the culinary skills of our new chef." Chapter 9. 3 become a group, plotting an escape. Lu Yu, however, took a step back, feeling somewhat anxious as he stood to the side. Although he possessed confidence in his culinary abilities, having genuinely honed his skills over several years, the matter of taste was indeed subjective. No chef, no matter how skilled, could claim universal appeal for their dishes. Thus, to ensure a prudent approach, considering that the Hu Jian individuals were not particularly fond of spicy food, he primarily prepared non-spicy dishes, daring to add only a hint of heat to the solitary plate of spicy chicken. Yet, within less than a minute, Lu Yu discerned the outcome. The sight of the group devouring the food left no room for doubt. As anticipated, the dishes were soon consumed with great enthusiasm, and apart from Dao Ba, the others showered praises upon him. While Dao Ba picked at his teeth, he glanced at the slightly apprehensive Lu Yu and nodded, saying, "Your skills are commendable. It would indeed be a pity to waste them on such labor. Here's what we shall do. From now on, you will exclusively prepare meals for us, while for the others, you can make communal dishes. Your primary responsibility will be cooking, and you can assist during fishing times." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Dao Ba, and my esteemed brothers. I shall dedicate my lifelong learning to ensure daily variety and serve you all well." The others, witnessing his earnestness, erupted in laughter. Lu Yu continued, "Dao Ba, I cannot manage the communal meals alone. There are simply too many of us. Could you possibly assign me 2 assistants?" The third brother, frowning, interjected, "Why not just approach the auxiliary group? There are 4 individuals there. Is that not sufficient?" Lu Yu replied earnestly, "Third brother, you may not be aware, but not just anyone can work in the kitchen. When we first started, it took 3 to 4 years for the junior workers to even have the chance to step onto the stove. I have observed those in the auxiliary group for a few days, and to be frank, they're not very capable. It would be far better for me to select 2 individuals with a solid foundation. This way, I can perform even better." After Lu Yu spoke, the group fell silent for a moment. Dao Ba pondered before responding, "Third brother, let him choose 2 new people." He then added, "Rearrange the work for the auxiliary group. Being at sea for 2 to 3 months without a good cook would indeed be quite arduous." The third brother nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, brother. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Now, Lu Yu, you may go and select your assistants." "Certainly, thank you, esteemed brothers." Lu Yu replied respectfully as he turned to leave. At the same time, he carefully noted that even during meals, Dao Ba and his companions would not eat simultaneously. There were always 2 or 3 individuals patrolling the deck, maintaining a rigorous vigilance. In the captain's cabin, Dao Ba inquired, "Is there any issue with this individual?" "I believe not. He seems more inclined to seek lighter work rather than endure hardship, came the response. As the conversation in the captain's quarters unfolded, Lu Yu was unaware, engrossed in devising his next course of action. With a smile, he approached Su Lan and said, "It's settled. I shall take on the role of chef. And I kindly ask you, Lan Jie, to assist me." Su Lan's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly agreed. Lu Yu then turned to old Wang, stating, "Brother Wang, I will be cooking from now on. Would you lend me your assistance?" A fleeting glimmer of interest crossed old Wang's eyes as he regarded Lu Yu for a moment before a slow smile crept across his face, and he nodded in agreement. When Lu Yu led Su Lan and old Wang to the kitchen to swap roles with the kitchen staff, the original cook, Dak Gong, displayed obvious reluctance, his tone ambiguous. Lu Yu understood the dynamics at play. Although the kitchen duties were taxing, they posed far less danger compared to his previous role in the deck crew, where a moment's lapse could result in grave accidents. Da Gong had likely been a sycophant to the third mate, which explained his hesitance when Lu Yu suggested a reshuffle. Unperturbed, Lu Yu cheerfully called out to Da Gong, "Don't worry, I will personally prepare your meals from now on." Su Lan and old Wang, perceptive as ever, ensured that no opportunity for conflict arose, leaving Da Gong no choice but to begrudgingly lead his team back to the deck. Once they departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through Lu Yu and his companions. Lu Yu peered outside to confirm their solitude, then instructed old Wang to keep watch before turning to Su Lan with an intense gaze, inquiring, "Lan Jie, do you have any thoughts?" Startled by his penetrating look, Su Lan quickly comprehended the gravity of their situation. After a moment of composure, she firmly responded, "I want to go home. I must return." Lu Yu lowered his voice and swiftly recounted old Wang's revelations, noting Su Lan's astonished expression mirroring his own. He urged, "Lan Jie, if we wish to return, we must escape. Otherwise, we risk being sold into Cambodia. However, fleeing is perilous and we may not survive. Are you still willing to run?" Su Lan inhaled deeply, her breath steadying as she resolutely declared, "Lu, I must return. My son has leukemia, and I need to be there for him." Lu Yu nodded, understanding her plight. "Very well. It appears we can only trust each other among the three of us. Together, we shall devise a plan to flee." At that moment, old Wang coughed outside, calling out, "Lu, what are we cooking tonight? I can fetch some seafood from the cold storage." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu wrapped up their conversation, replying, "Let us prepare some braised fish for dinner. Brother Wang, please bring some fish over." After a while, old Wang returned to the kitchen with the fish, whispering, "Someone occasionally keeps an eye on us, so let us remain vigilant." He then gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, adding, "Well done on that move, Lu." Su Lan expressed her sentiments deeply, stating that speaking in such a manner alleviates the fear of being reported. She believed that the incident involving Lin Kaiwen was certainly a result of someone leaking information. Lu Yu nodded in agreement and lowered his voice, cautioning them to remain vigilant. In the future, they should refrain from discussing matters so openly and ensure that someone is stationed at the entrance to keep watch. Both old Wang and Su Lan nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Lu Yu led the two of them in inventorying the kitchen supplies and tidying up. Having operated the restaurant for an extended period, he could not tolerate a messy kitchen. After over 2 hours of cleaning, the kitchen was transformed into a pristine state. Lu Yu then commenced cooking, starting with a stir-fry for the management team, followed by a large pot of rice. It must be said that professionalism shines through. Even the large pot of rice was significantly more delectable than before, eliciting praise from everyone present. In truth, Lu Yu's culinary skills were not exceptionally high. It was merely that the gang and his team had previously demonstrated a rather rudimentary approach, lacking dedication and merely going through the motions. Their casualness, particularly with the large pot of rice, contrasted starkly with Lu Yu's more attentive preparation. The ship was well stocked with ingredients. Aside from the more precious vegetables that needed to be rationed, seafood was abundant, and the gang and his crew did not impose restrictions on portions. Understanding that working on a fishing vessel demands considerable physical effort, and that one must eat sufficiently. Additionally, as old Wang mentioned, supply ships arrive every few weeks to collect fish and bring fresh vegetables and other supplies, suggesting that, barring unforeseen circumstances, there was no need to skimp on meals. Observing the praise directed at Lu Yu, the gang's ire dissipated as he recognized that reclaiming his position was unlikely. However, the glances he cast at Lu Yu still occasionally bore a venomous undertone. Throughout the afternoon, Lao San not only sent someone, but also discreetly visited once himself. Each time he encountered Lu Yu and the others, they were busy working, speaking little, and their conversations remained entirely mundane, which somewhat assuaged his concerns. Lu Yu and his team, having received old Wang's warning, were exceedingly cautious. Their genuine exchanges were not openly conducted, but rather took place in brief moments of contact, such as when passing tools or serving dishes, ensuring that no one else was around during these interactions. After 2 days of discreet communication, Lu Yu gleaned several crucial pieces of information. Chapter 10. Su Lan remarked that her menstrual period was nearing its end. Old Wang had been aboard the ship for a year and was the most familiar with the situation. He was the first to propose a long-considered plan to take action when individuals arrived from Cambodia. Each time these individuals came, it was always at night, and the items transported from their vessel were never handled by anyone else, but rather by the gang's most trusted subordinates, typically involving only a box or two. Furthermore, once the cargo reached the ship, the gang and his crew would send everyone back to rest, subsequently assigning someone to keep watch while personally overseeing the unloading of goods into storage, a process that took a considerable amount of time. Having spent ample time in this environment, old Wang had gathered some insights, though some were based on his own conjectures. When Lu Yu inquired how often the Cambodian ship made its rounds, old Wang replied that the timing was uncertain, but it generally arrived approximately once a month. Secondly, regarding the fleeing vessel, one should refrain from attempting to commandeer that powered lifeboat, for it is exclusively designated for the use of the Scarface crew and is conveniently located near the helm, which is perpetually manned and thus easily exposed. His aim was the inflatable life raft aboard the ship. On that day, the three were preparing dinner. Su Lan was stationed at the doorway, washing vegetables while keeping watch. Lu Yu whispered, "Old Wang, could you enlighten me about the inflatable life raft you mentioned last time? I'm not familiar with it." After old Wang's explanation, Lu Yu finally grasped the concept. It turned out to be a glass, cylindrical object that had been positioned at the rear side of the fishing boat, which had piqued Lu Yu's curiosity previously. Old Wang elaborated that this device was a recent imposition by the state. Vessels of a certain tonnage venturing out to sea must be equipped with one. It is exceptionally convenient, as pulling the activation valve allows for rapid automatic inflation. Furthermore, according to regulations, it is equipped with provisions and water sufficient for approximately a week, as well as essential survival tools, such as flashlights and medications, comfortably accommodating 5 or 6 individuals, which would be more than adequate for them. He had not anticipated such a remarkable contraption. This was the consequence of lacking experience. However, old Wang continued, the raft's sole drawback is its lack of propulsion. Once at sea, it would become a target for the Scarface crew. If they deploy the lifeboat, they could easily pursue us. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fatal nature of this flaw. Without addressing it, success would be utterly unattainable, leading only to needless demise. Old Wang had contemplated escape for quite some time, yet had been unable to overcome this critical deficiency. Fortunately, he now had 2 additional minds collaborating with him. Lu Yu's mind raced, and after a moment, he remarked, "Once we have a direction, matters become considerably simpler. Now we merely need to resolve the issue of propulsion." We still have time to ponder this further. The ship's enforcers occasionally approached, and they could not afford to deliberate for too long, often managing only a few minutes of discussion each time. The two then dispersed, immersing themselves in the preparation of dinner. Lu Yu casually picked up a potato that Su Lan had washed and peeled, his thoughts still partially absorbed in contemplating a solution to Gang Ji's dilemma, unconsciously exerting pressure on the potato in his hand. Suddenly, an awareness intruded upon his mind, accompanied by the agony of the freshly peeled skin and the refreshing sensation of having been cleaned. Lu Yu was startled, and a familiar ache began to throb in his head, reminiscent of the incident involving Lin Kaiwan. Alarmed, he dropped the potato onto the floor, perplexed by this sensation. Had he just sensed the emotions of this potato? Old Wang and Su Lan, drawn by the noise, turned their attention to Lu Yu. He was panting, his complexion somewhat pale, revealing a look of uncertainty. Su Lan picked up the potato and inquired with concern, "Little Lu, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Only then did Lu Yu regain his composure, shaking his head and replying, "I am fine. Perhaps I am just a bit fatigued. I will rest for a moment." On the following day, as breakfast preparations commenced, an opportune moment for deliberation arose. Most individuals were seizing the fleeting opportunity for a brief respite, anticipating their turn to access the internet. At this juncture, only the captain was at the helm, accompanied by two vigilantes on patrol. It was still Su Lan who kept watch, while Lu Yu swiftly articulated, "Old Wang, I pondered throughout the night regarding the issue you mentioned. The only solution is to wait. We must act only when the weather turns inclement, preferably on a tempestuous night when the winds howl and the rain pours. During such times, netting activities typically cease, and everyone retreats to their cabins, allowing us to execute our plan discreetly, perhaps achieving success. Alternatively, we could wait for the Cambodian vessel to arrive, with the Scar Man personally overseeing operations in the storeroom, which might present another opportunity." Old Wang nodded in agreement. "I had considered this as well, but the unpredictability is concerning. If the tempest is too fierce, we may find ourselves in peril aboard the lifeboat." Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, "We are already taking risks. The dangers posed by the storm are insignificant in comparison." However, another dilemma soon emerged. Even amidst a storm, the three of them shared a cabin, and if they were to vanish simultaneously, regardless of their excuses, suspicion would inevitably arise. Ultimately, Lu Yu devised a plan, smiling as he declared, "Am I not responsible for meal preparations? When the time comes, I shall serve them something, and without further ado. We can easily have them mistaken for jet fighters." This suggestion illuminated Old Wang's eyes. "Little Lu, your mind is indeed sharp." From a distance, Su Lan overheard and could not help but turn back to encourage Lu Yu. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lu Yu remarked, "During my time at the restaurant, my greatest fear was customers suffering from food poisoning. Now, flipping the script, it is merely a matter of taking control." Thus, a broad plan took shape. Although many details remained to be refined, neither Old Wang nor Lu Yu felt any urgency, for the typhoon would not arrive imminently, granting them ample time to perfect their strategy. The only dissenting voice was Su Lan. Observing that Old Wang and Lu Yu had largely settled on waiting for the weather to worsen, she hesitated before expressing, "Little Lu, my menstrual period is nearing its conclusion." The realization struck Lu Yu and Old Wang, plunging them into silence. Their escape plan hinged upon waiting for the weather or the arrival of the Cambodian vessel, lacking a concrete timeline, while Su Lan's condition was imminent. Was this preemptive planning not tantamount to courting disaster? Noticing their silence, Su Lan could only offer a resigned smile, saying, "Never mind me. Consider it as if I have suffered a few bites from a dog." At that moment, Old Wang suddenly interjected, "Little Su, I have observed that only the third person seems to take an interest in you. Let's focus on addressing him." Lu Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, how do we deal with a living man? They are armed." Old Wang chuckled softly, "Not in that sense. I suffer from hair loss, as you know," he added, gesturing towards his head. "I have been using two kinds of medication. One is called finasteride. After taking it, it has side effects. Specifically, it diminishes one's ability to perform, and it also reduces interest in women goodness. Such a miraculous remedy exists?" Lu Yu and Su Lan gazed at Old Wang in astonishment. Chapter 11. The third brother's impotence. "Do not look at me. I still have more than half a box of this medicine left. Since boarding the ship, I have hardly used it. Xiao Lu, you know what to do." Lu Yu understood immediately. When it was time to prepare lunch, he quietly accepted a box handed to him by Old Wang. After several hours of contemplation, he had devised a plan. The third brother has a penchant for dishes with a hint of spiciness. Among the few Fujianese on the ship, he is the one who can handle spice the best. So one could say his palate is rather robust. He decided to prepare deep-fried sea fish, stir-frying it with scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili, ensuring the spice level was sufficiently high, and then mixing in a piece of the miraculous medicine provided by Old Wang. This way, he could ensure that the majority of the dish would be consumed by the third brother. Although the others would also partake, they would likely only sample it due to the spiciness. The medicine was non-toxic, so he was completely unperturbed during the tasting phase. "Perfect," Lu Yu thought to himself. "Third brother, you scoundrel. Who told you to not spare even Sister Lan? I wonder if it's as miraculous as Old Wang claims." On the captain's table lay the 6 dishes and 1 soup that Lu Yu had just prepared. He sampled each one as usual and provided a brief introduction. "This is spicy fish, one of my specialties from Xiang cuisine. The esteemed brothers do not usually indulge in spiciness, so I have toned it down. If it still does not suit your palate, please inform me so I can make adjustments next time." The third brother gazed at the vibrant and aromatic spicy fish, swallowed hard, and said, "All right, today, this dish looks excellent and appetizing. I shall have a taste." Lu Yu thought, just as expected, "You better eat more." He silently retreated, Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Lu Yu tailored the meal specifically to the third brother's taste at both lunch and dinner. One day, the third brother was smoking at the edge of the deck with 2 henchmen. Dan took a deep drag, closed his eyes, and savored the moment before contentedly remarking, "College students are indeed tender. It feels great." Ague rudely spat into the sea and cursed, "You've been enjoying yourself these past 2 days. By the way, third brother, why haven't you sought out those 2 college students lately? Weren't you quite interested before?" The third brother exhaled a puff of smoke and replied gloomily, "Nothing much. Just feeling a bit unwell, taking a few days to rest." Dan expressed concern, "Third brother, do you have difficulties? I have a folk remedy back home specifically for restoring a man's vigor. Look at me, 3 kids. Should I call back and ask for you?" Ague chimed in, "How about we let that chef prepare an oyster feast? His skills are quite decent." The third brother disdainfully retorted, go away, you know nothing. This is cyclical. It happens every month for a few days, and then it's over. With my physique and assets, do I need that? Damn it. Even smoking doesn't bring comfort anymore. I'm done." The third brother angrily tossed the half-smoked cigarette into the sea and stormed off, leaving Dan and Ague sharing a knowing smile. The third brother muttered to himself as he walked away, "What is going on these days? Why do I feel nothing? Could it be from eating too many chilies? No, I must consume something light for dinner. If there are no oysters, perhaps some leeks will suffice." As the days pass, Lu Yu and his 2 companions have found their work considerably less burdensome since they transitioned to cooking. Meanwhile, the details of their escape plan are continually being refined. For instance, they have begun to strategize which tools and food items to bring along. If they could foresee the impending storm a day in advance, they would have ample time to prepare and pack their belongings. Lu Yu has also devised a method to induce gastrointestinal distress in Dao Ba and his crew. Additionally, they have contemplated how to properly deploy the inflatable life raft and how to respond to various unforeseen circumstances that may arise on the day of their escape. As the saying goes, one person's wisdom is limited, but 3 minds work wonders. Through numerous discussions and the collision of ideas, their plan has begun to take shape, growing increasingly feasible. Wang even suggested that they could tamper with the fishing boat in advance. If the vessel were to take on water during the storm, Dao Ba and his crew would be compelled to scramble, thereby increasing their chances of success. Lu Yu was quite intrigued by this new proposition and sought an opportunity to inquire whether it was feasible. Wang, somewhat uncertain, responded, "There are 2 methods. The cabin has a sea valve at the bottom, which connects to seawater for cooling the engine and for cleaning. On one occasion, there was an issue there. An air took us down to make repairs. If we could quietly slip in and use a large wrench to slightly loosen the valve, seawater would gradually seep in." Lu Yu pondered for a moment, expressing some hesitation. "That seems a bit perilous. Access to the bottom of the cabin is generally restricted, and sneaking in could expose us. What about the second method?" The second method is simpler. There are numerous drainage outlets along the ship's sides designed to expel water from the deck. If we were to block some of these outlets in advance, and given that a storm is expected that day, the water on the deck would be unable to drain, leading to imminent problems. Weighing the 2 options, Lu Yu hesitated before saying, Wang, blocking them in advance could easily be discovered. Both plans carry certain risks. Which one do you personally lean towards? Wang also appeared uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I need to think it over and observe for a couple more days. Yes, safety must be our priority. This is merely an embellishment to our strategy and not an absolute necessity." 2 days later, Wang decided to proceed with the first plan, having realized that with careful execution, there remained an opportunity to slip in undetected, especially at night when the number of personnel on duty was scant. If they happened to be engaged in fishing, everyone would be preoccupied. Wang could fabricate an excuse to step away for a while, while Lu Yu and Su Lan would handle any unexpected situations and do their utmost to delay the guards. However, finding a plausible excuse proved challenging. Even a trip to the restroom could not be too prolonged, lest it raise suspicion. Wang ultimately voiced his dilemma. During these 2 days, Lu Yu had also been observing and found Wang's assessment to be accurate. After some reflection on potential excuses, Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he proposed. Wang, we could do this. I will conduct a small-scale test of the diarrhea concoction in advance. If you and a few others were to suffer from it, it would not only test the efficacy of my method, but also provide you with a genuine reason for your absence. A commendable plan, Let us proceed accordingly. Over the next few days, I shall seize the opportunity to procure the large wrench. As they anxiously awaited the right moment, fortune finally smiled upon them. On this day, Lu Yu delivered vegetables to Dao Ba and his crew. Approaching the entrance of the captain's quarters, he overheard Dao Ba and his companions engaged in discussion. The second in command, responsible for navigation, remarked, "Boss, the weather forecast indicates that in 2 days, a localized typhoon may sweep through our waters, advising nearby fishing vessels to depart. Should we take cover?" Dao Ba, unfazed, replied, "You are far too cautious. It is not yet June. Even if a typhoon were to occur, it would likely not be a strong one. We have weathered storms for many years. What is there to fear?" Lu Yu felt a jolt of excitement as he thought, "Could it be that my chance is finally arriving?" Chapter 12. The plan commences that evening. Upon sharing the news of the impending typhoon, both Wang and Su Lan were invigorated. It was now the 13th day since Lu Yu and his companions had boarded the ship. Each day, they witnessed the intense labor of others who, like them, had been deceived, enduring injuries and beatings that had become commonplace, particularly for the unfortunate young women among them. Although Lu Yu and his comrades were faring slightly better, their circumstances remained arduous. Whenever they brought in the catch, they were also tasked with sorting the fish, yearning to escape at the earliest opportunity. With a hint of excitement, Su Lan inquired, "Little Lu, what should we do now?" Despite being the youngest among the trio, Lu Yu was astute, decisive, and amiable. Having once saved Wang's life, he shared a close bond with Su Lan, with whom he had formed an alliance, serving as the connective tissue among the three. Thus, they leaned on Lu Yu's judgment. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu calmly responded, "There is no need for haste, Sister Lan. Our plan is remarkably well structured. If the conditions align with our expectations and fortune does not betray us, the probability of success is quite high. For now, Wang, you should discreetly investigate the through-sea valve to see if it aligns with your theory. Sister Lan and I will gather the items we need to take with us, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. What do you think?" "Excellent." "Agreed." They replied in unison, their spirits ignited. The following evening, Lu Yu conducted a simple test, orchestrating a minor bout of food poisoning. Seizing the moment when only 2 henchmen were on duty, Wang stealthily entered the hold and cautiously loosened the valve. Rejoicing as seawater began to seep in, he promptly tightened the valve and quietly retreated. With confirmation of the method's efficacy, Lu Yu's confidence surged. Over the subsequent days, he and Su Lan discreetly stashed items that might be useful during their escape, either in their backpacks or in designated hiding spots. Lu Yu also increased the quantities of meat, eggs, and rice in their meals, ensuring they were well fed each day. The trio silently prepared, amassing their strength and waiting for the typhoon to arrive. Thus, 2 more days passed. One early morning, as Lu Yu arose to prepare breakfast, he noticed the sky was overcast and the wind was noticeably stronger than usual. He whispered softly, "Perhaps it will be today. Everyone, pay attention. If the weather continues to deteriorate by afternoon, I shall ensure that everyone suffers from gastrointestinal distress tonight. The 3 of us will take antidiarrheal medicine in advance and try to avoid those problematic dishes. I will prepare some safe options, and we shall focus on those." By midday, Wang encountered a figure leaning against the railing, smoking quietly. Old San. A thought crossed his mind, and he deliberately sought to extract information, saying, "Brother San, it seems the weather is quite turbulent today. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the larger the catch. Shall we increase our nets tonight?" Old San replied somewhat sullenly, "I'm not sure. The weather forecast indicates a minor typhoon in this area today. If that's the case, we may indeed need to add more nets." Wang felt a surge of cleverness and promptly responded, "Then we shall have our work cut out for us tonight. All right, let us prepare more dishes. If we are adding nets, we will need to be well fed. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to carry on." Old Sin merely grunted in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. Wang, fully aware of the reason behind Old San's gloom, seized the opportunity for useful information and hurried back to the kitchen to inform the other 2. Upon receiving this news, the trio was invigorated, showering praise upon Wang for his astuteness. Consequently, Lu Yu began his preparations to induce gastrointestinal distress in everyone. He had a straightforward plan comprising 3 simple yet effective methods. The first was to partially cook the green peas. The ship boasted a variety of vegetables, and there were still some green peas available. This was a lesson his mentor had repeatedly emphasized during his apprenticeship as a chef. Legumes must be thoroughly cooked to avoid severe complaints. He had etched this advice into his memory, never daring to forget it. Another tactic was to use ingredients that were not fresh. During his time in a restaurant, Liu Yu had found the freshness and spoilage of ingredients particularly troublesome. Now, he would turn this principle on its head, making it exceedingly simple. A few days prior, he had intentionally left several fish out of the refrigerator, allowing them to sit at room temperature. By now, they had slightly begun to spoil, emitting a faint odor. Some might say they were spoiled, but who could discern that? Such remarks often come from those unacquainted with cooking. With a generous application of ginger, scallions, and garlic for seasoning, and by intensifying the flavor, the average person would hardly notice. However, the aftermath would likely lead to digestive issues, especially for those with sensitive stomachs. Liu Yu had witnessed such practices under a ruthless employer in a restaurant, where no one ever detected the subterfuge, yet the consequences were left unaddressed by the owner. The final method involved concocting a greasy mishmash, generously incorporating fatty oils. The ship's vegetable supply was still limited, primarily due to the prolonged lack of vitamin C, which could lead to scurvy. However, with over 20 individuals consuming vegetables daily, and to prepare for any potential delays in supply ships, Liu Yu had been cooking only modest amounts at each meal, leaving everyone somewhat deficient in fresh vegetables. This deficiency rendered their digestive systems ill-equipped to handle excessively oily foods. Armed with these three strategies, Liu Yu was confident that all who partook in this trio of dishes would become jet propulsion warriors without a doubt, with no room for error. With the assistance of Wang and Su Lan, Liu Yu toiled for half the day before ultimately completing the dinner featuring the jet propulsion warrior set. Despite the arduous circumstances, Liu Yu couldn't help but find a trace of humor in the situation as he contemplated the various ways everyone sought relief that evening. He had specifically advised OZ to minimize their consumption of stinky fish and oily soup, as he himself needed to taste the dishes prepared for Daoba and his crew, a necessity he could not avoid. Thus, he had preemptively taken the anti-diarrheal medication he had brought aboard. Upon learning about Liu Yu's predicament, both Wang and Su Lan felt a tightening in their stomachs, promptly assuring him that they would not even come close to the dishes. As the winds rose and rain began to patter from the skies, Daoba, as anticipated, resolved to cast another net that night, fully aware that the larger the storm, the bigger the catch. By 7 o'clock, everyone began to take turns eating, and by 8:30, they commenced the netting. By 9:30, symptoms began to manifest among some crew members. By 10, it was clear that nearly everyone was struggling to contain themselves. The ship's restroom facilities were limited to two, one designated for Daoba and his men, while the other was shared among the rest, both discharging directly into the sea. This sudden surge in demand rendered them utterly insufficient. Naturally, Liu Yu and his companions pretended to be afflicted, anxiously scouring for places to relieve themselves. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos, Wang stealthily slipped into the hold once more, successfully loosening the valve to let in some water. He meticulously calculated the time and adjusted the inflow, aiming for discovery to occur 3 to 4 hours later, thus providing optimal cover for their escape. Once satisfied with his adjustments, Wang silently exited the hold, glancing at the sporadic flashes of lightning above. Raindrops the size of soybeans splattered against his face. Yet he felt no sensation. Clenching his fists, he murmured under his breath, determined to succeed. In Chapter 13, titled Unexpected Mishaps, Daoba emerged from the restroom, trembling, while his subordinate, Lauer, promptly dashed inside. Weakly cursing, Daoba exclaimed, "Something is off. Why is everyone experiencing diarrhea? Go fetch Liu Yu. His dishes tonight must be the cause. I swear I'll make him pay for this. Hurry, it's happening again. Boss, I just got in. Can you hold on a moment?" Lauer replied, "Damn it. This anti-diarrheal medication isn't working. Is it expired?" 10 minutes later, the lackey sent to find Liu Yu returned to the captain's quarters, his face pale, clutching his stomach. "Boss, Liu has also succumbed. He is using a bucket right now and claims it's due to the undercooked beans tonight. Why didn't you bring him here? He can't come. He is stuck. His backside is a mess," the lackey lamented. "Damn, this is truly unfortunate. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I also need to find a place to relieve myself. Oh no, I can't hold any longer." Seeing that Daoba was momentarily silent, the lackey quickly dashed out. Meanwhile, the storm intensified, and with the restrooms insufficient, those who ventured to the deck found it unbearable under the torrential rain. Many resorted to various methods, some grabbing buckets to relieve themselves, while others used plastic bags. Anything that could contain their needs was put to use. In a short time, the hole became filled with a most unpleasant odor, permeating the air with a most distressing scent. Lu Yu, Sanren, and the others seized the opportunity to escape the overwhelming stench and discreetly retreated to the kitchen with their meticulously packed belongings. At that moment, everyone was lethargic, preoccupied only with finding a place to relieve themselves, thus oblivious to their presence. Upon learning that Wang had successfully opened the Tonghai valve, they estimated that within 3 to 4 hours, the seawater would begin to pour in. Lu Yu and Su Lan exchanged encouraging words, applauding Wang for his accomplishment. They understood the urgency of controlling their time and identifying the most opportune moment to flee. Passing through a cluttered area, they each retrieved a life jacket that had been secretly hidden earlier, along with some tools concealed in that spot. Su Lan, feeling anxious, inquired, "Little Lu, what should we do now?" Lu Yu shared her urgency, yet as the leader of the trio, he knew he must maintain composure. He replied with a feigned calmness, "The moment has not yet arrived. The storm is still insufficiently fierce." Su Lan expressed concern. "What if we wait too long and they no longer pull away?" Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Fear not, it won't be so swift. The potency of today's concoction is undeniably substantial. Even if they take medication, it won't hold them back for long, especially with that foul fish. I sampled a bit, and I can already feel its effects." When one of the crew members sought him out, he intentionally pretended to have succumbed to the effects of another's finished bucket. "Little Lu, are you suggesting we wait a bit longer?" Wang asked with urgency. "Yes, let us wait another hour or two, until the storm reaches its peak. After 2 hours of discomfort, they will be utterly exhausted, likely unable to even steady their weapons, ensuring our safety." "All right," Wang and Su Lan nodded in agreement. "Now we must act. Let us each find something in the kitchen to create the illusion that we truly need to relieve ourselves. Should the henchman of the scarred hand come looking for us, it would spell disaster." "Wait," Wang, buoyed by their earlier praise, proposed a new idea. "Little Lu, this is a perfect opportunity. I will feign clearing the drainage outlet on the hull, claiming that water is accumulating on the deck and spilling into the kitchen. In reality, I will block the drainage hole. What do you think?" Lu Yu pondered for a moment before decisively responding. "That is feasible, but Wang, exercise caution. Safety comes first. You must not be discovered prematurely. Take some kitchen rags with you and wear a raincoat." "Understood," Wang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The three swiftly made their way to the kitchen, camouflaging their belongings with some kitchen items for cover. Wang, equipped with rags and other supplies, proceeded to the deck, while Lu Yu and Su Lan took turns keeping watch outside. In truth, Lu Yu had overthought the situation. At that moment, everyone was preoccupied with finding a place to relieve themselves. The potency of the concoction was overwhelmingly intense. Within 10 minutes of its consumption, they felt the effects surge again, wishing they could remain in the restroom, unable to even pull up their trousers, with no one inclined to seek them out. As it came time for Lu Yu to keep watch, the fishing vessel was quite small, and occasionally, those who could not endure the stench of the cabin sought solace in the kitchen, only to be swiftly shooed away by Lu Yu. Gazing at the torrential downpour outside, he silently implored, if only it could rain even harder. Oh heavens, let it pour. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the wind and waves had grown exceedingly fierce, causing the entire fishing vessel to sway incessantly. Under the dual torment of seasickness and an upset stomach, many crew members were utterly drained of spirit. The nets that had been cast were now due to be retrieved, yet no one had the heart to attend to them. At this moment, Wang had already returned, having blocked 4 drainage outlets. Lu Yu tilted his head towards the sky, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling the stagnant air from his chest, and commanded in a low voice, "Now is the time to act." Both Wang and Su Lan felt a surge of adrenaline, their spirits ignited. "Change clothes," Lu Yu instructed calmly. They donned their rain gear, putting on life jackets over their clothing, and finally slung their backpacks over their shoulders. The trio stepped onto the deck, where the torrential rain rendered it nearly impossible to open their eyes. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would streak across the night sky, followed by the distant rumble of thunder. The fishing boat pitched violently, swaying at times beyond 30 degrees. After ensuring no one was around, Lu Yu took the lead, swiftly guiding the two to the stern where the inflatable life raft was stored. The storm raged so fiercely that no one remained on the deck. All had retreated to the cabin, allowing them to proceed without encountering a soul. Wang, how do we operate this? Su Lan asked anxiously. Don't rush me. Let me figure out. This is an emergency life-saving device. Logically, it should be secured by buckles, not screws, Wang replied, wiping the droplets from his face. Minutes passed as Wang, with his head down, struggled with the life raft. Lu Yu began to feel anxious. Is it not ready yet? Stop hurrying me. Just hold the flashlight. It's a bit more complicated than I imagined. Wang snapped, urgency creeping into his tone, knowing their lives depended on his success. Lu Yu hadn't anticipated that the most crucial element of their plan, the lifeboat, would present difficulties, and he anxiously scanned the surroundings. This exemplified the divergence between theory and practice. In their minds, deploying the life raft should be a straightforward task, as such emergency equipment was not expected to be overly complex. Moreover, they had little opportunity to examine it, for the raft's location was too conspicuous. Even amidst the storm, Lu Yu worried about the possibility of an unexpected visitor. Su Lan, assisting Wang with the flashlight, felt her hand tremble with tension, rainwater saturating her face, leaving her oblivious to wiping it away. After about 10 more minutes, Wang finally exhaled in relief. I've got it. The sound of two pins being pulled free resonated through the air. To Lu Yu and Su Lan, this noise was akin to celestial music. Lu Yu was about to voice his approval when at that moment, a loud shout rang out from nearby. Who's over there? A powerful beam from a flashlight pierced through the sheets of rain, directly illuminating Lu Yu. Chapter 14. Only the ruthless survive. As the voice echoed, Wang and Su Lan were looking down, blocked by the life raft, leaving Lu Yu the sole target of the flashlight's glare. Wang and Su Lan instinctively crouched down, seeking concealment, yet Lu Yu found himself with no means of escape. In this moment of dire urgency, a multitude of thoughts raced through Lu Yu's mind, and he made a swift decision. He called out loudly, "It's me, Lu Yu, the one who cooked for you in the kitchen. Which brother is this?" The figure opposite him shone a flashlight onto Lu Yu's face several times, and upon confirming his identity, began to curse, "You little rascal, what brings you here? I've been searching high and low for you. The boss asked you to prepare some ginger tea for everyone to ease their stomachs. What the hell did you cook tonight? It nearly killed me. It turned out to be biao. So, ginger tea, is it? Very well. I'll finish up here and head over right away. What are you waiting for? Do you dare to defy the boss's orders? What are you doing here?" At this point, the lackey opposite him grew somewhat wary. It's just that Sangum mentioned the water on the deck wasn't tea draining, so he asked me to come check if the drain was clogged. I've been searching for ages. Can you help me find it? Did Sangum send you? The lackey asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Don't tell me the water isn't draining at all. Have you found where it's clogged? It's right here, Biao. Come take a look. It's stuck too tightly. I can't handle it alone. Damn it. You can't even manage a drain? What use are you? The lackey seemed to believe Lu Yu, cursing as he approached. With his left hand, Lu Yu gestured to the two hiding nearby, fearing they might misunderstand, and pretended to inspect the drain while whispering. Knock him out. Soon, the lackey approached with his flashlight, intending to kick Lu Yu in frustration over his stomach troubles, when suddenly, two figures sprang out from the side, wielding a large wrench that struck him squarely in the face. Simultaneously, Lu Yu delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, fueled by the pent-up resentment and anger accumulated over the past weeks, unleashing a force akin to a martial artist's powerful strike. Wang, oppressed for an entire year, exerted every ounce of strength he had in his wrench. Su Lan, wielding a flashlight, also struck with all her might upon the lackey's shoulder. Though her blow lacked the same ferocity, the ambush was sudden, and with the three combining their efforts, the lackey barely had time to emit a pained groan before his body slumped to the ground. The trio, having succeeded, gasped for breath. The encounter had been perilously close. Had the lackey called out on the radio, their plans for the night would have been utterly ruined, sealing their fate. What now? How we deal with this guy? Wang and Su Lan simultaneously inquired, their gazes fixed on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, slightly flustered, was at a loss for how to proceed. After regaining his composure, he suggested perhaps we should just leave him and make a run for it with the lifeboat. However, Wang had a differing opinion. marking the first time since their decision to cooperate that he did not heed Lu Yu's counsel. With a grim expression, he said with unusual seriousness, "Xiao Lu, since we VE started, we might as well finish it. I think we should just toss him into the sea to feed the fish. What if he wakes up in the next moment? Who knows how long he'll be unconscious?" Lu Yu exchanged a bewildered glance with Su Lan, his lips moving as he murmured, "Isn't that too harsh? This is akin to murder." Lao Wang emitted a cold snort and, with an icy tone unheard by Lu Yu, declared, "Xiao Lu, I recognize your kindness, but this is not the time for mercy. What if he awakens at any moment? What are we currently engaged in? We are fleeing, risking our lives. There is no room for sentimentality. If you cannot act decisively, I shall take matters into my own hands." After uttering these words, Lao Wang disregarded the reactions of the two and struck the henchman on the head with a large wrench. The moment blood flowed from the henchman, it was washed away by the torrential rain. Lao Wang cast a glance at Lu Yu and coldly stated, "Xiao Lu, your brother Wang is slightly older than you, and today I shall impart a lesson. In this situation, only those who possess ruthlessness will survive. Do you understand why I could endure for a year without fleeing? Your kindness is best reserved for allies. Against enemies, one must be merciless, especially against this rabble." With that, he dragged the henchman to the edge of the deck, struggling to lift him. Just as Lao Wang had hoisted the henchman halfway, two pairs of hands simultaneously reached out to support the henchman's body. Surprised, Lao Wang turned to see Lu Yu sincerely say, "Brother Wang, you are right. I should not gamble our lives. Xiao Lu will remember that only the ruthless can survive." Su Lan nodded in agreement, stating, "Lao Wang speaks the truth. For the sake of returning home, for my son, I am willing to pay any price. Even if it means descending into hell and becoming a devil, let alone dealing with these scoundrels." Together, the three exerted their strength, and the henchman's body plummeted into the pitch-black sea below, disappearing beneath the waves as if nothing had transpired. After dealing with the henchman, the trio felt drained, leaning against the ship's railing, gasping for breath, their bodies trembling slightly. Despite Lao Wang's harsh words, this was their first encounter with such actions, which clashed vehemently with their moral upbringing and the laws they had been taught to respect. No one could face it with composure. Having rested for merely 2 or 3 minutes, the three were preparing to resume their actions when a hoarse voice suddenly emerged from above. "A Baiao. A Baiao. Where are you up to? Why haven't you returned after so long?" This voice, ghostly and abrupt, echoed through the stormy night. And given their firm belief that no one else was on the deck, their reaction was akin to encountering a specter. Their hearts seized in fear simultaneously. However, when their gazes turned towards the source of the voice, they collectively exhaled in relief. It was the intercom belonging to a Baiao. "This is bad. If there is no response for too long, they will surely send someone to check," Lao Wang exclaimed in alarm. "Quickly, let us lower the lifeboat." The trio sprang into action, each one instinctively aware that time was of the essence. Fortunately, Lao Wang had previously unlatched the fastenings of the lifeboat. The lifeboat was secured on a welded steel frame, positioned near the ship's railing, and its design was remarkably pragmatic. Lao Wang swiftly located a rope attached to the lifeboat and bellowed, "Just push it down with all your might." The three of them exerted their strength, and the previously dormant lifeboat, resembling a large cylindrical structure, rolled down the slanted steel frame with a resounding thud. It plunged into the sea, splashing up more water than a biao could manage. Simultaneously, Lao Wang yanked on the release rope, faintly hearing the sound of inflation. The trio turned their gaze towards the lifeboat, witnessing the intact cylinder parting in the middle, then visibly swelling. In less than half a minute, the lifeboat was completely inflated. Filled with excitement, Lao Wang urged, "What are we waiting for? Jump! I'll go first." With that, he took a swift leap into the water. Lu Yu turned to Su Lan and said, "Sister Lan, you go ahead. I'll follow behind to ensure you're not left hesitating at the end." After a moment's pause, Su Lan hesitated, as she harbored a fear of heights. Below her lay the dark, churning sea, its waves surging ominously, resembling the gates of hell itself. Just as Lu Yu was about to encourage her again, or perhaps assist her, he saw Su Lan grit her teeth, let out a cry, and leap into the void. Lu Yu observed her landing a few meters from the lifeboat, while Lao Wang had successfully climbed aboard and was ready to assist Su Lan. Taking one last glance around the fishing boat and finding no one emerging, He felt a slight sense of relief. After checking his life jacket and backpack to ensure everything was in order, he took a deep breath and plunged into the relentless waves of the sea. Chapter 15. The fishing boat is sinking. Returning to the fishing boat. Several individuals were indeed experiencing acute gastroenteritis symptoms, just as Lu Yu had predicted. This affliction affected not only the ordinary crew members, but also two of the scar-faced men. The hallmark symptoms of acute gastroenteritis include vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal cramps, with the third mate in the captain's cabin being one of the afflicted. Perhaps it was due to his penchant for rich flavored dishes. He had consumed the foul fish in abundance and was now drenched in cold sweat, clutching his stomach in agony. "Have you taken any medicine?" Scarface inquired, furrowing his brow. "Yes, I've taken antidiarrheal and anti-inflammatory medications, including cephalosporin, but it feels ineffective," the third mate lamented. Scarface, though slightly weary himself, was in a better state than others. After a moment's contemplation, he called for a subordinate, saying, "Biao, go check on Lu Yu, the cook. See if he is feeling better, and ask him to prepare some ginger water for everyone to soothe our stomachs. Additionally, I want to inquire how he prepared that dreadful dish." Biao, among the group, appeared to be in the best condition, likely due to his youth. He responded affirmatively, donned a raincoat, and took a flashlight as he ventured out. He first approached Lu Yu's cabin, but found it empty. After inquiring with others, he learned that Lu Yu was in the kitchen, so he proceeded there only to find it deserted. Frustration welled up within him, as the fishing boat was not large, and he wondered where Lu Yu could possibly be. He then decided to brave the rain on deck, flashlight in hand. At this moment, despite waiting on both the left and right, Dao Ba and his companions received no response. Fortunately, Biao had taken a walkie-talkie when he left, prompting the boat's operator, Lao Air, to attempt communication. Biao, what are you doing? Why haven't you returned yet?" After several calls with no reply, Lao Air solemnly remarked, "Boss, something feels off. Biao's walkie-talkie is functional, yet there is no response." Alarmed, Dao Ba shouted, "This could be trouble. Grab your gear and let's go check it out." Air Dan, clutching his stomach in pain, protested, "Boss, I'm still in the middle of this." "Enough with the excuses, just hurry," Dao Ba urged. Thus, the remaining relatively able-bodied individuals, alongside Dao Ba, totaling 4, armed themselves with 2 rifles. Dao Ba retrieved his handgun from a drawer, and the quartet donned raincoats while wielding flashlights. Lao Air took another walkie-talkie, and the 4 filed out. The deck remained battered by the relentless wind and rain, with large raindrops stinging their faces. As they proceeded, Lao Air called out over the walkie-talkie, but Biao's voice was drowned out by the tempest. They first reached the cabin, then the kitchen, and finally ascended to the deck, where someone finally detected the faint sound from the walkie-talkie. It must be noted that the quality of this walkie-talkie was exceptional. After being drenched for so long, it still functioned properly. "Boss, there's a sound over there," Ague exclaimed loudly. "Quick, let's investigate," Dao Ba commanded, and the 4 hastily rushed to the deck, where they discovered Biao's walkie-talkie lying on the ground. Lao Air picked up the device and, puzzled, asked, "How did it end up here? Where's Biao?" Dao Ba, his expression grim, scanned the surroundings and cursed. "What is there to question? Something has definitely gone wrong. Have you not noticed the lifeboat is missing? Check the sea." Upon Dao Ba's prompt, the others looked and indeed found the usual spot for the lifeboat completely vacant. Approaching the ship's railing, they peered into the sea and spotted a bright orange tent floating, already 30 to 40 meters away from the fishing vessel. "Damn it, someone has escaped. Fire at them," Dao Ba bellowed, snatching a rifle from a nearby subordinate. With practiced precision, he raised the weapon, aimed, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. At 30 to 40 meters, under normal circumstances, given Dao Ba's marksmanship, he would have hit most shots, at least 7 or 8 out of 10. However, the chaotic swaying of the boat amidst the turbulent waves, coupled with the stormy night obscuring visibility, rendered his efforts futile as he emptied an entire magazine without hitting his target. Another subordinate, armed but with even poorer aim, fared no better. They had rushed out without spare magazines, and in frustration, Dao Ba hurled the rifle aside, angrily drawing his sidearm instead. Yet, after a moment's consideration, he abandoned that idea as well. Dao Ba's complexion darkened to an extreme, and after a brief silence, he erupted, "Damn it, these little brats. I refuse to believe they can escape my grasp. Lao Air, quickly launch the speedboat. I will pursue them myself." The second in command, visibly apprehensive, glanced at the enraged Dao Biao and cautiously articulated, "Boss, the storm is too fierce. Our small boat might capsize, is far too perilous. Perhaps we should let them go instead. With the current conditions, I doubt they can survive. The ship will likely turn over soon." Utter nonsense. I cannot swallow this indignation. In my youth, I fished in even smaller boats amidst larger waves, and I persevered, Dao Biao retorted vehemently. Beside him, Ague added, "Boss, we cannot speak so lightly. Our current condition is dire. We have been working all night, and my legs are trembling." Enraged by these words, Dao Biao was about to chastise Ague for his cowardice when a distant beam of light from a flashlight approached them erratically. From afar, someone shouted, "Boss, something's gone awry." As the figure drew near, Dao Biao recognized it as another underling who had not accompanied them. In a fit of anger, Dao Biao seized the man's collar and bellowed, "What is the matter? Has your mother passed away or what? Speak clearly." The underling, clutching his stomach and with a mournful expression, replied, "Boss, the hold is leaking. The water is nearly overflowing. I am unsure if the hull has a breach." "What?" The group gasped in shock. It was no jest. If the hold was indeed leaking, their fishing vessel would be in grave danger. "Quick, let's investigate," Dao Biao exclaimed, disregarding the underling and hastening toward the hold. At this moment, apart from the missing Biao, the rest of Dao Biao's crew, totaling 7 members, had gathered at the entrance of the hold, including the possibly afflicted third-in-command with acute gastroenteritis. There was no alternative. A leaking hold was a matter of life and death. And even if he had to soil himself, he would endure it. At this juncture, Ague and the second-in-command were donning diving gear, while the others assisted them and fetched tools. Dao Biao, in a state of anxiety, urged Second Ague, "Please dive down and assess the situation. See if it can be repaired. If this fishing boat sinks, our losses will be tremendous." "Understood, boss," they replied in unison, subsequently plunging into the water. Dao Biao and the others, witnessing their descent, were as restless as ants on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Numerous ordinary crew members also gathered around, anxiously awaiting news. Although they were unsure of the specifics, the gravity of the hold flooding was clear. If not managed, the vessel could sink. 10 minutes later, 2 heads broke the surface of the hold's water, and Dao Biao's group hurriedly pulled the second-in-command and Ague aboard. "What is the situation?" Dao Biao inquired urgently. After greedily inhaling several breaths of fresh air, the second-in-command surveyed the crowd nearby, discreetly shook his head, and said, "Boss, the through-hole valve has been opened. Seawater is continuously flooding in. Is it not possible to close it?" The second-in-command urged anxiously. "I need to contemplate further. We will discuss the specifics back in the wheelhouse," he whispered. Chapter 16. Each for Their Life, Part 1. Meanwhile, following the gunfire from Dao Biao and his crew, the commotion finally roused the numerous ordinary crew members sheltering from the rain in the cabin. Except for a few incapacitated by severe stomach pains, everyone poured out onto the deck to ascertain the situation. As individuals approached the ship's railing to assess the situation, the gang and other seasoned crew members sought information from their familiar subordinates. Within a few minutes, the overarching circumstances became clear. Firstly, someone had surreptitiously released a lifeboat and fled, most likely the individuals responsible for cooking, namely Lu Yu and his companions. Secondly, the fishing vessel's hold was taking on water, and it might very well capsize. Upon the revelation of this predicament, chaos ensued. The most courageous and decisive among them were 2 female university students, Yang Liqin and Li Jiahui. These were the same 2 who had previously knelt and pleaded with Lao San for mercy upon boarding the vessel. They approached the ship's railing, illuminated by the fishing boat's lights and the occasional flashes of lightning, and discerned that Lu Yu and his companions were not far from the vessel in their lifeboat. Despite their efforts to row with the 2 oars from the lifeboat, the relentless waves thwarted their progress, pushing them back after every few meters, leaving them struggling approximately 40 meters away from the fishing boat. Upon observing this dire situation, Yang Liqin's mind raced, and she exclaimed to Li Jiahui, "Jiahui, this is our chance. Shall we leap into the water and escape?" Li Jiahui hesitated, responding, "Is that even feasible? The waves are so tumultuous." Yang Liqin, filled with indignation, retorted, "We must try. Do you wish to remain on this boat, enduring torment at the hands of those brutes?" Being a girl from Sichuan, her emotions ran high. "But what if we jump?" I am not a proficient swimmer, and we lack a lifeboat, Li Jiahui lamented. If we leap, Lu Yu and his companions will surely come to our rescue. Would he dare to abandon us? Get young Li Qian. Hurry, Jiahui, or if the scoundrels arrive, we may lose our chance. Li Jiahui longed to flee, but lacked the courage to plunge into the sea. Hesitantly, she suggested, perhaps we should find a life jacket. I'm afraid. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Yang Liqin, stamping her foot in frustration, replied, My dear Jiahui, where shall we find a life jacket now? By the time we acquire one, Lu Yu and his boat will have drifted far away. Oh look, there are some life rings hanging on the side of the ship. With remarkable decisiveness, Yang Liqin swiftly retrieved a life ring. The life rings aboard the ship were tethered with ropes to the railing, and Yang Liqin managed to haul up too. Jiahui, do not hesitate. Trust me. Close your eyes and jump down. We'll be saved, she urged. Li Jiahui, though terrified, had grown accustomed to following Yang Liqin's lead and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Overjoyed, Yang Liqin fitted the life rings onto both of them and encouraged, Jiahui, I shall leap first. Do not hesitate. Follow my lead. We must escape. I cannot bear to remain on this vessel for another moment. Alrig, Li Jiahui responded timidly. Okay, dear sister, I am jumping now. With a resolute splash, Yang Liqin, undeterred and bold, leaped into the sea. Once in the water, buoyed by the life ring, she quickly surfaced and began waving and calling to Li Jiahui. Jiahui, hurry. It's all right. Look at me. I am safe. Jump now. Li Jiahui clenched her teeth, mustering her courage several times, and finally, under the relentless urging of Yang Liqin, she steeled herself and jumped into the sea. At that moment, aside from Dao Ba and his companions, and excluding the three from Lu Yu, the two sisters Yang Liqin had also leaped into the water, leaving only 2 or 3 individuals in the cabin who were in severe condition, alongside a dozen others. However, no one else dared to jump into the sea directly. The remaining individuals had gathered near the bottom hatch, close to Dao Ba and his group. As the second-in-command and Ague resurfaced and conveyed their alarming message, panic swept through the crowd. What should we do? Can it be repaired? Who was the fool that opened the sea valve, attempting to doom them? The crowd began to shout in disarray. Dao Ba, feeling a surge of anger, stood up abruptly and drew his pistol, firing 2 shots into the air. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. Why are you all making noise? The ship may not even sink. Who says it cannot be repaired? Get back to your quarters and stop disrupting our efforts to fix the ship. Dao Ba's authority was well established, so even in this dire situation, the ordinary crew members, accustomed to obeying, dared not defy him. Under the intimidation of Dao Ba and his armed associates, they reluctantly returned to their cabins. The second-in-command observed the dispersing crowd and, while removing his diving gear, instructed, Erdan to Hai, you 3 stand guard at their cabin door. Do not let them out. Boss, let us return to the helm and discuss this further. Erdan and another lackey, who was never given a name, though unwilling, took their rubber batons and machetes to secure the entrance of the ordinary crew's quarters. At this moment, Dao Ba's team consisted of 4. The leader Dao Ba, the first mate who primarily navigated the ship, the second-in-command, and Ague, the most skilled technician. The 4, drenched, returned to the helm. Once the door was shut, the second-in-command and Ague exchanged glances and quietly stated, Boss, it cannot be repaired. The underwater pressure is too immense. Ague and I tried several times, but we simply cannot turn it. What? What should we do? We can only abandon ship. Ague and I are powerless, the second-in-command said cautiously. Abandon ship? How much will we lose if we abandon ship? We have over half a month's catch that hasn't even been pulled back yet. There are so many piglets to sell in Cambodia for 300,000 each, and the boss's cargo is due to arrive in a few days, worth millions. What about this ship? Damn it, am I to sacrifice 20 million? The 3 fell silent, all too afraid to respond. The financial burden primarily fell upon Dao Ba. While they would also receive a significant share, it ultimately belonged to him, leaving them less concerned. Moreover, it was futile to lament. The priority was to preserve their lives. The second-in-command, having been with Dao Ba the longest and hailing from the same village, cautiously advised, Boss, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. There's truly no alternative now. If we lose our lives, what good is any money? Dao Ba, in An Gui, cradled his head in his hands, his fingers weaving through his hair as his resentment towards Lu Yu and the others who fled reached its pinnacle. Damn it. It must be that scoundrel Lu Yu, along with Lao Wang, that ungrateful wretch. I understand now. Tonight, they will all suffer from diarrhea. He must have tampered with the food, and Tonghai Val must also be in cahoots with them. By the heavens, if I catch them, I will surely flay their skin. Lao Er and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. When others threaten to flay someone, it is often mere bluster, an expression of their anger. However, this man, Dao Ba, was different. When he spoke of flaying, he meant it with utmost sincerity, for they had witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 17. Each for themselves, Part 2. The three men dared not offer any more counsel, waiting for Dao Ba to make a decision. Dao Ba, like a cornered beast, paced back and forth in the cabin, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. As he completed his fifth lap, he finally resolved himself. With eyes closed and a pained expression, he said, "All right, let us prioritize survival. Ague, prepare the lifeboat. We need to quickly gather our belongings, focusing on valuables. We may need to drift at sea for a few days, so do not forget food and water. Lao San, you handle this." "Understood, boss." After hearing Dao Ba's orders, Lao San and Ague each set off to prepare. Lao Er hesitated for a moment before he could not restrain himself from asking, "Brother, should we call back Erdan and Ahai?" Lao San and Ague, who had already reached the door, slowed their steps at his words. Dao Ba fixed his gaze on Lao Er for a long moment before shaking his head. "No need. Our small boat cannot accommodate so many people. Even if we manage to squeeze them on board, it would easily capsize in these turbulent waves. Moreover, we cannot leave them to watch over the piglets. They might cause a ruckus, and then none of us can escape. Lao Er, in urgent situations, we must act with pragmatism. I have no choice." Upon hearing this, Lao Er nodded with a downcast expression. Lao San and Ague, having absorbed Dao Ba's arrangements, momentarily stiffened before quickly regaining their composure and exiting. For the next half hour, Dao Ba and Lao Er rummaged through the cabin. This ship had been modified by Dao Ba, with his own quarters situated in the cabin. Dao Ba first retrieved a black suitcase, muttering to himself, "I must not forget this case of money. It was intended for purchasing goods. And now I've suffered a great loss." Lao Er assisted in collecting valuables, which amounted to several large bags. Subsequently, he began gathering emergency supplies, such as a satellite phone and medications. They had been in the shipping business for many years and had encountered various mishaps. Although this was their first experience with a shipwreck, they were far from unprepared. Approximately half an hour later, Ague and Lao San returned in succession, reporting that everything was ready. Dao Ba cast a final glance at the cabin he had inhabited for over a decade, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand, declaring, "Let's set sail." The four men approached the ship's edge, where Ague had already lowered the lifeboat into the sea, secured by safety line. Just as Dao Ba and the others prepared to leap down, a figure suddenly burst forth, kneeling before them in desperation, pleading, "Brother Dao Ba, esteemed sirs, considering the time I have devoted to serving you, please take me with you. I do not wish to die. I yearn to live." Amidst the tempest, no one noticed the presence of an individual, startling the four men. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the renowned internet celebrity, Shun Anna. The trio fell silent and turned their gaze towards the scarred man, for he was the sole arbiter of their fate. The scarred man muttered a low curse, urging them to keep their voices down to avoid drawing attention. He then regarded the internet star with hesitation. Accommodating 5 individuals would indeed be feasible, albeit with the added burden of an extra person. Observing his indecision, Shun Anna seized the moment, pleading earnestly, "Esteemed brothers, I shall serve you well in the days to come. I am of value." Ultimately, the scarred man relented, nodding in agreement. "Very well, you may board the vessel. But you must heed my commands, understood?" Shun Anna's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Big Hai and another lackey were stationed at the entrance, smoking and whispering conspiratorially. "Brother Hai, today has been nothing short of disastrous. Who knows when this ship will be repaired? In this tempest, we must keep an eye on these foolish passengers. It's truly infuriating. Indeed, it is all Lu Yu's fault. I've had a miserable day. My legs are trembling, and all that came out was water, nothing substantial." The lackey, Erdan, who was guarding another cabin, had been ensnared by Shun Anna's charms and let her out under the pretense of needing the restroom. It is worth noting that in recent days, Only the scarred man and his associates, Lao Air and Lao San, had the privilege of enjoying the company of this internet sensation, while ordinary lackeys like them had no such opportunities. At that moment, the individuals inside the cabin were in a state of agitation, engaged in fervent discussions, with some rushing to the cabin door to peer anxiously at the flooding lower deck. When the scarred man and his companions escorted Shanana and leaped into the lifeboat, they were finally spotted by a crew member conducting a ship inspection. The man shouted, "Damn it! The scarred man and his crew have lowered the lifeboat. They intend to escape. This ship is bound to sink." This cry resounded among the ordinary crew like the detonation of a grenade. A wave of panic ensued, as everyone comprehended that aside from the life rafts taken by Lu Yu and his group, there was only one small lifeboat, likely sufficient for only the scarred man's crew. What would become of the rest? In a moment of desperation, chaos erupted as everyone surged out of the cabin, clamoring to confront the scarred man and demand answers. Caught off guard, Air Dan and Big High attempted to fend off the crowd as they would ordinarily do, wielding their plastic batons. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to the concept of a camp being overrun. In their frenzy, the people could not be restrained, and their animosity towards these enforcers reached a boiling point. At last, someone struck first, toppling Big High. In the ensuing tumult, countless individuals surged forth, employing whatever makeshift weapons they could find, some with tools, others with their feet, and many with their fists. Amid the chaos, Big High and Air Dan were overwhelmed by the furious crowd, left gasping for breath, their fates uncertain. The frenzied mob, comprising over a dozen individuals, including the 3 who had remained in the cabin, no longer cared about their previous ailments and surged towards the ship's edge. At that moment, the scarred man and his companions had just boarded the lifeboat and were preparing to sever the safety line connecting them to the fishing vessel when they were startled by the sight of the charging crowd. A voice cried out, "Scar, there are no lifeboats left on the ship. What shall we do now that you've left us? Indeed, is this not an invitation for us to meet our demise? Denying us a means to survive, none shall escape. Fix the boat. Why not repair it properly?" Another lamented. Scar and his companions surveyed the frenzied crowd on the fishing vessel, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He retrieved a firearm from beside him, chambered a round with a distinct click, and unleashed a volley into the air above the throng. The truth is indisputable. The manic crowd fell silent in an instant. The second in command severed the safety line, while a Gue activated the engine at the rear. Scar stated coldly, "Everyone must now accept your fate. You may attempt to repair the boat. There are signal flares aboard, as well as life vests and buoys. Should you manage to fix the vessel or await rescue, you will be free. Hurry and seek your opportunity. What purpose does your commotion serve here?" Faced with the ominous muzzle of the gun, the crowd initially fell into silence, then rapidly dispersed. Scar scoffed, throwing the gun aside in triumph. Since acquiring the truth, no one had dared to oppose him. Chapter 18. The uprising on the fishing vessel, however, this time, the situation was different. Scar had scarcely reveled in his triumph when a chorus of furious shouts erupted from the fishing vessel. Almost immediately, an array of objects began raining down upon their lifeboat. The visibility was poor, and the suddenness of the incident left Scar and his companions bewildered until a bucket struck him squarely in the face, jolting him back to reality. The forsaken souls aboard the fishing vessel, seemingly driven mad, began hurling anything they could grasp, tools, buckets, wooden planks, and miscellaneous debris, down towards the lifeboat in a chaotic torrent. "Kill them. Those wretched dogs bully us daily, and now they wish for our demise. We shall fight back." Each individual erupted in rebellion, releasing their pent-up frustrations. And in that moment, the truth no longer seemed so fearsome. After enduring a series of blows, Scar finally regained his composure and cursed under his breath. Had they all lost their minds? Protecting his head with one hand, he picked up the firearm at his feet, pulling the trigger without a glance as he unleashed a barrage toward the fishing vessel. The roar of the truth silenced the crowd on the fishing boat, deterring them from approaching the deck's railing. Some scattered in search of an escape, while others sank to the damp deck, allowing the torrential rain to drench them, their hands covering their faces as they wept aloud. On the lifeboat, Scar and his companions were momentarily stunned by the sudden assault, leading to a state of chaos. Some shielded their heads, others sought weapons to retaliate, while a few searched for cover. Instinctively, they huddled towards the stern, attempting to distance themselves from the fishing vessel. However, This proved detrimental. After Scar's gunfire repelled the individuals on the fishing boat, the lifeboat's stability faltered. With a wave crashing upon them, the lifeboat began to capsize. Damn it! Why are you all moving around? Scar, an adept swimmer, was the first to surface, gripping the edge of the lifeboat while cursing. Following him, the second-in-command, the third, and Ague emerged, while Shun Anna, wearing a life vest, eventually floated to the surface. Several individuals worked together to right the lifeboat, but upon climbing aboard, they were struck dumb. It became apparent that the supplies they had prepared had largely sunk into the depths of the sea, including the money chest belonging to Dao Ba, and the provisions and emergency tools prepared by Ague, all of which had vanished. The group exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, ultimately turning their gazes toward Dao Ba. After a moment of silence, Dao Ba's facial muscles involuntarily twitched, and he bellowed, "What are you staring at? Do you think I can retrieve my millions? Hurry up and start the boat. Let us get away from here. Meanwhile, the chaos aboard the fishing vessel is a tale for another time. Let us return to Lu Yu." Lu Yu struggled to surface from the ocean, battling the fierce waves. Fortunately, he wore a life jacket and was a competent swimmer. Without either, he would surely have perished. Lu Yu wiped the water from his face and assessed his surroundings. He was approximately 6 to 7 meters from their orange life raft. Without hesitation, he swam towards it. At that moment, Wang had just pulled the coughing Su Lan, who had choked on several mouthfuls of seawater, onto the life raft, allowing her to rest while he vigorously paddled towards Lu Yu. The distance of 6 to 7 meters would have taken mere seconds on land, but amidst the tumultuous sea, Lu Yu spent several painstaking minutes finally grasping the paddle extended by Wang, who then pulled him aboard. Coughing up seawater, Lu Yu grimaced at the bitter, salty taste, spitting out several mouthfuls before collapsing onto the life raft, gasping for air. By this time, Su Lan had recovered and leaned over to inquire if he was all right. Lu Yu nodded silently, resting for about half a minute before flipping over. Still in peril, he could not afford to relax completely and dared only a brief respite. Let me take a moment to introduce this inflatable life raft, which many may not have encountered. When fully deployed, its structure resembles a hexagon, slightly narrower at the bow and stern, with an inflatable base and a canopy overhead, akin to a camping tent. Crafted from Oxford cloth, it is waterproof and rain-resistant. At the bow, there is a zippered opening that can be opened and closed. From a distance, it appears as though a tent is adrift on the sea, designed to accommodate up to 56 individuals, making it relatively spacious for the three of them. Lu Yu approached the bow and asked, Wang, what is the situation now? Wang handed him a paddle, shaking his head. I don't know. There is still no sign of activity from boat. They probably haven't noticed us yet. But that one lasts long. We must distance ourselves from this fishing vessel immediately. Otherwise, when Dao Ba and the others come armed, we'll become easy targets. Lu Yu nodded in agreement and began to paddle alongside Wang. However, the waves were quite formidable, and they found themselves more often pushed by the surf than making progress. For every 2 meters they advanced, they were pushed back a meter by the waves, resulting in a painfully slow escape. The trio was filled with urgency, realizing they remained perilously close to the fishing boat. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed, and Lu Yu felt his arms had grown weary, yet they had only advanced a mere 20 to 30 meters. They were now merely 30 to 40 meters away from the fishing boat. Finally, the anticipated situation materialized. Su Lan, lacking an extra, could only observe from the sidelines. Shadows of several individuals appeared at the vessel's edge, and after a flurry of gesticulations, one person seized a long object and aimed it at them. They've spotted us. Be cautious. Dao Ba is about to fire, Su Lan cautioned while observing the scene. Lu Yu and Old Wang were startled, instinctively covering their heads with their arms and lying flat on the lifeboat. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, piercing through the heavy rain, and Lu Yu and his companions heard it distinctly. The barrage lasted only a brief moment before it ceased, likely having exhausted the magazine's ammunition. Lu Yu released his grip on his head, cautiously lifting it to glance at the fishing boat. After a considerable wait, no figures emerged from the vessel's edge. Uncertain of what had transpired, Lu Yu felt no need for clarity. He quickly assessed his body, finding himself unscathed, and exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Old Wang groaned beside him, causing Lu Yu's heart to race. He hurriedly turned to Old Wang and inquired, What is the matter, Old Wang? Old Wang's face was glistening with droplets, whether from rain or sweat was unclear. His facial muscles were somewhat contorted as he murmured, "Lu, check my backside. I think I've been hit. Just now it felt as though a searing iron had grazed me, and now I can hardly feel it." Su Lan, standing behind, quickly rose to examine him, and, upon assessing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. "Old Wang is fine. It's just a scrape. It seems a bullet grazed you. I've checked, and it's merely a blood mark without an entry wound, though the cut is rather deep and needs immediate attention." "Is that so? It seems my life is still resilient, haha. Otherwise, if I had just disembarked and met Yin Wang, I would surely feel quite unfortunate." Chapter 19. So reckless? Jumping without hesitation. Upon realizing it was merely a scrape, Liu also felt a sense of relief. Since Su Lan was a nurse, he believed it best to leave the bandaging to a professional. "Su Lan, could you assist Old Wang with the bandaging? I have some supplies in my backpack. Please see what might be suitable." "Indeed, I can manage without your prompting. I will fetch the supplies," Su Lan replied before turning to enter the tent. Having endured several crises that night, Liu was physically drained, his arms sore and numb from rowing. Realizing the futility of continuing to paddle against the waves, he decided to simply drift with the current, observing that the waves were gradually steering them away from the fishing boat. He opted to refrain from paddling and instead engaged Old Wang in conversation. Su Lan soon returned with an assortment of medical supplies, including Yunnan by Yao and hemostatic bandages, and skillfully began to tend to Old Wang's injury. Fortunately, as they had taken the initiative to escape, they were relatively well prepared, with ample medical supplies and provisions. Just as Su Lan finished bandaging Old Wang's injury, the three of them faintly heard a splash in the distance, as if something had fallen into the sea. The three individuals, taken aback, lifted their gazes, only to witness a figure leaping from the fishing boat. Soon, two heads emerged from the water, frantically waving their arms towards them. They exchanged perplexed glances, pondering the audacity of such reckless behavior. A moment of silence enveloped them as they contemplated whether to extend their aid. They had finally managed to distance themselves from the fishing vessel. Venturing forth to rescue the individuals might provoke the gang, led by the scar-faced man, to retaliate with gunfire, potentially jeopardizing their own lives. The atmosphere grew tense as they silently observed the two frail silhouettes, bobbing amidst the waves, a mere 20 meters away. After a prolonged silence, Su Lan could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "What should we do about Liu? Those two resemble the female university students." Old Wang turned his head, and both their gazes fixated on Liu, awaiting his decision. Liu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words, his throat dry. He cleared his throat and inquired, "What do you think, Old Wang?" After a moment of contemplation, Old Wang replied, "Don't ask me. My answer is to refrain from intervening. We have only just secured our safety. To venture there now would be courting disaster. Besides, taking on two burdens is beyond our original plan, and we are uncertain whether our provisions will suffice." Liu then turned his attention to Su Lan, who, after a brief silence, quietly remarked, "We brought ample food and water. It should be sufficient." Their positions were now evident. Old Wang was firmly against the rescue, while Su Lan was inclined to assist. The decision was once again passed back to Liu. As he deliberated, Old Wang coughed, breaking the tension. "Xiao Lu, what do you claim to have learned on the boat?" Liu was momentarily taken aback, then sighed softly, turning to enter the tent of the lifeboat. Seeing Liu's resolve, Su Lan felt a mix of resignation and understanding, refraining from further persuasion. She instead pulled Old Wang into the lifeboat to shield him from the rain, which could lead to infection of his wounds. While she returned to the bow of the boat, lost in contemplation. In the tumultuous sea, the two individuals, despite wearing life vests, were struggling. One figure appeared to be on the verge of succumbing. As a large wave crashed, one of them vanished beneath the surface. Su Lan's heart tightened, but after a moment, she spotted the other figure re-emerging, having grasped the trawl net that had been lowered from their fishing boat. Unable to contain her surprise, she gasped. Hearing her exclamation, Liu emerged once more, inquiring about the situation. Su Lan pointed towards the proximity, stating, "One person has gone under, but the other is holding onto the trawl net. I fear they won't last much longer." Liu, observing the desperate individual clinging to the net, gritted his teeth and declared, "Sister Lan, let us row over to rescue them." Su Lan, filled with excitement, replied affirmatively, her eyes reflecting admiration for Liu. Inside the lifeboat, old Wang observed as the two began to vigorously paddle towards the struggling swimmer. He refrained from voicing any objections, merely letting out a gentle sigh, while simultaneously shifting away from the bow to avoid being obstructed by the canopy above, wary of the possibility of the scar-faced gang opening fire once more. Previously, it was mentioned that amidst the current tumultuous waves, advancing through mere paddling proves to be exceedingly arduous. Thus, although Lu Yu and his companions were merely 20 meters away from the stranded individuals, it took them a substantial 10 minutes to reach their destination. As they drew closer, Lu Yu discerned that it was indeed one of the two female university students, her name escaping him at that moment. He observed her clinging desperately to a fishing boat's dragnet, adorned with a black life buoy, appearing on the verge of losing her grip. Upon recognizing the dire situation, Lu Yu and Su Lan swiftly extended their paddles for her to grasp. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to pull Yang Liqin onto the rescue raft. Subsequently, as a fellow woman, Su Lan naturally inquired about her condition, while Lu Yu attentively surveyed the fishing boat surroundings, contemplating a prompt departure from it. Before Su Lan could utter more than a couple of questions, Yang Liqin, having regained a modicum of composure, urgently shouted, "Hurry, save Jia Hui. She hasn't surfaced for a long time. If we delay, it will be too late for her." Su Lan quietly explained, "That girl named Jia Hui has been missing for nearly 20 minutes now, and in this pitch darkness, it is impossible to search for her. Moreover, we are in grave danger. If Dao Ba and his crew brandish their firearms, none of us will survive." To Su Lan's dismay, Yang Liqin responded with vehement accusations, exclaiming, "How can you stand by and do nothing? It's your fault for taking so long to arrive. Otherwise, Jia Hui wouldn't be missing. You clearly had a plan, but chose not to include us in your escape. It would have been simple to paddle over a bit, and we could all have boarded the ship. Now, Jia Hui is lost, and you are nothing but murderers." Old Wang, who had been crouched down, found himself at a loss for words, internally reflecting that he had warned against the rescue, as not everyone is worth risking their lives for. Lu Yu was equally taken aback, having braved significant danger to save someone only to be met with such reproach. Remembering old Wang's earlier objections, an inexplicable anger welled within him. He turned his gaze coldly upon Yang Liqin and declared, "Miss, we are not law enforcement and are under no obligation to rescue you. Our plans do not require your inclusion. If you possess the capability to escape on your own, I would commend your resourcefulness, not chastise you for your foolishness. Furthermore, this boat belongs to the three of us, not to you. It is not your place to issue commands. Now, kindly step aside, as we must distance ourselves from this fishing vessel immediately." Without awaiting her response, he began to paddle in the opposite direction. However, to Lu Yu's astonishment, rather than showing any sign of restraint upon receiving his reprimand, Yang Liqin escalated her outburst, resembling a deranged woman, incessantly proclaiming, "No, Lu Yu, you cannot leave. We cannot abandon Jia Hui. How can you all be so selfish, standing idly by while someone is in peril? You are all murderers." Chapter 20. In times of crisis, the self-righteous must be sacrificed. She continued her relentless tirade, disregarding even Su Lan's attempts to console her, and went so far as to insult Su Lan as a selfish person for only caring about herself on the first day aboard the ship, leaving them to suffer insults from Dao Ba and his crew, while Su Lan seemed unaffected. Lao Wang was seething with rage, yet he found himself incapacitated, unable to rise due to his predicament, resorting instead to grinding his teeth in frustration. At the bow of the boat, Lu Yu initially pretended not to hear, but upon hearing Yang Liqin begin to chastise Su Lan, he could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his facial features contorted in fury. He forcefully swung he held towards the lifeboat and seized Yang Liqin's hand, yanking her towards him with an explosive shout. "Damn you, you lunatic. I deeply regret not heeding Lao Wang's advice. You think you are some kind of saint, wanting to save others? Then go ahead and save them yourself. I refuse to assist you any longer." With that, he kicked her off the lifeboat with great force. After discarding Yang Liqin, Lu Yu silently picked up the oar and resumed rowing. Lao Wang and Su Lan were taken aback by Lu Yu's actions, exchanging glances, both hesitant to interject. Their expressions were markedly different. Lao Wang's eyes brimmed with vindication, appreciating Lu Yu's boldness, while Su Lan, though relieved to some extent, was chiefly concerned for Yang Liqin's safety. Turning her gaze toward Yang Liqin, who still demonstrated some swimming ability as she desperately paddled towards the lifeboat, the atmosphere aboard the vessel grew exceedingly tense. After a prolonged silence, seeing Yang Liqin nearing exhaustion, Su Lan could no longer restrain herself. With a sigh, she extended her oar once more to pull Yang Liqin back aboard. Throughout this ordeal, Wang and Lu Yu remained silent, neither endorsing nor opposing her actions. Once Yang Liqin was safely back on board, Su Lan whispered, "Sister, please be quiet and refrain from speaking. Otherwise, you risk being thrown off again, and no one will be able to save you." After her second rescue, Yang Liqin became considerably more subdued, retreating into the lifeboat. Sitting quietly with her arms wrapped around her knees, her head tucked down, Lu Yu glanced at her but chose to ignore her presence, instead calling to Su Lan. "Sister Lan, come help me. Let us row the lifeboat further away first." Su Lan nodded and picked up another oar, joining Lu Yu in rowing. Fortunately, the figures of Scar and his companions did not reappear on the fishing boat. After rowing for another 10 minutes, having put a fair distance between themselves and the fishing vessel, both Lu Yu and Su Lan were exhausted, their arms weary and sore. Finally, Lu Yu set down the oar and invited Su Lan to rest inside. By this point, nearly an hour had passed since their leap into the sea. The wind and rain had noticeably subsided. Although their lifeboat appeared rudimentary, it posed no risk of capsizing. At that moment, they could finally consider themselves temporarily safe, having escaped the clutches of Scar and his gang. Wang, noticing their return, promptly said, "Xiao Lu, Su Lan, you must be tired. Rest for a moment and have something to eat to replenish your energy." Lu Yu nodded, still affected by the earlier events and lacking the spirit to converse. Silently retrieving his backpack and extracting some food. Due to their prior planning, Lu Yu and his companions were well prepared with various supplies, particularly focusing on food. As Lu Yu rummaged through their provisions, he decided against consuming the packaged items, which, being sealed and durable, could be saved for later. After a careful selection, he retrieved a piece of dried pork that he had personally smoked. As a chef, he had access to an array of ingredients, and naturally, the items he packed into his backpack were meticulously chosen based on their high energy content, ease of storage, and resistance to spoilage. Lu Yu produced a multi-functional knife from his belongings and divided the dried pork into several pieces, distributing them among Wang and Su Lan. When he noticed Yang Liqin, he hesitated momentarily, then handed Su Lan an additional piece, signaling with his eyes for her to share it. Su Lan understood immediately, nodding in agreement as she passed a piece to Yang Liqin. Yang Liqin accepted it without hesitation, devouring it eagerly, clearly famished after a night of evasion and struggle. Having finished his portion, Lu Yu then distributed several bottles of water to everyone. After taking a hearty sip himself, he felt considerably uplifted. Setting aside the unforeseen complication of Yang Liqin, their escape plan had proven remarkably successful, despite the numerous incidents along the way and Wang sustaining some injuries. The overall outcome was commendable, leaving Lu Yu with little room for complaints. However, the raft was uncomfortably damp, filled with water from the rain and waves. And the situation was made worse by Wang having to lie down. Lu Yu contemplated the predicament and suggested, "Sister Lan, let's find a way to bail the water out of the raft." Su Lan concurred with this initiative, yet they lacked suitable tools. From his backpack, Lu Yu retrieved a small pot, an item he had debated bringing due to its bulkiness, but ultimately decided to include. Su Lan, on the other hand, could not find anything appropriate, so they took turns using the small pot to scoop water out, laboring for about half an hour before most of it was removed. At that moment, Lu Yu noticed that the raft seemed to be tilting, one side elevated above the other. Initially, he had attributed this to the strong winds and waves. But now that the conditions had calmed, the discrepancy was more pronounced. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Su Lan. "Sister Lan, I suspect something is lodged beneath the raft. I will dive down to investigate." Su Lan expressed her concern. "Should we really do this now? Perhaps we should wait until dawn." Lu Yu shook his head. "It's safe now. I just need to take a quick look." After considering the need for diving, he removed his life jacket and set it aside, then leapt into the water with a splash. Within 2 minutes, a worried Su Lan, gazing at the surface of the water, saw Lu Yu's head emerge. Wiping his face, he called out, "There's indeed something down there. It's the cylindrical container that holds the raft, and half of it is stuck below. I'm going to pull it out now." With that, he submerged once more. Wang, resting inside, heard the commotion and, mustering his strength, crawled to the edge of the raft, awaiting news from Yu. After a few minutes had passed, Yu lifted a large, semicircular plastic shell, and Su Lan along with old Wang hastily assisted him. They set the plastic shell aside and pulled Yu up. Chapter 21. A well-equipped lifeboat. While ushering Yu and old Wang inside to escape the rain, Su Lan curiously inquired, "Little Lu, couldn't you just toss that plastic shell into the sea? Why bring it back?" As Liu arranged the plastic shell, he replied, "It's not heavy. I thought I might set it aside in case it proves useful. For instance, I can cut it with a knife later and create a tool for scooping water." "Oh, very well." After this flurry of activity, Liu felt somewhat fatigued. Noticing that the rain had yet to cease, he decided to zip up the tent door to prevent any more rain from drifting inside. Having completed these tasks, he finally had the energy to examine their lifeboat more closely. In the deep of night, with visibility near zero, Yu switched on a flashlight. As he illuminated the area and inspected the lifeboat, he increasingly appreciated its professional design, fit for maritime emergencies. His assessment was validated when he discovered a light bulb on the top, accompanied by a switch. Curiosity piqued, he flipped the switch, and to his surprise, the light illuminated. Though dim, it undeniably enhanced the sense of security for everyone amidst the pitch-black sea. The other individuals were drawn to the light, expressing their intrigue. Continuing his exploration, Yu noticed a label on a corner column that read radar transponder, vacant, the meaning of which eluded him for the moment. However, he spotted a clearly defined rectangular toolbox secured with 2 ropes, bulging with contents, though it was in an open state. Old Wang, observing Yu's focused gaze on the toolbox, explained, "I opened it. The oars are right on top." Yu nodded in acknowledgement and approached to inspect it closely. Inside, he found an array of items, meticulously laid out. At the top was a paper inventory list. Utilizing the flashlight's beam, he glanced over the list, discovering a variety of items, including distress signal devices, compressed biscuits, water, and even seasickness tablets. As he read aloud, Su Lan and old Wang became intrigued and gathered closer to view. Although Yang Liqin remained stationary, she cast a few glances towards Yu. Yu systematically opened and examined the items alongside Su Lan. The first item was a waterproof flashlight encased in an orange cylinder, complete with 4 AA batteries. He switched it on, and it functioned perfectly. Setting it aside, he noted that each of them had a flashlight in their backpacks, rendering this additional one a delightful bonus. Next was a repair toolkit containing glue, plugs, a glue brush, a manual air pump, and a fishing kit that included fishing line, hooks, and lures. This particular package caught Yu's attention, as none of the 3 had brought fishing gear, simply because there had been none aboard the fishing vessel. Yu solemnly set aside the tool bag and continued to unpack. Next came 2 packages of insulation supplies. Upon opening, he discovered 2 orange coveralls, lined with aluminum foil, allowing the head to protrude. After a brief examination, Yu surmised that these garments were intended for warmth during the cold nights, proving to be quite valuable. So he placed them aside. Following that, he encountered several types of distress signals, including 2 canisters of orange smoke signals, which, according to the instructions, could be deployed on the water surface. There were also 2 rocket parachute flares and 2 parachute signals, along with 6 handheld red flame signals. The variety of distress signals was impressive, suggesting that the designer had thoughtfully considered the maritime survival environment, making them exceedingly practical. Continuing to unpack, Yu opened 2 more packages labeled radar reflector and lifeboat sunlight signal mirror. The latter revealed a small metal mirror. Yu was somewhat bewildered and looked questioningly at Su Lan and Wang. Both shook their heads, indicating their own lack of understanding. Faced with so many unfamiliar items, Yu had no time for thorough examination and set them aside. He then found a manual on maritime survival, which brightened his eyes. They were in dire need of survival knowledge, and this handbook would undoubtedly prove invaluable. In addition, there was a large first aid kit, undeniably a useful item. Lastly, he discovered a considerable quantity of drinking water, neatly packaged in individual 250 milliliters containers, alongside 6 boxes of compressed biscuits and a bottle of motion sickness medication. The array of items strewn across the lifeboat was indeed a sight to behold, greatly enhancing their confidence in rescue. Originally, their plan was to escape onto the sea and await rescue from passing vessels, as they believed this area was a fishing ground. While they were uncertain about other types of ships, fishing boats would surely be plentiful. They anticipated drifting on a lifeboat for a day or two before being rescued. However, during their planning, they had worried that passing vessels might fail to spot them. Now, with an abundance of distress signal devices at their disposal, that concern seemed to have dissipated. The three of them exhaled in relief. The first half of the night had been filled with frantic escapes and struggles for survival, fraught with unexpected challenges. They had persevered through sheer willpower until now, and as they relaxed, the accumulated fatigue began to take its toll. Wang had already reclined, while Lu Yu and Su Lan felt utterly drained, opting to sit and rest. In their minds, they hoped that with a stroke of luck, perhaps by dawn, the weather would clear and they might be rescued. Unbeknownst to them, that night, nearby fishing vessels had received forecasts of severe weather, prompting all but Dao Bao's boat to vacate the area. This unfortunate circumstance resulted in their drifting at sea for several days without encountering any ships, ultimately leading them to a deserted island, where another chapter of survival began, though that is a tale for another time. As fate would have it, Lu Yu and Su Lan, each clinging to a lifeboat, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped away, and Lu Yu was stirred from his stupor by a voice calling his name. Groggily, he opened his eyes, disoriented for a moment before realizing he was still aboard the lifeboat with Su Lan and Old Wang. Following the source of the voice, he saw Old Wang crouched at the bow, the zipper door slightly ajar, presumably for his own observation. It was indeed Old Wang who had been calling out to him and Su Lan, and at that moment, Su Lan also awakened. Lu Yu glanced outside, only to be met with an inky darkness, illuminated solely by the stark white light of the lamp atop their lifeboat, though the rain had mostly ceased. Chapter 22. A signal of hope, the two hurried over to inquire about the situation. Old Wang gestured towards Yang Liqin and said, "You two just fell asleep. So I didn't dare close my eyes, keeping watch instead. I just noticed the girl was shivering and mumbling incoherently. I suspect she is ill." Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief, realizing that Yang Liqin was the one in trouble, alleviating his concern somewhat. He had harbored significant discontent towards this girl since the previous night, perplexed as to how such a selfish and arrogant individual had managed to survive until now. Observing Lu Yu's silence, Su Lan understood he still held grievances against Yang Liqin, so she approached the girl to assess her condition. First, Su Lan gently pressed her forehead and found it to be alarmingly hot. She murmured, "She has a fever, and it's quite severe, likely over 38 degrees. Subsequently, she retrieved a flashlight to conduct a thorough examination. Upon hearing of the fever, Lu Yu and Old Wang felt reassured, considering the medical supplies aboard the lifeboat and their own stock of antipyretics. However, as Su Lan continued her examination, her expression grew increasingly grave. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Yu asked Sister Lan, "What is wrong? You look so serious." Su Lan turned to them, her demeanor somber. "The fever is accompanied by hypothermia. The situation is dire. If not properly addressed, she could perish." Old Wang, bewildered, inquired, "How can a fever which causes the body to be hot also lead to hypothermia?" While rummaging through her backpack for medication, Su Lan quickly explained, "Her body is engaged in battle. The fever is her immune system fighting off invading bacteria. However, since she has been clad in wet clothes and sitting on a cold raft, her body heat has been siphoned away, much like a pot with a hole burned through it. In summary, this situation is quite perilous. Little Lu, I recall that during your inventory check, you had 2 sets of thermal clothing. Please fetch one for me." Understood. Lu Yu conceded, momentarily setting aside his previous grievances regarding Yang Liqin's foolishness. He prioritized saving her and swiftly retrieved a piece of thermal clothing, tearing open the packaging. At that moment, Su Lan was administering antipyretics to Yang Liqin and subsequently produced a set of dry clothes from her backpack. After receiving the thermal clothing from Lu Yu, Su Lan instructed, "I will change her into dry clothes now. Please turn around." Lu Yu and Wang promptly turned their gazes towards the inky depths of the sea outside the lifeboat. Moments later, Su Lan's voice resounded once more. "Xiao Lu, please massage Liqin's palms and soles to warm her up a bit, and then we can dress her in the thermal suit. That should suffice." Complying without hesitation, Lu Yu momentarily set aside any notions of gender distinctions, diligently following her instructions. As he rubbed her hands and feet, he noticed, illuminated by the lifeboat's light, that Su Lan's skin appeared remarkably improved, exhibiting a porcelain-like delicacy. A stark contrast to the coarse and sallow complexion he recalled from their first acquaintance. Curiosity piqued. Lu Yu inquired, "Sister Lan, how has your skin changed so drastically?" Su Lan paused in surprise, glancing at her hand before replying softly, "You caught me. I've been applying a special substance to my skin." Understanding dawned upon Lu Yu. It was evident that Su Lan, in her efforts to safeguard herself, had donned a disguise prior to embarking on the fishing vessel. "And what a birthmark on your face. Is it also a facade?" He casually probed. "Guess," Su Lan responded with a sly smile, evading a direct answer. Lu Yu, merely satisfied with his question, felt no inclination to delve further into the matter. Once Yang Liqin appeared to be adequately settled, he remembered the fever Su Lan had mentioned and realized that the three of them were also clad in damp clothing. He swiftly retrieved his backpack to search for spare garments. After a flurry of activity, Lu Yu, Su Lan, and Wang donned their spare attire. It was May 27th, and in the South Sand region, the temperatures were relatively warm, reaching over 20 degrees during the day. Fortunately, their spare clothing consisted of short sleeves and lightweight fabrics, occupying minimal space in their backpacks. At this moment, Yang Liqin had donned a thermal suit, with only her head protruding, and her complexion appeared somewhat improved, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic snore, evidence that Su Lan's emergency measures were taking effect. Though the lifeboat could accommodate 45 individuals, it was not particularly spacious, measuring only about 3 to 4 square meters. With Yang Liqin and Wang lying down, the remaining space was quite limited. Having rested earlier, Lu Yu and Su Lan decided to let Wang take a turn to rest while they stood watch through the night. In such circumstances, vigilance was imperative. Any unforeseen events demanded immediate response. Lu Yu glanced at the time. It was just past 4 in the morning, meaning he had only managed to sleep for approximately 2 hours. Fortunately, the rain had ceased, the wind had calmed considerably, and the waves were gentle, causing only slight undulations in the lifeboat. Lu Yu first turned off the overhead light to conserve battery power, then unzipped the tent flap to allow fresh air to circulate within the lifeboat. Engaging in light conversation with Su Lan. Gazing out into the enveloping darkness, Lu Yu recalled the abundance of distress signal flares at their disposal and suddenly proposed, "Sister Lan, shall we fire off a signal flare? There might be a passing ship." Su Lan's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the suggestion. Lu Yu retrieved the recently organized toolkit, and after examining several types of distress signal instructions with Su Lan, they decided upon the rocket parachute distress flare. The signal flares they possessed amounted to 2, as the manual indicated that they could reach heights exceeding 300 meters. Upon ignition, a miniature parachute would deploy, allowing the flare to descend gracefully while continuing to emit a luminous glow throughout its descent, proving to be most suitable for their current situation. Lu Yu felt a flicker of anticipation. To avoid disturbing Wang and Yang Liqin, he deliberately stepped outside the tent, positioning himself a short distance away. With both hands raised, he held the flare, aimed it at the sky, and swiftly twisted his right hand. A resounding bang erupted, reminiscent of the fireworks celebrated during the New Year. A flare, bursting forth in splendid brilliance, soared towards the heavens with a piercing whistle. Moments later, it exploded mid-air, gently descending, its illumination far more striking and enduring than that of New Year's fireworks. The sound was somewhat loud, catching Lu Yu by surprise. He glanced back into the tent, concerned, only to find Wang and Yang Liqin undisturbed, lost in deep slumber, which relieved him. Lu Yu returned to the tent, sitting beside Su Lan. The two of them curled up with their knees drawn close, gazing up at the flare that resembled dazzling fireworks in the night sky. Both hearts swelling with hope, envisioning the possibility of returning home the following day. The atmosphere was momentarily serene, with neither of them uttering a word, simply sitting in tranquil silence. After a few minutes, the flare finally extinguished, plunging completely into the boundless ocean. At this juncture, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, indicating that daybreak was imminent. Chapter 23. Sunrise at sea. Lu Yu's spirits lifted, prompting him to inquire, "Sister Lan, once we return, what is the one thing you most wish to do?" Su Lan paused in thought before softly responding, "I need to find a way to earn money. I must gather enough for the surgery." Lu Yu had not anticipated that his question would touch upon such a sensitive subject, silently chiding himself. After a moment of reflection, he pressed on, How much is needed? The surgery alone will require around 5 to 600,000. Additionally, we must wait for a match and factoring in post-operative recovery and treatment. We will need at least 100,000 more. A sigh escaped Lu Yu's lips. So, is it solely upon you? What the child's father? He refuses to take responsibility. He left. I suppose I was blind to his true nature. At this, Su Lan's eyes dimmed momentarily, only to rekindle with a flicker of determination as she declared, "But I cannot give up. I am his mother, and I must take responsibility for him." Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the painful memories buried within. She spoke of her son, Lele, not of his illness, but of the mundane yet precious moments. The first time he wobbled towards her, his first utterance of the word mama. The doctor had assured her that with a transplant, there was great hope. She paused, her gaze fixed on the endless dark night ahead every day. I ponder whether those malignant cells within his tiny body are akin to this ocean, appearing calm on the surface yet boundless and capable of swallowing one whole. At that moment, a slender golden seam unexpectedly split open along the edge of the dark sky, pried apart by an unseen force, quickly widening under the surge of an overwhelming power. The indescribable colors surged forth, transcending mere shades of orange or gold. They embodied the essence of refined molten metal, the flowing sweetness of honey, and the shy blush of roses. All the warmest, softest, and most vibrant hues melted together, stirred by an invisible hand. Splashing into the deep blue sea, the ocean awakened. The once lifeless mirror transformed instantaneously into a blazing, flowing liquid flame. Each ripple was adorned with the brightest golden edges, dancing as it ignited from the world's end, burning its way to the edge of their small raft. Light acquired weight and warmth, saturating their entire field of vision, assertively driving away every remnant of darkness and coldness. Su Lan ceased her narration, gazing blankly at the burning sea, where two tiny golden flames ignited within her pupils. The light illuminated Su Lan's fair, delicate face, reflecting a faint golden glow. Apart from her birthmark, she appeared utterly flawless. The two were momentarily spellbound by the breathtaking sunrise over the ocean, rendered speechless. After a long pause, Lu Yu slowly remarked, "Sister Lan, look, darkness is not boundless." He pointed toward the radiant orb of light escaping the horizon, too bright to behold. It will be torn apart. Su Lan felt as though she had been electrified, trembling slightly, her face displaying astonishment as she deeply regarded Lu Yu. She then turned to face the sun, extending her right hand, not to grasp the light, but to gently spread her fingers, allowing the almost tangible warmth to flow through her fingertips, cascading onto her cold hand. A scorching tear unexpectedly fell on her hand, mingling with the sunlight, indistinguishable from one another. She did not sob, but instead inhaled deeply, filled with sunlight, ocean, and a vast, boundless hope of rebirth. Yes, as she gazed at the sun, it was as though she were affirming to herself, her voice clear and calm, "It will be torn apart." The first truly searing ray of light finally leapt completely above the water's surface, casting their long, resolute shadows upon the shimmering golden sea behind them. Thus the night crumbled, and the day reigned supreme. "Sister Lan, it will get better. We must survive and return. Let us persevere." Lu Yu's tone was imbued with determination. "Together, we will prevail." Su Lan's eyes sparkled with hope and brilliance. The atmosphere fell into an extraordinary silence. Neither spoke further, merely savoring the beauty of the sunrise. After a considerable time, Su Lan broke the silence with a light laugh, saying, "Oh, Lu Yu, you've almost stripped me of all my secrets, yet you haven't shared anything about yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu displayed an embarrassed expression before recounting the simple tale of how he had been deceived. He concluded, "Sister Lan, do you think I'm foolish? I haven't dared to tell anyone, fearing they would scold me for being naive. How could this be your fault?" Su Lan shook her head in surprise. "Clearly, your childhood friend is to blame. It is the wickedness of Dao Ba and his ilk. Why should you bear the burden?" After a brief pause, she added essentially, "We are of the same ilk. I once trusted him deeply, only to find him falter at a critical moment. Kindness is not our fault. Rather, it must be directed towards the right individuals. What do you think?" Lu Yu trembled slightly, as he had long worried about others discovering that he had been deceived. However, upon hearing Su Lan's words, he felt as though enlightenment washed over him. Indeed, he believed that his childhood friend had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with those who misled him. Why should he bear such a heavy cross? Lu Yu gazed at Su Lan and nodded vigorously, stating, Sister Lan, you are absolutely correct. Our kindness is not misplaced. It should simply be bestowed upon the right people. Around 9 in the morning, Lao Wang and Yang Liqin awoke one after the other. Although both were nursing injuries, the environment made it difficult for them to truly relax. Su Lan first examined the wound on Lao Wang's backside, skillfully reapplying the bandage before moving to Yang Liqin's side. There was still a slight fever, but the worst had passed. Su Lan gently removed her hand from Yang Liqin's and sighed with relief. Sister Lan, Yang Liqin suddenly cried out, bursting into tears and tightly embracing Su Lan. Su Lan was taken aback by her sudden emotional outburst and could only reciprocate the embrace, gently patting her back in comfort, saying, Liqin, it's all right. It's all behind you now. You are safe, and your fever is subsiding. No, that is not it, Sister Lan. It was Jiahui. I caused Jiahui's death. I insisted on bringing her aboard this fishing boat. Even though she was clearly reluctant, she still accompanied me. In that moment, Lu Yu and Lao Wang pieced together the essence of the unfolding narrative. Su Lan found herself at a loss for words of comfort and maintained the embrace, allowing Yang Liqin to release her pent-up emotions. After 10 minutes, Yang Liqin's feelings had finally settled, and she released Su Lan, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, Sister Lan, I'm sorry for losing control just now. Su Lan smiled gently and replied, what are you apologizing for? We are all in the same boat and must naturally help one another. By the way, Xiao Lu, didn't you mention that you wanted to discuss something with Liqin? She turned encouragingly towards Lu Yu. Chapter 24. Inventory of supplies. While Lao Wang and the others were asleep, they had indeed discussed the matter concerning Yang Liqin. Lu Yu had mentioned that they would observe her attitude, and if she could rectify it, he would be open to accepting her. Clearing his throat, Lu Yu began, Yang Liqin, regarding the past events, we have turned the page. What do you think? Yang Liqin paused, taken aback, and then nodded vigorously, saying, all right, Brother Lu, I have forgotten about the past. Lu Yu visibly relaxed and continued, now, the four of us are in the same boat, and we should work together. However, you are an unforeseen variable. Your lack of supplies is, in itself, a burden. I tend to be quite straightforward, so please do not take offense. It's fine. Brother Lu, you are absolutely right. Please, go ahead, Yang Liqin said, displaying a hint of nervousness. Next, if you are willing to follow the arrangements, we can attempt to accept you. However, you must fulfill your responsibilities and undertake the assigned tasks, all of which will be evaluated. I will be responsible for your assessment, and only if you pass will you truly be considered one of us. Can you accept that? Lu Yu spoke slowly. Certainly, I too long for the comfort of home, and I am willing to heed your arrangements, Lu Go, as long as it is within my capabilities, Yang Liqin earnestly stated. Very well, then there are no issues. Yang Liqin, welcome to our escape team. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yu. Lu Yu's expression softened slightly as he extended his right hand. The two shook hands in reconciliation, and both Su Lan and Lao Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, having an unpredictable element aboard the lifeboat would have been a source of great unease. Moreover, there was no way to address it. After all, one could not simply toss Yang Liqin into the sea to feed the fish. They were not villains. The atmosphere aboard the lifeboat lightened, and Lao Wang inquired if anything had transpired while they were asleep. Lu Yu replied that he had fired a distress signal flare. However, more than 2 hours had elapsed, and it seemed to have had little effect. Lu Yu then broached the subject of duty shifts prior to their rescue. It was imperative that someone remain awake at all times. Consequently, he organized 3 shifts, each lasting 8 hours. Considering that Yang Liqin was still in her probationary period and could not be entirely trusted, he voluntarily placed her on the same shift as himself, covering the hours from midnight to 8 in the morning. Everyone expressed their agreement without objection. Finally, Lu Yu proposed to inventory their supplies. With Yang Liqin's inclusion, he needed to ascertain the total amount of food and water they possessed, including the provisions provided on the lifeboat, in preparation for a prolonged struggle. Lu Yu gathered the 3 backpacks together, along with the lifeboat supplies of compressed biscuits and water. He opened each of their backpacks one by one, having already gained a general understanding of their contents due to their previous division of labor. For instance, Lao Wang primarily carried equipment and tools. Lu Yu was responsible for food, while Su Lan held various emergency supplies. However, to mitigate the risk of any backpack being lost during their escape. The three types of supplies were cross-stored, particularly the water. Water was the most vital resource. Everyone knew that one could survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Each person's backpack contained 3 large bottles of 15 liters of water, in addition to the 10 liters of bagged water available on a lifeboat. Therefore, we currently have a total of 235 liters of water, and having consumed a bit, we can estimate 22 liters remaining, which averages to 55 liters per person. I intend to plan for a week's duration. Please let me know if there are any concerns. This means we can only consume just under 0.8 liters per day. As Lu Yu calculated, he swiftly articulated his thoughts. 0.8 liters is roughly equivalent to 15 small bottles of water typically purchased at the supermarket, which should be a sufficient amount. Indeed, let us proceed with a week's plan. And as we progress, we may need to conserve our usage even more. Wang concurred while also sharing his thoughts. Su Lan considered this and raised no objections. And Yang Liqi naturally had no issues either. Next, we must address the food situation. Fortunately, I had prepared a considerable amount beforehand. And with the addition of the compressed biscuits here, let me make a rough estimate. Lu Yu remarked as he retrieved the food he had prepared from his backpack. Previously mentioned, Lu Yu prepared food under conditions of high energy and long shelf life. Thus he stocked up on smoked fish, smoked meat, and dried pancakes, which are durable and resistant to spoilage. Su Lan and Wang had also packed some snacks in their backpacks, combining this with the compressed biscuits on the survival raft. Lu Yu calculated a daily food ration for each person. Once the inventory meeting concluded, Lu Yu assigned today's food and water supplies, knowing that the quantity was fixed for the day and just needed to be managed properly. After breakfast, the 4 individuals engaged in their respective activities. Wang had just discovered 2 unopened packets of cigarettes in his backpack, and feeling the urge to smoke, he requested Lu Yu's assistance to sit up. The 2 cautiously made their way to the tent entrance to smoke and alleviate their fatigue. As they smoked, they conversed, feeling optimistic about their chances of rescue. After all, they were in a well-known fishing ground, and it was reasonable to expect that there would be numerous deep-sea fishing vessels nearby. With so many distress signal tools at their disposal, they planned to gradually release them by nightfall, hoping to attract the attention of passing ships. Their conversation remained lighthearted, prompting Lu Yu to inquire about Wang's past. He learned that Wang had previously been involved in renovations, possessing commendable skills. However, after encountering some unforeseen circumstances, details he refrained from sharing, he sought quick financial gains and inadvertently ended up on a scarred fishing vessel. Lu Yu also candidly shared his experiences, and Wang, upon hearing them, offered a comforting pat on Lu Yu's shoulder. After smoking 2 cigarettes to satisfy their cravings, Wang returned inside to lie down. His wound had begun to scab, but he needed to avoid any contact with it, so he could only lie face down comfortably. Su Lan was diligently studying the specific usage of the emergency supplies aboard the survival raft, while Yang Liqi, with no activities to occupy her, picked up the maritime survival manual available on the raft to read. Lu Yu, observing the lack of tasks, habitually retrieved his mobile phone for his backpack. Thanks to careful protection, the phone remained intact with a battery level of 65. However, there was no signal, rendering most applications useless. After fiddling with it for a while, Lu Yu discovered that the built-in compass was still functional. After a moment of observation, he noted that they were drifting slightly southwest. With no network, the phone was practically useless, but it still held some utility. Lu Yu then pulled out the solar panel he had purchased before boarding, attempting to see if it could charge his phone. Chapter 25. Fishing in leisure time, he had bought a relatively small solar panel for easy storage. It was only slightly larger than an average tablet, equipped with a USB voltage regulator on one end that could connect to a phone or other electronic devices. According to the vendor, it could generate about 3 W of power daily, which should suffice for charging a phone. After some adjustments, Lu Yu found it functioning normally, which was reassuring. At least his phone wouldn't run out of battery, and it might even charge a flashlight or the bulb hanging from the tent ceiling. Just then, Su Lan's voice interrupted. "Xiao Lu, I've gone through the manuals for these items, and I believe we should install the radar reflector first." Lu Yu responded with an attentive "Oh," leaning closer to Su Lan with curiosity. "What is this used for?" Su Lan raised the instruction manual in her hand and explained. "It states that we can increase the radar wave's reflective area. I admit I do not fully comprehend the specifics, but it should facilitate the rescue vessels in locating us." With that, they decided to proceed with this task. Since Su Lan had conducted the research, Lu Yu opted for a more leisurely approach. Following the instructions, the two promptly unwrapped the package and unfolded the radar reflector. Once deployed, its appearance was somewhat challenging to describe. It resembled a magnified version of the laundry cleaning balls used by some households. Neither of them understood the underlying principles, but it was unnecessary. They secured it to the top of the tent, as directed by the manual. Yang Li-Qin, exhibiting her perceptiveness, came over to lend a hand. Having completed the radar reflector, Lu Yu, feeling somewhat idle, inquired if there were any other novel items that could assist them in being discovered by other vessels. Aside from various distress signals, Su Lan presented a small pouch labeled Sunlight Signal Mirror. Upon opening it, they found a small square mirror. Lu Yu had previously taken a glance, but was unaware of its purpose. Su Lan held the mirror and elucidated. The manual indicates that there's a rope attached to this apparatus called a sighting hole, and the mirror features a small hole termed an observation hole. When in use, the mirror faces the sunlight while the sighting hole is aimed at our target. Our eyes should align through the observation hole and the sighting hole, and by adjusting the mirror's angle, we can reflect sunlight onto our target. For instance, if we spot an aircraft or vessel at a distance that has not detected us, we can utilize this device. Realizing its potential, Lu Yu expressed his intrigue and attempted to use it. Subsequently, Su Lan and Yang Li-Qin each took a turn. Finding it quite simple, though it required a vessel to be effective, Lu Yu ultimately concluded, "Are there any other useful items?" Su Lan replied, "There is nothing else of note, merely the items you're already aware of. I just inspected the first aid kit, and it appears relatively complete, containing antibiotics, antipyretics, and elastic bandages for hemorrhage control. You may not grasp these concepts, but I understand them well enough." After a busy morning, Lu Yu and his companions had nearly exhausted their exploration of the supplies aboard the life raft. Following their lunch, they began to feel a sense of boredom. Being adrift in the vast ocean, the scenery remained unchanged no matter when they looked, and the novelty soon faded. Thus, they congregated to engage in conversation, initially directing their discourse toward Lao Wang, whose knowledge of the Scarface gang far surpassed theirs, and they were eager to hear the details. With nothing else to occupy their time, and a rainy day adding to the monotony, Lao Wang pondered briefly before divulging what he knew. He particularly noted the grim fate of employees lacking work capabilities who might be sold to the Cambodian districts, and when he mentioned Scarface's concealment of drugs, Yang Li-Qin gasped in horror, instinctively covering her mouth. A wave of dread washed over her as she reflected on the possibility that, had Lu Yu and the others not disrupted Scarface's plans, their destinies would likely have led them to Cambodia, continuing to defraud their compatriots. In the end, Lao Wang remarked, "Although I possess no evidence, it is likely that these individuals are merely a cog in a vast industrial chain. The reason for the selection of Daoba is due to the fact that his uncle works within the customs, which has led me to contemplate escape incessantly over the past year. However, feeling weak and vulnerable, I have refrained from taking rash actions." Upon hearing Lao Wang's final words, the others fell into a profound silence, feeling as though an ominous cloud loomed overhead, rendering them breathless. The magnitude of this dark industrial chain stretches from the domestic sphere to Southeast Asia, and this is only what they have encountered thus far. After a moment of quiet reflection, Lao Wang turned to the three and smiled, stating that regardless of whether this is a black market or not, we have managed to escape. As long as we encounter a passing ship, we can return home. At that point, we can all seek legitimate employment and distance ourselves from this abnormal high salary, which undoubtedly harbors issues. As for the black market, let the authorities concern themselves with it. Upon consideration, the others agreed. As ordinary citizens, there is no need for them to fret over such matters. Having grown weary from lying down for too long, Lao Wang pondered and recalled the fishing hooks and lines on a lifeboat, thus proposing an attempt at fishing. Lu Yu had no objections. Although their food supplies were relatively sufficient, catching a few fish could serve as a contingency and, more importantly, provide them with an activity to lift their spirits and prevent them from sinking into despondency. Without hesitation, they set to work, and Lu Yu assisted Lao Wang in retrieving the fishing gear. Since Lao Wang had little experience in fishing, he inquired if Lu Yu had any knowledge of the practice. Lao Wang chuckled wryly, stating that he had been too preoccupied with thoughts of making money to indulge in such leisure. Fortunately, despite his lack of practical experience, He had seen enough fishing videos on short video platforms to have some understanding. After some deliberation, Wang fashioned a rudimentary fishing rod using the ship's or as a makeshift pole. As for bait, the ship lacked anything fresh, and after searching, Yu decided to cut a small piece of cured meat to hang on the hook, joking that they couldn't use bait that was too large, lest they attract a shark. The others smiled, marking the lightest moment since their escape. With a chuckle, Wang cast the hook into the sea, then lay down to observe the float. Initially, Yu and the others were quite interested, occasionally checking if any fish had bitten. Unfortunately, whether due to their lack of skill or improper bait, they labored for over half an hour without a single nibble. Having previously slept little, Yu leaned against the edge of the lifeboat and dozed off, gradually succumbing to sleep. After some time, Yu was abruptly awakened by commotion, and upon opening his eyes, he saw the others animated with excitement. Upon noticing Yu's awakening, Su Lan cheerfully announced that they had finally caught a fish. At that moment, Yu beheld Wang gripping the oar tightly, appearing to be in a fierce struggle with a fish beneath the water. Instantly invigorated, Yu shook off his drowsiness, rose, and joined Wang in grasping the oar. With the support of Yu, the oars quickly stabilized. The two worked in unison to combat the fish in the sea for a while, and eventually, the fish exhausted its strength, its struggles noticeably diminishing. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Yu forcefully pulled on the oars, and abruptly, a lively fish was yanked from the water into the air. Upon closer inspection, it was a vibrant sea fish, weighing around 1 to 2 gene, though its species remained unrecognized by anyone. Yu retrieved the fishing rod and dragged the fish onto the lifeboat. He then promptly subdued the still wriggling fish and raised it for everyone to see, laughing heartily. Not bad, this fish is quite sizable. The others, including Su Lan, were equally excited, crowding around to observe and chattering incessantly, especially Yang Li-Qin, who proved to be quite the chatterbox, displaying her enthusiasm the most. After a moment of joy, the group began to deliberate on how to prepare the fish. With no means to start a fire aboard the boat, even if they possessed a lighter, it would be futile. After much contemplation, they concluded that consuming the fish raw was their only option, though they were largely unaccustomed to eating raw fish and felt some aversion to the idea. The reality of their situation at sea, where rescue might be delayed, prompted them to adapt in advance. As the designated chef, Yu took it upon himself to handle the task. Lacking specialized kitchen tools due to the constraints of his backpack, he resorted to a multifunctional knife. Skillfully, he scaled and bled the fish, cleansing it with seawater before commencing to slice it in his small pot. The next phase showcased his culinary skills as Yu deftly shaved off the fish flesh, slicing it into delicate pieces. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a lemon from his backpack, cut a few slices, and squeezed the juice over the fish, resulting in a glistening plate of sashimi. Some may question how he managed to have lemons during a flight for survival, deeming it implausible. To clarify, a prolonged absence of fruits and vegetables can lead to scurvy, a consequence of vitamin C deficiency. Hence, long-distance fishing vessels typically carry fresh produce when possible. Lemons, being durable, are often favored, and Yu had taken a few when assembling supplies for his journey. Wow, Yu, your skills are impressive. It certainly looks appetizing, Yang Li-Qin complimented. I shall taste this sashimi to discern its flavor, Yu declared, pinching a slice between his fingers and placing it in his mouth. After savoring it, he exclaimed, "Truly delightful. Fresh protein is simply exquisite. Everyone should partake. We must maintain our strength and not refrain from eating." The other three considered this, realizing that disliking something did not equate to outright refusal. They had all sampled sashimi before and found it palatable. One by one, they picked up slices to taste. It has a slight crunch. Thankfully, the lemon enhances the flavor, Su Lan remarked. Yang Li-Qin, being young, enjoyed the delicacy greatly, consuming slice after slice. Old Wang, known for his resilience and endurance, found such trivial matters to be inconsequential. Before long, every piece of fish had been devoured, leaving Yu and Yang Li-Qin with a lingering sense of desire for more. Wang, the upcoming sashimi relies on you, and I hope we have some for dinner, Yu said with a smile. Unfortunately, as time passed, perhaps due to a stroke of bad luck, Wang failed to catch any more fish. During this period, Yu dozed off a couple of times, and before he realized it, Midnight arrived, marking the beginning of his and Yang Liqin's night shift. Sister Lan, have there been any unusual occurrences? Lu Yu inquired. I haven't noticed anything, Su Lan replied, shaking her head. Then you should rest. I'll take care of the rest, Lu Yu reassured her. Su Lan nodded, found a corner, donned her thermal suit, and began to rest. As the night air was somewhat chilly, making her more comfortable, only Lu Yu and Yang Liqin remained awake on a lifeboat, both feeling somewhat awkward and at a loss for words. Lu Yu decided to refrain from initiating conversation, quietly gazing at the pitch-black sea. After half an hour, perhaps out of sheer boredom, Yang Liqin broke the silence. Lugo, what did you do before? How did you end up on a fishing boat? With such a personal question, Lu Yu hesitated, not initially wanting to answer, but eventually replied, I used to work as a chef in a restaurant. Everyone knows that. When the restaurant could no longer operate, I was eager to make money, so I came here. Oh, Yang Liqin nodded, and the conversation fell silent once more. Realizing this was not a sustainable situation, Lu Yu inquired, what about you? How did a university student end up on a distant fishing vessel? What is your major? He was genuinely curious. Well, it's quite simple. It's hard for university students to find jobs nowadays. We studied accounting at an ordinary second-tier university, so there's little competition. Later, this company said they were recruiting management trainees, but we had to learn on a fishing boat for 6 months before working at headquarters. I thought 6 months wouldn't be too long, so I agreed. Jiahui didn't want to come at first because she gets seasick, but at this point, Yang Liqin's emotions surged, and she began to sob, unable to continue. All right, I understand. I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry. Lu Yu comforted her, feeling apologetic. However, after this brief exchange, their relationship grew more familiar, allowing for a light conversation that, while not entirely harmonious, was at least no longer awkward. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the moon concealed itself behind clouds, and the starlight scattered across the inky waters, faintly illuminating only a short distance ahead. The lifeboat felt as if it were forgotten in a deep well, with only the sounds of breathing and the gentle lapping of water against the sides monotonously slicing through the silence. At this moment, drowsiness overtook Lu Yu, as this was the hour when fatigue typically set in. Leaning against the side of the boat, he began to doze off. Nevertheless, recalling that Yang Liqin was not yet trustworthy, he resisted the urge to sleep. Eventually, unable to hold out any longer, he thought of the cigarettes Wang had, and turned to enter the tent in search of them. In just a minute or two, as Lu Yu found the cigarettes and a lighter, he suddenly heard Yang Liqin's voice calling out, Lu Gu, come quickly, look at this. It's so beautiful. Her voice was filled with boundless excitement. Intrigued, Lu Yu felt a surge of curiosity and hurriedly stepped out of the tent, taking 3 steps at a time. Chapter 27, The Beautiful Trap. Just as Yang Liqin was about to examine whether a vessel was passing by, she excitedly pointed to a patch of the sea on her right and exclaimed, Lu Gu, look over here. Quickly. Lu Yu turned to follow her gesture and was equally astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. To their right, approximately 20 meters away, a vast expanse of shimmering blue light emerged, which could not merely be described as light, but rather as a living, slowly unfurling starry sky. Further out, countless blue lights drifted closer, converging to form a larger expanse of ethereal blue ocean. In the depths of the absolute darkness, unidentified organisms emitted a gentle, cold, otherworldly bioluminescence. The blue and violet hues transformed unpredictably, at times resembling the purest sapphire, and at others, evoking a bewitching pale purple, reminiscent of a glowing potion brewed by a legendary sorceress. The entire seascape was enveloped by this moving, tranquil blue nebula, breathtakingly beautiful to the point of rendering one breathless. It was no wonder that Yang Liqin, this young girl, was so excited and agitated. Lu Yu, too, was captivated by the enchanting spectacle before him for a full half-minute. But he soon regained his composure and admonished, Be quiet. Yang Liqin, lower your voice. Do not disturb them. Do you even know what those creatures are? Are they dangerous? Will they attack us while you are shouting here? Quickly, wake up Wang and the others. See if they know what it is. Yang Liqin felt unjustly chastised by Lu Yu, on the verge of tears. After all, it was such a beautiful scene, and what fault was there in her excitement? She had kindly invited Lu Yu to admire it together. However, after some contemplation, she resolved not to retort to Lu Yu, mindful of her probationary status. She could not afford to offend him. Thus, suppressing her dissatisfaction, she dutifully went inside to awaken the others. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained transfixed by the eerie blue sea not far away, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Indeed, they were on the boundless ocean, and the sudden appearance of such a strange blue expanse would unsettle anyone. It was only natural for a person to feel a sense of strangeness. And it seemed that only someone like Yang Liqin, a young girl newly entering society, would focus solely on appreciating the beauty. Soon, Su Lan and Yang Liqin emerged. Assisting Lao Wan. Upon following Lu Yu's gaze, Su Lan trembled with fear, covering her mouth with her hand, nearly gasping in astonishment. Lu Yu quickly gestured for silence and whispered, "Do not make a sound. Lan Jie, we do not know what those creatures are." After calming Su Lan, Lu Yu turned his attention to Lao Wang, eager to inquire if he understood the situation. Lao Wang furrowed his brow, staring at the strange blue sea, clearly lost in thought. However, after a brief moment of reflection, Lao Wang's expression abruptly changed. He stammered, It seems like it's called the moon jellyfish, which is highly toxic. Quickly, we cannot approach." Lao Wang trembled slightly in fear. "Lao Wang, have you seen these creatures before? What should we do now?" Lu Yu urgently asked. Lao Wang took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Noticing the three individuals staring at him, he quickly remarked, "I have never seen one myself, but I once overheard Dao Ba and his companions boast about it. They referred to it as the Seng Mao Shui Mu, known for its long tentacles, which can extend over 10 to 20 meters. It is quite beautiful, yet highly venomous. Dao Ba mentioned that if encountered, one must keep a considerable distance." After speaking, Lao Wang observed that the trio remained rooted in place, processing his words, and urgently shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Row the boat. Quickly. We cannot charge into the jellyfish swarm. Otherwise, we will surely meet our demise." Ignoring the pain in his injured backside, Lao Wang hurried into the tent and emerged with 2 paddles. Without hesitation, he handed one to Lu Yu, anxiously urging, "Hurry, paddle. We must not venture into their midst." Witnessing Lao Wang's distress, Lu Yu recognized the gravity of the situation. There was no time for further discussion. He grasped the paddle and began to row with all his might. At this moment, Yang Liqin finally grasped the terror of these creatures, but with only 2 paddles available. She and Su Lan could do nothing but fret and observe from the sidelines. Initially, Lu Yu and Lao Wang struggled to coordinate, causing their raft to spin. Sweat dripped from their foreheads as Su Lan and Yang Liqin directed from the side. Fortunately, through their collective efforts, the raft gradually began to drift away from the dangerous jellyfish territory. It felt as though centuries had passed, and when Lu Yu sensed that his hands were growing weary, they had finally managed to distance themselves approximately 100 meters from the jellyfish swarm, albeit at a snail's pace. Observing the 2 men on the verge of exhaustion, Su Lan suggested, "We've moved quite a distance. Perhaps you should rest for a moment, and we can take over for you too." Lu Yu and Lao Wang exchanged glances towards the distant blue sea, realizing that they had created some distance and should be relatively safe for the time being. Both men, fatigued, relinquished the paddles to Su Lan and Yang Liqin. Lu Yu inhaled deeply and advised, "Lao Wang, you should lie down and rest. Otherwise, your wound may reopen, and that would be troublesome." Lao Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead with a bitter smile, replying, "It has already opened. Lu Yu, please help me apply some medicine to stop the bleeding." He then willingly entered the tent and lay down. Upon inspection, Lu Yu noticed that blood was seeping through Lao Wang's pants, prompting him to swiftly seek out Bai Yao for assistance. By the time Lu Yu had bandaged Lao Wang's wound, both Su Lan and Yang Liqin were breathless from exertion. "Yang Liqin gasped, Lu Yi. Come take a look. I believe we are far enough away. It should be safe now, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu stepped outside and indeed found that they had distanced themselves significantly. Now, only a slender blue line was visible on the horizon, while the sea had returned to its dark and tranquil state, as if the dazzling yet deadly dream had never transpired. He nodded, "It should be fine now. You all should rest." Yang Liqin and Su Lan, as if granted a reprieve, promptly set down their paddles. Concerned for Lao Wang's injury, Su Lan quickly checked on him. Feeling reassured after her inspection, only then did the 4 of them engage in conversation about the recent jellyfish swarm. When asked about it, Lao Wang could not provide further details, as he had only heard about it secondhand and had not paid much attention at the time. Thus, Lu Yu and his companions had no choice but to abandon their previous discussions, focusing instead on the recent perils they had faced and the peculiar jellyfish that had surrounded them. After half an hour, their spirited conversation began to wane, leading each of them to return to their respective places, some to slumber, while others took their turns on watch. They were all immensely relieved to have survived such a dire ordeal and to have made a timely escape. Little did they know that this was merely the first trial of their maritime drift. Chapter 28. Continuous Perils. The windless zone in the ensuing days, they encountered unimaginable challenges. One morning, they found themselves enveloped in dense fog, with visibility reduced to merely 2 or 3 meters. The atmosphere became damp and chilling, and the inability to discern their surroundings heightened their anxiety. They endured this unsettling experience until after 9 o'clock, when the sun finally emerged to disperse the fog. On one particularly harrowing night, a strange fish unexpectedly surfaced, some even attacking their lifeboat. These peculiar creatures, no larger than the palm of a hand, possessed remarkably sharp teeth, which gnawed several small holes into the rugged fabric of the lifeboat. The watchful Su Lan was terrified, hastily rousing Lu Yu and the others. Faced with this alarming situation, Lu Yu had no option but to wield a paddle as a weapon. After deftly swatting away 4 or 5 of the bizarre fish, the remaining ones seemed to recognize that the lifeboat was not a source of sustenance, and, sensing danger, retreated into the depths of the ocean, leaving the group unscathed. They then utilized the repair tools aboard the lifeboat to mend the small punctures. Now, they found themselves on the 5th day of their oceanic drift. For the previous day, Lu Yu had sensed an ominous shift, recalibrating their daily water rations based on a 2-week timeline. The spirits of the 4 began to dwindle, not only mentally but physically as well. The prolonged exposure to the harsh sea winds had caused their skin to develop various degrees of sores and blisters. Thankfully, Su Lan's medical knowledge alleviated some of their suffering, despite their nightly efforts to signal for help with various distress signals. Their hopes of attracting nearby vessels remained disappointingly unfulfilled. "Xiao Lu, take a moment to rest. Li Qin and I will row," suggested one of them. Lu Yu obliged, passing the paddle and quietly retreating into the tent for respite. Old Wang's wounds were healing rather well. After finishing a rowing session with Lu Yu, he quietly remarked, "Xiao Lu, why is there not a whisper of wind or even a current?" Lu Yu sighed softly. Since the previous day, they had entered this windless zone, where not a breath of air stirred, and the sea lay unnaturally still, rendering their lifeboat immobile. Initially, they believed it to be a temporary situation. Yet after enduring half a day without any improvement, they were compelled to devise a plan. They decided to split into 2 groups, taking turns rowing in an effort to escape this windless expanse. "This won't do. It's too exhausting, and our fresh water is dwindling," Old Wang lamented, shaking his water bottle with a bitter smile. "There's barely a thin layer left, and it's still only afternoon." "I am aware of that, Old Wang," Lu Yu replied. "Since yesterday, he has been allocating fresh water over the course of half a month. If everything had gone smoothly, it would have been barely sufficient. However, since they entered the doldrums yesterday, they have begun taking turns rowing today, and the physical exertion has increased exponentially, making the available water clearly inadequate. Otherwise, the allocation for these 2 days should be doubled until they exit this windless zone." Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "I think that is feasible. Let's wait until we are out of the doldrums, or we might find ourselves trapped here." Lao Wang agreed. Indeed, the weather has been unyielding, with no rain for days. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to conserve so much. Lu Yu sighed. Unexpectedly, Lao Wang shook his head and said, "There are advantages to no rain. At least there are no storms. If we were to face another torrential downpour like that night, our little raft would surely struggle." "You make a valid point," Lu Yu replied. "Do not worry, Xiao Lu. The piece of plastic you salvaged may be repurposed into a propeller, thus alleviating our strenuous rowing." "Oh, Brother Wang, is that feasible?" Lu Yu asked, his eyes lighting up. "I cannot make any guarantees, but I can certainly give it a try. Having worked in renovations, I believe I can handle this simple task. Let me think it through, and you can assist me." "Sure thing. First, I will need at least 3 blades for the propeller. This large piece of plastic might yield 2. I also need to cut 2 long pieces for the drive shaft. If I cut a few more and bind them together, it should be sturdy." "No, that 1 T allow for 2. Lao Wang planned while searching for materials on the lifeboat. True to his experience in renovations, he possessed remarkable hands-on skills. Once he devised a plan, he set to work. His backpack contained a variety of basic tools, which were now coming in handy. After half an hour, Su Lan and Yang Liqin, unable to endure any longer, retreated to the tent for rest. Fatigue was evident on their faces, yet upon seeing Lao Wang and Lu Yu engage in their task, they couldn't help but inquire about their activities. Lu Yu, assisting, replied, "Sister Lan Liqin, you should rest first. Lao Wang is preparing to create a propeller as a propulsion device. If successful, we will no longer need to row so laboriously." "Really?" Su Lan and Yang Liqin perked up, disregarding their fatigue as they gathered around to observe Lao Wang at work. "The only issue is that this piece of plastic is rather rigid. I cannot cut it with a knife and must saw it slowly, which is quite time-consuming," Lu Yu said, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After more than an hour had passed, Lao Wang exhaled lightly and said, "It's done. Place the propeller in the water. You can manually turn it from here. I cannot move about easily, so Xiao Lu, you should give it a try." Following the command, Lu Yu took the propeller crafted by Lao Wang and, under his guidance, positioned it in the water at the bow of the raft. The drive rod was approximately 1 meter long, allowing Lu Yu to remain seated in the tent. He secured one hand on the drive rod made from several pieces of plastic to keep it steady while using the other hand to operate the control lever at the rear. As the apparatus was set into motion, the propeller, composed of 6 blades, began to whirl rapidly, subsequently generating propulsion that set their lifeboat gliding forward gently. "It's working. It's moving," Yang Liqin exclaimed with excitement. "It's quite fast, feeling even swifter than when the two of us were rowing. I assent to it, Lan Jia." Su Lan acknowledged with a nod. "Indeed, it surpasses our rowing speed." Lu Yu chimed in enthusiastically. "The key is that it requires much less effort. I feel I could row for half an hour without any issue. If the 4 of us take turns, we can keep the lifeboat progressing continuously." "That is fantastic. Wang Gu is incredible," Lu Yu could not help but commend. The group shared in their delight, lavishly praising old Wang. Since their entry into this dreadful calm zone yesterday, everyone's spirits had been low. However, old Wang's invention had provided a much-needed boost. Chapter 29. Breaking free from the calm zone. Moreover, I just conferred with old Wang. The freshwater allocation will be doubled over the next few days, or else we won't have sufficient supplies. "Really, Luga? I'm nearly out of water today. That's wonderful." Upon hearing the news of the increased water supply, Yang Liqin became even more jubilant. "All right, I will take the helm of the propeller now. Lan Jia, please assist me with the direction using your smartphone compass. We must maintain a steady course to have any hope of leaving this maritime region. We cannot afford to circle in place." "Okay," Su Lan promptly nodded, retrieving her phone to activate the compass. After more than half an hour of incessantly cranking the propeller, Lu Yu began to feel a twinge of fatigue, despite having switched hands several times during the process. Observing his condition, Yang Liqin voluntarily offered to take over. Lu Yu did not decline. After handing over control and watching her operate for a while, he felt assured and exited the tent. He dipped his hand into the sea to gauge the water, but after a moment, he shook his head in resignation. There was still not a whisper of wind. How could such a place exist on the sea? It was truly peculiar that they had encountered it. Based on his recent experience, he estimated that they could row for over half an hour, which was considerably easier than traditional rowing, and it conserved manpower while increasing their speed. If they took turns in groups of 4, they could rotate approximately every 3 hours, ensuring the lifeboat would keep advancing steadily. Yes, this should work. It genuinely offers hope of escaping this calm zone. Lu Yu mused quietly as he gazed at the tranquil sea surface while calculating. Thus, another day passed. During this time, the 4 of them took turns to ensure that while some rested, the boat remained in constant motion, perpetually turning the propeller to maintain their forward momentum. On the 7th day of their escape from the Black Ship, that morning, Lu Yu had barely rested for an hour after switching shifts when he was awakened by the excited calls of old Wang and Yang Liqin. Groggily opening his eyes, he heard the 2 outside exclaiming loudly, "Lu Yu! Lu Ye! Hurry, hurry, there's wind! There's wind!" With a start, Lu Yu leapt to his feet and dashed outside in a few swift strides. Upon sensing the air, he indeed felt the gentle sea breeze, and beneath his feet, the surface of the water had begun to stir with waves. Turning back to glance, they had fashioned a rudimentary sail from clothing not currently needed, warm garments, and canvas bags meant for survival supplies, which was now billowing in the wind. Splendid. At last, The wind had arrived, exclaimed Lu Yu, his fists clenched in excitement. At that moment, Su Lan emerged, her joy palpable upon realizing they had finally escaped the windless zone. Yang Liqin, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Su Lan and then began to weep softly. Sister Lan, this is wonderful. We have finally left that deadly windless zone. I thought we might perish there, she cried. TSK, 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 little one, do not speak so recklessly, old Wang admonished, though he soon found himself chuckling. Indeed, who had not pondered the despair of those days spent in the windless zone, contemplating the possibility of never emerging? Given the vastness of the ocean and their slow rowing speed, it was conceivable they could remain trapped for a month or two. Yang Liqin oscillated between laughter and tears, embracing each person, including Lu Yu. Her slender frame, further diminished by over half a month adrift at sea, was nonetheless accentuated by a generous bosom that pressed against Lu Yu as she enveloped him in her arms. Yet, before he could revel in the moment, old Wang's panicked voice rang out, "The boat is capsizing, quickly." Lu Yu felt the instability of the lifeboat beneath his feet, and, turning his head, he saw old Wang rolling into the tent to balance the weight. Without hesitation, he pushed Yang Liqin aside and, emulating old Wang, rolled into the tent as well, allowing the lifeboat to gradually regain its equilibrium. Once the vessel stabilized, Lu Yu and old Wang exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter. Surviving such a peril was indeed a stroke of immense fortune. After their excitement subsided, they resumed their seats in the lifeboat. Lu Yu, with a solemn demeanor, began to assess the remaining supplies, calculating as he spoke, "In the past few days, we did not adhere to the rations we had previously calculated. The situation is not looking good, so, starting today, we must revert to the established rations. Even if we strictly follow this distribution, we can only last approximately 5 more days." The others nodded, their faces reflecting concern, as the morning's joy of escaping the windless zone was abruptly drawn back into the stark reality by Lu Yu's words. Suddenly, Su Lan interjected, "There's another method to conserve fresh water. I read in that survival manual about collecting one's urine. It could help us endure a bit longer." "What? Drink urine?" Yang Liqin responded, visibly distressed. "Silly girl, when times are tough, having urine to drink is still a blessing. We may even have to resort to drinking fish blood later." Su Lan remarked, "Lu Yu, do you think it is necessary to start collecting urine from today? This way, we can mix it with the daily ration of fresh water, alleviating some of our issues." Lu Yu, after pondering for a moment, replied, "I believe it is a viable option. Let us commence today. Otherwise, as Sister Lan has said, in a couple of days, we may find ourselves with no urine to drink. I have already noticed a significant decrease in both the frequency and volume of my urination." Another day passed, marking the 8th day since they had escaped the black ship, now spending their time upon the lifeboat. As dusk descended, Lu Yu, having already caught up on sleep during the day, leaned against the edge of the lifeboat, smoking while gazing at the distant sunset, lost in his thoughts. Lao Wang, on the other hand, had taken to passing the time by fishing, and today he was rewarded with 3 catches, each weighing a pound or so. They consumed 2 of the fish, while Lao Wang decided to hang the largest one outside the tent to dry, as a reserve for their food supplies. Chapter 30. The albatross attack with Lao Wang's previous catches. 4 fish now hung from the top of their lifeboat, while Lao Wang busied himself with drying the fish. A small black dot suddenly flashed before Lu Yu's eyes in the sky. Initially, he suspected it was a figment of his imagination, but soon another shadow appeared on the horizon, growing larger at an observable pace. Before long, the black dot had expanded to the size of a palm, and Lu Yu could just make out what it was. "A bird. Come and look," Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly, springing to his feet. With idle time on their hands these past few days, they had all taken turns perusing the survival guide for the sea, which mentioned that spotting seabirds while adrift often indicated proximity to land. It was no wonder Lu Yu was filled with such exhilaration. His shout drew Lao Wang and Su Lan from their tent, and the 3 hurriedly followed Lu Yu's finger towards the sky. However, they soon found they no longer needed Lu Yu's guidance, for the seabird was now clearly visible. It was a sizable bird with large wings, though they could not identify the species. Lu Yu observed as it soared effortlessly around them, its elongated shadow gliding across their lifeboat in the glow of the setting sun, reminiscent of a glider. "Does anyone know what kind of bird that is? Is it a seagull?" Lu Yu inquired, trying to contain his excitement. Seeing the others shake their heads, he He resumed his observation, comparing it to the limited information in his mind. As the circling seabird descended lower, now only a few dozen meters above them, the group could see it more clearly, and Liu could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The seabird's body measured at least a meter in length, with a black back and a white belly. Its wings, stretching over 3 meters, were elongated and narrow, and it possessed a long, sharp beak. Before they could fully comprehend the sight above them, the bird spiraled downwards, suddenly diving like a cannonball towards them. In an instant, it was upon them, and Liu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, accompanied by a foul odor rushing towards him. "Look out! Quickly hide!" someone shouted, prompting the group to flee in panic towards the safety of the tent. As Liu witnessed the strange bird plunging down, he cursed under his breath and sought refuge in the tent. However, in the cramped space, he could not evade in time. The creature was already overhead. In a moment of desperation, Liu grasped the edge of the lifeboat and, with a splash, jumped into the sea. Immediately, Liu felt the lifeboat shake violently, as though struck by a colossal force. A sharp pain surged through his forearm, akin to the sting of a dagger. As he resurfaced, he beheld their sturdy Oxford cloth tent, which had been rent open with a gaping hole. His gaze fell upon a seabird, its talons clutching a fish that Wang had hung out to dry, as it flapped its wings and ascended into the sky once more. When Liu finally had the chance to inspect his forearm, he discovered a slender wound measuring 3 to 4 centimeters, with flesh torn and blood oozing forth. Just as he climbed onto the lifeboat, ready to voice his grievances about this unforeseen calamity, Yang Liqin opposite him suddenly widened her eyes in terror. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu swiftly rolled to the side, only to plunge back into the sea with a splash. Simultaneously, 2 strange birds swooped down from the heavens, colliding with their lifeboat and causing it to rock violently. They seized the remaining 2 fish from Wang and attempted to take flight. Enraged at the theft of his hard-earned catch, Wang silently grasped a paddle and struck at the nearest avian intruder. With a resounding thud, the creature emitted a piercing shriek, feathers scattering in the air as it flapped its wings wildly before soaring upward. Wang sought to strike again, but it was too late. He bellowed, "If you come down to steal fish again, I will feast upon your flesh tonight." After cursing the skyward birds, he handed the paddle to Liu, still in the water, and with a firm tug, pulled him back aboard. The group surveyed the wreckage of their lifeboat, now in disarray due to the 3 avian marauders, exchanging glances of disbelief. At that moment, Su Lan noticed the injury on Liu's arm and exclaimed, "Liu, your hand is injured." She turned to search for bandaging supplies. Liu waved his hand dismissively, indicating the injury was not severe, and instead inquired, "Does the presence of seabirds suggest there might be land or an island nearby?" All 3 shook their heads, uncertain. After carefully bandaging the wound, Su Lan hesitated before speaking. "Liu, I compared the strange birds to descriptions in the survival manual and suspect they might be albatrosses." "Oh, albatrosses?" he responded. "If they are indeed albatrosses, then it does not necessarily imply the proximity of land or islands." Liu sighed softly, nodding in understanding. He had perused the manual multiple times and had some recollection of the albatross. Albatrosses are the largest marine birds, renowned for their remarkable flying abilities. They can glide over long distances for hours without flapping their wings. They typically soar over the ocean, rarely venturing inland. Thus, the sighting of an albatross might only indicate an abundance of fish in the vicinity. Nevertheless, there remains a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there truly is an albatross nest nearby. Liu remarked with a forced smile. Su Lan encouraged him. "Yes, that is a possibility. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, we might even glimpse the mainland." Though the incident with the albatrosses had passed, the damage they inflicted left the group with much to attend to. The most troublesome issue was the tent that had been damaged by the claws. Fortunately, the repair kit surprisingly contained a needle and thread, and Su Lan had some sewing skills, allowing her to patch up the torn hole. Old Wang was also quite frustrated. He had painstakingly gathered 4 fish for emergencies, and now only 1 remained, causing him considerable distress. Thankfully, through several days of practice, he had gained some insights, and, after adjusting for a while, he rallied his spirits to continue fishing. Time swiftly passed, and it had already been 9 days since they drifted at sea. Although they could not claim to be entirely out of provisions, their supply of fresh water was indeed precarious. As for their distress signals, Although initially there had been ample supplies on the lifeboat, after several days of unplanned usage, only 3 remained. 1 orange smoke signal, 1 rocket parachute flare, and 1 red light signal, with no others left. Chapter 31, Mirage. Based on the current rationing, they could only last 3 more days at most. Thus, since yesterday, the 4 of them had begun to collect their urine in empty mineral water bottles and reluctantly consumed it. There was no alternative. Reality was harsh. However, what was most despairing was their utter ignorance of whether they would ever see land again. Initially, they hoped that a passing ship would soon discover them. Then they wished for a light rain to replenish their fresh water. Later, they hoped to drift to land on their own. Now, they simply longed to encounter any land. Even a tiny island would suffice. Meanwhile, as the group from Luyo drifted across the vast ocean, Scar and his companions found themselves in a similarly dire predicament. If not worse, they were a total of 5 individuals, and amidst the chaos at the beginning, they had lost most of their supplies during the capsizing, including 2 weapons, leaving Scar with only the pistol at his waist. Fortunately, they had long kept a large bag on the lifeboat filled with long-lasting food supplies and fresh water, which allowed them to endure. Of course, their speed of progress was significantly greater as this lifeboat was motorized. However, after a day of operation, Scar ordered a cessation of its use to conserve fuel for potential emergencies. Naturally, food and water were insufficient, but the group were seasoned seafarers, adept at catching fish for sustenance, which allowed them to barely maintain their situation. On this particular day, the 3rd member, with cracked lips, whispered, "Boss, we're running out of water. What should we do? Should we throw her overboard?" He gestured towards the internet celebrity Shun Anna, the last aboard. Scar pondered for a moment, then calmly shook his head. "Let's wait a bit longer. I believe a rain might come soon, and she could still be of use." "Fine," the 3rd member replied helplessly. "Damn it, if it weren't for the capsizing, I could have used the satellite phone to call for help. This time, those little brats from Luyo have really caused me trouble. I hope I never encounter them again," Scar said bitterly. Returning to the matter of Luyo, the group aboard the black ship had now been away from the mainland for over half a month, except for old Wang. The other 3 were experiencing such an extended absence from solid ground for the first time, leaving them with a disconcerting sensation of instability. Their spirits had notably diminished. During idle moments, prolonged silence prevailed, and they refrained from engaging in conversation with one another. Liu recognized that such a state was untenable, for morale was paramount. Without hope, despair would ensue. Thus, whenever he was awake, he endeavored to converse with each individual, sharing tales of their families to keep their spirits buoyed. On this particular day, Yang Lichin was asleep. Old Wang was fishing alone outside the tent, while Su Lan was meticulously tending to Liyu's bandages. Previously, Liu had paid little attention to it, but this time he noticed the corner of Su Lan's birthmark was slightly peeling. He remarked, "Sister Lan, you have something here," gesturing to his own face, precisely where her birthmark was situated. It became evident that after days without proper care, her birthmark had dried and cracked significantly, creating a stark contrast with the rest of her complexion. Liu then understood that the mark had to be artificial. Su Lan responded with a slight apology, explaining that the scarcity of water had left her no time for maintenance. She then chuckled lightly, suggesting it was no longer necessary and that she would simply discard it. With that, her delicate hand grasped the edge of the birthmark, slowly peeling it away. The process proved to be quite arduous, as the special adhesive clung stubbornly to her skin, emitting faint tearing sounds with each tug, causing her to wince slightly. Once the final remnant of disguise was removed, Liu felt as though Su Lan had shed an immense burden. Then, Su Lan lifted her gaze, for the first time unmasked, meeting Liu's eyes directly. Despite their having gone over 10 days without bathing, their lips cracked from dehydration and their clothes sullied, the traces of salt, weariness, and sunburn still evident. Liu found himself at a loss for words to describe Su Lan in that moment. Perhaps the phrase full of charm would suit her best. Su Lan's visage was not the typical oval face of internet celebrities, but rather an elegant oval shape with exquisitely defined features and eyes that shimmered like autumn waters. The ugly birthmark had inadvertently shielded her skin from any harm, rendering it almost translucent in its fairness. Though her lips were parched, their shape remained alluring. Just one glance left Liu utterly captivated, as though he were frozen in place. At his age, he found little interest in youthful maidens. However, he discovered a multitude of admirable qualities in a mature woman like Su Lan. She was a woman in her early 30s, having endured numerous trials without succumbing to life's adversities. Lacking the vibrant freshness of youth, she bore a unique grace, one shaped by experiences of life and death, embodying a steadfast resilience intertwined with maternal strength and unparalleled beauty. Noticing Liu's unwavering gaze, Su Lan felt a tinge of embarrassment and playfully inquired, "What is it? Is there something on my face, or do I look too unattractive for you to believe?" Liu, feeling somewhat awkward, turned his head slightly and replied, "No, not at all. I truly find you to be remarkably beautiful, which is why you felt the need for such disguises." Simultaneously, she inwardly lamented, "Ex-husband, how foolish you are. What use is beauty if it cannot save my child?" Su Lan sighed softly, her expression turning somber. Just as Liu was about to offer some comforting words, an excited shout from Wang, who was fishing outside, interrupted, "Hurry, come out and see, I see land." Liu and Su Lan were initially taken aback, but then elation surged through them as they rushed outside in succession. Liu was the first to witness the ecstatic expression on Wang's face, who had even dropped his fishing rod, pointing excitedly towards the distance, struggling to articulate his thoughts. For the first time, Liu observed such fervor and brilliance in the demeanor of this typically composed middle-aged man. Eagerly, he followed Wang's pointing finger, and he, too, trembled with exhilaration. There, on the distant horizon, lay a vivid expanse of lush, verdant mountains and forests, seemingly suspended between the sea and sky, and upon closer inspection, one could even discern waterfalls of white mist cascading down. Overwhelmed, Liu immediately knelt upon the ground, murmuring, "Yes, it is land. Oh heavens, is there finally land?" He then stood, embracing Wang in sheer excitement, followed by an embrace with Su Lan. Just as the trio reveled in their joy, young Li, awakened by the commotion, rubbed her eyes and ventured outside. After a brief glance, she curiously remarked, "Liu, something seems amiss. Why are those trees growing upside down?" Caught in the embrace with Su Lan, Liu froze. The three of them mechanically turned their gaze back toward the distant land, and indeed, all the trees and mountains appeared inverted. Their earlier exuberance had blinded them to this peculiar detail. Chapter 32. Finally, an island appears indeed. It is a mirage. Damn it. After a prolonged silence, Wang finally spoke. The group fell into silence, staring blankly at the long-desired green land on the horizon. Setting aside the absurdity of the inversion, it appeared so tangible. Liu gazed intently for a long while before suddenly asking, "Do you think it is possible that this mirage reflects an island nearby?" Turning his head to the others, he found only shaking heads. It was clear that no one could answer him. Once again, the atmosphere grew quiet, and the four of them gazed at the distant island for a full half-hour until it gradually began to dissipate, confirming their earlier suspicions of the mirage. Liu silently retrieved half a piece of smoked meat from his backpack, slicing off a thin piece with a knife. He stared at it for some time, before closing his eyes and placing it in his mouth. After a brief chew, he swallowed it down, only to be met with a wave of nausea rising in his stomach. It took considerable effort to suppress it. It had been far too long since he had consumed cooked food, almost 10 days. Each day consisted solely of smoked meat, sashimi from the fish Wang caught, and compressed biscuits from the lifeboat. Now, even the sight of these provisions made him feel queasy, and his hands began to tremble. Across from him, Yang Li was similarly cutting a piece of smoked meat, repeatedly muttering, "It's barbecued meat, fragrant barbecued meat," before despairingly placing it in her mouth. There was no alternative. Under such conditions, abstaining from food equated to waiting for death. Thus, Liu had allocated protein and carbohydrates to the group daily, ensuring they consumed a requisite amount. As for fresh vegetables and fruits, it is rather unrealistic. However, fortuitously, Liu had stashed a few lemons in his bag, which now serve as their sole source of vitamins. Each day, they gnaw on one, and though their tartness is quite pronounced, they at least mitigate the problem of scurvy. "Liu, Wang Shu, Lan Jia, when shall we reach solid ground? I feel as though I'm floating, and I have absolutely no appetite," Yang Li inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Liu harbored a similar sense of disillusionment following the recent mirage, yet for the sake of the team's morale, he endeavored to adjust his demeanor and was about to offer words of comfort. Outside, the persistent old Wang, who was still fishing, spoke up first. I sense there is still hope. You all should look in that direction. Intrigued by Wang's words, the three stepped out of the tent once more. Whereupon Wang pointed towards a certain direction. I have been observing for quite some time. Do you see that patch of cloud? It has a hint of green. Doesn't it? You must look closely, as it only appears briefly. Prompted by Wang's suggestion, Lu Yu and the others hurriedly gazed towards the horizon. It was midday, and the sun blazed intensely, causing their skin to sting from the heat. Just as Lu Yu felt his eyes were about to blur, he finally spotted the cloud Wang had mentioned, which indeed flickered with a faint green hue, though it was fleeting and soon reverted to its original white. Did you see it? Wang asked eagerly. Yes, I saw it. Lu Yu nodded in affirmation. Su Lan and Yang Liqin also nodded in agreement. Uncle Wang, what does that signify? Yang Liqin asked, Buzlet. After a moment's hesitation, Wang ventured his conjecture. I suspect there may be land or an island in that direction. The recent green reflection from the cloud likely emanates from verdant vegetation on the island. Of course, I cannot be entirely certain. Once Wang finished speaking, he fell silent, turning his gaze towards the three. Lu Yu and Su Lan exchanged glances, contemplating before Lu Yu remarked, Wang's reasoning holds some merit. Having a destination is preferable to our aimless drifting. I believe we should investigate further. Su Lan considered this and concurred, since there are no better options at present. I agree we should take a look. Yang Liqin, upon hearing the possibility of an island, nodded vigorously. Wang cautioned, I cannot ascertain how far it is, and the wind direction is not favorable. We may need to paddle the propeller ourselves to reach it. That is of no concern, since everyone has made a decision. We shall proceed, Lu Yu replied resolutely. Now, I will organize the shifts. Lanjia, please assist in calibrating our position with your phone. I will take the first shift and prepare to set off. With Lu Yu's command, the four felt a renewed sense of hope, and their spirits were no longer as dismal as before. As the saying goes, one may exhaust a horse by merely pointing to a mountain to traverse. Thus, at sea, arbitrarily indicating a patch of cloud and declaring the intent to reach it is akin to overburdening two horses. The following day dawned as they set in motion towards the cloud, which had already altered its position and shape. Fortunately, Su Lan consistently utilized the compass to help them maintain a correct course, while Wang diligently adjusted their makeshift sail to harness the wind as best as possible. We should be nearing our destination, shouldn't we? Yang Liqin weakly inquired, handing her rod to Su Lan. Indeed, it should be arriving soon, Su Lan encouraged. Sister, why don't you take a moment to rest? Yang Liqin stepped out of the tent, stretched her limbs, and just as she was about to re-enter the tent for a nap, she noticed a branch drifting toward them from the direction they had come. It appeared to have green leaves still clinging to it. After pondering for a moment, she refrained from calling out to the others immediately. Since their drift at sea began, they had encountered various objects carried by the ocean, including human debris and withered branches, so she was curious about this branch adorned with verdant leaves. As it was a first for her, after waiting a little longer, as it drew near, she casually reached out to retrieve the branch. Indeed, the leaves looked remarkably fresh. At the end of the branch hung an unknown fruit, still green and small in size. After examining it closely, she excitedly dashed into the tent and exclaimed, Sister Lan, Brother Lu, come see what I found. Lu Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing her call. After a brief glance, he sprang up, snatching the fresh branch from Yang Liqin's hand. First, he observed the branch, which seemed to have recently broken off, then the leaves, which were exceptionally fresh, and finally the fruit. The moment Lu Yu's hand brushed against the fruit, a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a sudden awareness, a fresh sensation of pain from the recent break, coupled with the joy of yearning to embark on a new journey of life. After a moment, Lu Yu regained his composure, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Sister Lan Liqin, this is a fruit that just fell from the tree. There must be land ahead. Really? Yang Liqin, buoyed by Lu Yu's affirmation, shouted in disbelief. At that moment, Su Lan set down her joystick, rose, and took the branch from Lu Yu's hand to examine it closely. The sleeping Lao Wang was awakened by the commotion. Upon understanding the situation, he also scrutinized the branch intently. Eventually, the four reached a consensus that land was indeed not far away. Chapter 33. The Four Essentials of Wilderness Survival. At this point, the group could no longer contain their excitement. Lao Wang exited to adjust the sails. Su Lan continued to operate the propeller. Yu stood ready to take over, while Yang Liqin went out to observe continuously. Through their combined efforts, after what felt like an eternity, Yang Liqin finally shouted out, her voice brimming with incredible excitement. Land. It's land. My goodness, I see land. Sister Lan, you all must come and look. Yu tossed aside the joystick and bolted out, following the direction Yang Liqin was gazing toward. Indeed, on the horizon, a vast expanse of green had emerged, and as they drew closer, rocks, peaks, and other features began to materialize. Yu felt his breath quickening, and he murmured, "Can you all see it clearly? It's not upside down, is it?" Lao Wang, who had been adjusting the sails, paused his work. Su Lan, watching the increasingly large patch of green in the distance, couldn't help but pinch herself. Meanwhile, Yang Liqin was ecstatic, her voice echoing with exhilaration. After a while, the outline of the island became more defined, with trees, rocks, undulating hills, and beaches growing clearer. And birds frequently soared above the small island, taking flight and returning. After several individuals repeatedly confirmed that they were not sailing in reverse, a cheer erupted. For they had indeed discovered an island, a glimmer of hope at last. The four of them embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Lao Wang even knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, murmuring thanks to an unknown deity. All right, everyone, let us muster our strength and swiftly row the lifeboat to shore. For that is our priority, Yu urged, regaining a semblance of composure amidst the excitement. With laughter, they resumed their collaborative efforts, propelling the lifeboat towards the nearby island. As they drew closer, Yu stood at the bow, observing the approaching landmass, his thoughts racing. The island appeared modest in size, and they were about to land on a small beach that currently posed no apparent danger. What arrangements should they make upon arrival? Perhaps they should first kindle a fire and grill a couple of fish that Lao Wang had caught to satiate their hunger. Or should they prioritize finding shelter or securing a water source? Thanks to the recent surge in short videos on survival techniques, Yu possessed a rudimentary understanding of the principles involved. As various thoughts flitted through his mind, he was suddenly snapped back to reality by Yang Liqin's excited voice. Luga, stop dawdling, we're almost ashore. Come help. Regaining his focus, Yu noticed Lao Wang had already leaped into the water, prompting him to follow suit. With a splash, he plunged into water that was only knee-deep, grasping the lifeboat alongside Lao Wang and guiding it toward the beach. After a bit of effort, the lifeboat finally settled securely on the sand, and Su Lan and Yang Liqin jumped onto the shore in succession. Oh my goodness, I'm no longer dizzy. This is what it feels like to be on solid ground. This sensation is absolutely delightful. Yang Liqin exclaimed with a hint of tears in her voice. The three men paid her no mind, each relishing the exquisite feeling of being grounded, a sensation they had taken for granted during their time on land. However, after 20 days adrift at sea, Yu truly grasped the essence of the phrase to be on solid ground. He lay on a beach, closing his eyes to savor the moment until he was nudged awake. It was Lao Wang offering him a cigarette. Here, Xiao Lu, this is the last half-pack. Let us celebrate with a puff. Yu quickly felt exhilarated, accepted the cigarette, and ignited it with Lao Wang's lighter, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, allowing the smoke to swirl within his lungs. Their supply of cigarettes had dwindled significantly. They had brought only a few packs during their escape. In the final days of drifting, their spirits had sunk, leading to increased smoking. Now, they truly had very little left, with each puff diminishing their supply. Sitting side by side on the beach, they fell into a comfortable silence, gazing into the distance while soaking in this fleeting tranquility and happiness. After finishing the last puff, Yu stood up and clapped his hands, announcing, "All right, everyone, what shall we do next? Personally, I propose we start a fire and grill Lao Wang's fish first. After enduring days of raw fish, smoked meat, and ration bars, I am nearly at my wit's end." Yu's suggestion garnered unanimous approval, as they had all grown weary of their previous rations. With resolute determination, Lao Wang produced a lighter, rendering the task of igniting a fire remarkably straightforward. The group first dragged the lifeboat a little further up the beach to prevent it from being swept away by the rising tide, and then each began to search for dry branches and other materials to fuel the fire. Anticipating the pleasure of roasted fish, their movements quickened, and soon they amassed a substantial collection of dry twigs. With a flick of his lighter, Lao Wang sparked a roaring flame, and soon each person skewered the fish he had caught onto the sharpened branches. Coincidentally, there were exactly 4 fish, allowing each individual to roast one. As they gazed at the fish sizzling over the flames, with grease dripping into the fire and producing a crackling sound, Yang Liqin could not contain her excitement. Lan Jie. I can hardly wait. It feels like it has been ages. I believe the first bite will bring me immense joy. Yang Liqin's exuberant personality often enlivened the atmosphere, and her words elicited laughter from the others. Lu Yu, chuckling, inquired, "It seems we will be living on this deserted island for a while, patiently awaiting rescue. Do any of you possess survival skills for such wilderness?" Upon hearing Lu Yu's question, Lao Wang and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads slightly. Lu Yu sighed softly and remarked, "I too am somewhat inexperienced. By the way, does that survival guide contain any useful information?" Su Lan shook her head and replied, "Its practical value is minimal. The pamphlet is too thin, merely addressing survival at sea, which is largely irrelevant to our current predicament." Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said, "I have a modicum of experience, mostly gleaned from short videos. Allow me to share my thoughts." Clearing his throat and organizing his thoughts, he continued, "From my perspective, survival on a deserted island hinges on 4 essential elements: fire, fresh water, food, and shelter. We have a reliable source of fire with a lighter. As for food, we still have some cured meat and compressed biscuits, which should suffice for another 2 or 3 days. Thus, the pressing concerns now are shelter and fresh water." Listening attentively, Lao Wang and the others nodded in agreement. Yang Liqin contemplated and asked, "Lu Ge, I also enjoy watching those short videos you mentioned. You make a valid point. After we finish our roasted fish, should we prioritize building a shelter or searching for fresh water?" Lu Yu checked the time on his phone. "It is still early, not yet noon. I suggest we first locate a safe place to rest tonight and then seek fresh water. If we come across a coconut tree, that would simplify matters, as fresh water is our most pressing need. Constructing a shelter is time-consuming and labor-intensive. We can address that tomorrow. We will take turns keeping watch at night. It should not pose a significant issue." Chapter 34. Not every island is coconuts. The group acknowledged Lu Yu's reasoning with nods of agreement. "All right, let's proceed as you suggest. Xiao Lu, after we enjoy our roasted fish, we will first search for a simple shelter." Lao Wang inquired, "Do you have any insights on that?" "Well," Lu Yu replied, "I have observed that those vloggers in the videos either seek out a wind-sheltered rock or find a cave, which saves the effort of constructing a shelter. What do you think?" For individuals were grilling fish while deliberating on their subsequent plans. As the fish on the wooden skewers gradually turned a golden hue and an enticing aroma wafted through the air, they simultaneously fell silent. Their throats instinctively began to swallow as they fixated on their fish, as if they could devour it merely with their gaze. Lu Yu then retrieved a pouch of salt from his backpack. It was an essential item he had wisely allocated space for before his escape. He began to sprinkle small pinches of salt evenly over their fish, rendering it even more tantalizing. Finally, Lu Yu spoke, declaring that it was ready to be enjoyed. Eagerly, they brought the grilled fish to their mouths, disregarding the heat, and took large bites. The scalding fish meat elicited sounds of delight from them, and expressions of bliss spread across their faces. Yang Liqin could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, I never imagined grilled fish could be so delectable. Brother Lu, I feel I could consume 4 of these." "Enough, look at how you are salivating. If you wish to eat so many grilled fish, Uncle Wang must fish day and night," came the retort, followed by laughter. "Haha, I shall try my best. To be honest, I have gained some insight into fishing now. I can somewhat understand the sentiments of those anglers." As they continued to eat and jest, the fish, though modest in size, at most weighing a couple of pounds, were swiftly reduced to mere skeletons under their voracious appetites. Lu Yu ran to the sea to wash his greasy hands and called out, "All right, having satisfied our hunger, let us now seek shelter." "Agreed," the others echoed in unison. Their spirits lifted as if rejuvenated. The island was small, and this stretch of beach was even smaller. It did not take long for them to circle the entire sandy area. As Lu Yu walked and observed, he noted that the tide was gently receding. He quickly checked the time and remarked, "It should be low tide now. Shortly, we can head out to see if we can catch anything. We must remember the timings of the tides." They conversed as they walked, eventually stopping at a rocky area. After gauging the wind's direction, Lu Yu suggested, "I think this spot will suffice. This rock formation is substantial and provides a windbreak. Shall we make do here for the night? The other three concurred, deeming this small beach the most suitable location. Let us move our belongings over, and also drag the lifeboat here. We will tie the rope to the rock. And once that is done, we can go gather some seafood and search for fresh water. United in their efforts, they swiftly transported their backpacks, the dry twigs they had previously collected, and the lifeboat. Lu Yu securely tied the lifeboat to a protruding rock with the sailors not before announcing, "All right, let us take advantage of the low tide to go gather seafood for dinner." An hour later, the four returned to their makeshift shelter. Young Li Qian, her face aglow with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Lu, look at all the sea snails I've gathered." Lu Yu nodded while gazing at their recent catch, which primarily consisted of sea conchs, with only 2 small crabs and not a single fish to be found. Overall, their bounty was rather meager. However, the tide was beginning to rise, rendering it unsuitable to continue their coastal foraging. He wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "It's just passable. Coupled with what we have left, we won't go hungry. Now, the day is waning. Let us explore the island and promptly seek out fresh water." The four of them set down their belongings and rose to embark on their journey. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu decided to keep his multifunctional dagger close at hand and suggested, "Lao Wang, why don't you take something as well? The thicket over there is dense, and one cannot be too cautious." Lao Wang pondered for a moment, retrieved a fire axe from his backpack, weighed it in his hands, and declared, "This will do. Su Lan and Yang Li, stay close behind us and exercise caution." The quartet made their way slowly towards the edge of the beach and the forest. With Lu Yu stating, "I've observed that vloggers who visit islands often seek out coconut trees first. Coconut water can serve as fresh water for a while. Thus, let us focus on locating any coconut trees within the woods." "All right, Lu Gu, what do coconut trees look like?" Su Lan inquired. "Well, I haven't seen one either, but I have tasted coconuts before, so let us search based on that," Lu Yu replied. As they arrived at the forest's edge, Lu Yu hesitated before stowing away his dagger, opting instead to gather 3 suitable long branches, which he distributed to Su Lan and Yang Li, saying, "I have a slight fear of snakes. The dense grass gives me a psychological unease. We should stir the grass to scare any snakes away." Su Lan and Yang Li nodded vigorously, with Su Lan expressing her concern. "I fear snakes too, Lu. Surely this forest doesn't harbor any?" Lu Yu chuckled lightly. "Fear not. We will advance while rustling the grass. You two keep an eye out for coconut trees while Lao Wang and I scout ahead." At that moment, Lao Wang also fetched a long branch, and together with Lu Yu, they ventured forth, continually brushing aside the lush grass to ensure no surprises awaited them. This method, while prudent, did slow their progress considerably. Nevertheless, it did allow them to drive several snakes from the underbrush. When the first snake emerged, Su Lan and Yang Li were so startled that they fled in terror. Gradually, they acclimatized to the situation. The forest was not extensive, and by the time they completed their exploration, the sun was nearing its descent. Regrettably, they had not encountered a single coconut tree. Beyond the thicket lay the ascent towards the mountain. It was evident that the day was not conducive to further exploration, and Lu Yu reluctantly led the group back. Along the way, he could not help but express his discontent. These survival vloggers are quite unreliable. How is it that every island appears to be replete with coconut trees waiting for them to pluck? We've searched for ages and found none. Su Lan chuckled beside him. "Well, if they didn't film it that way, who would want to watch?" Lu Yu sighed as it stands. "We have yielded no fresh water at all. We must conserve the little we have left. Tomorrow, let us ascend to the summit. With so many birds on this island, there must surely be fresh water available." Chapter 35. The abilities of Lu Yu. Upon returning to the makeshift shelter, the group dropped their belongings and settled on the ground, disinclined to move. After traversing the woods for an entire afternoon, while remaining acutely alert, they were quite fatigued. After a brief respite, during which they admired the breathtaking sunset, the four of them resumed their tasks. They gathered dry branches, kindled a fire, and roasted the conch shells. Due to a scarcity of fresh water, despite Lu Yu having brought a small pot, they refrained from boiling. Thus the crabs and conchs caught at noon had to be roasted instead. Meanwhile, Lu Yu sliced a few pieces of cured meat to roast over the fire. Ultimately, aside from the grilled fish they had at noon, it had been too long since they had consumed cooked food. Hence, everyone had a hearty appetite that evening. The aroma of the roasted cured meat filled the air, and not even a morsel of the conchs and crabs was spared. After dinner, Lu Yu assigned night watch duties. given that Yang Liqin had essentially passed the group's tests. They had developed a measure of trust in her, allowing her to take on the watch independently. Lu Yu, however, opted to take the most perilous shift during the latter half of the night, while old Wang took the first half. After arranging the shifts, Lu Yu and old Wang prepared to take their watch, promptly settling down to rest. When Lu Yu's alarm gently chimed, the clock had already struck 3 in the morning. Lu Yu opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and remarked, "Old Wang, it's my turn for watch. You should take the opportunity to catch some rest. By the way, have you noticed anything unusual?" Old Wang shook his head, responding, "Nothing significant. However, from that patch of woods, I frequently hear rustling sounds. I observed for a long time, but saw nothing emerge. Do keep an eye out." Lu Yu nodded, accepted the cigarette old Wang offered, and lit it by the campfire. Noticing what old Wang was toying with, he asked in surprise, "What are you working on, old Wang?" Old Wang weighed the object in his hands and replied with a smile, "Since it's quiet during the night watch, I'm crafting a new propeller for the lifeboat. If we need to venture out to sea again, it'll be swifter." Lu Yu marveled, "Brother Wang, your craftsmanship is truly impressive." After exchanging a few more words, old Wang, feeling drowsy, went off to sleep while Lu Yu began to patrol the area surrounding their shelter. The island in the dead of night was remarkably tranquil, devoid of the hustle and bustle of the city. Aside from the occasional sound of crashing waves, there was little else to be heard. At that moment, Lu Yu became acutely aware of the rustling sounds old Wang had mentioned emanating from the woods, which were not too far away, approximately 20 meters. There indeed were sporadic, rustling noises. Lu Yu observed for a while, but saw nothing emerge. After a time, he abandoned his watch, speculating that it was likely just mice or some small creatures, and with the campfire present, they would likely not dare approach. Sitting by the campfire, Lu Yu tended to the flames while reflecting on his own thoughts. He recalled the inexplicable emotions and awareness he had sensed on several occasions, having experienced this 3 times so far. The first instance was on the night Lin Kai was killed by the scarred man. The second occurred after he became the cook on the boat during a vegetable washing session, and the last transpired just before they landed on the island, when he picked up a fresh wild fruit. The 3 instances were fundamentally similar, each marked by an inexplicable sensation of a vague consciousness, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The most severe episode occurred during the first occurrence, which led to an agonizing headache. He had previously found this situation rather peculiar, yet it had transpired infrequently due to the precarious circumstances he had been in, causing him to refrain from delving deeper into it. Now, with the night watch providing him with a moment of respite, free from the incessant worries of drifting at sea, he finally had the opportunity to reflect thoroughly. Why, sense must have been the consciousness of those plants. However, how could that be possible? While plants possess life, they should, in theory, lack consciousness. It was not that Lu Yu did not believe. Rather, it was simply hard to fathom. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu moved to the side, uprooted a wild grass, and held it in his hand to discern its essence. Yet that sensation did not reoccur. He contemplated briefly, recalling the previous occurrences. It began with a focused mind, concentrating intensely, and then persistently thinking about the wild grass, directing all attention towards it. Indeed, it did not take long for Lu Yu to feel a surge of consciousness again, an anger stemming from being uprooted, coupled with a yearning to take root once more. Could be true? Did these plants possess consciousness? Lu Yu, bewildered, cast the wild grass onto the ground, murmuring to himself. Moments later, he regained his composure and assessed his own state, realizing he indeed felt somewhat drained, akin to the sensation of inadequate sleep. The ability to perceive the consciousness of plants comes at the cost of energy. What kind of ability is this? And to what end? Lu Yu could not help but scoff at the thought. This ability must have awakened the night Lin Kai was murdered, as he had encountered something extraordinary. After all, he had lived for over 30 years without such an experience. Yet, regrettably, it seemed to hold little utility at the moment. Alternatively, one could argue it was not entirely devoid of value. Should he encounter a similar situation, it might be worth exploring. Time swiftly passed amidst Lu Yu's musings, and before long, the horizon began to lighten. However, it seemed today would bring a cloudy sky, rendering the sunrise invisible. In a fit of boredom, Lu Yu instinctively reached for his phone, only to find that, without internet access, virtually every app was inaccessible. Wait, there is an app that functions without internet. I do indeed have one. Liu mentally berated himself for his oversight, locating a reading app in the corner. Upon opening it, the lack of network prevented any advertisement from appearing, causing a brief lag on the interface, but he managed to access it nonetheless. Having no internet is inconsequential. I downloaded a local ebook, and I possess quite a collection. This should serve to pass the time. Liu's face lit up, reminiscent of discovering 100 yuan in his pocket while doing laundry. It was a long-standing habit of his, especially favoring the download of TXT formats online to avoid advertisements, resulting in quite the substantial collection within his ebooks. Liu perused his accumulated treasures over the years. Fanren Xiuxin Zhuan, Miaojiang Gushi, Panlong, Datang Shuanglong Zhuan, Dupot Sangqiu. Throughout various eras, books abound, a collection of 30 to 40 volumes, most of which he cherishes and revisits repeatedly. On sleepless nights, he even listens to them as he drifts off. As he perused the catalog, Liu stumbled upon a tome titled Surviving on a Deserted Island for 20 Years. When had he downloaded this, he could hardly recall, having merely skimmed through the initial chapters. Subsequently, work consumed his time, and his interests shifted away from such genres, leaving the book to gather dust in a neglected corner. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Did they not lack survival experience? Surely, there must be valuable insights within. To his surprise, he had unearthed a hidden treasure, and with a hint of excitement, Liu opened the book. Chapter 36. Is following this guide for survival truly feasible? With eager anticipation, he clicked to explore, only for the system to deliver a notification stating that it had already been deleted from local storage. Would he like to clear all unreadable content? What on earth? When had he deleted it? Perhaps he had inadvertently removed some files while clearing out junk. Liu felt a sinking sensation and clicked yes, only to witness a significant portion of his library vanish in an instant, leaving merely a dozen titles. What now? Hastily, Liu examined the remaining titles, hoping to find another survival guide. Finally, he spotted a book titled Two Youngsters on a Deserted Island, clicked on it, and successfully opened it. Thank goodness there was still something to read. Curse system cleanup, when had it deleted so many, he muttered while delving into the content. Surprisingly, it contained worthwhile information, covering aspects such as locating water sources, starting fires, building shelters, and foraging for food, all presented with a degree of logic. When Liu finally emerged from his engrossed state, daylight had fully arrived, and Su Lan had awakened. Noticing Liu intently staring at his phone screen, she curiously approached and inquired, "Xiao Liu, how can you read without internet access?" Startled at her presence, Liu quickly shut off the screen and replied with a smile, "Sister Lan, you see, these are downloaded on my phone, so I can access them offline. Moreover, I've discovered a survival guide that I've just been examining." "Oh, you mean we should follow this guide to survive? Is that really feasible?" Su Lan questioned skeptically. "Well, I can't say for certain, but we can put it to the test shortly to see if it holds any merit," Liu responded, brimming with confidence. He then stood up, stretching languidly, and said, "All right, the sun is up. Today we must earnestly seek fresh water. Let us have some breakfast first. Sister Lan, could you check what supplies we have left?" Su Lan, who had been managing their inventory, nodded and reflected. "We have 5 pieces of compressed biscuits remaining, about 2 pounds of smoked meat. All snacks are gone. Half a lemon left, and not much else." In that case, it seems we must prioritize finding food, or by tomorrow, at the latest the day after, we might find ourselves in dire straits," Liu remarked. "Indeed, that is true, but compared to food, water is even scarcer. We have only 1 bottle left, which must sustain 4 of us." Su Lan, with an air of resignation, retrieved a 15-liter bottle of mineral water from her backpack and remarked, "Thus, today we must find a source of water, or perhaps coconuts will suffice. However, do not worry too much, Lan Jia. I have learned several techniques during my time here. Being on the island is infinitely preferable to being adrift at sea, and things will gradually improve." "Indeed, I share your sentiment," Su Lan replied with a light chuckle and a nod. "Let's first grill some meat to tide us over. It will suffice for now. Once it is ready, we can awaken the others." Having reached a consensus, the two began to busy themselves. Thanks to a vigilant night watchman tending to the fire, the campfire remained alight, sparing them the trouble of rekindling it. After half an hour, the smoked meat was ready, and Yang Liqin and Old Wang awoke in succession. Their slumber was not disturbed by the others, but rather by the discomfort of sleeping on the sand, which prevented them from entering a deep sleep, compounded by the brightness of the morning sun. Now that they were awake, there was little to discuss. The half-kilogram of smoked meat would hardly suffice to satiate 4 hungry individuals, serving merely as a temporary fix. With the weather being favorable, they decided to search for additional food. By the way, did you observe the times of the tides yesterday? I noticed that the tide was rising throughout the latter part of the night. Lu Yu inquired while eating. Yes, I did. The tide began to recede around 1 in the morning, lasting only for a little over half an hour before it started to rise again. Old Wang reported his findings. Excellent work, Old Wang, Lu Yu praised. This means the tide recedes twice daily, approximately around noon and again at 1 in the morning. According to the information I've gathered, low tide presents the best opportunity for procuring food. Thus, we must time our subsequent endeavors around the tides to maximize our haul of marine delicacies. As the group discussed their future actions while dining, Old Wang and Yang Liqin exhibited a hint of skepticism upon learning that Lu Yu had been studying survival techniques in hopes of gaining practical knowledge. No worries. We shall put our theories into practice now. It is currently 9 in the morning. Let's set out to climb that small hill, Lu Yu responded nonchalantly. Their ignorance of the surroundings did not concern him. After all, any knowledge gained, no matter how unreliable the source, was better than none. The four gathered their gear from the previous day's excursion into the forest, armed once more with a fire axe and 4 long branches to clear a path. They soon traversed the small grove they had crossed the day before. Lu Yu pointed towards the numerous birds taking flight above and remarked, "This island has an abundance of birds, indicating the presence of fresh water. Furthermore, we can search for bird nests. If we manage to catch a few, our food supply will be assured." Yang Liqin, somewhat apprehensive, queried, "Lu Gu, even if there's water, it is likely that only the birds and small creatures have access to it. Can we drink it? What is there to fear? Did I not bring a pot? We can boil the water, which should resolve any issues. If that fails, I recently learned a new technique, seawater distillation. Once we finish our tasks at sea during midday, we can experiment with it, especially since the sun will be strong today. Are there any effective methods for shelter? Sleeping on the beach is far from comfortable. That seems a bit troublesome. I envision constructing a 2-story shelter elevated from ground. Lanjia, you and Li Qin will occupy the 3rd floor, while Old Wang and I will reside on the 2nd. The 1st floor will remain vacant to prevent snakes, insects, and rodents from intruding at night. However, this undertaking entails considerable effort. Indeed, it sounds quite feasible. Brother Lu, is this your perspective from above? Yes, it certainly seems reasonable. I have always maintained that education is invaluable. As they continued to plan their subsequent tasks, the 4 of them ascended towards the mountain peak. The hill was not particularly high, and by around 10:30 in the morning, they could vaguely discern the summit. Their journey had been relatively uneventful, as they had arranged for someone to clear the path, effectively scaring away any lurking creatures, thus ensuring a smooth passage. At this juncture, they arrived at a gentle slope, where the terrain was relatively open, adorned with numerous oddly shaped stones. A little further up lay the mountain summit. Old Wang surveyed the landscape and remarked, "We should thoroughly investigate this area. These stones appear to be part of a karst landscape, and as a native of Guangxi, I am quite familiar with such formations. These stone hills often contain numerous small water pools." Indeed, Lu Yu concurred. Old Wang is correct. Shortly after our ascent, we noticed several birds taking flight from that direction. They must either have their nest there or there is indeed water nearby. With this analysis, the 4 felt a strong inclination that a water source was in close proximity and promptly set about their search. Chapter 37. Su Lan's boundless charm, the 4 dispersed, pairing off into groups of 2 for safety, adhering to their customary protocol. Lu Yu and Su Lan teamed up to explore separately. Lu Yu spotted a protruding rock formation and thought that being elevated might yield favorable results, so he led Su Lan up the small hillock. Upon reaching the summit, they discovered no signs of fresh water. However, the vantage point offered a breathtaking view of the sea. "Lanjia, come up and see. The view is magnificent," Lu Yu called, extending his right hand for her to grasp. After a moment's hesitation, Su Lan took hold of Lu Yu's hand, and with a firm pull, he helped her ascend the rocky outcrop. "Look, from here, you can see so far." Lu Yu gestured toward the horizon over the water. As Su Lan climbed onto the rock, her vision expanded dramatically. Before her lay the ocean, displaying an astonishingly smooth, silk-like surface. It was not merely a monotonous blue. Rather, it transformed into an indigo that deepened into lighter shades, blending seamlessly into hues of azure and pale emerald. Fluffy cumulus clouds lingered low at the meeting point of sea and sky, their brilliant whiteness resembling frozen waves, utterly still. There were no roaring waves, only distant, delicate swells, nearly imperceptible, rolling gently towards the reef, breaking silently into a continuous line of silver edges. In this absolute tranquility lay an immense power capable of engulfing everything. A gentle sea breeze swept across the mountainside, neither hurried nor sluggish, carrying a refreshing scent that mingled the warmth of sun-heated rocks with the briny mist of the deep sea. It playfully slipped into the nape of Su Lan's damp neck, tousling the few strands of hair that had fallen loose from her hastily tied-up locks. The lustrous strands of hair, freed from the clinging embrace of sweat, danced gracefully in the radiant light, glimmering with a sheen akin to satin. They brushed against her elegantly sculpted neck, with a few rebellious strands playfully adhering to the edges of her slightly parted, parched yet exquisitely shaped lips. She tilted her head back gently, welcoming the breeze, and inhaled deeply with her eyes closed. This unguarded gesture accentuated the striking contours of her profile, from her smooth forehead through the straight bridge of her nose to the supple arc of her jaw, all set against the breathtaking backdrop of the azure sea and sky. Droplets of sweat pooled at the hollow of her collarbone, subtly rising and falling with her breath. This embodied the vitality and resilience of a mature woman, a beauty tempered by hardship yet unbroken in spirit, reminiscent of wildflowers blooming defiantly against the coastal winds, their splendor undiminished by the rugged environment. Lu Yu was momentarily transfixed. Though he had seen her true visage without pretense before, in that instant he was profoundly moved by her sacrifice and resolve. At that moment, before the vast calmness and grandeur, the boundless grace she inadvertently revealed struck him like a silent lightning bolt, piercing into a corner of his heart encased in layers of fear, calculation, and animosity. The sea breeze, the light of the sky, and the endless blue formed her backdrop and annotation. A complex emotion, far more intricate than mere admiration, mingled with surprise, excitement, and deep compassion, overwhelmed him unexpectedly. He even forgot to divert his gaze until Su Lan, seemingly sensing his intense stare, fluttered her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze under the sunlight revealed a crystalline amber hue, reflecting the grandeur and tranquility of the ocean. Their eyes met in the humid air. The wind continued to blow gently. "Little Lu, what is that over there?" Su Lan asked, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Only then did Lu Yu realize he had been somewhat lost in thought and hurriedly looked in the direction she pointed. In the distance, along the horizon, a faint greenish hue emerged, too far for him to notice in his previous hurried glance. Lu Yu focused intently for a moment, speculating. "It doesn't appear to be a ship. It looks more like a small island. What do you think?" Su Lan, who had also been observing, nodded in agreement. "I think so too. If that small island lacks fresh water, we might consider exploring it." Before Lu Yu could respond, they were interrupted by Yang Liqin's excited voice calling out, "Lu Gu, Lan Jie, come quickly, there's definitely water." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu and Su Lan abandoned their conversation. Lu Yu leapt down from the rocky ledge, ensuring Su Lan's safety as he helped her down, and they hastened towards Yang Liqin and Lao Wang. However, after only a few steps, they heard Yang Liqin scream, "Ah, there's a snake, a really big one," followed by Lao Wang's muffled grunt and a shout, "Xiao Yang, get back, watch me." In an instant, chaos ensued as it appeared they had encountered a large snake. Startled, Lu Yu and Su Lan quickened their pace towards the commotion. As the two individuals traversed a rocky outcrop, they beheld Yang Liqin seated on the ground, while Lao Wang huffed and puffed, his fire axe embedded in the earth. Before them lay a large serpent, its body entirely shrouded in darkness, measuring approximately 3 to 4 meters in length and as thick as an infant's forearm. The creature had been cleaved in two by Lao Wang's axe, its head and body separated, with only the tail occasionally writhing. Lu Yu promptly approached the lifeless serpent to ascertain its condition, concluding it was unequivocally deceased. He then inquired, "Lao Wang, are you all right?" Lao Wang, finally catching his breath, shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. It nearly took a bite out of me, but fortunately I had my gear." Meanwhile, Su Lan was comforting Yang Liqin. Both were unharmed, thus having escaped peril. Lu Yu then took the opportunity to survey their surroundings, discovering that they stood in a depression resembling a small pond. spanning roughly a dozen square meters. However, the water appeared murky. Its nature, whether saltwater or freshwater, remained uncertain. Lu Yu retrieved the fire axe from the ground, cautiously approached the pond, and mindful of prior encounters, considered the possibility that other creatures might emerge from the water. Thus he proceeded with caution. Upon reaching the water's edge, he scrutinized the area for safety before extending his index finger to dip into the pond, subsequently bringing it to his lips to taste. A complex amalgamation of fishy and bird droppings assaulted his senses, prompting him to spit several times and exclaim, "It's indeed fresh water, but the taste is quite overwhelming. Let us collect some to boil and see if it improves." The others gathered around upon hearing Lu Yu's assertion of fresh water, extracting empty mineral water bottles from their backpacks to fill them. They filled all their available bottles, approximately 6 or 7 in total. Lu Yu, considering the time needed to return and catch fish, urged the group to head back. As they passed the slain serpent, Lu Yu paused and asked Wang, "Should we take this snake back? It's substantial enough to feed us for a day." Su Lan, noticing Lu Yu's gaze, took a couple of steps back in trepidation, saying, "I'm not very keen on eating that." Lu Yu then turned to Yang Liqin, who had just been frightened nearly to death by the serpent and was now retreating, waving her hands. "Lu Gu, I can't eat that. If you and Uncle Wang want it, take it." "Oh no." In her backward retreat, she stumbled, falling clumsily. It was unclear what she had collided with. But soon they heard the sound of dirt cascading down, revealing a large pit less than a meter behind Yang Liqin. The group stared in astonishment at the gaping hole. Yang Liqin leaned in for a closer look, and upon doing so, let out a scream akin to someone being groped on a crowded bus. Her piercing wail startling numerous birds from the nearby trees. Lu Yu and the other two hurriedly rushed forward to support Yang Liqin, lifting her up while inquiring about the cause of her exaggerated reaction. With her face as pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably, Yang Liqin clutched old Wang's arm tightly, pointing at the suddenly appeared large pit and stammering, "So many snakes, all snakes." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's body jolted, and mustering his courage, he leaned forward to take a glance into the chasm. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end, as cold sweat erupted on his forehead. The vast pit, approximately 4 to 5 meters deep, was filled with numerous serpents slowly writhing, intertwining, and surging, creating a bizarre tapestry of colors. In Lu Yu's ears resonated the incessant sound of thousands of scales scraping against each other and brushing against the rocks. A continuous rustling that, though not loud, was incredibly dense, as if it reverberated directly within his skull and penetrated to his marrow, provoking an instinctive, physiological shiver of dread. He abruptly withdrew his head, his movements stiff as a rusted puppet. His face turned ashen, lips trembling uncontrollably, unable to produce any sound. With great effort, Lu Yu managed to force out a few words through clenched teeth. "Run. All snakes, hurry up and run." In that instant, whether due to Lu Yu's disturbance or the disruption of some equilibrium within the cavern, the low rustling suddenly changed pitch, amplifying. It was as if an unvoiced command had been issued, and the sea of venom at the bottom began to boil. Not just a few, nor dozens, but thousands upon thousands of snakes, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, suddenly erupted into a frenzied, directionless surge. They no longer remained confined to the bottom, but surged upward and outward along every crevice and protrusion. The vividly colored heads of the snakes emerged like malevolent springs from every unexpected corner, their icy vertical pupils fixating on the source of warmth. "Run!" Old Lin's roar finally shattered the air, breaking the tension. Without uttering another word, the 4 of them ignited like fireworks, unleashing their utmost strength. Old Wang swiftly pulled up the still-seated Yang Liqin, while Lu Yu grasped Su Lan's hand, and they turned to flee, scrambling back the way they came. Direction mattered not. They simply yearned to distance themselves from that dreadful crevice. They crashed through bushes, kicked aside stones, and desperately raced across the rugged hillside. Behind them, the chilling rustling did not immediately close in, but spread like a tide. From the corner of their eyes, they could see the grass on either side beginning to sway unnaturally slender, writhing figures dropping from the leaves. And even on the path ahead, serpentine trails swiftly traversed the fallen leaves. With a cry, Su Lan stumbled and fell, letting out a groan. Her backpack was snagged by a branch, partially unzipping, causing 2 boxes of medication to tumble out. Liu Yu turned back and swiftly yanked Su Lan up. "Don't stop." "Lan Jia," he gasped. Fortunately, the island was small and the hill was not steep. After a frantic dash of merely 10 minutes, they descended the mountain. Having stumbled numerous times and suffered abrasions and scratches, each bearing wounds, yet none daring to halt. At this moment, the four had emerged from the small grove at the foot of the mountain and arrived at the beach, utterly exhausted. They were compelled to pause for a brief respite. Yet the rustling sound behind them did not relent. Instead, it grew increasingly closer. Yang Liqin cried out, "Uncle Wang, I can't run anymore." "What should I do?" Old Wang barked back, "If you can't run, you'll stay here to feed the snakes. Just imagine hundreds of them crawling over you. Will you run or not?" The mere thought of such a scenario sent chills down Yang Liqin's spine, and she bit her lip resolutely, saying, I can still run. Uncle Wang, just give me a hand. But where do we run to now?" Liu Yu, panting heavily, was struck by a sudden inspiration upon hearing Yang Liqin's words. He shouted, "To the lifeboat. We'll go out to sea. There's an island over there. Hurry, hurry. The snakes are coming." In this critical moment of life and death, Old Wang and the others had no time to question anything. Upon hearing of a safe haven, they disregarded all else and summoned their remaining strength to sprint towards their makeshift refuge. Halfway there, Liu Yu could not resist glancing back and saw snakes of all shapes and sizes continuously emerging from the woods. They weren't all heading towards them, but rather seemed to be aimlessly wandering about as if startled. Yet the sheer number was overwhelming, and many were indeed slithering in their direction. Liu Yu's fleeting hope dissipated instantly, and the group quickly reached their temporary shelter, where the lifeboat lay quietly on the sand. As Liu Yu tossed his backpack onto the lifeboat, he shouted, "Old Wang, cut the rope." Everyone pushed the boat. Old Wang replied affirmatively, drawing his fire axe and rushing to the rocky edge where the tether was bound. He swung the axe down with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying, and the rope snapped. As Old Wang dashed towards the lifeboat, he spotted the new propeller they had made the night before and, without hesitation, grabbed it and tossed it onto the lifeboat. The four of them then combined their efforts to push the lifeboat towards the sea. Within a minute, they had managed to launch it into the water. Liu Yu steadied himself on the edge and was the first to leap onto the boat, subsequently pulling Su Lan and Yang Liqin aboard one by one. Old Wang suddenly remembered that his backpack was still left at the shelter and cursed, "My backpack." He started to dash back to retrieve it, but Liu stopped him, saying, "Old Wang, don't go back. The snakes are coming. We can come back for it once the snake tide recedes in a few days. It won't be lost." Old Wang considered this logic and, seeing that numerous serpents had already arrived at their refuge, sighed in resignation and jumped onto the lifeboat. Chapter 39. Another island once everyone was aboard. Liu Yu quickly seized the oar and began to row, while Old Wang frantically replaced the newly made propeller. After a considerable effort, they finally began to distance themselves from the terrifying Snake Island. From a distance, it appeared that the snakes on Snake Island were not venturing into the water. The group could no longer endure the strain and collapsed onto the floor of the boat, unwilling to move. After resting for about 10 minutes, they regained a measure of strength. Liu Yu and Su Lan conferred about the location of the island they had seen from the hillside, guiding Old Wang to paddle in that direction, while Yang Liqin assisted by checking the direction with her smartphone compass. Liu Yu and Su Lan commenced assessing their losses. Prior to their ascent, Lao Wang had left his backpack behind on Shidao, as it was excessively heavy with tools, while Liu Yu and Su Lan carried their own backpacks. They had emptied most of their contents to accommodate water, leaving many items scattered around the shelter and also abandoned on Shidao in their haste. Upon evaluation, it became evident that Lao Wang had suffered the most significant losses. They were left with only a fire axe and Liu Yu's multifunctional dagger, alongside a solar charging panel. Food and water were already scarce and packed within their backpacks. Su Lan had brought only a few medicines, including some for bruises and wounds, along with 2 boxes of antibiotics. Fortunately, the tools on the life raft remained intact, as they had not yet had the opportunity to transfer them. The losses were not catastrophic, and all items could be reclaimed, which alleviated Liu Yu's concerns slightly. As the group gradually recovered from their recent harrowing experience, they found time to discuss the incident. Yang Liqin, noticing Liu Yu had finished his tasks, was the first to inquire, "Luge, do you think those snakes are mad? There are so many of them. I still have goosebumps." Liu Yu, shaken, replied, "Who knows? Perhaps your fall startled them, or maybe our scent provoked them. It's also possible that the large snake Lao Wang killed had an effect. Lao Wang interjected, Xiao Lu. When you took a glance earlier, it was terrifying to see countless snakes writhing together. I suspect I will have nightmares tonight. It was truly frightful. I've never been fond of snakes. Su Lan then assumed her nursing responsibilities, checking each person's injuries. For those with minor wounds, she applied iodine, and for cuts, she used some white medicine. Given the limited resources and medications, they had to be frugal. After the chaotic escape, everyone bore some injuries, but fortunately, they were mostly abrasions, cuts, and bruises that would heal with a few days of rest. As they took turns operating the propeller and engaged in conversation, over half an hour passed before Su Lan completed treating everyone's wounds. By this time, they no longer needed the compass. For the new island Luyu and Su Lan had previously spotted was now clearly visible. Judging by their pace, they estimated they would reach it in just over an hour. At this point, Liu proactively took over Lao Wang's duties. Observing that Lao Wang had nothing else to do, he retrieved his fishing gear. Wang Shu, get it your all. Tonight's dinner depends on you. Yang Liqin jested. Rest assured, young lady, I have acquired some skill in fishing and will surely catch something. Lao Wang replied with confidence. Xiao Lu, when do you think we should return to retrieve our belongings? Su Lan is still concerned about the medications left on Shidao. Let us wait for at least 2 to 3 days. Safety is paramount. There are scarce resources on that island. Meanwhile, we can thoroughly explore this new island. It seems considerably larger than Shidao, Liu reassured her. As they gazed upon the burgeoning landscape, a flicker of hope ignited within them, for they yearned for abundant resources. As their provisions of food and water were rapidly dwindling, Su Lan nodded in agreement. As for water, did we not fill several large bottles? Liu inquired, perplexed. That water hole is situated right beside the snake den. I fear that the serpents on this island might be consuming that very water. Su Lan expressed her concern. Upon hearing your words, I too feel a twinge of unease. It would be best if we could locate a source of clean fresh water, Liu admitted, feeling a sense of alarm. Meanwhile, as Liu and his companions advanced towards the new island, the group led by Scar had already landed 3 days prior. Arriving ahead of Liu, the island they had reached was precisely the destination Liu and his companions were now aiming for. Scar and his companions had endured countless hardships to finally arrive at this island. Having lost most of their supplies due to a shipwreck, they had nearly exhausted their provisions during the final days adrift, particularly their fresh water. Fortunately, they experienced a sudden, localized downpour that, despite lasting only a brief 15 minutes, alleviated their immediate crisis, allowing them to endure until they reached the shore, though they were lacking in supplies. The members of Scar's group were seasoned in the ways of survival at sea, their skills far surpassing those of Liu and his friends. With merely a multi-functional knife they had stowed aboard the lifeboat, they had successfully constructed a rudimentary shelter and had an ample supply of food, whether from hunting in the hills or fishing in the sea, both of which they performed with remarkable ease. Old Third popped open a coconut drink with a satisfying crack, greedily taking a sip and exclaiming, Boss, this island is rich in resources. Surviving here is not an issue. Damn it, mere survival is of no consequence. We need to find a way to return, Scar retorted. Old Third, feeling aggrieved, responded, Brother, I too wish to return, but do you realize where we have drifted? 4 days now, we have watched the beach, yet not a single ship has appeared. Scar let out a deep sigh, acknowledging the grim reality. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Then we must prepare for a long battle. Based on the direction of the wind and the ocean currents, we are likely drifting southwest. After all this time, we might well be in the vast expanse of Indonesia, and if the winds pick up, we could be nearing Malaysia or the Gulf of Thailand. At this juncture, Old Second interjected, Boss, if we are indeed close to Malaysia or the Gulf of Thailand, there must be numerous shipping lanes in this area. By all rights, we should have sighted some vessels. Scar shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Who knows? This sea is vast, and there are many areas unsuitable for navigation. Perhaps we have been blown far from the shipping routes. Boss, these past few days I have grown weary of fish. Yesterday, Gay discovered wild boars over yonder. You have a gun, right? Should we not go hunting? Old Third proposed. Scar nonchalantly brushed his hand against the handgun at his waist, grumbling, What nonsense! This gun has but a few bullets left. What if we encounter danger? Should we not set traps instead? Let us proceed. I shall lead you to capture wild boars. Chapter 40. There is something in the mangroves. Returning to Liu. After more than an hour of sailing, their life raft finally approached the island where the scarred man resided. "Wow, coconut trees! Look over there, Uncle Wang!" exclaimed Yang Li-Chin, standing at the bow of the boat, the first to make a discovery. Not far ahead lay a vast expanse of mangroves, which were unsuitable for landing, prompting Lao Wang and Liu to busy themselves with altering their course, intending to navigate around the island's perimeter to find a sandy beach for landing. Hearing Yang Li-Chin's words, Liu stood up and gazed in the direction she pointed. Indeed, towering amidst the depths of the mangroves were several robust coconut trees, laden with coconuts. "How splendid! This resolves our freshwater dilemma. We need not drink the water from Snake Island anymore," Liu expressed with a hint of joy. "A fortuitous start. It appears our luck is on the rise." "Lao Wan Sumai." "Uncle Wang, it's a pity you boasted about your fishing skills, yet you've caught not a single fish along the way," Yang Li-Chin jested. Lao Wang remained unfazed. "It's only been a short time. It's quite normal not to catch anything yet. Once we land, I'll find a good spot to fish leisurely. It's still early. By evening, I shall ensure you all enjoy coconut fish." With the freshwater crisis alleviated, the group felt considerably lighter, exchanging playful banter. Before long, the life raft turned a slight corner, navigating past the mangroves, followed by an expansive coral reef and a broad stony beach. "This looks splendid, Lao Wang. Let us land on this beach ahead. It's close to the mangroves, making it convenient for us to gather coconuts," suggested Liu. "Understood, Captain Liu," Lao Wang replied, his spirits high, sharing a jest. The group hurriedly maneuvered the life raft to the edge of the beach, which was significantly larger than that of Snake Island, with pristine white sand that appeared untouched by human presence. "Captain, what are the next arrangements?" Lao Wang inquired, looking towards Liu. Liu glanced at the time and contemplated. "It's nearly 3 o'clock. Let us swiftly explore this beach, search for a temporary shelter, and see if there are any coconut trees nearby. If we find some, we want Tini to venture into the mangroves. If not, Lanjia and Li-Chin can remain at the shelter to manage things and start a fire, while Lao Wang and I head to the mangroves for coconuts." "All right, sound good." The others agreed, finding the plan quite reasonable. Thus, without unpacking their belongings, they formed pairs to explore different directions. This beach was 3 to 4 times larger than the one at Snake Island, and their exploration took nearly half an hour. Eventually, the four reconvened to discuss their findings. They had yet to discover any coconut trees and decided to seek refuge behind a windbreak of rocks for the night. Upon reaching an agreement, Liu emptied 2 backpacks, one for himself and one for Lao Wang, arming themselves with a fire axe and a multifunctional knife. After some thought, Liu returned to the life raft and retrieved a distress signal flare, handing it to Su Lan. "Lanjia, should any danger arise, fire the signal flare. We will return immediately," Liu expressed with a note of concern. Su Lan chuckled lightly and said, "All right, the mangrove is not far. What danger could possibly arise from just this short distance? Your sister Lan is far from being a delicate flower. Indeed, while women may be inherently gentle, they become strong for the sake of motherhood. However, safety must come first." After leaving the fire axe behind, Liu felt reassured and proceeded with Lao Wang towards the mangrove. As they passed through the rocky area, they discovered a backwater bay filled with an assortment of debris. After observing for a moment, Lao Wang remarked that they could come here to scavenge if time permitted, as they might find useful items. Upon reaching the coral reef, Liu said, "Lao Wang, based on my limited survival knowledge, this coral reef should be home to numerous fish. If you wish to fish this afternoon, I suggest trying your luck here." "Oh, is that so? That's splendid. Your brother Wang will showcase his skills here this afternoon," he laughed. Recently, Lao Wang had developed a fascination with fishing. As they strolled, attentively surveying the surrounding terrain, they moved slowly. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the edge of the mangrove. It was their first visit, and, standing at the perimeter, Liu remarked, "It looks rather intricate inside. Lao Wang, let us find a couple of sticks for protection." Lao Wang nodded in agreement and quickly chopped 2 straight branches nearby, removing the twigs with the axe to create their makeshift weapons. With a sense of vigilance, they cautiously entered the mangrove. The moment they stepped into this realm, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. The air became oppressively hot and humid, thick with a pungent and complex aroma of brine and decaying organic matter. The light was filtered through layers of overlapping canopies, casting dim, greenish patches upon the murky, nearly stagnant water's surface. Beneath their feet lay not solid ground but a thick, bottomless bed of black sludge, each step accompanied by a squelching sound, requiring extra effort to extricate their feet, making their progress laboriously slow. The roots of the mangrove ruled this labyrinth. The prop roots resembled countless monstrous hands thrusting down from above, while the plank roots twisted like walls, dividing the narrow waterways. Together, they formed a three-dimensional, intricate, and slippery network to traverse. "Be cautious of your footing. Do not get trapped," Lao Lin whispered, as he tested the depth of the sludge and water ahead with his sharpened stick. Suddenly, his stick struck something solid, and a dark blue shadow, roughly the size of a basin, swiftly darted deeper into the shadows of the roots. Before they could react, it vanished. "Wait, Lao Wang. That seemed to be a large crab. Goodness, are there crabs of such size here? We should search carefully," Lu Yu exclaimed with excitement. "Be quick about it. These mosquitoes are buzzing incessantly. I fear that if we fail to catch the crab, we may end up drained by them," Lao Wang replied, swatting away the bothersome insects while glancing around. "Indeed, are there really this many mosquitoes? Never mind. We should prepare properly next time before coming here to hunt for crabs," Lu Yu said, feeling overwhelmed. As they walked further, Lu Yu suddenly grasped Lao Wang's arm and whispered, "Lao Wang, be cautious. Over there is a snake. It appears to be a sea snake." Lao Wang instinctively glanced over and indeed spotted several yellow and black sea snakes coiled motionless on lower branches, resembling wither vines. Having just endured the horrors of Snake Island, both individuals harbored a profound fear of serpents, prompting them to quicken their pace in a bid to escape the mangrove forest. With twilight approaching, they refrained from further exploration and simply proceeded in the direction they remembered, making their way toward the coconut trees. After a brief half-hour, they finally emerged from the mangroves and beheld the long-desired coconut trees. However, upon their first glance, both were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 41. The highly toxic sea mango revealed a sight of 7 or 8 coconut trees before them, each laden with coconuts, yet astonishingly tall. Each tree stood approximately 10 meters high, akin to a 3- or 4-story building. How could coconut trees be this elevated? Lu Yu and Lao Wang exchanged perplexed looks, both a loss. Lu Yu circled the towering trees for a while, testing the trunk with his hand and attempting to climb, but soon abandoned the effort. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu approached the slenderest coconut tree, retreated a few steps, and then charged forward to deliver a powerful kick, causing the tree to sway vigorously. Unfortunately, not a single coconut fell. Inspired by this, Lao Wang urged Lu Yu to step aside and attempted a few kicks himself, but the outcome remained unchanged. Lu Yu winced as he rotated his sore right foot and lamented, "Lao Wang, do you have any other ideas? It's maddening to see them, but not be able to reach them." Lao Wang shot him a sidelong glance. "Who told you to leave the axe for Su Lan? Had you brought it, we could have simply chopped down the trees." "Well, I don't feel secure without some weapon for the 2 girls either," Lu Yu replied. "Let us call it day. It's almost dark. We should head back. And tomorrow we can come prepared with the right equipment and perhaps catch some large crabs for a feast." Reluctantly, Lao Wang agreed. They began their return journey, and as they approached their temporary shelter, the sun was just about to dip below the horizon. Yang Liqin spotted them from afar and called out, "Uncle Wang, Brother Lu, you're back. Did you find any coconuts?" Su Lan, hearing the commotion, initially did not recognize them and emerged from behind the rocks with an axe in hand. Seeing the somber expressions on Lu Yu and Lao Wang, she quickly tugged at Yang Liqin's arm and whispered, "They probably didn't find anything. Let us not ask too many questions." Yang Liqin responded with a disappointed "oh," but managed to muster a smile. As Lu Yu rounded the sheltered rock, he noticed that Su Lan and the others had already started a fire, with a small pile of dry firewood nearby. The beach beneath the rocks had been neatly arranged and even covered with several large leaves. He complimented, "Well done, Li Qin and Jia. You've done a splendid job. Unlike Lao Wang and me, who returned empty-handed." He then recounted their misadventure. Upon hearing that the lack of an axe led to their unfruitful day, Su Lan's heart stirred, and her beautiful eyes turned towards Lu Yu. Had he not insisted on leaving the axe for their protection, they might have returned laden with bounty. Noticing Su Lan's gaze, Lu Yu deliberately turned his head aside and continued, "No worries. We have mapped out the path today. There's a coral reef over there. Old Wang will surely catch something while fishing. Additionally, in that mangrove, we spotted a crab of considerable size." As he spoke, Lu Yu animatedly gestured with his hands. It was this big. Can you believe it? I estimate it weighed 3 to 4 pounds. Tomorrow, if we bring the right equipment and manage to catch one, we could feast on crab cooked in coconut juice. Wouldn't that be delightful? Ah, Lu Gu, hearing you say this has made my stomach rumble. Chief, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Yang Liqin looked towards Su Lan, who was in charge of their provisions. Su Lan frowned slightly, and after a moment replied, We are down to our last bit of smoked meat, but it may not suffice to fill everyone's stomach. We also have some compressed biscuits left, but we have very little water. I suggest we save the food for tomorrow. Old Wang interjected, Then let us roast the smoked meat and make do with that. Afterward, I'll try my hand at night fishing. It's still quite early. If we manage to catch a fish, we will have a midnight snack. All right, Lu Yi. You must ensure that I get to taste the crab cooked in coconut juice tomorrow. Let us not forget that the tide will recede at dawn. We could try gathering shellfish then, Su Lan added. Yes, I almost forgot. Once the tide goes out, we should all go. No one can slack off. It seems tonight's midnight snack is secured, they joked and laughed. Though they had not gathered any food or water that day, the promise of tomorrow alleviated their concerns. Guarding a large island, they could not possibly starve. With a little diligence and creativity, they would manage. This was a far cry from the despair of drifting on the sea in recent days. Speaking of which, I almost forgot this. Young Liqin exclaimed, slapping her forehead as she retrieved 4 fruits from a corner. This looks very much like a mango. Su Lan and I found it while gathering firewood. But Su Lan said we should wait for you all to return and see if you recognize it. I believe it is indeed a mango, albeit a wild variety. Hence it looks a bit different from what we usually eat. She placed the fruits on the ground. I'll take a look, Lu Yu said, intrigued, as he picked up one of the fruits to examine it closely. The fruit in his hand was approximately the size of a small mango, predominantly red with some green patches, and its skin was smooth. Observing Lu Yu's focused scrutiny, Old Wang remained silent, but curiously picked one up as well, asking, What does the tree look like? Describe in detail. We have plenty of mangoes in bays, Guangxi. I should remember. Thus, Yang Liqin and Su Lan supplemented each other's descriptions. However, Lu Yu was oblivious to their conversation, deeply concentrated, as he let his awareness linger on the fruit in his hand, contemplating it intently, maintaining this focused state for approximately 1 or 2 minutes. A chilling awareness seeped into his mind, filled with a violent intensity that evoked profound discomfort. It was akin to standing in a bustling street, with a serpent lurking in the shadows, unblinkingly gazing at you, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Yu even felt a force exerting a powerful grip on his heart, instilling a sense of dread. In summary, this sensation was extraordinarily difficult to articulate. In the haze of perception, Lu Yu seemingly beheld a scene where a small bird, after pecking at a fruit, plummeted directly from its perch. Chapter 42. The repercussions of power. Suddenly, Lu Yu withdrew his hand as if scalded by an invisible flame. Su Lan, having sensed something peculiar about Lu Yu, observed him closely while everyone else engaged in conversation, for he was never this silent. Noticing Lu Yu's actions and the sheen of crystalline sweat upon his forehead, she expressed her concern. Xiao Lu, what is the matter with you? Lu Yu first hurled the fruit in his hand far away, gasping for breath before hoarsely stating, Do not eat it. This thing is poisonous, highly toxic. Old Wang and Yang Liqin had also taken note of Lu Yu's behavior, and upon hearing his words, Old Wang jolted, dropping the fruit he held onto the ground. After retrieving the 3 fruits from the ground and discarding them at a distance, Lu Yu settled back down. Xiao Lu, why do you look so pale? By the way, do you recognize this fruit? At this moment, Lu Yu still felt mentally drained, but he mustered his spirits to respond. I do not know it. Yet I'm certain it is toxic. In any case, do not inquire further about specifics. Moreover, in the future, if you come across any unfamiliar fruits or plants, you must let me identify them first. Understood? Lu Yu spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. Seeing Lu Yu's earnestness, the 3 did not dare contradict him and nodded in agreement. Su Lan, noticing Lu Yu's condition, gently suggested, Xiao Lu, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should rest for a while. Very well, I shall rest, Lu Yu acknowledged, feeling quite unwell himself. He nodded and proceeded to the makeshift shelter where Su Lan and the others had laid down leaves, collapsing into a deep slumber. Yang Liqin whispered, Sister Lan, do you think Lu Gu is ill? He seemed fine just a moment ago, only examining the fruits we gathered for a few minutes before suddenly changing. Su Lan raised a finger to signal silence, tiptoeing over to Lu Yu's side. To her astonishment, mere minutes had passed, and Lu Yu was already softly snoring. She watched silently for a few seconds, then extended the back of her right hand to feel Lu Yu's forehead before quietly returning to her original spot. "How is he?" Old Wang inquired. "There is no fever. He does not appear to be ill. It seems he is simply fatigued," Su Lan replied, shaking her head. "All right then. Perhaps he truly is tired. This role is not easy. He has to worry about this and that. Let him have a proper rest. But Lu Ge has yet to eat. What should we do?" Yang Liqin looked at the sizzling, oily smoked meat over the campfire. "Silly girl. Won't you save a piece for him? In any case, let us not disturb him. I have encountered such situations during my time as a nurse, where after enduring a prolonged period of intense labor, one suddenly experiences a sense of lethargy upon relaxation. A good night's sleep typically remedies this." Half an hour later, Lao Wang brandished his self-crafted fishing gear, accompanied by a flashlight, and borrowed Lu Yu's multifunctional knife. He instructed, "I am heading out fishing. You too. Exercise caution and ensure at least one of you remains awake. Await my return for a late-night snack. Haha." "All right, Uncle Wang, do catch plenty," came the reply. "Absolutely. Young lady, just you wait." As he departed, Lao Wang waved to the two. Lu Yu, however, found his slumber restless, tossing and turning throughout the night. This marked his first genuine application of his abilities, resulting in profound backlash. It is uncertain whether the fruit resembling a mango was excessively toxic or if other factors were at play, but he felt as if his head would split open. His body hollowed out. He barely managed to reach the shelter, constructed from leaves, and the moment his eyes closed, he fell into a deep unconsciousness, plagued by a lengthy nightmare that caused him to writhe involuntarily. When he finally roused, it was due to an overwhelming thirst. He muttered, "Water, give me water." Soon, a chilling substance was placed at his lips. Unconsciously, he licked it with his tongue and discovered it was sweet fresh water. Instantly invigorated, he gulped several hearty swigs, only to find the water had quickly vanished. Just as he was reveling in the refreshing drink, he reluctantly opened his eyes to investigate the sudden absence of water. The first sight that greeted him was Su Lan, holding a mineral water bottle, attempting to pour it into his mouth. The bottom of the bottle pointed skyward, yet no drops emerged. "Xiao Lu, you're awake. How do you feel?" Su Lan inquired with concern. Lu Yu, still in a daze from sleep, initially felt bewildered, but after a couple of minutes, he recollected his situation. "Sister Lan, I'm fine," he replied, touching his head, which still throbbed. Though significantly better, he estimated his recovery at about 70 to 80%. "By the way, the water, Sister Lan, did I drink it all?" He recalled the several hearty gulps he had just taken and quickly asked. "Yes, it's finished, but no worries. We can pick coconuts tomorrow. Just endure a little longer." Su Lan reassured him. Lu Yu observed Su Lan's dry, chapped lips, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Their water supply had dwindled to just one large bottle since morning, to be shared among 4 individuals. They had endured the escape from Snake Island, and they had been stringently rationing fresh water for quite some time, leaving everyone in a state of prolonged dehydration. "Wait a moment, Sister Lan. I remember the water allocated to me was nearly finished. I consumed several large gulps just now. That must be yours, right?" Lu Yu suddenly recalled that they had evenly distributed the contents of 4 small mineral water bottles that morning, and his own was nearly empty. Just a shallow puddle at the bottom. He was certain of it. "There's no need to worry, Xiao Lu. You've been working tirelessly, trying to find a way out while also considering your emotions and state of mind. That is indeed the most arduous task. If you've had a drink, then so be it. It is not a matter of great consequence," Su Lan said with an air of ease. Lu Yu gazed at the beautiful young woman before him, feeling a surge of gratitude. After a moment, he let out a gentle sigh and replied, "Well, it's already been consumed. However, rest assured, Lan Jie, I will accompany Lao Wang to chop down the coconut tree first thing tomorrow morning. By the way, what time is it now, and where is Lao Wang?" Lu Yu noticed Yang Liqin resting nearby, yet Lao Wang was nowhere to be seen, prompting his inquiry. Su Lan responded, "It is just past 10. Brother Wang went night fishing, saying he wanted to catch something for a late-night snack. It has been over 2 hours, and I must admit I am a bit concerned." Upon mentioning food, Lu Yu's stomach began to grumble, reminding him that he had not eaten anything before bed and had gone the entire day without sustenance. It was no wonder he felt hungry. Hearing the sound from Lu Yu's belly, Su Lan promptly said, "Xiao Lu, you must be famished. We saved some roasted meat for you. Please eat a bit to tide you over." As she spoke, she retrieved the remaining piece of roasted meat from near the campfire. Chapter 43. Peril at Sea indeed. Lu Yu was quite hungry and did not hesitate to take a generous bite of the meat. While eating, he inquired, "Lan Jia, have you all eaten? Should I share some with you?" "No need, we finished eating long ago. This was specifically saved for you. Hurry and eat. And once you're done, let us see if we can find Brother Wang. I feel uneasy about him being out there at this hour." Su Lan quickly declined. "All right, I will eat a couple bites first, then I will go check on Lao Wang," Lu Yu said. He devoured the meat swiftly, finishing it in just a few minutes. He then grabbed a flashlight and took the sharpened stick he had prepared earlier for venturing into the mangrove forest. Ready to set off, when he noticed a distant beam of light from a flashlight flickering and approaching them. In the darkness, Lu Yu called out cautiously, "Is that you, Lao Wang?" A familiar voice responded from afar. "It's me, Xiao Lu. You're awake. Come and help me. Are you injured?" "Lao Wang, stay still. I'll be right there," Lu Yu replied, feeling a wave of urgency wash over him. He instructed Su Lan to prepare some medicine and quickly ran toward the source of the voice. As he drew closer, he found Lao Wang sitting on a rock, resting, with his fishing rod cast aside and his hands tending to his calf. "What happened, Lao Wang?" Lu Yu inquired, and upon inspection, he gasped as he saw a long gash on Lao Wang's left calf, blood seeping from it. "Don't mention it," Lao Wang lamented. "I caught a fish, but on my way back I lost my footing and slipped. This rock is too sharp, and that is how it happened. The fish got away too. Well, as long as you're all right, let us get you back and apply some medicine. If this keeps bleeding, you might lose too much blood," Lu Yu said, disregarding Lao Wang's protests as he crouched before him. Initially, Lao Wang intended to insist on walking back with Lu Yu's support, but upon seeing Lu Yu's determination, he carefully climbed onto Lu Yu's back, not forgetting to take his fishing rod along. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Yang Liqin was also awakened by the earlier commotion. Upon seeing Lu Yu carrying Lao Wang, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "Wang Shu, are you all right? Do not frighten me." Her voice carried a hint of sob. "Oh, little girl, do not cry unnecessarily. Your Wang Shu is perfectly fine, just took a tumble and sustained a minor cut. Once Su Lan tends to it with some antiseptic, I shall be as good as new," he reassured her. "Is that so? Then all is well. Lu Yi, do be careful and place Wang Shu over here," she replied. Once Lao Wang was settled, Su Lan approached to conduct a brief examination. She then proceeded to disinfect the wound with alcohol and applied antiseptic powder. While she attended to his injury, Lao Wang remained disheartened by his recent misfortune, lamenting, "What terrible luck! I had caught a fish a decent size too, weighing at least 2 or 3 jin, but it slipped away when I fell. Now my leg is injured as well. Truly unfortunate." Lu Yu could not help but chuckle. "Lao Wang, you are a man prone to mishaps. From the very beginning, you have yet to recover fully from your injuries. Yesterday, while fleeing down the mountain, you were the most severely hurt, were you not? Oh, what a day it has been. Little girl, I did not fail you. I did catch a fish, but it escaped," Lao Wang sighed. "Wang Shu, you still think of that? Missing one meal will not lead to starvation. Besides, once the tide recedes, we can go beachcombing. I remember it clearly." Yang Liqin responded with a smile. "Ah yes, we can go beachcombing soon. Lao Wang, with your old bones, it is best you stay back and guard the home. Just ensure the fire does not go out. The 3 of us will fetch you some midnight snacks." Although the day had not been particularly smooth, the group found joy amidst their struggles and remained undeterred. After Su Lan had finished tending to Lao Wang, Lu Yu began to prepare for their outing. Lacking suitable containers for their marine bounty, he decided to empty both his and Su Lan's backpacks. Each of them carried one, while Yang Liqin suggested bringing along a small pot and a flashlight for each person. Glancing at the time, which was nearing midnight, he declared, "Let us depart. It is time to go beachcombing. Our luck will determine tonight's midnight feast." The beach was quite expansive, and after some deliberation, the trio decided to split up. Su Lan and Yang Liqin would each cover a section of the beach, while he would venture to the rocky area, hoping for a stroke of luck. Based on his gleanings from short videos, he knew that the rocky terrain, complex as it was, often yielded a greater bounty of marine life when the tide receded, as many small creatures tended to hide in the crevices. After parting ways with the 2 women, Lu Yu illuminated his path with a flashlight as he approached the rocky zone. He had experienced beachcombing once before, giving him a modicum of knowledge. But that had been on a tourist-designed beach, so his prospects this time were uncertain. Moreover, he struggled to discern which sea creatures were edible and which were not. While he had heard tales aboard the black ship of certain toxic sea snails, he could identify a few, yet it would demand considerable energy. As he walked, lost in thought, he soon arrived at the rocky area. The sky was overcast, and the moon peeked through the clouds intermittently, rendering the unlit areas impenetrably dark. He attempted to enlarge the beam of his flashlight, which indeed broadened his field of vision, yet the finer details remained obscured. After several adjustments, he finally calibrated the beam to an appropriate range. Soon, half an hour had elapsed, and Lu Yu had only managed to collect 2 sea snails. The anticipated bounty of marine treasures would have to remain a figment of his dreams. Sighing, Lu Yu lamented the lack of experience in tide gathering, particularly at midnight when visibility was poor. Without sufficient expertise, it was nearly impossible to discern any signs of marine life. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he ultimately halted beside a small puddle formed by several large rocks encircling it. Even after the tide had receded, a considerable amount of seawater remained within. He chose to linger here because he had heard a rustling sound upon his arrival and, after a moment of careful observation, concluded that rather than wandering haphazardly, it would be wiser to focus his efforts on this puddle. The rapid retreat of the tide would undoubtedly leave behind some fish or shrimp trapped in the water. Having observed some movement, Lu Yu realized he needed to devise a plan. Draining the water would be ideal. However, being stranded on a deserted island, the necessary conditions were lacking. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was nearly 1 o'clock. If he did not hurry, the tide would soon rise again. After much deliberation, Lu Yu made a resolute decision and jumped in. The water was not deep, reaching only his knees. Clenching the flashlight in his mouth, he began to reach into the water and feel around blindly. This was a first for him, and he had no idea what lay beneath the surface. A sense of apprehension crept in. He dreaded the thought of encountering a snake. Surely, he could not be that unlucky, he mused while groping. Suddenly, he felt something brush against his hand, which quickly darted away. Hope surged within him, but just as he was about to investigate further, a voice from the beach, tinged with tears, called out, "Luga, Luga, hurry! Su Lan has been swept away by the waves." Chapter 44. A desperate rescue. A jolt of alarm coursed through Lu Yu, leaving no time to continue his quest. "Su Lan!" His voice erupted, nearly tearing his throat. He scrambled over the rocks, using hands and feet to climb. Once atop the elevation, he glanced toward the sea and realized that the tide was rising again. It appeared that in just a few minutes, the very puddle he had been exploring would be submerged once more. Engrossed in his fishing, he had failed to notice the encroaching water, obscured by the massive rocks. With barely a moment's hesitation, he darted forward, his feet slipping on the wet rocks like ice. His shoe soles lost grip, and his knee slammed painfully against the sharp stone, an explosion of agony coursing through him. He paid it no mind and continued to run. After a precarious struggle, he finally reached Yang Lichin's side, just as Wang, dragging his injured leg and carrying 2 life jackets, arrived. He looked at Yang Lichin with urgency, demanding, "Where is Su Lan?" Startled by Lu Yu's intensity, Yang Lichin fell to the sand, pointing toward the sea with trembling fingers, crying, "I saw her being swept over there." Lu Yu followed her gesture, but the moon had retreated behind clouds, shrouding everything in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything clearly. Lu Yu cursed under his breath, directing his flashlight toward the sea as he stepped forward, calling out loudly, "Su Lan, where are you?" Old Wang, in a state of panic, urged Xiao Lu, "Don't act impulsively." However, Lu Yu paid him no mind, resolutely continuing his advance. Wang tossed a life jacket in Lu Yu's direction, exclaiming, "At least put on the life jacket." This time, Lu Yu complied without objection. Hastily donning the vest as he implored, "Old Wang, Lichin, help me look for Su Lan. We must see where she has been swept away." "You don't need to say that, Xiao Lu. Stay calm. First ascertain Su Lan's location before entering the water. Otherwise, it could lead to disaster." Lu Yu retorted, "Stop talking. Old Wang, Su Lan has average swimming skills and isn't wearing a life jacket. If we delay, she may be lost." As the tide rose higher, Old Wang had no choice but to pull Yang Lichin a few steps back towards the beach while anxiously scanning for Su Lan's figure. With each few steps Lu Yu took, he battled against the advancing waves, wielding the flashlight erratically his anxiety palpable like an ant on a hot skillet. As time dragged on, Lu Yu felt his heart sink, his lips forming several painful blisters, and his throat parched, leaving him to repeatedly call out Su Lan's name in vain. Just when despair threatened to engulf him, the moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the surroundings with newfound clarity. Suddenly, old Wang shouted, "Xiao Lu, look over there. Doesn't that appear to be a person?" Turning to follow Wang's pointed finger, Lu Yu spotted a shadowy figure bobbing in the water not far off. Without uttering a word, he dashed towards it. The midnight sea was far colder than he had anticipated, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. The true challenge lay in the wave's relentless force, akin to an invisible hand pulling him back. The surf crashed against his face, salty water filling his mouth and causing him to cough violently. Spitting out the bitter seawater and reorienting himself, he pressed on. Closer now, ever closer, it was indeed a person, though he could not confirm it was Su Lan. However, on this deserted island, it was unlikely there would be anyone else. Lu Yu's heart surged with joy as he swam towards the figure. He swam frantically in that direction. But after just a few strokes, the retreating tide surged like an unseen serpent, forcefully dragging him backward. This was the most perilous strength of the ebbing tide. Once the water surged in, it must recede, creating a current powerful enough to drag an adult into the depths. Lu Yu felt akin to an ant battling a torrent. He exerted every ounce of strength to swim, yet with every inch gained, the subsequent wave hurled him back, leaving him nearly stationary, even causing him to slowly retreat. Looking down at the life jacket he wore, he realized it only increased the resistance against the waves. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. He needed to change his strategy. Instead of fighting the current head-on, he turned sideways, swimming diagonally towards Su Lan. When the waves approached, he refrained from rushing forward. Instead, he aimed to break the waves as much as possible before utilizing a portion of the returning current to his advantage. This method proved effective, and he gradually drew closer to the floating figure. As his hand finally made contact with Su Lan, an icy chill coursed through his heart. Her body felt as if it were devoid of bones, her skin cold to the touch. He abruptly pulled her face above the water. The pallid visage bore tightly shut eyes and lips tinged with a bluish hue, devoid of any signs of breath. "No, no, no," Lu Yu murmured, one hand slipping beneath her armpit to support both of their weights with the life jacket. The buoyancy of the life jacket diminished significantly, their combined weight forcing him deeper into the water. He choked on a mouthful of seawater, desperately kicking his legs, only to feel a violent cramp seize his right calf. How unfortunate! Cramping at such a moment. Was the heavens intent on claiming him? Lu Yu cursed inwardly. The excruciating pain contorted his movements, and they sank once more, the seawater swiftly engulfing his chin, his lips flooding into his nostrils. "I cannot perish here." He gritted his teeth, forcibly straightening his cramping leg, using his other leg and hands to paddle fervently, inching Su Lan back toward safety. The agony was beyond description. Each stroke felt like a tug-of-war with death itself. The weight of Su Lan's body, the resistance of the life jacket, the sharp pain from the cramp, and the seawater invading his mouth. He lost track of time, perhaps 5 minutes, perhaps an eternity, until his feet finally touched the soft sand of the shore. At that moment, old Wang, disregarding his leg injury, approached in a life jacket, followed closely by Yang Liqin. "Give me your hand," old Wang shouted. Lu Yu's consciousness was already hazy and in a daze. He heard old Wang's voice and instinctively extended his hand. He felt someone grasp him, and then he was pulled onto the dry sand. Lu Yu collapsed onto the beach, gasping for air, resting for a moment before feeling some recovery. Struggling to rise, he anxiously inquired, "How is Su Lan?" "I don't know. We're trying to revive her," old Wang replied, applying pressure to Su Lan's abdomen. Lu Yu staggered closer, seeing Su Lan's face drenched in seawater, her lips darkened, her eyes tightly shut, and her chest showing no signs of movement. With each of old Wang's relentless compressions, seawater continuously expelled from Su Lan's mouth, yet she remained unresponsive. Su Lan, wake up." Lu Yu could not help but slap her face, but there was still no reaction. Fear cascaded over him like icy water, and suddenly he recalled something, exclaiming, "Perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I remember that's what we need to do. Yang Liqin, hurry, give Su Lan mouth-to-mouth." As he spoke, he pushed Yang Liqin. To his surprise, She burst into tears. Lugu, I want to help, but I don't know how. Old Wang then halted his compressions, calmly stating, Lu Yu, don't panic. Gather around and follow my instructions. I have experience. I will teach you how to proceed. Chapter 45, A Web of Doubts. Hearing Old Wang's steady words felt like grasping a lifeline, and Lu Yu leaned closer, urgently asking, what should we do? Little Lu. First check Su Lan's mouth for any obstructions. Clear out any mud or debris. Old Wang instructed Lu Yu. He then turned to Yang Liqin, Little Yang. Unfasten Su Lan's clothing. We must avoid constricting her chest when we begin to administer breaths. The two individuals promptly complied, swiftly completing the directives. Next, Yang Liqin. Apply pressure to Su Lan's chest with a moderate force, performing 30 compressions. Following the instruction, Yang Liqin executed the task. Now you must administer rescue breaths mouth to mouth, pinching her nose to prevent air escape. Yes, just like that. Then fully envelop Su Lan's lips with your own and gently exhale. La wan kan li institute. Yes, just like that. Blow with more force. No, the chest isn't rising. The air hasn't entered. Lu Yu, observing with mounting urgency, finally interjected. Let me take over. Yang Liqin, step aside. Upon hearing this, Yang Liqin seemed to shed an immense burden, quickly stepping back and saying, Then Lu Gu, you take over. I truly cannot do this. Lu Yu had already gleaned a fair amount from observing, understanding that the principle was to inflate Su Lan's abdomen while ensuring no air leakage was paramount. He pinched Su Lan's nose with his left hand and then leaned into her lips. Su Lan's lips were soft and cold. Feeling that he had fully covered her mouth, Lu Yu began to exhale slowly. Lao Wan's voice came through. That's right, just like that. Good, release her. And let us do it again. All right, 2 breaths should suffice. Now continue the chest compressions on Su Lan for 30 repetitions. Lu Yu complied, repeating the cycle of compressions and breaths 4 or 5 times. Yet Su Lan remained unresponsive. Wake up, he shouted hoarsely, pressing her chest forcefully. Your son is still waiting for you. His name is Lele. His name is Lele. Just when Lu Yu was on the brink of despair, Su Lan suddenly erupted in a violent cough, expelling a significant amount of seawater. It worked, Lao Wang exclaimed with joy. Lu Yu quickly maneuvered his hand around Su Lan's neck, helping her to sit up slightly. Su Lan finally opened her eyes slowly, weakly asking, Where am I? What happened to me? Before Lu Yu could respond, Lao Wang interjected, It's all right, she has been saved. We should return to the shelter as the tide is rising rapidly. Lu Yu turned to see the encroaching tide, now less than 3 meters away from them. He intended to assist Su Lan in standing, but inadvertently glanced at her chest, now freed from restraints. The sight of her ample, pale form brought back memories of his recent actions. He hastily called out to Yang Liqin. Xiaoyang, come help your sister Su Lan up. We need to return to the shelter. Once Yang Liqin helped Su Lan back, he sighed in relief and solemnly addressed Lao Wang. Brother Wang, we owe this to you. Otherwise, Su Lan would surely be lost. Lao Wang smiled, saying, What I did was nothing. It was mere luck, just a bit of knowledge. But you are the true hero. If it weren't for your desperate plunge into the sea, I, with my injured leg, would not have dared to rescue her. Lao Wang, how did you learn to perform first aid for drowning victims? Lu Yu casually inquired. However, to his surprise, Lao Wang fell silent for a moment before responding thoughtfully. If possible, I too wish I would never have to learn such first aid. The atmosphere cooled abruptly, and Lu Yu realized he may have broached an inappropriate subject, choosing to remain silent as they swiftly returned to the shelter. At this moment, Su Lan had already tidied her clothes and had learned from Yang Liqin about her rescue. With a gaze filled with complexity, Su Lan looked at Lu Yu and earnestly expressed her gratitude. Xiao Lu, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would surely have perished. Lu Yu, slightly flustered, waved his hand dismissively. What are you thanking me for? We have all journeyed together. Anyone would have acted in the same manner. After a brief pause, seemingly to dispel an awkwardness, Lu Yu turned to Yang Liqin and inquired, Xiaoyang, could you now share with us what transpired? How did you get swept away by the waves while gathering seafood? Upon hearing Lu Yu's question and feeling the collective gaze of the group upon her, Yang Liqin unconsciously shrank back. After steadying herself, she began to recount. At that time, we had separated to gather seafood. I found numerous sea snails and later spotted a large jellyfish. Unsure if it was edible, I thought to ask Sister Lan if she knew anything about it. We stood there examining the jellyfish, and as darkness fell, we didn't notice the tide rising. Sister Lan was standing a little too close to the shore when a wave surged forth, and she lost her balance, getting knocked down by the water. I wanted to pull her back, but the waves were too strong, and I couldn't hold on. Sister Lan was swept away by the current. I panicked and didn't dare venture into the sea, so I could only shout for help. Is that correct? Liu turned to Su Lan for confirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lan nodded slightly. For the most part, that is accurate. Yet, Liu remained unconvinced. His expression grave as he repeatedly inquired about various details before finally stating, "All right, Sister Lan, you should rest for now. Wang, accompany me outside for a smoke. After the tumult of this night, I feel as though I have lost half my life." As Liu exhaled a puff of smoke, he asked Wang, "What are your thoughts on Su Lan's incident?" "Xiao Lu, what are you implying? Do you suspect Yang Liqin?" Wang slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke as well. "You are correct. I do harbor suspicions about her," Liu admitted without reservation. "Think about it. We were merely gathering seafood. I find it hard to believe that it was mere coincidence. Sister Lan is an exceptionally cautious person. Look at how she protected herself on the Black Ship. I refuse to believe she would make such a fundamental mistake. Moreover, she claimed that she had initially grasped Su Lan's hand, but when the waves came, she lost her grip. What troubles me the most is the fact that it was just a jellyfish. What was the necessity of calling Su Lan over?" Wang listened intently to Liu's words, remaining silent for a considerable time before responding. "Xiao Lu, I can see that you make some valid points. However, having spent these past few days with Yang Liqin, I feel she is not that kind of person. No, Wang, I simply do not trust her. At that moment, I pushed her into the sea, and you all did not rush to save her immediately. It's conceivable that she harbors resentment towards us, don't you think?" Liu's emotions surged. Another prolonged silence ensued until the smoldering cigarette tip burned perilously close to Wang Ji's fingers, prompting him to toss it away as if just realizing its presence. Nodding, he replied, "You make a fair point, but what do you intend to do now? Are you planning to confront her? What evidence do you possess?" Liu scoffed. "What evidence do I need? This isn't a court of law. We can simply provide her with some food and drink and let her fend for herself." "This is not advisable, Xiao Lu. Setting aside the fact that these are merely your conjectures, it could easily jeopardize the morale and relationships we have painstakingly built. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? What do you say, Brother Wang?" Liu pondered for a moment, and with a hint of resignation, replied, "Xiao Lu, you saved my life, and I ought to stand by your side. However, this situation indeed feels somewhat like grasping at shadows. I recommend we remain inactive for now, yet remain vigilant and observe that young lady closely." After a long pause, Liu let out a deep sigh. He realized he might be overthinking things. Without evidence, it was not appropriate to act as he suggested. Hence, everyone should be a bit more cautious, for now. That is all they could do. Yet, there was a thought lingering unvoiced in his heart. There are always thieves, but how can one guard against thieves endlessly? Chapter 46. Su Lan's doubts upon returning to the shelter after their smoke break. Su Lan was already resting. Liu decisively declared, "Everyone is tired from the night's activities. Let us rest. I will take the first watch. Xiao Yang, I will rouse you in the latter part of the night. Su Lan and old Wang are injured and unwell, so they should rest more." Yes, okay, Brother Liu. Do remember to call me later." The crackling fire occasionally emitted faint pops as Liu sat alone by the campfire, contemplating the events of the night. He gazed at the peacefully sleeping Yang Liqin, pondering whether this seemingly harmless young lady was an angel or a devil. Once things settled down, he must devise a way to test her several times. Otherwise, having a ticking time bomb within the team would be exceedingly distressing. His stomach grumbled in protest once more. Initially, they had gathered some seafood during their outing, but after the commotion, they had lost track of their catch. This will not do. Upon waking in the morning, I must prioritize visiting the mangroves to bring back coconuts. After mulling over these thoughts, Liu took out his phone, opened his e-book, and delved into the crucial survival strategies he relied upon. Not far off, the forest occasionally echoed with various animal sounds. Liu sharpened his ears to listen, yet he could not discern what creatures were making the noises. This island was significantly larger and livelier than the previous Shi island they had inhabited, teeming with a variety of wildlife. He reminded himself to exercise even greater caution during their exploration tomorrow. However, with the campfire blazing and situated far from the woods on the sandy beach, no creatures dared to disturb them. After a long day of exertion, Lu Yu began to feel weary as the night wore on. He stood up, flashlight in hand, and made his way to the shore to wash his face with seawater, hoping to awaken his senses. Just as dawn began to break on the horizon, he was about to awaken Yang Liqin for her shift when Su Lan stirred, softly saying, "Xiao Lu, do not wake her. I will take over for you." Lu Yu looked at Su Lan with mild surprise and asked, "Sister Lan, are you not going to sleep a bit longer? It is still early." Su Lan stood up, brushed her hair back, and shook her head, saying, "I have been plagued by nightmares and cannot sleep well. I might as well stay awake. You have been through a long day. You should rest quickly." Lu Yu had never truly felt at ease leaving Yang Liqin to stand watch alone through the night. It was merely a concession to dire circumstances. Now that Su Lan had awakened, it was undoubtedly the most favorable turn of events. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured softly, "Senior Sister Lan, I'll rest later. I'd like to speak with you once more about last night's drowning incident." Su Lan turned her gaze upon him, her eyes shimmering like distant stars in the velvet darkness, then nodded. "Let's go a little farther to talk." They walked some distance from the shelter and sat side by side upon the soft, cool sand. Before Lu Yu could utter a word, Su Lan spoke first. "Xiao Lu, you suspect Yang Liqin?" Lu Yu inwardly admired her perceptiveness, her mind as keen and refined as orchid-scented jade, and nodded. "I've harbored suspicions for some time. That's why I wish to speak with you privately, to hear your own impressions. Did anything feel amiss?" Su Lan gazed into the far horizon, silent for a long while before replying, "I've pondered it all night, but truly, it is difficult to say. You too harbor doubts. Senior Sister Lan, is there some detail, something unspoken, that I've missed?" Lu Yu's eyes brightened with sudden intensity. "Yes," she said quietly. "When we were observing that deceased giant jellyfish, I wasn't originally standing where I ended up. Yang Liqin suggested I look in that direction, and only then did I turn to face the sea, back to the open water. So that was it." Lu Yu's understanding crystallized at once. No wonder Su Lan, too, had felt the faintest tremor of suspicion. He then recounted his conversation with Wang, concluding, "He seems to hold Yang Liqin in a peculiar regard. Not romantic, but paternal, almost as if she were his own daughter. Yet without concrete evidence. We must proceed with utmost caution. I'll find an opportunity to test her further." "I noticed it too," Su Lan mused. "Does Wang even have a daughter of his own? That remains unclear. He seldom speaks of his past," Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. "Very well for now. Let us hold to this course." She smiled faintly. "Xiao Lu, you look utterly spent. Go rest, immediately." And so their quiet dialogue drew to a close. When Lu Yu awoke, dawn had already spilled golden light across the sky. He glanced around. The temporary shelter stood empty. The campfire still glowed gently beneath his small pot, which held a half-filled portion of thick, porridge-like gruel, its composition uncertain. Stretching languidly, he stepped beyond the jagged black rocks and saw Su Lan and Yang Liqin approaching from afar, each laden with armfuls of firewood and broad, verdant leaves. He hurried forward and took the bundle from Su Lan's hands. "Where's Wang?" "Uncle Wang went fishing on his own," Yang Liqin replied without hesitation. "He says his leg injury doesn't hinder his angling, and that we should all enjoy a proper midday meal to replenish our strength." "Xiao Lu, you must be famished," Su Lan added. "We had almost nothing left, so we boiled compressed biscuits. Go on, eat something to tide you over." At the mention of food, Lu Yu suddenly became acutely aware of the hollow ache in his stomach and the parched dryness in his throat. He frowned slightly. "Where did you get the water to boil them?" Su Lan walked beside him, speaking as they went. "The water we collected on Snake Island. This morning, everyone awoke thirsty and weak. Without replenishing our energy, we lacked the stamina even to forage. So we agreed to boil the water first, then build a filtration device and passed it through twice. Afterward, we boiled it once more. We all tasted a little and found it perfectly safe. I see that S settled then. I shall first partake in some sustenance, for I am indeed rather famished. How could you all have accomplished this?" As they spoke, the trio arrived at the shelter, and Lu Yu, pointing towards the adjacent filtration device, inquired with curiosity, "Oh, Lu Gu, do you look down upon anyone?" Yang Liqin remarqued, "Didn't you send your survival manual to Uncle Wang and the others via Bluetooth? During our free time, we have also been conducting our own research on this. This trivial contraption is hardly worth mentioning." As she spoke, Yang Liqin displayed a proud expression. Lu Yu observed the filtration device before him, recalling that it had indeed been mentioned in the manual. The device appeared to be fashioned from a 15-liter mineral water bottle, seemingly crafted from its upper half. Su Lan set aside her belongings and took the upper segment of another 15-liter mineral water bottle to serve as a bowl, assisting Lu Yu in ladling a portion of the gruel from the pot. Yang Liqin enthusiastically introduced their collective creation to Lu Yu. Luga, look. At the very bottom, we place cotton fabric from the medical kit, followed by the charcoal we burned thoroughly last night, which serves as the adsorption layer. As it is said that charcoal possesses remarkable adsorption capabilities. Then we added a layer of gauze, followed by very fine sand and another layer of gauze, with small stones and coarse sand on top. How about that? We are quite impressive, aren't we? Indeed, splendid work. How could I have overlooked such ingenuity? Lu Yu praised. You, Xiao Lu, are so busy attending to everything that it's no wonder you didn't think of such intricate details. Here, have a bowl first. If it's insufficient, there's more in the pot. Chapter 47. The perilous mangroves. Lu Yu accepted the plastic bowl and the clearly improvised chopsticks carved from twigs. Eagerly taking a sip, the food's passage through his digestive tract into his stomach was nothing short of exquisite, and the fiery hunger within him subsided somewhat. Yang Liqin continued to bask in her moment of glory. Luga, you have no idea. We poured the water in slowly, and the water that emerged from the bottom was remarkably clean. Then we boiled it again, and it tasted just like regular water. You should try some too. While speaking, Yang Liqin fetched a small mineral water bottle, filled with more than half a bottle of water. Lu Yu endeavored to maintain his composure, concealing any signs of distress, and expressed his gratitude to Yang Liqin. He opened the cap and tilted his head back, drinking deeply. Following this, he contentedly remarked, this water has no peculiar taste. It is quite normal. This is splendid. We filled several large bottles at that time, which should suffice for a few days. Indeed, otherwise we would lack the strength to search for firewood. However, Sister Lan mentioned that we have very few compressed biscuits left. At most, we can prepare one more meal before they run out. Lu Gu, you will need to devise a solution. Well, once I finish eating, I shall head to the mangroves to procure some coconuts. Coconut water can serve as fresh water, and the flesh is edible as well. This way, we can temporarily alleviate our survival crisis. This island is vast, and there must be food and water available. We can explore gradually. As Liu ate, he articulated his plan. By the way, Xiao Lu, Brother Wang has injured his leg and is unable to accompany you to the mangroves today. Would you like me to accompany you instead? Su Lan. Upon reflection, Lu Yu shook his head and replied, there is no need for that. I can manage on my own. The mosquitoes in the mangrove are exceptionally numerous, and your presence would only bring you discomfort. Moreover, there are certain dangers within, including sea snakes. Su Lan, visibly perturbed by the mention of snakes, hesitated briefly before ultimately dismissing the idea of accompanying Lu Yu. Very well, do take care of yourself. Consider what items you might need to bring along. I will assist in your preparations. Certainly, I must take an axe as well as my bag, which I shall attempt to empty for collecting coconuts. Additionally, the mosquitoes are quite abundant, so please help me craft a torch. Holding it should provide some relief. Lu Yu had already devised a plan in his mind and promptly listed several items. By the time he finished the compressed biscuit porridge from pot, Su Lan had thoughtfully gathered everything he required, except for the torch, and even placed half a bottle of water into the mix. Lu Yu, take this bottle of water to sip on your journey. The filtration process is somewhat slow, and we're left with only this much. However, once you depart, we will continue filtering and boiling water, and by the time you return, there should be a considerable amount. Su Lan expressed a hint of regret. Finally, Su Lan, somewhat troubled, inquired, Lu Yu, I am unfamiliar with making torches. How should I proceed? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu asked, when you went to gather firewood today, did you come across any trees with a significant amount of resin? Let us use one of those as a torch. Upon hearing this, Yang Liqin and Su Lan rummaged through the recently gathered firewood, and ultimately, Lu Yu spotted a relatively resinous branch. This one will suffice for our needs. With preparations finally complete, it was nearly noon. Lu Yu bid farewell to the two women and took a burning stick from the fire to ignite his torch upon reaching the mangrove. He set off directly towards the mangrove. Along the way, Lu Yu had initially intended to search for Lao Wang, but he saw no sign of him and was uncertain of where he might be fishing in some hidden corner. He soon grew disinterested in the search and quickly traversed the rocky area, arriving at the edge of the mangrove. Upon entering, Lu Yu ignited the branch he intended to use as a torch and tucked his pant legs into his socks, a trick he had learned to prevent snakes and insect from crawling up his trousers. They had suffered this discomfort on Snake Island the previous day, and he was particularly cautious this time around. With everything in order, Lu Yu held the torch in his left hand and wielded a self-fashioned long stick in his right, crouching as he ventured into the mangrove. As he entered the dense foliage, the light diminished significantly, and Lu Yu immediately felt the stifling heat. The air enveloped him like a damp, thick blanket, each breath laden with a pungent aroma of salt and decay. The torch crackled as blue smoke spiraled upwards, and the swarm of mosquitoes that had previously hovered ominously above like a dark cloud retreated at the sight of the smoke, creating a peculiar mosquito-free zone around him, an effective barrier. Although a few daring mosquitoes still approached, it was a marked improvement from before. Effectiveness is what matters, Lu Yu thought, feeling considerably more at ease. With only himself to rely on, he proceeded with caution, adhering to a predetermined route, albeit at a slower pace, yet ensuring a prudent approach. Despite having surveyed the route beforehand, the treacherous mud beneath his feet proved difficult to gauge. In some spots, it was deep enough to reach his calves. With each step, he ambled through the mire, until suddenly, Liu halted. He lifted his gaze towards the dense mangrove roots ahead, raising his torch high. The flickering flames illuminating the branches above. A yellow and black sea snake coiled itself around a branch less than a meter from his head, its triangular head slowly swiveling. Its forked tongue flickering uncertainly. Disturbed by the firelight and smoke, it hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat. Lu Yu held his breath, his hand steady with the torch. The waves of heat from the flames wafted upwards, palpable to the snake's sensitive system. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the sea snake finally began to loosen its grip, gliding silently like a flowing yellow ribbon towards the higher branches, vanishing into the dim canopies above. Lu Yu exhaled slowly, realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Beyond this point lay the mangroves, and after nearly an hour of arduous trekking, he finally spotted the towering coconut palms once more. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lu Yu set his backpack down, retrieving a half-filled bottle of water that Su Lan had packed for him, gulping down a few mouthfuls. Next, Lu Yu began to examine the coconut trees, eventually selecting the one with the most coconuts and the slenderest trunk. He spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and grasped the axe, striking the trunk with force. The thud reverberated through his hands, yet the blade only penetrated 2 centimeters. It seemed that felling the tree would not be an easy task. As he chopped, he reflected on his technique, how to exert force in the proper angle, skills he had never practiced before. After a brief respite, and through a concerted effort lasting several minutes, only a quarter of the coconut tree remained standing. Estimating that it was nearly ready to fall, he surveyed the area, determined the direction in which the tree would topple, then set down the axe, took a few steps back, and with a powerful kick, the coconut tree finally succumbed to its burden, groaning as it slowly fell. Chapter 48. Finally, a satiating drink before the coconut tree had even settled completely, Lu Yu eagerly approached it. To his delight, there were indeed a considerable number of coconuts, approximately 20, though some had brown shells, indicating they were mature or aged, while others resembled the green-skin variety he had previously purchased from roadside stalls. Curiously, he pondered why the coconuts on a single tree did not all ripen simultaneously. However, it was merely curiosity, and he soon withdrew his multipurpose knife, severing a mature brown coconut and carefully making a small opening. Upon glimpsing the tender, white coconut water within, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. He cupped the coconut in his hands and leaned in to inhale its aroma. A crisp, subtly sweet scent of the forest wafted into his nostrils, something no artificial beverage could replicate. It was the pure essence of nature, crafted over 12 months through sunlight, rain, and the heights of the trees. The mere scent of the coconut ignited a frenzy of salivation within him, causing his throat to involuntarily convulse. He had been parched for far too long. In that moment, it felt as though all his senses were being drawn into the coconut. He tilted his head back, aligning the fissure with his cracked lips, and gently inclined it. The instant the first drop of coconut water met his tongue, Lu Yu felt as if he had been electrified. It was not mere drinking. It was his desiccated body seizing hydration in the most primal manner. The crystalline liquid glided over his tongue, rough like sandpaper, devoid of irritation, only offering the most tender of moistness. The myriad of dormant taste buds on his tongue awakened collectively at that moment. It was sweet, yet not in a sugary manner. It was delicate, yet imbued with a profound aftertaste. He greedily took another sip. This time, as the liquid coursed down his throat, he could distinctly feel every millimeter of his esophagus rejoicing. It was a near painful ecstasy, akin to parched earth suddenly being drenched by a refreshing rain, with every crack desperately absorbing moisture. From his throat to his stomach, it left a trail of coolness, gently swaying in his long empty belly, igniting a delightful shiver of happiness. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a sensation of being filled with water. Lu Yu closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and poured the last few drops of coconut water into his mouth. The coconut water trickled down the corners of his lips, mingling with the salt crust on his neck. And he did not wipe it away. He could hear the sound of his swallowing echoing in the stillness of the beach, as clear as a beast that had finally discovered a source of water. When he set down the hollow coconut shell, he gasped for breath, and to his surprise, his eyes glistened with moisture. It was an uncontrollable physiological reaction following such profound satisfaction. He wiped his muddy hands across his face haphazardly, then used a dagger to split open the entire coconut. Indeed, there was still coconut flesh inside, which he could not afford to waste. The previous 2 bowls of compressed biscuit mush had merely kept him from starvation. He was still far from satiated, and after the arduous journey, his stomach was empty once more. The tender, smooth coconut flesh, once consumed, provided Lu Yu with yet another layer of nourishment. It was only at this moment that he truly felt alive and capable of enduring. With these coconuts, even without any other provisions, he could persevere for a good 10 days. After consuming every last morsel of coconut flesh without waste, he felt a lingering desire for more. This mature coconut did not seem to contain ample juice, and he had not quenched his thirst sufficiently. Contemplating this, he realized he could not carry away all the coconut water at once. If left behind, it would likely be devoured by other creatures. With that thought, he opened a still unripe green coconut. He was curious about the differences between the ripe and unripe coconuts, but to his surprise, this immature green coconut contained an abundance of coconut water, even sweeter than the previous one. When Lu Yu finished the second coconut, his stomach was filled with liquid, and he finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Though he was not yet full, he had indeed quenched his thirst. Next, Lu Yu planned to bring the coconuts back, allowing Su Lan and old Wang to enjoy them as well. Drawing from his earlier experience, he primarily chose green coconuts. However, given the limited space in his backpack and the need to accommodate other items, he managed to squeeze in 7 or 8 coconuts. If necessary, he could always make another trip to collect the remaining coconut water, although he would be without a torch on the return journey. Pondering this, Lu Yu's mind began to race with ideas. After a moment of contemplation, he dashed back into the mangroves, scooping up a handful of mud from the ground and applying it to his hands and face. Since he lacked chemical defenses, he decided to bolster his physical protection instead. He smeared mud over all exposed skin, effectively creating a layer of armor. Surely, this would deter the mosquitoes, he thought with a hint of pride. Although the mud was uncomfortable, it was far preferable to being drained by a swarm of mosquitoes. With no better options at hand, he resolved to return swiftly. The journey back was smooth, and after another hour, Lu Yu arrived at the shelter. "Sister Lan, guess what I've brought back?" he shouted from a distance. Upon hearing his voice, Su Lan and Yang Liqin rushed out, only to be greeted by Lu Yu, whose face and hands were smeared with mud, prompting stifled laughter from both. Su Lan stepped forward to take Lu Yu's axe and long stick, unable to contain her curiosity. "What on earth happened? Did you fall many times? Are you all right?" "Oh, this mud? I applied it myself. There were just too many mosquitoes," Lu Yu explained. As they spoke, the trio returned to the shelter, where old Wang had also returned, albeit unable to greet Lu Yu due to his leg injury. Seeing Lu Yu's disheveled state, old Wang chuckled. "Little Lu, you worked hard. With how bulging your backpack is, I can tell you were successful." Lu Yu dropped his backpack to the ground and sighed in relief. That was no easy task. "Come, let us all have a coconut to drink. Don't worry, there are plenty of coconut trees over there." He then opened his backpack, extracting 3 green coconuts, which he deftly opened with his dagger before handing them to the others. "Wow, this is refreshing. The coconut water is delightful. Lu Gu, you're incredible," Yang Liqin exclaimed, the first to voice her admiration. observing the satisfied expressions of his companions. Lu Yu felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. After taking a couple of sips, Su Lan inquired, "Little Lu, why aren't you drinking?" "Don't worry, Sister Lan, I've already had 2 over there. After the coconut water, we can feast on the coconut meat. This will be our lunch." Lu Yu then turned to old Wang. "By the way, how did the fishing go? Did you manage to grill any fish for dinner?" Chapter 49. The disappearing coconuts. Old Wang responded with a hint of frustration. "Don't even mention it. Today was a bust. There were plenty of fish visible beneath the coral reef, yet they just wouldn't bite. Isn't that exasperating? Haha, as long as they're fish. It's merely a matter of technique or bait. Just refine your approach. Old Wang, you'll surely succeed," Lu Yu teased. "Uncle Wang, since you're not catching anything, why not try spear fishing? I've seen many bloggers have success with that method. The success rate is much higher," Yang Liqin suggested. "Spear fishing? One must possess a harpoon, yet it is not entirely impossible. Suitable materials are essential." Lao Wan Zimak Tao Gu Fun. The group exchanged light-hearted banter. Their spirits lifted significantly by the coconuts brought back by Lu Yu, which had resolved a major issue. They then casually discussed their forthcoming plans. Lu Yu mentioned that he intended to revisit the mangroves in the afternoon, aiming to retrieve all the remaining coconuts from the felled coconut tree. Given Lao Wang's injury, he opted to fish instead. Su Lan and Yang Liqin planned to explore the vicinity, striving to enhance the comfort of their makeshift shelter. After contemplating briefly, Lu Yu expressed no objections. He decided to postpone further exploration until he returned with the coconuts. The search for fresh water must continue, as their food supply was insufficient. Although the immediate crisis had been alleviated, a stable food and fresh water source was imperative, particularly food. With an abundance of coconuts available, fresh water could sustain them for a while. Once their discussions concluded, the sun was high in the sky, and Lu Yu took a nap. When the sun began its descent, he donned his equipment and set off towards the mangroves once more. Arriving at the mangroves, Lu Yu had become quite familiar with the terrain, and this time he had a new objective, to see if he could indeed capture a large blue crab, thereby improving the evening's meal. However, the techniques for catching crabs in the mangroves had not been covered in his survival training, leaving him to rely on his own experience. As he entered the mangroves, Lu Yu once again smeared mud over his exposed skin. This method proved effective for repelling mosquitoes, albeit uncomfortable. In such an environment, comfort was secondary to survival. This time, in addition to being mindful of the path and nearby dangers, Lu Yu paid particular attention to small mud puddles and the corners of mangrove roots where crabs might be hiding, frequently prodding with a long stick in his hand, resulting in a notably slow pace. With ample time ahead, he felt no urgency. Capturing crab would be ideal, lest he return burdened by coconuts that would impede his movement. Yet, whether due to insufficient experience or luck, Lu Yu walked a good distance without a glimpse of a crab. It was not until he had traversed half the distance that he made a discovery. With a sudden splash, Lu Yu's right foot plunged into a small mud puddle, and he quickly sensed something was amiss, as though he had stepped on something alive and hard. A surge of alertness coursed through him as he cautiously lifted his right foot and stepped back. He then prodded with his stick, revealing a large crab covered in mud, which raised its formidable pincers in defiance. "Ah, at last you appear. What a specimen! It must weigh 3 to 4 pounds. Lu Yu exclaimed in delight. However, the crab's formidable pincers instilled a twinge of apprehension in him. He tentatively teased it with the stick, searching for its vulnerabilities and the range of its attacks. Each time Lu Yu brought the stick near, the crab's large pincers would swiftly strike at it. After a few tentative attempts, Lu Yu thought to himself, "Come on, let us see if you can hold on." He deliberately placed the stick between the pincers of the green crab, allowing it to clamp down. Then, he took advantage of the moment to press the front end of the stick down on it and maneuver to the rear of the crab, grasping its 2 large pincers with both hands. "Haha, now you can't move, can you? Oh my goodness, I've never seen such a large crab before. 3 pounds, if not more. Tonight, I shall feast." Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm, speaking excitedly to himself. Next, Lu Yu stepped on the green crab with 1 foot and retrieved a length of vine he had prepared in advance from his backpack. Indeed, he had anticipated this scenario and made prior arrangements. The rest was simple. He bound the crab securely with the vine and placed it into his backpack, completing his task. Having dealt with the large green crab, Lu Yu continued to walk and search, filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, It seemed that his luck had run dry, as he found no further bounty. Upon returning to the spot where he had felled the coconut tree, Lu Yu first cautiously surveyed the surroundings, only to feel a sinking sensation in his heart. Previously, he had counted the remaining coconuts and even arranged them in specific positions. Yet merely a few hours later, 3 coconuts were missing from ground. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the missing coconuts had been devoured, their shells left behind, as something had gnawed them open to drink the coconut water inside. Feeling a bit anxious, Lu Yu scanned the area, but found no signs of the creature responsible. All that remained were a few shallow hoof prints on the ground. It seemed prudent to be more careful in the future. Perhaps it would be best to come here with Wang. As he pondered, he quickly opened a coconut and drank its water in one go, then packed the remaining 7 or 8 coconuts into his backpack. The unknown was the most terrifying. Not knowing what animal had visited made Lu Yu feel uneasy. He thought it best not to linger and hurried back. Once the coconuts were secured, Lu Yu briskly entered the mangrove forest. This time, he did not intentionally seek out green crabs, but as fate would have it, he stumbled upon a smaller one, which, though lesser in size than the first, was still a delightful surprise. He readily collected it and then exited the mangrove without further incident. Upon stepping back into the warm sunlight, a stark contrast to the shaded forest, Lu Yu felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Glancing at the sun, which was nearing the horizon, he realized he had not brought his phone and estimated it was already past 5 o'clock. Without further ado, he made his way back to the shelter. Arriving at the shelter, Lu Yu found the 3 others present, and with a mysterious smile, he said, "Can you guess what else I brought back besides coconuts?" Licken pondered for a moment before exclaiming with excitement, "Crabs! Is it crabs? Did I guess right, Luga?" Lu Yu placed his backpack on the ground, opened it, and took out the 7 or 8 coconuts one by one, finally revealing the large green crab he had bound with vines in a display of triumph. The response was immediate, as gasps of astonishment filled the air. "What a massive crab! My goodness, I've never seen such a large crab before. Hello, Xiao Lu. You are quite impressive. How did you manage that? Please share with us." Lu Yu recounted the process of catching crabs with embellishments, which garnered a flurry of likes. Noticing that Wang seemed somewhat disheartened, Lu Yu suggested that Su Lan and the others should process the blue crabs, casually inquiring, "Wang, what's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Chapter 50. A feast brewing coconut oil. Wang managed a wry smile and replied, "It's not that I'm unhappy, but I only caught a small fish all afternoon, which leaves me a bit frustrated." Lu Yu comforted him, saying, "Why the rush? There are plenty of fish below. You'll eventually catch some. We aren't lacking for food at the moment." "Ah, Xiao Lu, you don't understand this feeling. I'm starting to empathize with fishermen. It seems that Xiao Yang was right. Once I have the materials, I must craft a spear and go spear fishing directly. Let's see if they're not tempted." Wan lamented. "Well then, we shall eagerly await the prowess of your fishing spear. How is your injury?" Lu Yu inquired casually. "It's healing decently. I just can't make any sudden movements." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing serious. Just focus on recuperating and fishing. You can also keep an eye out for passing boats." As they conversed, Lu Yu recounted his second trip to gather coconuts. Wang expressed concern, stating, "Xiao Lu, you should ideally not go alone next time. Once I'm feeling better, we can go together. Who knows what strange things are on this island? Last night, I heard noises in the forest that didn't cease." "Yes, I think the same. It serves as a reminder for us. With just the 2 of us men, we need to remain vigilant." "You are absolutely correct. Thus, we must not cease the night watch. Safety comes first." While they spoke, Su Lan and Yang Liqin returned from washing their things by the seaside. "Dang, dang, dang, dang. Brother Lu, look what we have here." Yang Liqin proudly displayed Lu Yu's pot. Upon seeing it, Lu Yu noticed several large sea snails and 2 fish, one large and one small, inside the pot, intrigued. "Oh, so much? Where did this come from?" "Haha, weren't you looking for coconuts at noon? During low tide, Sister Lan and I went beachcombing. We found these sea snails on the sand, and Uncle Wang said they're safe to eat. As for the large fish, we found it stranded in a small puddle by the reef. An easy catch. How lucky are we?" Lu Yu instinctively glanced at Wang, who looked even more morose. Lu Yu chuckled. "Your luck is indeed remarkable. Perfect timing. We can have a grand feast tonight." "Absolutely." Sister Lan insisted on waiting for your return to cook together. "She would let us eat at noon," Yang Liqin replied. "Chef, the rest is up to you." "Not a problem. Just leave it to me. Watch as I showcase my skills," Lu Yu declared, clapping his hands. He then busied himself while Su Lan willingly assisted him. Given the limited resources on the island, Lu Yu couldn't concoct anything too extravagant. Ultimately, he decided to prepare a pot of soup with the blue crabs and sea snails, while the two fish were grilled separately. During this process, Lu Yu noticed Yang licking, chatting, and laughing with Wang, even helping him change his bandages. One cannot help but ponder the enigmatic character of Yang Liqin. If Su Lan's fall into the sea was indeed a scheme of hers, she would undeniably deserve an Oscar for her performance. With a sigh of resignation, I decided to set this matter aside. As dusk descended, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish began to waft through the air, drawing both Yang Liqin and Old Wang closer. The coconut soup with the blue crab is ready. Let us savor the broth first, Lu Yu remarked, sprinkling a touch of salt onto the fish as he spoke. Delicious, it smells divine, exclaimed Yang Liqin, as she fashioned bowls from their water bottles and improvised chopsticks from branches. Taking the initiative, she filled each bowl with a generous serving of coconut crab soup, eagerly sipping a spoonful. Wow, Brother Lu, your culinary skills are remarkable. This is truly delightful. After so many days, this is my first taste of soup. How blissful. Su Lan and Old Wang also sampled the broth, their expressions reflecting their satisfaction. Little Lu, you should drink some too. I'll take over the grilling of the fish, Su Lan encouraged, passing Lu Yu his bowl. All right, Sister Lan, please manage the grilling. This small one is nearly done, Lu Yu replied, leaning against the rocks to savor the soup. I must say, this broth is exquisite, he thought, content with his creation. Though the ingredients were simple, comprising fresh coconut milk, blue crab, and conch, the prolonged absence of a proper meal rendered the soup extraordinarily gratifying. Upon finishing the broth, Lu Yu lifted the large blue crab from the pot, breaking off a sizable claw to hand to Old Wang. You, my injured friend, need to replenish your strength with this big claw. He then offered another claw to Su Lan. Sister Lan, having escaped last night's peril, you too deserve a generous portion to calm your nerves. Su Lan hesitative, sighing. Little Lu, you saved my life, and you've endured the most during this time. Besides, you brought back the coconut and crab. You should enjoy one for yourself. Old Wang and Yang Liqin echoed her sentiment. Ultimately, Lu Yu had no choice but to keep the claw for himself, though he did share half of the crab's rich roe with Su Lan and Old Wang. They shared the feast, but the blue crab, though substantial, was still insufficient, given that the shell accounted for half its mass. As they relished the meal, their eyes drifted towards the grilled fish over the bonfire. The smaller fish was already prepared and set aside, while the larger one sizzled, its oil dripping onto the flames, producing a tantalizing crackle that heightened its allure. Observing the eager expressions of his companions, Lu Yu finally declared, All right, the grilled fish is ready. Let us reserve this smaller one for Old Wang, while the three of us can share the larger one. What do you all think? Sound good to me. Brother Lu, hurry up, I can hardly contain my excitement, came the enthusiastic responses. Although they did not leave the table feeling completely full, this meal marked the most sumptuous feast the four had enjoyed over the past 10 days. The grilled fish was fragrant, the coconut soup sweet and rich, and the crab meat tender. There was little more to critique. How satisfying. If only we could indulge in such delights again tomorrow, Lu Yu mused. It is quite peculiar. I typically consume very little. Yet tonight, I have eaten quite a substantial amount. So why do I still feel a bit hungry? Yang Liqin remarked with lingering thoughts. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, I feel the same way. It seems that during this period, our bodies have been lacking in essential oils, which poses a problem. No matter what seafood we manage to obtain on the island, it lacks sufficient oil. I have heard that if one solely consumes seafood without other foods, they may eventually starve, though I cannot ascertain the truth of that claim. Then, Lu Gu, could you devise a way to extract some oil? Yang Liqin inquired with anticipation. Well, Lu Yu quickly reviewed the contents of his mind, and after a moment, struck his head and said, there is indeed a solution. With so many coconuts at our disposal, we could attempt to extract some coconut oil. However, I will need to borrow some items from Lan Jia. He chuckled, glancing at Su Lan. Ah, you need to borrow something from me? Little Lu, what do you require? Su Lan asked, a bit surprised. Well, I need to borrow your socks, Lan Jia, he replied. Chapter 51. Fishing in troubled waters. Lu Yu then elaborated on his plan, suggesting that they use socks to contain the coconut meat, then repeatedly beat it, subsequently placing it in coconut water to wring out the moisture, and finally simmering it on low heat to extract the oil. Thus, the plan is set. We cannot possibly use my and old Wang socks. Of course, if you all do not mind, I have no objections. Oh, Yang Li-chin exclaimed in distaste, let us avoid that. You men have smelly feet. I have heard that beautiful women's feet are fragrant, so let us use Lan Jie's socks instead. Their banter left Su Lan's face flushed, and she timidly asked, must it be socks, little Lu? I feel that clothing could suffice as well. Oh dear, Lan Jie, please make a small sacrifice. Using socks is simply more convenient. Isn't it? Lu Yu glanced at Su Lan, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. All right, it is settled then. Lu Ye, you shall prepare coconut oil for us tomorrow. After finalizing this, the group gathered around the campfire and began discussing their subsequent plans. The shelter appeared adequate for the time being. It was not too cold at night and was situated far from the woods, minimizing encounters with snakes, insects, and rodents. It seemed they could manage for a few days without issue. As for the four essential elements of survival, shelter and fire were secured, and fresh water was still sufficient. They had several bottles of water collected from Snake Island, along with the coconuts Lu Yu had brought back, which should last them for about 7 to 8 days without significant trouble. Therefore, the crux of the matter remained in how to consistently procure food. Consequently, the group engaged in animated discussions, finally deciding that at dawn the next day, they would form teams to explore the surrounding area to search for wild fruits or closer coconut trees. Plant-based food sources were also significant, and they could not rely solely on finding sustenance from the sea. Old Wang, due to his limited mobility, chose to continue fishing while observing passing boats. However, he made a request. Little Lu, while you explore tomorrow, please keep an eye out for bamboo groves. Bamboo is a versatile material in the wild, and if we can locate a bamboo forest, many of my ideas could come to fruition, at which point I shall demonstrate my craftsmanship to you all. Certainly, no problem. Tomorrow, we will focus on searching for bamboo. Lu Yu finally remarked, in truth, while I was out by the reef last night, I stumbled upon a large puddle formed after the tide receded. Surely, there must be plenty of treasures within. Why don't we three venture to that puddle tonight? If we can manage to drain it, we might secure our provisions for tomorrow. After deliberating on their forthcoming actions, everyone began preparing for rest. Since Lao Wang would not be joining the evening expedition, he volunteered to keep watch while the other two rested. As the clock struck midnight, Lu Yu's alarm sounded precisely on schedule, prompting the trio to rise and gather their belongings for the fishing venture. This time, having devised a plan in advance, they made their way directly to the reef area where Lu Yu had mentioned the puddle. Upon arrival, Su Lan and Yang Li-chin were taken aback. Lu Ye, this puddle is rather expansive. With just the three of us, draining it seems rather implausible, especially with only half an hour until the tide returns, they expressed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Yu replied, I didn't examine it closely yesterday. It indeed seems unrealistic. No matter. I'll dive in and catch some fish while you two shine your lights, and keep an eye out for any movements. As he spoke, Lu Yu began to remove his shoes and roll up his trousers, ready to jump in. Since arriving, Su Lan had been rather quiet, yet she was diligently observing the surroundings with her flashlight. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Xiao Lu, look, this area is lower in elevation. If we could dig here, the water might flow out on its own. Would you like to give it a try? Is that so? Let me take a look. Following Su Lan's guidance, Lu Yu moved to the spot she indicated. After surveying the terrain, he confirmed, indeed, as you said. However, it's all rock here. I will need to fetch an axe to break through. We won't have time today, but if we prepare in advance tomorrow, it might be feasible, especially with the daylight aiding our efforts. For now, I will take my chances and see if I can catch something. Su Lan readily agreed and focused on using her flashlight to assist Lu Yu in observing the situation. Fortunately, their flashlights were sufficiently powerful, and they could recharge them using Lu Yu's solar panels, so each of them carried one. The beams of light flickered as Su Lan and Yang Li-chin occasionally shouted in excitement. Xiao Lu, there are bubbles here. Check if there's anything. Lu Ye, there's something moving here. Oh no, it got away. I can't just stand by. I'm coming down to help. Eventually, Su Lan and Yang Li-chin leaped into the knee-deep puddle alongside Lu Yu to join the fish-catching endeavor. With their combined efforts, their experience rapidly grew. Whenever they detected movement, the three would surround the area, driving the fish toward a corner. Lu Gu, Lan Jie, quickly surround it. Watch where it's heading. It's definitely a fish. I've seen it clearly. Yang Li-chin showed that excitedly. In no time, they managed to corner the fish, and Lu Yu cautiously inched his hands closer before swiftly closing in. I got it. Oh, it puts up quite a struggle, Lu Yu exclaimed, holding onto a lively fish that weighed about a pound, thrashing vigorously in his grasp. At last, they had captured catch. The trio rejoiced momentarily, but Su Lan reminded them, Xiao Lu, check the time. The tide is likely coming in soon. Perhaps we should head back. Upon checking the time, Lu Yu realized that indeed, over half an hour had passed. All right then, let us return. Tonight's modest haul is satisfactory, and tomorrow we shall completely drain the water. We are bound to strike it rich. Having experienced the incident of falling into the water the previous day, none of the three dared to linger any longer. They climbed the rocks, donned their shoes, and began their journey back. Although their collection for the night was not substantial, it was the first time they had caught fish by their own efforts, and they had devised a plan to drain the water pit, which filled them with excitement. They chatted and laughed as they made their way back to the shelter, and along the way, Lu Yu spotted several sea urchins and shells, which he collected. For after all, they were also edible. Uncle Wang, look at the fish we've caught. Breakfast is sorted for tomorrow. Yang Liqin called out from a distance. Old Wang glanced over with a look of disdain. Just this tiny fish? It won't suffice. We must see how many I can catch for you tomorrow. All right, Old Wang. Then lunch is in your hands for tomorrow. That should be no problem, Lu Yu said as he approached and set down his belongings, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 52. Exploring the heights, the item around the neck. After a few playful exchanges, the group felt weary as it was quite late, and they had new tasks awaiting them the next day. Yang Liqin volunteered, I can't sleep. Last night, Lu Ge treated me well, and didn't he ask me to keep watch, so I shall take the night watch tonight. Lu Yu glanced instinctively at Old Wang, and, after a moment of hesitation, agreed. Being cautious, he discreetly tucked his multifunctional knife into his pocket before heading to bed. Due to lingering concerns for Yang Liqin, Lu Yu found it difficult to fall asleep, and he quietly opened his eyes several times to observe her, finding everything appeared normal. Eventually, his eyelids grew too heavy, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he awoke again, daylight had already broken. He glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the morning. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed Yang Liqin was still asleep, while Su Lan was busily tending to the fire, and Old Wang had yet to awaken. Lu Yu approached the fire and quietly inquired, Sister Lan, you're up quite early. Startled by the sudden sound, Su Lan turned to see Lu Yu and nodded, saying, I couldn't sleep well, so I woke up early. I figured I would let Xiao Yang rest and prepare a soup from last night's fish for breakfast. Everyone needs energy for the journey ahead. May I assist you? Lu Yu offered eagerly. No need. I can manage the soup, Su Lan replied with a smile. Perhaps you should wake up a bit and prepare the items we need. Su Lan said yestif. That sounds good. I will wash my face first. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. He gestured towards Yang Liqin, forming an inquiring shape with his lips. Su Lan shook her head, indicating that there was nothing amiss. Lu Yu lightly nodded and dashed to the seaside to wash his face. It was then that he realized his mouth tasted bitter. He had brushed his teeth in many days. This was quite a predicament. He needed to think of a solution. As he walked, Lu Yu took out his phone to search for relevant information and, after a short while, put away, returning to the shelter with a look of newfound knowledge on his face. Upon returning to the refuge, Lu Yu busied himself with the organization of equipment necessary for their exploration, occasionally retrieving his phone to search for pertinent information. Su Lan, on the other hand, devoted her attention to preparing breakfast. In addition to simmering fish soup in coconut milk, she thoughtfully extracted the coconut flesh and added it to the pot. She also included the sea urchins and shellfish they had gathered the previous evening. Their food supplies were dwindling, with only 2 pieces of compressed biscuits remaining, which Lu Yu resolved to save for the most challenging moments. Thus, the meal Su Lan was preparing constituted their entire food reserve. After a flurry of activity, by around 8 o'clock, both had completed their respective tasks, and the enticing aroma from the pot roused Old Wang from his slumber. The trio conferred, and Yang Liqin suggested that Old Wang sleep a little longer. After reserving his share, they would have breakfast and awaken him before their departure. Old Wang cast a glance at the 3 sea urchins in the pot, furrowing his brow and inquiring about their edibility given their spiny exterior. Lu Yu, with a hint of exasperation, replied that they would need to investigate whether they could be consumed, admitting his own lack of experience with them. After carefully extracting one of the sea urchins, he employed a multifunctional knife, prodding and prying until he finally managed to open one. Inside, he discovered a substance reminiscent of crab roe, along with various unidentifiable components. After a spirited discussion among the trio, Lu Yu concluded, "I suspect we should eat this yellow part. The rest appears to be its innards. Regardless, I shall give it a try." With that, he scooped out a small portion of the yellow substance and gingerly placed it in his mouth. Old Wang and Su Lan watched him savoring it for a while before they could contain their curiosity any longer. "What is the verdict? Do tell us," they urged, anxiety palpable in their voices. Lu Yu chuckled. "It's edible, just a tad fishy." By 9:30 in the morning, Yang Liqin had been awakened and had joined them for breakfast. With their gear, which had been meticulously prepared beforehand, they decided to leave old Wang to guard their home and set off on their expedition. "Xiao Lu, have you decided which direction to explore first?" Su Lan casually inquired as they walked along the path. "Yes, Sister Lan, look over there. There's a small hill, the highest point nearby, and not too far from us. I propose we ascend to the summit this morning to survey the entire island's landscape. Then we can return by noon, taking advantage of the low tide to excavate that puddle. This way, we should have ample time, and if the afternoon permits, we might even extract some coconut oil. What do you think?" "Sounds good to me." Su Lan and the others had no objections. As they approached the beach's edge, they encountered a thicket of dense shrubs and sparse trees. Lu Yu advised them to secure their pant legs, and each of them took a stick in hand, proceeding cautiously while clearing the underbrush. With their growing experience, they maintained a steady pace, and when they encountered particularly thick vegetation, Lu Yu would wield their fire axe to clear a path. As they neared the halfway point up the hill, the sharp-eyed Yang Liqin exclaimed, "Lu Ge, look over there. Isn't that bamboo?" Following her gaze, Lu Yu and Su Lan indeed spotted a small cluster of bamboo concealed amidst the underbrush, easily overlooked unless one paid close attention. Lu Yu remarked, "Let's take a look at the past, but we must exercise caution, for it is said that the bamboo can easily conceal a bamboo viper, making it difficult to detect." "Ah, another snake." Yang Liqin shuddered at the thought, expressing her trepidation. "In the wilderness, encountering snakes is quite normal. We simply need to be vigilant. Keep close," Lu Yu advised as they approached the bamboo grove, where two clusters of tall, lush bamboo grew nearby, each as thick as a bowl. The trio cautiously observed from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, hesitant to draw closer. After a moment, Lu Yu suggested, "Let us ascend the mountain first. When we descend, we can chop a segment to take back to Lao Wang and see if it suits his needs. If it falls short, we can return another time." Both agreed, while Yang Liqin, still haunted by her earlier fears, was eager to move on. The three continued their ascent, with Lu Yu particularly attentive to the smaller trees along the way. Upon spotting some tender branches, he would use his dagger to cut a section for examination. After several attempts, Su Lan could no longer contain her curiosity, asking Xiao Lu, "What exactly are you searching for?" "Indeed, Lu Ge, I've noticed you have severed several branches, only to discard them after a brief inspection," added Yang Liqin. "Ah, I am in search of fibrous young branches. You both can assist me as well. We can use them for brushing our teeth later. It is essential to maintain oral hygiene, as neglecting it for too long can lead to illness. Right, Lanjia?" Understanding dawned on Su Lan, who remarked, "Xiao Lu is quite right. Brushing one's teeth is indeed important." With Su Lan now aiding in the search, they quickly found a suitable branch, soft and fibrous at the break. Grasping the branch, Lu Yu signaled for silence, focusing intently on it. Soon, he received a gentle, emotional response from the branch, opening his eyes with a joyful expression. "It could be used. Let's cut a few more and stow them away." Though Su Lan and Yang Liqin were perplexed by Lu Yu's recent actions, they respected his privacy. Su Lan subtly urged Yang Liqin, who was eager to delve deeper, not to inquire further. As the trio set off once more, dear readers should not presume that Lu Yu and his companions found their mountain trek as leisurely as a typical outing. In truth, their journey was arduous, with dense vegetation and the constant threat of snakes, insects, and vermin. After traversing a thicket, Yang Liqin exclaimed from behind, "Lu Ge, there is something on your neck." Chapter 53. A series of twists and unexpected joy. Lu Yu felt a jolt of alarm. The thought of a snake landing on his neck was his greatest fear. Instinctively, he reached back to touch his neck, only to find a small, fleshy mass, soft to the touch, but not large, certainly not a snake. Relieved yet still feeling queasy, he prepared to grasp the object and inspect it further when Su Lan hurriedly intervened. "Do not pull at it. It is a leech." You must smoke it off to encourage it to detach naturally. Otherwise, its mouth parts may remain embedded in your flesh. Upon hearing it was a leech, Lu Yu shivered in discomfort and anxiously pleaded, "Then Lan Jia, please assist me quickly. The lighter is in my bag." Su Lan swiftly opened Lu Yu's backpack and retrieved the lighter. She first picked up a dry twig from the ground, igniting its tip with the lighter. Carefully, she approached the leech clinging to Lu Yu's neck. "Little Lu, stay still. I fear you might get burned." The combination of smoke and heat soon overwhelmed the mountain leech, causing it to curl up and fall. With a swift motion, Su Lan clapped her hands, sending the leech tumbling to the ground. "It's done," she sighed in relief. Only then did Lu Yu relax his tense body. Looking down, he saw the leech curled into a ball, about the size of a mudfish, appearing rather plump. Filled with irritation, Lu Yu stepped down hard, and with a soft squelch, he lifted his foot to reveal a pool of fresh blood. "Damn! It drained this much blood with just that," he exclaimed in frustration. Yang Liqin timidly remarked, "Lu Ge, I'm a bit scared. Why are there so many of these things in the mountains?" Su Lan reassured her, "These are not fatal. There's nothing to fear. We must survive. We can't rely solely on Lu Yu and Wang Ge." "All right, I'll hang in there," Yang Liqin replied, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot. They pressed on. They were now quite close to the summit. As they emerged from a dense thicket, a sudden sound akin to a pig's squeal reached their ears. Lu Yu jumped in surprise, focusing his gaze to discover a small wild boar, weighing perhaps only a few dozen pounds. Initially stunned, he then erupted with joy. "It's a wild boar. If we catch it, we'll have enough to eat for 2 days." With that, he raised the stick in his hand and charged forward. The little wild boar, taken aback by the unfamiliar biped, stared for a few seconds. As Lu Yu excitedly rushed towards it, it finally reacted and turned to flee. The underbrush was too thick, and after a brief chase, Lu Yu soon lost sight of it, returning with a hint of disappointment. "Didn't he catch up, Lu Ge?" Yang Liqin inquired. "No, the little creature ran too swiftly and vanished in an instant," Lu Yu sighed. "No matter. At least we now know there are wild boars on this island. We must prepare ourselves for another attempt," Su Lan consoled them. "Indeed. Just imagine if we managed to catch a wild boar. We would have both meat and fat, sparing us the effort of rendering coconut oil." "No, we need to tell old Wang. We must devise a plan to catch one," Lu Yu declared, shaking his fist with determination. "All right, then we shall await roasted boar. Su Lan chaklet, koviding hermot. Let us go. We are close to the top." "You too. Keep up," Lu Yu said, still feeling a sense of regret. 10 minutes later, the trio finally reached the summit. The sea breeze greeted them, dispersing the heat clinging to their bodies. Lu Yu reveled in the refreshing wind while gazing into the distance. The peak they stood upon was nearly double the height of the mountain they had climbed on Shidao, providing a vastly broader view. As far as the eye could see, this island was at least 3 or 4 times larger than Shidao, with lush greenery and dense vegetation. There were at least 4 or 5 small mountains like theirs, varying in height, one of which towered even higher than the one they occupied. "Lu Ge, look over there. There's a beach." Lu Yu naturally observed the surroundings and nodded, suggesting that they could visit that area sometime, as it seemed to be home to coconut trees. "Indeed," he remarked. The trio continued their observations, frequently making new discoveries. Soon, they had completed their exploration of the island and turned their attention to the sea, noting the abundance of nearby islets. "Look, that's the snake island we came from, and there's another one over here, and yet another over there. However, they all appear rather small, even smaller than Snake Island." Lu Yu pointed into the distance, sharing his findings. "Lu Ge, Lan Jia, look over there." In the direction of Snake Island, he urged. The two followed Yang Liqin's pointed finger, their gaze traversing past Snake Island until they reached the horizon, where they spotted another small island. "Lu Ge, do you see that island? It doesn't seem to be the same kind of small island you found. It appears somewhat larger." Yang Liqin observed. "Yes, it does appear quite large, perhaps comparable to our current island. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence, being so far away. What purpose would it serve for us to go there? We should focus on surviving on this island and wait for rescue," Lu Yu replied. "Indeed, you make a valid point," Yang Liqin agreed. While the group was large, Su Lan usually spoke little, but at this moment, she gazed into the distance, attentively listening to Lu Yu and the others, though she rarely offered her opinions. After a brief respite, Lu Yu noticed the time was getting late and proposed. "We have a general understanding of the terrain. Let us descend now." We must return to collect water from the pit. Let's not forget. Ah yes, today's seafood feast relies on that water pit, Yang Liqin responded. The trio secured their gear, with Lu Yu leading the way as they retraced their steps. When they passed the area where they had seen the wild boars, Lu Yu, still reluctant, turned back and gestured for silence, stealthily crouching as he made his way through. Moments later, disappointment echoed. Still no sighting. You may come over. Su Lan followed closely, navigating through the underbrush, and cautioned Lu, do not be careless. Where there are small wild boars, larger ones may also be present. Lu Yu nodded seriously. You are right, Lan Jia. Small boars are manageable, but a large one could force us to flee. Let us go and help old Wang cut a bamboo, and then we can return. Upon reaching the clump of bamboo, the three were exceedingly cautious, ensuring there were no green pit vipers hanging on the stalks before selecting a suitably sized bamboo. Lu Yu used an axe to sever it, trimming off the branches. However, the bamboo was still 3 to 4 meters long, making it cumbersome to carry. Ultimately, they had no choice but to split it in half. Lu Yu carried one half on his shoulder, while Su Lan and Yang Liqin jointly bore the other half as they made their way back to the shelter. Chapter 54. The distress signal on the cigarette box. By the time the three returned to the shelter with the bamboo, they were left breathless from exhaustion. Old Wang, take a look at this bamboo. Is it suitable? Lu Yu plopped down on the ground, panting as he inquired. Old Wang's eyes sparkled as he caressed the bamboo. Nodding vigorously, it's perfect, truly perfect. Thank you for your hard work in bringing it back from so far. Wang Shu, what exactly do you intend to use it for? You have no idea. Lan Jia and I stumbled several times along the way. If you don't help me catch a few big fish, I won't agree to anything. Yang Liqin also sat on the beach, lamenting while massaging her legs. You little girl, always thinking about food. Don't worry, once I prepare the dishes, enjoying fish will be a simple matter. Old Wang's boastful words successfully piqued the interest of the three. Old Wang, did you speak too soon? Don't end up with empty promises every day, Lu Yu teased. Old Wang's expression faltered slightly, and he awkwardly replied, Xiao Lu, you don't believe me? When the fish come, I will only let you have the fish tails, keeping the good meat for myself. Uncle Wang, please stop being mysterious and just tell us what you're planning, urged Yang Liqin. Old Wang, no longer pretending, slowly stated, there are many things that can be made from this bamboo. Without getting into details, I plan to make 2 bamboo baskets to place in the sea and wait for the fish to hook themselves. Fish baskets, you say? Lu Yu's eyes sparkled. Old Wang, this is indeed a method, but the key is whether you can make it. I must clarify, I can't do any of this. Oomph. When I make wild claims about something I'm uncertain of? Yang Liqin pressed on. Besides the fish baskets, is there anything else? Uncle Wang, why not make 10 instead of just 2? Making a few more is fine, but it will take some time. I also want to make a fish spear first. Xiao Nizi, didn't you remind me about making a fish spear to spear fish in the sea? I've been keeping that in mind. Old Wang, you could do that too? Lu Yu expressed surprise. Humph, do you think I brag about something I can't do? You wait and see, Old Wang retorted. The group bantered and exchanged playful jabs, creating a rare atmosphere of relaxation. Finally, Old Wang added, there's no harm in having more bamboo. I have plenty of uses for it. If you have time, please help me bring back some more. Our shelter is exposed and lacks security, so I plan to build a fence around it, which will provide some level of protection. Old Wang spoke with confidence, continuously outlining his plans. Lu Yu and the others nodded in agreement, increasingly astonished, not realizing Old Wang had so many good ideas. Of course, some thoughts had crossed Lu Yu's mind as well, but considering his own lack of practical skills, he dare not hope for them. Once Old Wang finished speaking, Lu Yu added, by the way, Old Wang, on a serious note, today we encountered a wild boar while climbing the mountain, but unfortunately, it managed to escape. There are indeed wild boars on this island, and we need to be cautious. Sister Lan mentioned that if there are small ones, there may be larger ones as well. Oh, there are wild boars. Old Wang's expression turned serious as he nodded. Wild boars are quite valuable. Let me think of a way to see if we can catch small one. After a pause, he continued, you are right. It's the large ones we should be wary of. It seems my plans need some adjustments. As Old Wang spoke, he squatted down, extending 2 fingers to measure the bamboo on the ground, lost in thought. Seeing Old Wang's seriousness, Lu Yu and the others dared not interrupt, quickly falling silent to avoid disrupting his train of thought. After a brief respite, the trio each cracked open a coconut to replenish their energy. Noticing that Lao Wang had also ceased his research, Lu Yu glanced at the time and remarked, it is nearly time. Let us make our way to the rocks ahead. Once the tide recedes, we must act swiftly. We have yet to procure any food today, and if we do not hurry, we shall go hungry this evening. Oh yes, yes, Lugu. Let us hurry, they replied in unison. The three quickly gathered their belongings and prepared to set off. Observing Lu Yu taking the axe, Lao Wang contemplated his own inactivity and feeling his injuries had healed considerably, decided to join them for a bit of excitement. The trio, mindful of Lao Wang's condition, proceeded at a leisurely pace, but the rocky area was not far. Before long, they arrived at the waterhole Lu Yu had mentioned. They had arrived slightly early. The tide had just begun to ebb, and there was still a considerable amount of water in the hole, necessitating a bit of patience. Lu Yu called out, "Let us not be idle. See if we can gather any other seafood nearby." Upon hearing this, Yang Liqin and Su Lan dispersed slightly to search the vicinity. Unable to move easily, Lao Wang found a flat stone to sit upon, observing the terrain around him and the spot Lu Yu had chosen to excavate with the axe. After several minutes, Lao Wang shouted, "You can return now. The water has receded sufficiently." The others hurried over, and although their search had been brief, they had managed to collect a few small, uniquely shaped seashells, better than nothing, indeed. Lu Yu picked up the axe and approached their predetermined target, striking the rock with fervor using the back of the axe. They had chosen this location not only because the rocks were low, akin to the shortest plank of a barrel, but also due to their relatively thin structure, making them easier to break. Meanwhile, Su Lan and Yang Liqin rolled up their trousers and leaped into the waterhole, employing their tools to begin scooping out water. Aware of the limited time before the tide fully receded, they had previously devised a plan, and now their roles were clearly defined, prompting them to work with great diligence. After a series of strikes, Lu Yu successfully dislodged a small chunk of rock, allowing the water in the hole to begin flowing outward. Elated, he thought that indeed their efforts were fruitful. Following a few more minutes of relentless work, he managed to dislodge a larger piece of rock, causing the seawater to rush out. Estimating that further strikes would become increasingly laborious, he realized they could not completely drain the waterhole. Thus, he decisively set aside the axe and took the bottom half of a large mineral water bottle to scoop out water. Lao Wang, unable to assist directly, focused on observing their surroundings and occasionally offering reminders. While scanning the area, Lao Wang suddenly spotted something caught beneath a nearby rock, an ordinary plastic bag. It seemed to contain something within. Curious and somewhat bored, he pondered whether it might hold something useful for their endeavors. Lao Wang cast a glance towards the sea, noting that there was still some time before high tide. Observing Lu Yu and the others bustling about energetically, he realized they were too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Thus, Lao Wang cautiously approached the rocky outcrop and exerted some effort to retrieve the stuck plastic bag. To his delight, there was indeed something inside, a cigarette pack. How fortuitous, he thought, as their own supply had dwindled to merely 2 cigarettes, and they were on the brink of running out. Noticing that the opening of the plastic bag had been sealed with the foil from the cigarette pack, Lao Wang mused about the peculiarity of someone taking such measures with a simple pack of cigarettes. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a package of white Marlboro cigarettes. However, the moment he glimpsed the back of the pack, his pupils dilated in astonishment, for it bore a message scrawled in red ink: SOS. Even if Lao Wang lacked formal education, he was well aware that SOS is a universally recognized distress signal. Steadying himself, he examined the cigarette pack from various angles. It contained about half a pack of cigarettes, and the outer plastic had been torn away, presumably to facilitate the writing. Both the front and back of the pack were inscribed in red ink, with the letters appearing crooked and exaggerated in size, besides the prominently displayed SOS. The remainder of the writing was in Chinese. The front read, "Help, 12 people are on Guangdong," while the back simply stated, "Reward of 1 million." Lao Wang's heart raced at this revelation. What could this possibly mean? Instinctively, he glanced around, but everything appeared normal. Taking a deep breath, he slipped the plastic bag along with the cigarette pack into his pocket. Now is not the time to investigate further, as the sounds of Lu Yu and his companions calling out could be heard from the waterhole. "Luga, Luga, there's a crab hiding here. Xiao Lu, is this an octopus?" Lao Wang carefully avoided straining his wound as he slowly crawled back to the rock where he had previously sat. The water in the hole had receded significantly, revealing the movement of fish and shrimp in numerous spots. Lu Yu and his companions were engrossed in their endeavors, with Su Lan currently placing a small octopus in her backpack, while Lu Yu, covered in mud, gleefully held up a crab. Upon seeing Lao Wang's return, Lu Yu gestured with the crab in hand and called out, "Lao Wang, where have you been? Look at our impressive haul today." Lao Wang gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Impressive." Lu Yu tossed the crab into his backpack, continuing the pursuit while shouting, "Lao Wang, don't wander off. Keep an eye out for the tide." As Lao Wang watched the trio's ongoing success, he felt a mixture of joy and unease, pondering the message on the cigarette pack. He patted his pocket and realized he had his lighter with him. Deciding to indulge, he retrieved the cigarette pack, extracted a Marlboro, and lit it. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he found a bag sealed tightly, ensuring the cigarettes had remained dry, and the flavor was robust and satisfying, truly the essence of Marlboro. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed an authentic one. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and the others continued their successful foraging, as the shallow waters rendered many sea creatures visible, making them easy to catch. "Luga, what is this? It resembles an airplane and looks rather strange. I dare not touch it." Lu Yu cast a brief glance, still attempting to identify it, when Lao Wang on the rocks suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no, that's a devil fish. Everyone, step back. This creature has a poisonous barb in its tail, and a sting could lead to dire consequences." How terrifying! After hearing Lu Yu's words, Yang Liqin was thoroughly frightened and retreated several paces. Su Lan, startled as well, followed suit. The waterhole descended into chaos for a moment. After distancing himself from the devil fish, Lu Yu climbed onto the rocks and advised, "You all stay back. I will fetch a stick, otherwise it could be troublesome." Before long, Lu Yu returned to the waterhole, wielding a sharpened stick, and thrust it at the devil fish from a safe distance, piercing it completely. Lao Wang shouted from above, "Xiao Lu, cut off its tail spines." Following the instruction, Lu Yu skewered the devil fish and placed it on the exposed rocks. He then drew a multi-functional knife from his waist, unfolded the blade, and swiftly dispatched the tail with 2 precise cuts. With a sigh of relief, he remarked, "Now it should be safe." Lao Wang glanced towards the sea and cautioned, "It's almost time. In about 10 minutes, the tide will rise to this spot. Let's call it day and hurry up." As he spoke, he cautiously began to descend the rocks. Yang Liqin and Su Lan also climbed up and started putting on their shoes. Seeing Lu Yu still preoccupied, Su Lan, with a hint of urgency, urged Xiao Lu, "Are you not coming up yet? Don't be greedy." While relocating the rocks he had previously dislodged, Lu Yu replied without looking up, "I will seal this gap. Next time when the tide recedes, we can simply come back and drain the water, right? It won't take long. You all take your things and leave first." Yang Liqin exclaimed, "Lu Gu, that's an ingenious idea. This way we can catch fish in this waterhole every day." Lao Wang, upon hearing this, revealed an extremely complex expression and, after a pause, remarked, "Xiao Lu, your strategy of surrounding the point to draw assistance is truly remarkable." Lu Yu hastily blocked the gap. Time was of the essence, and restoring it completely was impossible, so he merely covered it roughly before laughing heartily as he ran towards Su Lan and the others. "Hurry, we must retreat before the tide rises." Lao Wang interjected, "This isn't surrounding the point to draw assistance. This is properly guarding the pond for fish." The 4 of them, laden with their bountiful harvest, reached a safe area just before the tide began to rise. They then returned to the shelter with light hearts, with Yang Liqin's excited shouts filling the air. Once they arrived at the temporary shelter, they placed their backpacks on the ground and began to inspect their catch. "One devil fish, my goodness, this fellow looks impressive. It must weigh around 3 to 4 pounds. Uncle Wang, this creature is quite ugly. Can we eat it? What if it looks ugly? The taste is delicious. Once it's grilled, you might end up swallowing your own tongue," Lao Wang replied. "Is it really that tasty?" Yang Liqin asked, her surprise evident. "Yes, we had it a few times before you arrived," Lu Yu responded, continuing to inspect their catch. 1 crab, 2 crabs, 3 crabs. None are particularly large, around 2 or 3 tails. "Come on, Xiao Yang, stop dawdling and focus. If they escape, we will have nothing to eat tonight." Yang Liqin stuck out her tongue and hurriedly filled the pot. There were quite a few assorted sea conchs, which she placed on the ground. "This little octopus was caught by Sister Lan. Oh, it can spray ink, and now my hand is all black. Ha ha ha. Lu Gu, you even have some on your face." There are also 2 fish, each weighing about half a pound. "That's it. I'm going to wash up by the sea, Sister Lan. Please handle this while I'm gone." When Lu Yu returned, he found Su Lan and Yang Liqin busy at work, while old Wang sat to the side, looking somewhat unwell. "Old Wang, what is wrong with you again? You've been quite melancholic lately. We've gathered so many seafood, and you still seem displeased. Lu Yu said as he sat beside old Wang. Xiao Lu, take a look at this. Old Wang replied without hesitation, pulling out a cigarette case and handing it to Lu Yu. What is it? Lu Yu asked, somewhat puzzled as he received it. After reading the words on the cigarette case, his expression shifted between concern and curiosity. Where did this come from? He asked in a low tone. I found it. Old Wang replied. When did you find it? When you were catching fish, I found it in the crevices of the rocks. This cigarette is still good. Do you want to have one? Intriguing, then I'll take one. Lu Yu lit a Marlboro and called out to Su Lan and Yang Liqin, Sister Lan. Xiao Yang, come over and take a look at this. Old Wang just found it in the rock crevice. Having said that, he stepped out of the shelter and quietly smoked while gazing at the sea. Chapter 56. A thorough analysis when Lu Yu returned from smoking. The three were engrossed in a heated discussion, reminiscent of a detective unraveling a mystery. What have you deduced? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Well, Xiao Lu, this wasn't tea written with a pen. It must have been written with lipstick, Su Lan said, her expression serious. Lipstick? Yes, I have some insight into cosmetics. And it seems this was written not long ago, perhaps within a month. Lu Yu regarded Su Lan with newfound respect. Could one truly glean so much from mere handwriting? It's my turn now. The handwriting is crooked, which leads me to believe the writer was quite nervous, perhaps in an environment where they feared being discovered. Much like we were on the black ship, Yang Liqin shared her thoughts. That makes sense, Lu Yu nodded. He then turned to old Wang, who had had the case the longest and should have more insights. Old Wang gathered his thoughts before speaking. I hadn't noticed it was lipstick before. Overall, it seems 12 individuals have been captured and are confined on an island. They likely seized the opportunity to wrap this cigarette case in a plastic bag and toss it into the sea, hoping someone would find it. There must be women among them. Old Wang expressed his theory. Then why couldn't it be that these 12 people encounter a maritime disaster, their ship capsized, and they are now stranded on a deserted island? Yang Liqin Contret. Xiao Lu nodded and shook his head, pointing to the character foreclosed, and said, Look at this character. If it were a maritime disaster, it would have been better to use the character for trapped. However, the information is too scant. It only indicates they are on an island, which suggests they don't even know where they are. Considering Sister Lan's timeline, this island could be nearby or very far away. Being confined on an island. Isn't that rather akin to our previous predicament? Yang Liqin remarked with a sense of shared empathy. What sort of individuals do you think would find themselves imprisoned on an island? The possibilities are numerous. Yet I believe the most likely scenario involves those awaiting to be sold as piglets, reminiscent of our own circumstances back then, Lao Wang stated slowly. The group fell into silence. Initially, upon discovering this distressing letter, they had approached it with a sense of playful deduction. However, now that they analyzed the possibility of it being akin to their own plight as piglets, the sentiment had shifted significantly. There was a palpable sense of shared experience. The only difference being that they had managed to escape. Wow, it mentions a reward of 1 million. Yang Liqin pointed out another key detail. Fool, if it were me writing, I would have stated 10 million. Wouldn't such a sum be far more compelling? If I were truly rescued, and I had nothing to offer, what did you do? Lu Yu retorted with irritation. I fail to comprehend. If they are indeed individuals deceived into leaving the country, why not simply send them directly to Myanmar or Cambodia? Why keep them confined on an island? Isn't that superfluous? Yang Liqin countered, raising yet another question. Lao Wan et Lai. This is indeed plausible. There are numerous reasons. For instance, they may be waiting for a sufficient number of individuals to cross at once. Alternatively, the opportunity for crossing may not arise daily, necessitating their patience. Furthermore, weather conditions could also play a role. In any case, temporarily confining individuals in a single location is quite reasonable. Lao Wang had evidently contemplated this issue long before, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Lao Wang is correct. We have previously analyzed our current location. For some time, we have observed the compass drifting southwestward, suggesting that we are likely situated in the maritime vicinity of Southeast Asia, not far from Cambodia or Myanmar. Yet what of it? Our own survival is paramount. Yang Liqin pouted. Lu Yu exhaled deeply, acknowledging, Xiaoyang also has a point. Ultimately, it is of no concern to us. Our primary focus must be on our own survival. Nevertheless, indulging in a bit of deduction is hardly a loss, is it? Lao Wang and Su Lan nodded slightly in agreement. Lao Wang put away his cigarette case, signaling a temporary pause on the matter, as they had exhausted their analytical capabilities and could offer no further assistance. Very well, let us prepare something to eat. We need not worry about today's rations. This afternoon, we shall refrain from wandering outside. I shall take the opportunity to boil some coconut oil. Lu Yu changed the subject. Su Lan inquired about what they would eat, and Lu Yu surveyed their catch, deciding to feature the devil fish as the main dish for dinner. For lunch, a simple grilled fish would suffice, while the crabs and sea snails could be boiled for a makeshift meal. His primary focus remained on testing whether he could successfully extract coconut oil. Thereafter, everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Su Lan called upon Yang Liqin to assist in preparing lunch, while Wang, having exerted himself with fishing, had lost some enthusiasm for the activity. With ample materials at hand, he took the opportunity to contemplate his ideas. Lu Yu, on the other hand, revisited the process for extracting coconut oil and commenced his work. He began by opening 3 coconuts, pouring out the coconut water for collection, and subsequently extracting the coconut flesh, which he cut into smaller pieces. When he asked Su Lan to lend him a pair of socks, Su Lan shot him a glare and, with an air of annoyance, retrieved a clean pair from her backpack. Lu Yu chuckled softly, stuffing small pieces of coconut meat into the socks and tying them tightly. He then found a sturdy wooden stick and began to pound the coconut meat vigorously until it was reduced to coconut shreds. Having accomplished this task, he realized that he would need a pot for the next step. However, Su Lan and the others were currently preparing lunch. Thus, Lu Yu decided to pause and, noticing the scattered materials around Wang, curiously approached him and inquired, "What interesting project are you working on?" Without looking up from his work, Wang replied nonchalantly, "I'm preparing to craft a fish spear." "Have you made one before?" Lu Yu asked, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Never, so I have to figure it out. But I believe it won't be too difficult. I understand the principles well enough. Just go play somewhere else and don't bother me," Wang stated, clearly irritated by interruptions when he was focused. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Yu walked away and went to check on the progress of Su Lan's lunch. Seeing that Lu Yu was idly standing by, Su Lan asked if he could fetch another piece of bamboo, as she intended to try her hand at weaving a fish basket that afternoon. Considering the bamboo grove was not far, Lu Yu took an axe and ventured out, returning with a length of bamboo. By this time, Su Lan and the others had finished preparing lunch, and the 4 of them set aside their tasks to eat and chat. Lu Yu inquired if Su Lan knew how to weave a bamboo basket, to which she responded that she had seen relevant content. Observing that everyone had their tasks, she expressed her desire to assist. This remark made Yang Liqin feel slightly embarrassed, prompting her to offer her help in making the fish basket as well. Consequently, everyone had their roles assigned for the afternoon, leaving no one idle. Lu Yu prepared to commence the process of refining coconut oil. After lunch, the pot Lu Yu had been waiting for finally became available. However, he first needed to assist Su Lan and the others in breaking the bamboo into smaller strips for their basket weaving. This task, though seemingly straightforward, proved to be quite challenging, and Lu Yu endured several stabs from the sharp bamboo edges. After approximately an hour, he successfully transformed the bamboo he had brought back into strips. At last, Lu Yu had the opportunity to focus on his coconut oil. He placed the pot over the heat, poured the previously extracted coconut milk back into the sock filled with coconut shreds, and twisted it vigorously to extract a mixture of coconut milk and shreds. Now, it was time to simmer it gently and see if a miracle might occur. Lu Yu felt a hint of trepidation. He had yet to fully grasp the underlying principles, although the steps seemed straightforward according to what he had read. If all else failed, he would consider it a lesson learned. As the liquid in the pot began to diminish, Lu Yu found a stick and stirred continuously. Bubbles began to rise, and fearing that the heat might scorch the mixture, he reduced the fire significantly. Eventually, as the moisture evaporated, a small amount of coconut oil remained in the pot. Incredible! It actually worked. "Su Lan, come quickly and see. The coconut oil is ready," Lu Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Hearing his call, Su Lan and the others gathered around, curious to behold Lu Yu's achievement. Lu Yu cautiously poured the coconut oil into an empty coconut shell, exclaiming, "This coconut oil is incredibly precious. I used 3 coconuts just to extract this little bit. However, now that we have oil, I can prepare a grilled devilfish on a stone slab for you all tonight, and everyone can have a taste." "Wow, that sounds absolutely delicious. I'm already looking forward to it, Brother Lu," came the eager response. Lu Yu then inquired about how Su Lan and the others were progressing with weaving the bamboo baskets. Su Lan nodded before shaking her head, stating, I've just begun to grasp the technique. I've only managed to weave a little so far. I estimate I can complete at most one today. Yang Liqin lamented. This task isn't as simple as it seems. Sister Lan has pricked her hands several times, and I've been pricked too. Look at this. Lu Yu glanced at their minor injuries and offered reassurance. You all should be careful. Take your time. We are not in a hurry for your fish baskets. Lao Wang, noticing Lu Yu's gaze shift towards him, retorted, Why don't you give it a try? Don't rush me. I need to take my time to figure this out. Lu Yu smiled amiably. Lao Wang, please don't be upset. I just wish to enjoy your big fish sooner. Otherwise, with just this devil fish, I might waste my coconut oil. Suddenly, a smirk of satisfaction appeared at the corner of Lao Wang's mouth as he said, You rascal. Come take a look at my fish spear. I previously made a failed attempt, and this is my second one. It looks promising, but it still has several flaws. I will need to improve it. With that, Lao Wang led Lu Yu to his workspace, igniting the curiosity of the three. They gathered around Lao Wang, who picked up a bamboo tube approximately 60 to 70 centimeters long, likely his creation. The principle of the fish spear is quite simple. There's nothing difficult about it. The key lies in having the right materials. The most crucial component is the propulsion system. I borrowed Su Lan's elastic tourniquet for its excellent elasticity, and I have tested its power. It is sufficient. He continued, As for the bamboo arrow, it's best to have a metal tip. But we don't have any suitable materials at hand, so I will have to make do by sharpening the bamboo for now and search for materials later. This bamboo arrow is connected to a line to prevent the fish from escaping. Come, let me show you how it works. Leading the trio to a nearby small tree, Lao Wang stood about 3 to 4 meters away, took aim, and pulled the trigger. With a soft sound, the bamboo arrow shot forth, embedding itself shallowly into the tree trunk, only to fall after a few seconds. You see, the power of this bamboo spearhead is insufficient. Otherwise, at this distance, a metal tip would have penetrated 2 or 3 centimeters without issue. Additionally, the trigger mechanism I crafted isn't quite right. If it's too loose, it misfires, and if it's too tight, it won't fire at all. I still need to make improvements. As he spoke, Lao Wang noticed the surrounding silence and paused, glancing curiously at the others. He saw Lu Yu and the others gazing at him with admiration. Lu Yu was the first to speak. Brother Wang, you are my idol. How did you come up with such an ingenious idea to create this? Yang Liqin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Wang Shu, you are truly remarkable. With that, we could go fishing later. Lao Wang felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Oh, I must say, this creation is far from perfect. There is still much room for improvement. Going fishing now does not guarantee success. Lu Yu disregarded his modesty and remarked, Brother Wang, your skills are truly impressive. If one did not know better, they might think you were once a weapons dealer. Do you know what I used to do, Brother Wang? You all only know I am in renovation. But I was a carpenter before. This little gadget is nothing, Lao Wang said with a sense of pride. The group responded with enthusiastic thumbs-ups. All right, enough jesting. I still need to refine this. Little Lu, if you have some time, it would be best if you could help me find some iron nails. Why not check at the Hui Shui Bay to see if any wooden planks have drifted there? They might have nails on them. Fine. Our great inventor, Wang, has spoken. I shall go at once, Lu Yu teased. Without delay, he sprinted to the rocky area of Hui Shui Bay. On his way, he noticed the wind had picked up considerably, and the day was overcast. Realizing it was already June, he anticipated the arrival of typhoons. Upon arriving at Hui Shui Bay, he found some trash, but the wooden planks that Lao Wang mentioned were elusive. After much effort, he finally retrieved a small piece of rotten wood, only to discover it was utterly empty. Well, one cannot always find what one desires. It isn't as simple as writing. Lu Yu chuckled at his own misfortune. With no other recourse, he returned to the shelter to report to Lao Wang. However, adhering to the principle of making the most of his trip, he gathered some large pieces of foam and a few mineral water bottles that were floating nearby, bringing back anything that might be useful. Upon his return, Lu Yu informed Lao Wang that he had not found any nails. Nevertheless, he filled the collected mineral water bottles with water, allowing Lao Wang to test the weapon's power once more. Standing 2 to 3 meters away, Lao Wang pulled the trigger, and the bamboo arrow swiftly pierced through the mineral water bottle. Satisfied, Lao Wang remarked, It seems the power is acceptable. Catching small fish should be no problem. Later, I shall work on crafting a bamboo crossbow for you, little Lu, for hunting. Chapter 58. Following Yang Liqin a bamboo crossbow? Lu Yu asked with delight. Lao Wang, you can make such fascinating things? Lao Wang smiled with pride. This is merely basic craftsmanship among carpenters. The key lies in understanding its principles. However, to be honest, I have never made one before. It will take at least a day or two, so do not rush me, all right? Fine, my brother Wang. If you can make me a bamboo crossbow, I shall comply with whatever you say. This is fantastic. With a bamboo crossbow, I can at least hunt birds, thus diversifying our food sources, Lu Yu said with great anticipation. All right, just do not bother me for the next couple of days. My injury still cannot be submerged in water. Does anyone want to test the power of this fish gun? Lao Wang asked, raising the weapon and looking at the three of them. Su Lan had just entered the water and instinctively shook her head, hesitant. Lu Yu, feeling conflicted, replied, Lao Wang, I can dive, but without a diving mask, I cannot keep my eyes open. This poses quite a challenge. Suddenly, Yang Liqin interjected, Unchle Wang. Why not let me give it a try? Although my swimming skills are merely average, I can manage diving quite well. In the shallow waters, it would be worth attempting. Observing the skepticism on the faces of those present, Yang Liqin insisted that there was no harm in trying, especially since they were idling. Lu Yu felt a flicker of inspiration and thought this was indeed a splendid opportunity. Thus, he was the first to agree to Yang Liqin's solo venture into underwater fishing. With Lu Yu's consent, Yang Liqin took hold of Uncle Wang's spear gun, first requesting a brief tutorial on its operation, and after 2 practice shots, she felt she had grasped the basics. Once she had swum far enough, Lu Yu excused himself, claiming he would follow to keep an eye on her, lest she be swept away by the waves. Uncle Wang and Su Lan exchanged glances filled with unspoken thoughts directed at Lu Yu, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Lu Yu cautiously trailed behind, and upon reaching the coral reef, he was not disappointed. Uncle Wang had indeed not exaggerated, as he could see a plethora of vividly colored fish swimming beneath the surface. Yang Liqin glanced around, then began her warm-up exercises, exhibiting a semblance of professionalism. Then, she removed her shoes and socks, and, with a splash, plunged into the sea. Lu Yu concealed himself behind a large rock, feeling a twinge of nervousness as he surveyed his surroundings. He was uncertain of the purpose behind following Yang Liqin. He merely surmised that if her intentions were nefarious, she might engage in unusual behavior when unobserved. The specifics eluded him, and he could only gamble on luck, as he had yet to conceive a better method of testing her. At that moment, Yang Liqin took a deep breath and slowly descended into the water. The area she chose was not very deep, and the water was crystal clear, allowing Lu Yu to see the bottom from the shore. Yang Liqin halted her descent at a depth of 3 to 4 meters and began her search for a target. Soon, she spotted a coral fish weighing about half a kilogram, and as she pulled the trigger, her bamboo arrow veered slightly off course, causing the fish to dart away in fright. Yang Liqin retrieved the arrow and reloaded, quickly shifting her aim to another target, only to miss again. With her breath nearly expended, she decisively resurfaced. After taking several deep breaths, she plunged back down, quickly locating a new target. Armed with experience, her next shot surprisingly found its mark. Alas, it failed to pierce the fish, which struggled briefly before escaping. Yang Liqin surfaced once more to regroup, inhaled deeply, and dove again, landing another hit, yet the fish once again broke free. Frustrated, Yang Liqin surfaced and began to mutter to herself, sounding as though she were lamenting the ineffectiveness of Uncle Wang's spear gun. After observing for a considerable time without perceiving anything amiss, Lu Yu concluded that Yang Liqin was likely exhausted. Seizing the opportunity as she readied to dive once more, he quietly departed and returned to the shelter. Upon arrival, both Uncle Wang and Su Lan cast inquiring glances his way. Lu Yu sighed softly and shook his head. Uncle Wang displayed an expression of predictable understanding before returning to his tasks. Lu Yu, in an effort to gather his thoughts, boasted at noon about preparing a stone slab grilled fish, a promise he felt compelled to fulfill. Thus, his immediate task was to find a suitably flat stone slab. After a diligent search nearby, he eventually located a piece of appropriate size and thickness. Upon returning with the stone, Yang Liqin had already returned as well, and she immediately began to complain to old Wang. Uncle Wang, your fishing spear is ineffective. The fish keep escaping. She then recounted her experimental experiences. As old Wang examined the spear, a contemplative expression crossed his face. After a moment, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how foolish of me. This bamboo arrow lacks barbs, which is why the fish are slipping away." Lu Yu and Yang Liqin were struck with enlightenment. It all made sense now. "Well, we've identified the problem. I will make the necessary improvements, so you two can get back to your tasks and refrain from disturbing me." Understanding the cue, Lu Yu and Yang Liqin walked away to check on Su Lan's progress. At this moment, Su Lan had completed about half of her bamboo basket, and its shape was becoming evident. Lu Yu praised Sister Lan. "Your craftsmanship is remarkable. It's taking form beautifully." Su Lan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, shaking her head modestly. "I still lack experience. This is the best I can do for now. The next one should be much better." Yang Liqin urged Su Lan, "Sister Lan, please teach me." I haven't even managed to create a base. Noticing that everyone was occupied and realizing it was already past 4 o'clock, Lu Yu decided it was time to prepare dinner. He gathered numerous small stones to stack beside the fire's pillars and finally placed the clean stone slab atop them. "All right, the task is accomplished." Lu Yu exhaled deeply. He then added firewood to intensify the flames, and while waiting, he went to the seaside to prepare the devil fish. By the time he returned, the stone slab had begun to heat up. With great care, Lu Yu took out the coconut oil he had simmered earlier, drizzling a small amount onto the hot slab to prevent sticking. He murmured incantations as he laid the devil fish upon it. The devil fish, resembling the American stealth aircraft F-117, spread out impressively, far too large for a small pot, hence his decision to use the stone slab. As the fish met the stone, a sizzle filled the air, reminiscent of searing steak. This sound caught Yang Liqin's attention, and she approached, excitedly exclaiming, "Luga, this truly is stone slab grilled fish. It's fantastic." Noticing Su Lan's presence, Lu Yu said, "Sister Lan, you've worked hard all afternoon. Why not take a moment to rest? Little Yang, could you go to the seaside and help me gather some seaweed from the rocky area? You should have seen it." Su Lan indeed felt a bit fatigued. She nodded in agreement, stretching her limbs, but did not truly rest. Observing that there were still many ingredients beside Lu Yu that required preparation, she took the initiative to wash them at the seaside. Yang Liqin, instructed by Lu Yu to collect seaweed, complied without any reluctance. When the two returned, Lu Yu had just flipped the devil fish. The side now facing up was golden and enticing. Lu Yu could not help but swallow hard, while Yang Liqin's eyes were fixed on the fish, and it seemed as though a bit of saliva had escaped from the corner of her mouth. As Lu Yu once again flipped the devil fish, it was already about 70 to 80% cooked. He hurriedly instructed Yang Liqin to place the seaweed onto the dish. Seizing the opportunity to taste, he took a small handful of seaweed and concentrated, sensing a gentle consciousness emanating from it, indicating that there were no issues after all. Could it be that he was indeed overthinking? Chapter 59, Typhoon Night. While Boar Trap Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. "All right, let the seaweed release its fragrance for a moment longer, and then it will be perfect, both meat and vegetables." After sprinkling a bit of salt, he finally declared that they could begin their meal. The others had already prepared their bowls and chopsticks, with Yang Liqin the most eager, who grabbed a large piece of fish and, disregarding its scorching heat, placed it in her mouth, exhaling and exclaiming, "Heavens, Uncle Wang was right. This is truly, truly delicious." The three of them laughed, and each took a piece. And after tasting it, they too were full of praise. They chatted while eating. Such a delightful feast had only been experienced for the second time in a long while. As they discussed their future plans, everyone unanimously agreed that they must go to the tidal pools twice daily during low tide. Regarding the next day, Lu Yu suggested exploring a different direction, and their general plan was settled. Finally, Su Lan, glancing at the overcast sky, expressed her concern, "Little Lu, it looks like it's going to rain. Our shelter won't be able to keep us dry." Lu Yu sighed. "It's June now, the season for frequent typhoons. We've been busy searching for food these past few days, and there simply hasn't been time to set up a proper shelter. If it comes to worst, we could take refuge on the lifeboat." The group looked at the sky and, realizing there were no viable solutions, acknowledged that constructing a windproof and rainproof shelter would not be an easy task. Fortunately, their lifeboat had a tent attached, which could serve as an emergency measure. The next phase involved resting while awaiting the early morning tide. However, by just past 10, the rain began to patter softly. Their shelter, essentially a large rock, offered no protection from the rain, rendering them unable to sleep. They had no choice but to relocate to the nearby lifeboat transferring anything that could not get wet. As the rain intensified, accompanied by stronger winds, Lu Yu and the others placed all available containers outside to collect rainwater. The four of them huddled inside the tent of the lifeboat, zipping up the door. The wind was strong enough to occasionally lift the lifeboat slightly off the ground, but it soon returned to rest due to the constraints of the safety ropes, creating a repetitive cycle. They felt as though they had returned to the days of drifting at sea, an unsettling experience. Old Wang, concerned that a single rope might not be secure enough, suggested adding 2 more for safety. Lu Yu and Old Wang donned raincoats and ventured out of the tent, where the torrential raindrops pelted their faces painfully. Their ropes were insufficient, so the 2 men, armed with flashlights, braved the downpour to cut several vines nearby. Upon returning, they worked together to secure the lifeboat, tethering the other end to the rock, thus stabilizing it considerably. They re-entered the tent, drenched halfway through their clothes. After the 2 had taken a moment to recuperate, Yang Liqin, somewhat anxious, inquired, "Lu Gu, the rain is becoming increasingly torrential. Will we still be able to venture out to catch seafood?" Lu Yu, uncertain himself, could only respond that it would depend on the circumstances. It might prove challenging to extract water from the pit, with rain pouring down while simultaneously draining the water, making it difficult to clear it entirely. However, there is a silver lining to the downpour. At least for the time being, they need not worry about fresh water. Their primary concern now was to procure sufficient food. Lu Yu attempted to offer reassurance. The lifeboat was purportedly designed to accommodate 45 individuals, but that was under the condition that everyone remained seated. If they all wished to lie down and rest, it would indeed become exceedingly cramped. Yet at that moment, none of them dared to sleep, peering through the transparent curtain at the howling rain outside. They endured the storm until the early hours of the morning, and as the rain seemed to lessen slightly, Yang Liqin once again expressed her concern about the water pit. Though Lu Yu was loath to venture out in such inclement weather, he realized that apart from 2 compressed biscuits, they had no other food supplies. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely declared, "The rain has eased a bit. Let us don our raincoats and take a look. We will be quick. If it proves too difficult, we shall return immediately. If necessary, we can forego breakfast tomorrow. Lao Wang, you stay here and guard the shelter." With that, the 3 began to change into their raincoats. They donned the sturdy raincoats and knee-high rubber boots that they had worn before their escape. Now, they were just sufficient for their needs, each armed with a flashlight. Lu Yu led the way, their beams of light dancing amidst the curtain of rain. The wind and rain were still fierce, and Lu Yu continuously wiped the droplets from his face while keeping a watchful eye on the ground, occasionally glancing back to ensure the other 2 were keeping pace. At last, they arrived at the water pit. Lu Yu noticed that the stones he had painstakingly replaced at noon had been swept away by the waves, leaving the pit only partially filled, the water level barely reaching the lowest point of the gap. The trio shone their flashlights into the pit, and to their surprise, there appeared to be quite a bit of activity within. In order for everyone to hear, Lu Yu raised his voice and called out, "Hurry, let us dive in and feel around. We retreat in half an hour. Do not be greedy." Su Lan and the other 2 nodded in agreement before sequentially leaping into the pit. Raindrops incessantly splashed upon the water's surface, creating ripples. Yet the movements of the marine life were distinctly different. Adhering to their previously established cooperation, they focused on a specific area and began to encircle it. Before long, they made their first catch, a vibrant, colorful fish followed by a crab, and then another fish. "All right, that should suffice for now," Lu Yu announced loudly. "Let's return to shore quickly." The 3 adeptly climbed back to the bank and made their way swiftly back to the shelter. Lao Wang, having been concerned for their well-being, eagerly unzipped the door to welcome them. Lu Yu tossed their catch into a small pot and, along with the others, entered the tent on the lifeboat, shedding their raincoats. Lao Wang inquired about their success. Lu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, "The rain was far too heavy. This should just about suffice for tomorrow's breakfast." While a few individuals were taking refuge from the rain in the tent of their lifeboat, Dao Ba and his companions were not as fortunate. They had not managed to construct a shelter over the past few days and had merely found shallow cave, which could hardly be termed a cave, merely a large stone that formed a hollow about a meter deep. At that moment, rain poured down incessantly, seeping into their makeshift shelter. They were compelled to hang some tattered and disheveled items outside to provide a meager shield from the deluge. This rain was unbearable. Once it subsided tomorrow, we must seek a true cave, Daoba muttered darkly, nestled against Shun Anna for warmth. Indeed, you speak truth. Yet during our explorations these past days, we have failed to discover a suitable location. If we had tools, we could construct one ourselves, Ague chimed in. The second-in-command subtly tugged at Ague, signaling him to refrain from mentioning tools again, as they had lost all their equipment during the capsizing. He shifted the topic, saying, Brother, for the past few days we have stationed guards by the seaside, yet not a single passing vessel has been sighted. What shall we do next? I have no solutions, Daoba retorted angrily. We can only take one step at a time, focusing on survival for now. By the way, have the 4 wild boar traps been completed? Remember to check them daily. I've been subsisting solely on coconuts and fish, and my palate has grown weary. Chapter 60. Who set the trap? In the tent of Lu Yu and his companions, space was limited, necessitating a rotation of pairs for rest. At this moment, Lu Yu and Lao Wang were on night watch, while Su Lan and Yang Lijin rested. Lu Yu engaged in casual conversation with Lao Wang, asking, Have you finished modifying the fish spear? It was merely a matter of adding barbs. It has long since been completed. I even increased the weight a bit. If it does not rain tomorrow, I shall test it, though do refrain from attempting to catch large fish, as the bamboo arrow lacks sufficient power. What a bamboo crossbow? Lu Yu inquired, more intrigued by that. That is somewhat more challenging. I have already ruined 2 attempts. However, I have grasped the underlying principles well enough, and I estimate that by the day after tomorrow at the latest, I will have one ready for you. Really? That is splendid. What is its power like? It cannot be overly formidable. I estimate that with bamboo arrows, it may have a lethal range of about 20 meters. Of course, if iron tips are employed, it could extend to at least 30 meters. Very well, do proceed with that. If it can reach 20 meters, it should suffice for hunting birds. The two continued discussing their broader plans, with Lu Yu suggesting, Lao Wang, I believe you should persist with fishing, as it also allows for observation of any passing vessels. Surviving is one aspect, but our primary goal is to secure rescue. We must not lose sight of that. Lao Wang nodded in agreement. That is feasible. Tomorrow I shall bring the materials and tools to the fishing site so that we can accomplish both tasks simultaneously. Their conversation meandered until they found themselves at a loss for words. Observing Lu Yu's heavy eyelids, Lao Wang encouraged him to rest for a while against the tent, as he would keep watch. The torrential rain continued to fall softly until dawn, gradually subsiding. At this point, Su Lan and Yang Lijin awoke, allowing the two to switch places for rest. The weather at sea is indeed capricious. By 9 in the morning, not only had the rain ceased, but the sun emerged brightly as well. Yang Lijin and Su Lan prepared the meager harvest from last night, and around 10 o'clock, they awakened old Wang and Lu Yu. Lu Yu gazed into the pot, troubled by the scant provisions, lamenting, these rations are insufficient. It truly feels as though we have barely enough to last from one meal to the next. Su Lan offered words of comfort, saying, Little Lu, do not shoulder all the burdens alone. Our situation is far better than when we were adrift at sea. You need not worry too much. Together we will devise a plan and surely find a stable source of sustenance. Indeed, Brother Lu, added old Wang, Uncle Wang mentioned that his fish spear has been repaired. I could go fishing today. I'm certain we will have a bountiful catch. Su Lan chimed in, my fish basket is nearly complete as well. Once we find a suitable spot to deploy it, it will provide us with hope. Old Wang continued, I will head out to fish shortly. My leg injury is nearly healed, and I shall be able to join you tomorrow. Little Lu, you tend to worry excessively. Do not fret. We will all find solutions. Besides, after yesterday's rain, our water supply is ample, and we can manage without food for a day or two. Lu Yu, touched by their words, nodded slightly and fell silent. Following their plan, Lu Yu, Su Lan, and Yang Lijin prepared to explore another direction. Yang Lijin chaudosli remarqued, Brother Lu. Uncle Wang just informed me that the fish spear is ready. I believe we do not need so many people for this exploration. I would like to take advantage of the fine weather to try my luck at fishing. If I succeed, it would alleviate some of your burden, allowing you and Sister Lan to focus on the exploration. Would that be acceptable? Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Su Lan, secretly eager for the opportunity to spend time alone with her. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, that arrangement is fine, but old Wang, please keep an eye on little Yang. Old Wang nonchalantly replied, rest assured, they are not children anymore. However, you and Su Lan should exercise caution. Do not push yourselves if the path becomes treacherous. We shall await your return at noon to gather seafood." Thus, they agreed on their respective plans. Old Wang would continue to use Lu Yu's multifunctional knife, while Lu Yu took up an axe. Su Lan carried a self-made spear, and both donned their backpacks in case they stumbled upon anything worthwhile to bring back. Old Wang enlisted Yang Liqin to help transport materials to the coral area, where he would fish while also refining his bamboo crossbow and keeping watch over the sea. Lu Yu and Su Lan ventured towards the eastern beach, exchanging casual conversation, inevitably revisiting the subject of Yang Liqin and the events from yesterday regarding Lu Yu's surveillance. Lu Yu recounted what he had observed, and upon analysis, they found no grounds for suspicion, deciding to set the matter aside for the time being. Upon reaching the beach's edge and crossing a dense thicket, they soon encountered an impassable cliff. Lu Yu did not anticipate this outcome. Glancing at the time, he noted they had only been out for half an hour. Consequently, they altered their course and set off in a different direction. In silence, they walked, at times following the trails forged by wild beasts, and at others, when such paths vanished, they resorted to using the axe to clear their way. As Lu Yu had just finished clearing a patch of underbrush, a faint sound suddenly emerged from ahead. He gestured cautiously to Su Lan behind him, pausing to listen intently. Intermittently, a series of grunting noises reached their ears, reminiscent of a pig's calls. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lu Yu as he lowered his voice. "Sister Lan, did you hear that? It seems to be the sound of a wild boar. Let us proceed with caution." Su Lan nodded in agreement. "We must be careful. What if it is a large boar?" Lu Yu chuckled lightly. "Then it shall be a matter of luck." The sound appears to be that of an injured creature, lacking vigor. However, it is always prudent to remain cautious. As they advanced, they attempted to discern the direction of the source of the sound. The pig's cries were sporadic, and they carried a hint of weakness, interspersed with the sounds of something struggling. Uncertain if Lu Yu's assumption of an injury was correct, they drew closer. The grunting grew louder, prompting Lu Yu to grip his axe tightly, crouching low as he stealthily approached the source of the noise. Behind him, Su Lan held her breath, her anxiety palpable as she clutched her spear tightly, following closely in Lu Yu's wake. Upon parting the last thicket of bushes, the sight before them rendered both of them momentarily speechless. Before them lay a shallow pit, bordered by several sharpened wooden stakes. Above the pit, a robust vine arched, and at its end dangled a noose. Within the noose, a small wild boar struggled desperately, unable to free itself, its forelegs ensnared tightly, its fur matted with dark crimson blood. Beside the boar lay an open coconut with half a fish nearby. Lu Yu turned back, filled with delight, exclaiming, "Sister Lan, we have struck gold. We have found a wild boar without any effort." However, Su Lan's expression remained grave, devoid of any semblance of joy. She spoke slowly. "Little Lu, do not celebrate just yet. Who set this trap?" At Su Lan's words, Lu Yu's exhilaration dissipated in an instant, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Indeed, there were only 4 of them on this island, and they had not constructed such a trap. This indicated something troubling. There were others on the island. Lu Yu's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he cautiously examined the noose ensnaring the boar, which appeared strikingly familiar. Since the advent of human activity on the seas, sailors had devised numerous knots to address various situations, reportedly exceeding 100 types over the years. Even on the scarred ship, several of these knots were still in use. Lu Yu's time aboard had been brief, and he had only learned a handful from Old Wang. The knot before him was among the most classic, known as the pigtail knot, which tightened as the prey struggled, rendering escape impossible without external assistance. "What shall we do now, little Lu?" Su Lan inquired anxiously, not allowing Lu Yu much time for contemplation. Lu Yu decisively replied, "We must bring the boar back. It would be a shame to waste it. Once we return, we can discuss it thoroughly with Old Wang and the others." Agreed, Su Lan concurred, her approval evident. The realization of the potential presence of others on the island significantly diminished their sense of security. Some may ponder whether the presence of others on the island is a fortuitous circumstance, as it allows for communication and mutual assistance. However, I must assert that this perspective is born of ignorance. Those familiar with Santee will recognize the dark jungle theory it presents, which posits that when 2 parties traverse a shadowy jungle, the instinctive reaction upon encountering one another is not to engage in dialogue, but rather to eliminate the other. Indeed, I am acutely aware of your intentions, and extinguishing your existence seems the most prudent course of action. Lu Yu glanced around before addressing Su Lan, saying, Sister Lan, let us find some vines to bind the pig. The two then wielded their axes to procure several long vines nearby. Lu Yu cautiously approached the young wild boar, securing its limbs and snout with great care before gradually unfastening the pig's hoof restraint. Su Lan, watching with growing anxiety, inquired, wouldn't it be simpler to just sever it? Lu Yu shook his head, explaining that such an action would alert the others to their presence, as a clean break would unmistakably indicate human intervention. Realizing the wisdom in his words, Su Lan could do little but scan the surroundings. After a couple of minutes, Lu Yu successfully freed the young wild boar from its restraints, binding it tightly with vines before lifting the topmost vine and calling, Sister Lan, we must retreat swiftly. Lu Yu led the way, their pace notably quicker than before. He frequently glanced back, finding the forest eerily silent, devoid of any sounds. The wild boar, weighing approximately 20 pounds, posed no physical threat despite being securely bound. Its occasional grunts unsettled Lu Yu's nerves. After a few minutes of hurried travel, Lu Yu suddenly halted, inadvertently causing Su Lan to collide with him. Noticing her mildly reproachful expression, he quietly explained, Sister Lan, I sense something amiss. I feel as though I'm being watched. We must silence this pig. With that, Lu Yu drew his axe and struck the boar's head several times, swiftly rendering it silent. He then opened his backpack, instructing, Sister Lan, please assist me in packing. I will place the boar inside. Su Lan adeptly stowed away the items he removed, and once Lu Yu had emptied his backpack, he tucked the young boar within. Once again, they resumed their journey. The absence of the pig's incessant grunting afforded Lu Yu a modicum of relief, yet the sensation of being watched persisted, intensifying with each passing moment. He quickened his pace, noticing that Su Lan was struggling to keep up. Without hesitation, he grasped her hand, urging, do not look back. We must move swiftly. Though Su Lan felt a flutter of panic at his grasp, she found no inclination to resist, and thus followed Lu Yu at a brisk pace. However, just a few steps later, a deep, resonant growl erupted from behind them. Though not loud, it carried an undeniable potency, as if it emanated directly from the depths of the chest. This was soon accompanied by the sound of snapping branches, growing ever closer and more rapid. Lu Yu abruptly turned around to behold a colossal wild boar charging forth from the thicket 50 meters away. This beast dwarfed the small wild pig they had previously captured by at least 5 or 6 times, its weight likely exceeding 300 pounds. Its body was enveloped in a pitch-black hue, bristling with raised bristles along its back, and its yellowed tusks protruded menacingly. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the backpack strapped to Lu Yu's back. The sheer force and speed of its advance exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, reminiscent of a speeding pickup truck, instilling in them an instinctive urge to flee rather than confront. Both individuals' faces paled in terror, and Lu Yu instinctively shouted a single word. Crap, run! The roar nearly tore through his throat. They turned to flee, disregarding direction, their only desire to distance themselves from the ferocious creature. However, Lu Yu clutched the jade hand tightly, refusing to let go. Branches lashed against their faces painfully, and vines ensnared their feet, causing them to stumble and rise again in their frantic escape. The sound of hooves thundered behind them, drawing ever closer. Suddenly, Lu Yu heard Su Lan scream, and upon glancing back, he saw her fall once more, desperately attempting to rise. The boar was now less than 20 meters away, head lowered and tusks pointed forward, barreling towards her like a runaway truck. Lu Yu's mind momentarily blanked, yet his body acted on instinct. He turned, grasped Su Lan, and pushed her aside. Climb a tree, he urged. Su Lan staggered 2 steps, clinging to a large tree, using both hands and feet to ascend, but she slipped back down after only a few attempts. I can't climb trees, she cried, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yu hurried to support her, lifting her by her waist with all his strength. Once she reached a sufficient height, he pressed his shoulder against her, bracing himself to stand tall, while vehemently urging, if you can't get up, you're doomed. Don't you want to return home and save Lola? You can do it, Lan Jia. At the mention of her son Lola, Su Lan's adrenaline surged, and she abruptly ceased her sobbing, gritting her teeth and summoning all her strength. Finally, she managed to place her feet on Lu Yu's shoulders and climbed onto a tree branch. At that moment, the boar, reeking of an overpowering stench, approached. Lu Yu instinctively knew it was right behind him. There was no time to climb. In a split second, he snatched up the spear that Su Lan had left on the ground and rolled aside just in time to evade the boar's charge. The immense creature, unable to halt its momentum, collided with the tree trunk, causing the entire tree to shake violently, leaves cascading downward. Su Lan, perched on a branch, was struck with terror, clinging desperately to the trunk to avoid plummeting. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Yu scrambled to his feet and dashed toward another tree. The boar quickly regained its composure from the impact, shook its head, and turned its furious gaze upon him, eyes ablaze with rage. Chapter 62. The fierce battle with the wild boar. It charged forward. Su Lan, atop the tree, was drenched in sweat, urgently calling out to Lu Yu. "Hurry up the tree. It's coming back. Quickly hide." Lu Yu's mind was undoubtedly filled with a multitude of thoughts about climbing a tree. Yet before him stood only a modest sapling, scarcely thicker than a bowl. However, the sharpness of Su Lan's warnings grew increasingly acute, and the wild boar, having regained its momentum, charged at him once more. In that moment, Lu Yu felt that even if Usain Bolt were present, he might not be able to escape. With no alternative, he gritted his teeth and hastily ascended the small tree before him. At that moment, he could swear to the heavens that he had never climbed with such agility. In just a few moments, he found himself perched about 2 meters above the ground on a branch. Before he could catch his breath, the wild boar arrived below, and with a thunderous crash, the small tree began to sway violently, nearly dislodging him. Fortunately, this time the boar's charge lacked the momentum of its previous assault on Su Lan's sturdy tree, and to Lu Yu's astonishment, the sapling endured the impact. After 2 failed attempts, the massive boar paused, raising its head and fixating its bloodshot eyes on Lu Yu above. Perhaps it had never encountered such a peculiar 2-legged creature before, and Lu Yu's agile movements had instilled a sense of caution in it, prompting the animal to observe this strange being with instinctive curiosity. Lu Yu clung desperately to the trunk, panting heavily, and took a moment to scrutinize the imposing wild boar. This creature was vastly different from the domesticated pigs he was accustomed to. It was cloaked in a thick layer of mud, some of which had a viscous, gel-like consistency, resembling a formidable suit of armor. He pondered whether a single axe strike would even penetrate its defenses. Furthermore, its formidable tusks, which were absent in domestic pigs, posed a lethal threat. Should he be gored, it would undoubtedly be the end of him. As Lu Yu's mind raced, an incongruous memory surfaced, recalling a tale his grandfather had once told him about the forest hierarchy, one that ranked the wild boar, the bear, and the tiger. He had questioned how a boar could possibly outrank a tiger, the supposed king of the forest. His grandfather had earnestly explained the dangers posed by wild boars, asserting that an adult boar, particularly one that roamed alone, was far more perilous than a tiger. Unlike bears and tigers, which would typically only attack when their territory was invaded, wild boars were unpredictable. An encounter could very well lead to fatal consequences. His grandfather's narrative had been extensive, and while he had initially dismissed it as mere storytelling, much of it had faded from memory. At the tender age of 9, he had never imagined he would one day confront a wild boar directly. Now, gazing at the formidable creature before him, he began to comprehend his grandfather's words. In terms of size, Lu Yu stood at 180 centimeters and weighed 80 kilograms, while the wild boar appeared to stand at least 1 meter at the shoulder, its weight surely exceeding 150 kilograms. In terms of combat prowess, the boar had been honing its hunting skills and battling various beasts since its youth. While Lu Yu had only studied subjects like language, mathematics, and science, with his solitary physical education class being taught by a perpetually ailing instructor. From every conceivable perspective, it was an utter defeat. He had foolishly contemplated that if he were to encounter a wild boar on his journey, armed with an axe, he might stand a chance. How naive, how utterly naive. The more he pondered, the more courage Lu Yu lost to confront the beast head-on. Yet, escape was not an option. He was paralyzed by indecision. Just as he struggled to devise a strategy, the formidable wild boar, seemingly having assessed the situation, emitted a low grunt and renewed its assault on the small tree that Lu Yu was beside. This time, the boar did not charge. Perhaps it underestimated the diminutive tree, or maybe the recoil from its previous charge had dissuaded it. Instead, it commenced to root against the tree with its snout and tusks, causing the sapling to tremble perilously, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Lu Yu's heart raced with anxiety, but panic proved futile. If this continued, the tree would succumb in no more than 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Indeed, perhaps even within a minute. A glance at his hands revealed that he was still tightly gripping the makeshift spear crafted by Su Lan. His palms were slick with perspiration due to his tension. Wiping his hands haphazardly on his clothes, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and with a mighty shout, thrust the spear at the wild boar beneath the tree. Upon impact, Lu Yu felt as though he had struck a brick wall. The spear failed to penetrate, and instead, his hands were jolted with a numbing sensation. Ignoring the pain, he clenched his teeth and began to stab wildly. The wild boar let out a series of distressed grunts before it clamped its jaws around Lu Yu's spear. After a brief struggle, a sharp crack resounded, followed by Su Lan's gasp. The spear shattered as easily as chocolate, breaking into 2 pieces. Almost immediately, a powerful force yanked at Lu Yu's hands, rendering him incapable of holding on. Fortunately, he released it in time, otherwise he would have been dragged down, now weaponless. He remembered that the axe had been placed in Su Lan's possession when he had tossed his backpack aside. A sinking feeling enveloped him. He sensed his doom was imminent. The small tree, having endured relentless assault from the boar, was nearing its breaking point, and soon it began to crack ominously. Panic surged through Lu Yu's mind as he realized the tree was about to fall. His body followed suit, tumbling down in the direction of the wild boar. If anyone expected the author to write that Lu Yu would land atop the wild boar, transforming into a valiant knight of swine, striking at its vulnerable spots and ultimately slaying it, they would be sorely mistaken. Such a notion belonged to the realm of fantasy, not the realism we embrace. As Lu Yu fell with the tree, in his frantic state, he could only clutch the trunk tightly, utterly helpless. However, fortune seemed to favor him today. Although the tree was slender, its branches were plentiful. When it fell, it fortuitously ensnared the wild boar beneath its canopy, temporarily immobilizing the creature. Lu Yu, landing on his rear, was cushioned by his backpack and the small wild boar within it. Aside from a slight discomfort in his backside, he emerged remarkably unscathed. He was still in a state of shock, contemplating the possibility of fleeing further when Su Lan, perched high in the tree, called out, "Lu Yu, come quickly. I will pull you up." Prompted by her urgent plea, Lu Yu seized the moment while the wild boar was temporarily restrained. He took 3 strides and leaped beneath the mighty tree, using his momentum to ascend the trunk with 3 swift steps, ultimately grasping Su Lan's outstretched hand. Su Lan clung tightly to the tree trunk with one hand while securing Lu Yu's hand with the other. With a combined effort, Lu Yu miraculously climbed up the tree in one fluid motion, settling beside Su Lan. The tree, stout enough to be embraced by a single person, seemed to offer them some safety from the wild boar. Chapter 63. A fortunate escape, Lu Yu silently acknowledged his luck, realizing he had narrowly escaped peril. After all the commotion, he had emerged unscathed. Breathing heavily, he remained fixated on the wild boar below. Su Lan, her voice laced with anxiety, inquired, "Little Lu, are you all right? What should we do now?" Lu Yu managed a wry smile, responding, "For now, I am fine, but what lies ahead is uncertain. This tree is robust. Surely it cannot harm us." As they spoke, the wild boar finally broke free, panting heavily, and lifted its gaze towards the 2 above. A moment of tense stalemate ensued between them. Suddenly, a gentle grunt emerged from Lu Yu's backpack, likely triggered when the little pig had been jostled earlier. The sound sent the wild boar into a frenzy. It let out a deafening roar and charged directly at the tree where Lu Yu and Su Lan were perched. With a resounding crash, the entire tree shook violently, leaves cascading down like rain. Lu Yu felt as though he momentarily lifted off the branch before returning to his precarious perch. Both of them turned pale with fear, clinging desperately to the trunk to avoid being dislodged. The wild boar, seemingly deranged, collided with the tree multiple times, shaking its head to regain composure before retreating briefly, only to charge again. After 4 relentless assaults, its tusks appeared lodged within the tree trunk, rendering it unable to free itself, and it bellowed in frustration. To Lu Yu's dismay, the tree he had once deemed sturdy began to lean precariously. "Little Lu, the tree seems to be tilting. It might break." Su Lan shouted urgently. Lu Yu, sensing the gravity of the situation, was astonished that such a formidable tree could be compromised. A fierce determination crossed his face. "Sister Lan, I understand. Hand me the axe." If it comes to it, I will confront it, and you can seize the opportunity to escape, Lu Yu declared with resolve. Su Lan, upon hearing his words, lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with resolve as she regarded Lu Yu for a considerable moment before shaking her head. No, if we are to run, we run together. With that, she fell silent and silently handed the axe to Lu Yu. However, he remained oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her words, his focus entirely consumed by the wild boar below. At this moment, grasping the axe in his hand, he felt a flicker of security. With this tool in his possession, he mused, during a desperate struggle, he might just be able to hold off the creature long enough for Su Lan to survive. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds as both remained silent. Su Lan observed that the wild boar appeared unable to extract its tusks from the tree for the time being, and suggested, Xiao Lu, why don't we jump down and flee now? Lu Yu also fixated on the wild boar, yet he hesitated. What if they descended from the tree just as the beast emerged? That would be tantamount to delivering themselves as prey. However, his indecision was short-lived, for the wild boar had successfully dislodged its tusks from the trunk. After a few forceful charges against the great tree, it seemed weary, panting heavily. It did not immediately proceed with the next action. At that moment, the little wild boar in Lu Yu's backpack emitted an untimely grunt. Upon hearing this sound, the wild boar below erupted in fury, directly commencing to root at the base of the tree. The large tree shook under the onslaught, but Su Lan, at last, perceived a glimmer of insight. She quickly exclaimed, Xiao Lu, could it be the little wild boar in your backpack? I noticed that every time it squeals, the boar below goes into a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes brightened. While firmly stabilizing himself, he turned to Su Lan and asked, Sister Lan, what do you mean? Release the little wild boar, toss it down to see what happens, Su Lan decisively proposed. With no other alternatives available beyond his desperate attempts, Lu Yu thought it wise to take a chance. Resolving this, he clung to the tree with one hand, freeing the other from the strap of his backpack, shifting it to his chest and tremblingly unzipping it with his spare hand. As the zipper opened, the cries of the little wild boar crescendoed, seemingly confirming Su Lan's assertion. The wild boar below, hearing the sounds, first glanced up at them, then began to retreat before charging forward anew, preparing to collide once more. Xiao Lu, hurry and throw it down. Su Lan. Lu Yu resolutely grasped the little wild boar from his backpack, surveyed the terrain below, and flung the creature towards the dense thicket to the right. The little wild boar tumbled into the underbrush. Then, a miraculous event unfolded. Upon witnessing the little wild boar's descent, the large wild boar ceased its attack and charged towards the thicket instead. It swiftly seized the little wild boar by the vines adorning its body, glanced back at Lu Yu and Su Lan perched in a tree, and vanished into the depths of the forest. Lu Yu and Su Lan exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yu hesitantly inquired, could that have been the little wild boar's mother? Su Lan nodded, I believe so. Lu Yu exhaled deeply. That's fortunate. We've both narrowly escaped with our lives. Nevertheless, they continued to remain in the tree for a full 10 minutes, during which they broke branches and hurled them into various dense patches of vegetation to test the waters. Finally, after several cautious attempts, Lu Yu slowly descended from the tree, axe still in hand, ever prepared to scale back up if necessary. However, he was clearly overthinking it. Only after he descended from the tree and briefly surveyed the vicinity did he realize that the large wild boar was nowhere to be seen. It was then that he finally felt at ease, hastily beckoning Su Lan to come down from the tree. The two of them, no longer daring to linger for even a moment, supported each other and hurried back to the shelter at their swiftest pace. The arduous journey was undeniable. They stumbled countless times along the way, but eventually emerged from the thicket. As they approached the shelter, Wang and Yang were eagerly awaiting their return. Upon seeing them finally step out from the woods and appear at the edge of the beach, they hurried over. Noticing the disheveled and dusty appearance of the two, Wang exclaimed in surprise, what happened? At that moment, Lu Yu felt his legs weaken uncontrollably, trembling as if he were sifting through flour, and he could no longer endure, collapsing onto the ground. Su Lan, equally exhaustive, was tugged by Lu Yu and let out a soft gasp as she also sank to the ground. Observing the anxious expressions of Wang and Yang, Lu Yu forced a smile and said, we narrowly escaped, You almost didn't see us again." He then retrieved 2 large bottles of water from Su Lan's backpack, handing one to her before uncapping the other and drinking greedily. After consuming half a bottle, he sighed in relief and remarked, "Don't ask just yet. Let me catch my breath first." Chapter 64. Crisis. The mysterious person on the island, seeing the two appear shaken, Wang surmised that something serious had transpired. Once Lu Yu and Su Lan had finished their water, he decisively suggested that they leave the inquiries for later. He then lifted Lu Yu up, while Yang Liqin carefully assisted Su Lan, and together they supported one another as they slowly made their way back to the shelter. Once seated by the campfire, Wang lit a cigarette for Lu Yu, who took several puffs and gradually regained his composure. Together with Su Lan, he recounted their harrowing experience. Yang Liqin listened with bated breath, covering her mouth in shock at the perilous moments they described. After they finished, she expressed her concerns, saying, "Lu Ge, we waited until low tide and still didn't see you return. Uncle Wang said something must have happened, and we feared that if we went out to find you, we would miss you again, so we stayed here." Lu Yu shook his head with a rueful smile, saying, "Fortunately, Xiaoyang, you didn't go along this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to care for both of you, and we would have surely been doomed." Yang Liqin reflected on this, patting her chest in relief as she replied, "Indeed, I was somewhat apprehensive about venturing into the woods today. The snakes, insects, and rodents within are quite terrifying. I never expected to have escaped a calamity instead." Wang then cut to the chase, asking, "You mentioned that the young wild boar was caught in a snare. Xiao Lu, do you recognize that type of snare?" Lu Yu nodded gravely, replying, "Not only do I recognize it, but I can also make it. It's the type of pig's foot trap you taught me, Wang." "The people from a black ship?" Wang asked instinctively. Lu Yu shook his head, "Not necessarily. This type of pig's foot trap is also commonly used in rural areas. For instance, many people utilize it when slaughtering pigs. So it's quite possible that it isn't just the people from the ship." Wang lamented, "This complicates things. Who knows whether that group is friend or foe? We simply cannot afford to take chances." Lu Yu then turned to Su Lan, asking, "Sister Lan, what do you think?" Su Lan paused for a moment, carefully considering her words before responding. "It is difficult to ascertain, but it is quite possible that they are from the black ship. After all, if we manage to drift here, there is no reason others could not do the same." Lu Yu and Old Wang simultaneously nodded in agreement, with Old Wang solemnly stating, "In any case, we must prepare for the worst. We have observed this island for a few days now, and not a single passing vessel has come by, indicating that it is likely far from any navigational routes. Thus, even if they are not from the black ship, they could very well be local natives, which is hardly a better scenario. The language barrier would render communication impossible." Lu Yu then remarked, "Assuming they are indeed from the black ship, aside from our lifeboat, there remains only Scar's vessel. Xiao Yang, you mentioned that before you jumped into the sea, there was chaos among the crowd, and Scar's group was armed. If they are from the black ship, it is most probable that." Lu Yu paused, casting a glance at the other three. Su Lan murmured, "The most probable scenario is that they're indeed Scar's gang." Old Wang gritted his teeth and said, "I never imagined we would still be unable to escape." Yang Liqin whispered, "These are merely our conjectures. It is not certain they are the natives or Scar's group." Upon mentioning Scar's name, Yang Liqin could not help but tremble slightly, revealing the extent of humiliation endured during those days aboard the black ship. It is also possible that these are individuals who washed ashore after a maritime disaster. Is it not? Old Wang glanced at her and comforted, "Xiaoyang, do not fear. Even if they are indeed Scar's gang, we may not be able to defeat them, but we can evade them. For now, we are merely considering the worst-case scenario." Lu Yu continued, "There's another possibility, Old Wang, regarding the distress signal on the cigarette pack you found." Old Wang's eyes widened in understanding, displaying an expression of disbelief. "Are you suggesting that the transit point where those 12 individuals were held might be on this island? This is far too coincidental." Su Lan also stared at Lu Yu in astonishment, and after a moment, she said, "Then it is possible that those guarding them are even more dangerous than Scar's group." The four of them gathered around the campfire, discussing for over an hour. The conversation grew increasingly speculative as they explored every conceivable possibility until someone's stomach began to rumble, prompting a temporary halt. Ultimately, they reached a few consensus points. First, no one should venture far from the group alone. Second, when Old Wang's injuries have healed, he will team up with Lu Yu to explore further and uncover the true nature of that group. Otherwise, they will remain unsettled. Third, They must strengthen the defenses of their shelter to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Fourth, given the multitude of possibilities, everyone should remain calm and, if necessary, evacuate the island. These 4 points were agreed upon for the time being. Lu Yu patted his rumbling stomach and looked at Su Lan. Sister Lan, we missed the midday tide. So why not cook those 2 packs of compressed biscuits? Otherwise, we will lack the energy to work. Su Lan nodded, about to fetch them. When Yang Liqin interjected, let's not rush to eat that. While you missed the tide, I went fishing. Lu Yu's eyes brightened with excitement. You caught fish? Lao Wang, with a proud smile, remarked, nonsense. When Lao Wang produces something, it is always of exquisite quality. Have I ever failed? Young lady, let us see the fruits of your labor. At that moment, Yang Liqin retrieved the nearly completed bamboo basket made by Su Lan, reached inside, and swiftly pulled out a white-bellied, pointed-mouthed sea fish. This was only the beginning, as she continued to catch a second, third, and fourth fish. This one was caught by Uncle Wang, not by me. Finally, Uncle Wang has no empty-handed days, Yang Liqin explained as she collected the fish. Ah, splendid, Liu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in delight as he gazed at the 4 sea fish. Although the fish were not particularly large, the largest weighing just over a pound. Their presence signified an increase in their food sources, which was certainly cause for joy. Indeed, Lao Wang is reliable, and you, Xiao Yang, have done remarkably well. The fish spear has improved significantly, hasn't it? Lu Yu inquired while placing the fish back into the basket to take to the beach for cleaning. Yes, after adding weight. The power of the bamboo arrow has greatly increased. With a barbed tip, once it penetrates a fish's body, it is quite difficult for it to escape. However, it still struggles against larger fish. I tried once, and despite hitting it, it got away in an instant, Yang Liqin replied. All right, you all continue your conversation. I will go clean the fish and keep 2 for dinner. We can make do for lunch, Liu said. After everyone finished their midday meal, Lu Yu and Su Lan, still recovering from their earlier fright, were allowed by Lao Wang to rest for a while. There was no rush for other matters. They would all gather to chop wood and bamboo once they awoke, as previously decided, to build a fence around their shelter. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Yu and Su Lan finally awoke, and the 4 of them set out to gather a substantial amount of thick branches and bamboo. Lao Wang and Lu Yu used axes to firmly drive the branches and bamboo deep into the sand, erecting a fence around their shelter. In a burst of creativity, they dug 3 deep pits, each over a meter deep, on the beach of the shelter. However, as dusk approached, they had no time left to flatten the traps and would have to continue the next day. After finishing the 2 remaining fish for dinner, Lao Wang mysteriously produced a bamboo crossbow and handed it to Lu Yu. Xiao Lu, go give a try and see how powerful Uncle Wang's crossbow is. Chapter 65. So close upon seeing the bamboo crossbow in Lao Wang's hands, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. No way it's finished? He eagerly snatched it, examining it from every angle, his fingers tracing the intricate engravings on the bow, as if it were a precious treasure. The bamboo was polished to a smooth finish, the trigger crafted with precision, and the band tightly bound, clearly the work of Lao Wang. Lao Wang, your craftsmanship is impressive, far more exquisite than the fish spear. Liu complimented. Lao Wang moved closer, pointing to the wooden block on the side of the crossbow. This is the trigger. The arrow must be loaded like this. He took the crossbow back, inserted the arrow into the slot, pulled it back, and tightened the band. Lock it here, aim, and pull the trigger. Give it a try. Liu took the crossbow and attempted to shoot twice. The first time, the arrow did not lock and fell to the ground, causing Yang Liqin to burst into laughter. Liu shot her an annoyed glance and tried again. This time, the arrow was secured, but when he pulled the trigger, a clicking sound was heard. Yet the arrow remained lodged in the slot. Lao Wang approached to take a look, prodding with the tip of his knife. The angle is incorrect. Let's try again. After several attempts, Liu finally grasped the technique. He reviewed the process once more and suddenly raised his head, inquiring, Lao Wang, how far can this thing shoot? About 10 meters, any further, and it loses accuracy. Liu glanced at the sky, still not fully darkened, and exclaimed, I'm going to test its power. Su Lan and the others, intrigued by the prospect of testing the arrows, eagerly followed suit. The 4 made their way to the beach. Locating the same tree where Lao Wang had previously shot the fish, Liu stepped back about 10 meters, taking a deep breath as he readied the bamboo crossbow. He aimed carefully, focusing on the scar on the tree trunk, his finger resting on the trigger. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow shot forth, embedding itself firmly into the trunk, quivering slightly as it settled. Yang Liqin was the first to cheer. Direct hit. Lu Yu grinned in response. He picked up a second arrow, prepared it, and aimed once more. This time, he was more precise, targeting a prominent knot on the bark. He squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow grazed the trunk and vanished from sight. Lu Yu stood momentarily stunned, glancing back at Lao Wang, who stroked his chin. The accuracy still needs adjustment. Time was limited, and Lao Wang managed to craft only 2 bamboo arrows. The group gathered to inspect them, and Lu Yu expressed his curiosity. Lao Wang, why does this bamboo crossbow seem more powerful than the fish gun? Well, it's different. This incorporates the experience from the fish gun, and the fish gun's power has also significantly increased since our last test. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before adding, with such lethality at 10 meters, it should be manageable to take down birds. However, using this against that group of mysterious individuals seems challenging. Lao Wang extracted the arrow from the trunk. Sighing, I am aware, but this is all the material I have. I am not a professional, and achieving this in such a short time is already the limit. Unless you can find iron for me. Iron, 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 Lu Yu murmured thrice. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he exclaimed, Lao Wang, we've been foolish. There's iron readily available. With that, he turned and ran. At that moment, Su Lan happened to retrieve the misfired arrow, and seeing Lu Yu sprinting, Lao Wang and Yang Liqin followed suit, perplexed, and Su Lan had no choice but to join them. Lu Yu jogged back to the shelter, then headed to their lifeboat area. From the edge of the lifeboat's bottom, he found a zipper and pulled it open, revealing a small steel cylinder inside. Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly, Lao Wang, there's a cylinder here for inflating the lifeboat. I spotted it earlier when I went into the water to retrieve the plastic casing, but forgot about it. This is iron, possibly even steel. Lao Wang was somewhat surprised, stepping forward to inspect it. Xiao Lu, this cylinder is indeed good, but we can't cut it open without tools. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by this remark, then leaned closer to examine it, finally pointing to a small section of the pipe at the outlet and asking, Lao Wang, if we can detach this part, it should be feasible, right? Lao Wang gazed at the exhaust pipe pointed out by Lu Yu, feeling the material with his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, uncertain, but we shall only know through trial. Let us proceed to remove it. After all, this gas cylinder will no longer be of use. The two examined the situation and dismantled the gas cylinder, placing it on the ground. Lao Wang called out, Xiao Yang, assist with the flashlight. Xiao Lu, bring over the axe and the multi-tool. We shall strike it hard first. If that fails, we must resort to sawing it slowly, though that would unfortunately ruin your saw. After a flurry of activity, they managed to knock down the segment of the exhaust pipe using the axe. Lao Wang picked up the small section of pipe, noting that it appeared to be made of stainless steel. The remaining task would require patience, cutting it open and gradually polishing it. This amount would suffice for crafting 3 arrowheads. Fortunately, their fire axe was of excellent quality, allowing Lao Wang to divide the knocked-down pipe into 3 parts. Each person took a piece and ventured to the rocky area to begin the polishing process. Meanwhile, Lao Wang continued to refine the crossbow arrows, enhancing their balance and accuracy. They toiled until nearly dawn, barely meeting Lao Wang's standards. Upon inspecting the fruits of their labor, he nodded in approval, stating, This will suffice. It is usable enough. Time is of the essence, and we must double the lethality of the crossbow arrows and spear gun by tomorrow to ensure some measure of self-defense. The remainder of the work lay with Lao Wang, as the others could offer little assistance. Lu Yu glanced at the time and suggested, It is almost time to go foraging by the sea. Let us rest for a while before setting out. We cannot afford to return empty-handed, lest we face hunger tomorrow. After a brief respite, they proceeded directly to the waterhole, which appeared to be their best source for gathering food at the moment. They were unwilling to waste time searching elsewhere. The outlet remained unobstructed, resulting in shallow water. However, whether it was due to the shallow depth or their frequent visits, the area seemed unusually quiet this time. The trio worked diligently until the tide began to rise, managing to gather just enough for breakfast the following day. Observing the time, Lu Yu quickly urged the others to retreat, saying, We must settle for this. Perhaps we can find some sea snails along the way to collect a bit more. Upon returning to their shelter, Lao Wang was still engrossed in enhancing the arrowhead's potency. Lu Yu advised, Lao Wang, we need to leave early tomorrow. Perhaps you should rest. Lao Wang checked the time and exhaled, very well, I have finished preparing too. That should suffice for tomorrow. At dawn the next day, as the first light of day broke, Lu Yu and Lao Wang shouldered their backpacks and set off. Their destination was the forest where they had discovered traps the previous day. Su Lan and Yang Liqin remained behind to guard the shelter, each continuing to weave fish baskets and prepare for fishing. Aware of the presence of others on the island, the two moved with exceptional caution, striving to remain inconspicuous. It took them over an hour to approach the location where they had set the traps. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Scar-faced man and his companion, a Gui, had split into two groups to check the wild boar traps they had set. They arrived at one trap and, after inspecting it, found no signs of activation. And the bait they had placed was mysteriously absent. Boss, the trap hasn't been triggered, yet the bait has vanished, a Gui remarked, puzzled. Who knows? Perhaps it was carried away by ants, Dao Ba urged. Let's place some more bait and check the next location. Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived at the trap where they had captured the wild boar the previous day, only to discover something amiss. Hey boss, the trap has been triggered, but there is no prey. Could have escaped? A Gui questioned, bewildered. Dao Ba remained silent, carefully inspecting the surroundings. After a moment, he stated, indeed, there was prey caught in the trap. Though I cannot ascertain what it was, its size is undoubtedly considerable. Look, there are several tufts of hair here. Is that boar hair? A Gui exclaimed with excitement. Dao Ba nodded. It appears so, but alas, it managed to flee. Is your trap not set correctly? Impossible, boss. My skills were taught by you personally. There should be no issue, a Gui replied confidently. Never mind, reset the trap. Let us return and see if Air and the others have had any success, Dao Ba sighed. After the traps were reconfigured, the two departed. About 10 minutes after Dao Ba and a Gui left, Lu Yu and Old Wang arrived at the same spot. Upon a mere glance, Lu Yu's expression shifted drastically as he pulled Old Wang behind a large tree. Noticing Old Wang's confusion, Lu Yu whispered, someone has been here. I unfastened the trap yesterday, and it has already been reset. Instantly, Old Wang felt a surge of tension, scanning the area alongside Lu Yu, apprehensive about the emergence of a group from the forest. After a prolonged period of vigilance, during which they detected no signs of movement, they cautiously emerged and returned to the trap. This time, Lu Yu took on the role of lookout, while Old Wang examined the setup. After a brief inspection, Old Wang confirmed, this is indeed a boar trap. Look over here. There are signs of passage. He pointed to several clusters of flattened bushes. Are you suggesting they were just here? Lu Yu's heart raced. Old Wang nodded, certainly. The bushes have been severely trampled. Lu Yu instinctively glanced around, swallowing hard before asking, what should we do now? Old Wang decisively replied, this is a rare opportunity. Observe these flattened bushes. They appear to have been recently trampled. We should quietly follow the trail to ascertain the situation. It will help us decide whether to confront or retreat. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu gritted his teeth. All right, let us go take a look. But we must be extremely cautious. Having finalized their plan, the two proceeded along the path marked by the signs of passage. They remained vigilant, hiding at the slightest rustle. However, the traces along the way grew increasingly faint, eventually becoming indistinguishable. Neither of them were experts in tracking. They could only recognize the trampled grass and bushes. After approximately half an hour of careful navigation, they finally came across another trap. Old Wang examined it closely and remarked, this is identical to that last trap. It was set by a group. At this point, they had ventured into unfamiliar territory. Wiping the sweat that had formed from anxiety, Lu Yu inquired, should we return now? The traces of this group had entirely vanished. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Wang agreed, stating that it would be best to return, as they could no longer pursue them. Moreover, the day's findings had been quite satisfactory. The two quickly reached a consensus and retraced their steps, finally exhaling in relief as they approached their sanctuary, a place where they were well acquainted with the terrain, their comfort zone. At this moment, Lu Yu felt inclined to test the improved bamboo crossbow crafted by Lao Wang. They arrived once again at their designated target tree. Lu Yu stood at a distance of several meters, displaying much greater proficiency this time. He loaded the crossbow, aimed, and released in one fluid motion. The bamboo arrow, tipped with iron, flew swiftly and struck the tree trunk precisely at the scar, embedding itself deeply. The two approached to inspect the damage and were both quite satisfied with the power displayed. Lu Yu exclaimed with joy, "Lao Wang, this is excellent." Lao Wang extracted the arrow with a firm tug, cautioning, "However, we have too few arrows. Be mindful when you shoot, as retrieving them once lost will be quite challenging." Lu Yu nodded in understanding, and the two strolled back to the sanctuary. Inside, they found Su Lan alone, observing the ground. She had already woven one bamboo basket and was in the process of crafting a second. Upon seeing the two return, Su Lan eagerly inquired about their findings. Lao Wang first asked where Yang Liqin had gone, and upon learning she had gone fishing again, he recounted the day's experiences with Lu Yu. Su Lan's expression turned worried as she remarked, "So their range of activities is actually quite close to us." Lu Yu nodded, explaining, "That's why Lao Wang and I have decided to go early tomorrow to lie in wait and discern who they are. We suspect they might check their traps daily for any catch. If they prove to be a threat we cannot confront or communicate with, we should seriously consider leaving this island." Su Lan concurred, saying, "That is a prudent plan. It was indeed too risky to follow them directly before." As the three conversed, they heard Yang Liqin's voice in the distance, excitedly calling out, "Uncle Wang, you're back. Look what I caught." They followed the sound and were taken aback to see Yang Liqin cradling a sizable fish, likely weighing between 7 to 8 pounds. They hurried forward, and Lao Wang took the fish from her, weighing it in his hands before bursting into laughter. "Little Yang, you've done well. This fish is quite substantial. I'd estimate it at around 8 or 9 pounds. Yang Liqin beamed with pride. "It was thanks to Uncle Wang's iron-tipped spear. I shot it straight through, but it fought fiercely, splashing water everywhere. I almost choked." The four chatted animatedly as they made their way back to the sanctuary, with Yang Liqin recounting her adventure while the others listened with smiles, interjecting with supportive comments. Once she had finished, she remembered to ask about Lao Wang and Lu Yu's findings. After Lao Wang recounted their experience again, Yang Liqin's anxiety returned, dampening her earlier excitement over the large fish. Lao Wang reassured her, "No worries. Tomorrow, Lu Yu and I will stealthily take a look. If it seems unmanageable, we can retreat. Didn't you mention there's another large island nearby? If they pose a threat, we can simply avoid them." Yang Liqin felt somewhat comforted by this. Since Lu Yu and the others had returned early, they still had time to gather some seafood, yielding modest success. In a moment of industriousness, Lu Yu meticulously bound the bamboo basket crafted by Su Lan with vines and crushed some small sea snails to use their flesh as bait, before casting the basket into the sea near the rocks, securing it with vines to prevent it from being swept away by the waves. He divided the sizable fish that Yang Liqin had speared into 2 halves, consuming one portion at noon and the other in the evening. The afternoon was dedicated to enhancing the sandpit trap that had not been completed the previous day. They first inserted sharpened bamboo strips at the bottom of the pit, then layered fine twigs across the sand, followed by an abundance of leaves, ultimately covering it all with sand to perfectly mimic the appearance of the surrounding beach. To avoid accidental missteps by their own group, they also planted several branches at the edges of the pit as a warning. For the fence, they gathered a considerable amount of vines, entwining each one around the wooden posts embedded in the sand to create a sturdy barrier. They toiled until the sun began to dip in the west, at which point their planned defenses were finally nearing completion. As the forest was filled with the sounds of returning weary birds, Lu Yu felt a sudden inspiration and declared his intention to attempt to catch a bird. He armed himself with a bamboo crossbow and ventured into the woods, seeking a slightly open area to ensure that any stray shots could be easily retrieved. Observing the flitting birds in the trees, he held his breath, aimed at one, and when it perched steadily on a high branch, he decisively pulled the trigger. The bolt flew forth, striking true, and the bird let out a piercing cry as it plummeted from over 5 meters above. Excitedly, Lu Yu approached to inspect his catch, discovering that the bolt had pierced through its body entirely. Although the bird was modest in size, it was Lu Yu's first capture of a flying creature, bringing him immense joy. Just as he contemplated returning to show the others, a sudden sharp sound akin to a firecracker echoed from the nearby mountainside, akin to a thunderclap that sent a shiver through him, causing the bird to slip from his grasp. He glanced towards the origin of the noise, standing still for a moment as his mind raced uncontrollably. Where could such a sound come from on this desolate island? Surely it could not be gunfire. Who could possibly be shooting? The most concerning scenario had come to pass. If they were indeed facing an armed adversary, retreat would be their only option, for they would stand no chance of defense. After a prolonged moment of silence, the sound did not repeat, and in a state of turmoil, he picked up the fallen bird and hurried back to the shelter. Upon his return, Wang and the others were engaged in discussion about the earlier noise. Noticing Lu Yu's arrival, they inquired if he had heard it. Lu Yu tossed the bird onto the ground, sat down in silence, and nodded, questioning whether it was indeed gunfire. Wang hesitated before responding, stating that the three of them had deliberated and concluded it was likely the sound of a gunshot. As dusk approached, Gue proposed, "Boss, the sky is still bright. I recall my grandfather mentioning that wild boars tend to forage during the evening and twilight hours. Why not check the traps once more? There might be a chance of success." Scarface, seeing no immediate concerns, readily agreed. "Let us make haste and return quickly. We wouldn't want to be caught in the dark. Second, you all go to the 2 traps from this morning, and, Gue, you'll accompany me." Once again, he cast a glance at Shun Anna, a lewd smile dancing upon his lips as he instructed, "Anna, remain at home and roast these 2 fish for my return." Shun Anna, having lost considerable weight since their first encounter, forced a smile and nodded in agreement. The duo, known as Knife Scar and Gue, swiftly navigated their way to the designated trap, the sounds of distressed pig squeals echoing in the distance. Gue exclaimed with delight, "Boss, it seems we have struck gold." Knife Scar nodded, slowing his pace as he advised caution and crept closer to investigate. As they tiptoed toward the trap, parting the underbrush, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A massive wild boar had ensnared its front legs in their pig hoof trap, thrashing about in a futile attempt to gnaw through the vine noose. The boar was formidable in size, likely weighing between 200 to 300 pounds, its bristles standing erect and its body caked in a thick layer of mud, exuding an intimidating presence. At the moment the two made their appearance, the wild boar turned to face them, its jaws relentlessly tearing at the vines. In no time, it managed to sever the noose. Raising its head to behold Knife Scar and Gue, clearly agitated by the trap, the boar let out a fierce cry and charged toward them. "Run!" shouted Knife Scar and Gue in unison as they fled. In their hasty departure, they had not anticipated encountering such a colossal beast, leaving only Gue equipped with a makeshift spear. After a few strides, Knife Scar realized that their speed could not match that of the boar. He decisively veered off, separating from Gue and darting in another direction. The boar, hesitating momentarily, ultimately chose to pursue the comparatively frail Gue. Glancing back to see the boar had abandoned its chase of him, Knife Scar felt a surge of relief, thinking to himself that he need only outrun Gue to escape the beast. Meanwhile, Gue was quickly overtaken by the wild boar, with no option for evasion. He turned to confront it with his spear, shouting, "Boss, shoot! Hurry, I can't hold it off." Observing Gue's distraction of the boar, Knife Scar felt a sense of calm wash over him. He swiftly drew his pistol, aiming at the wild boar. However, as he attempted to pull the trigger, it stubbornly refused to budge, seemingly jammed. A wave of sweat broke upon Knife Scar's brow as he cursed. "Damn it, this cursed gun. Why is it jammed again?" Meanwhile, Gue's spear was swiftly shattered by the boar's powerful jaws. Forced to relinquish the remaining piece of his weapon, he dashed around a nearby tree, desperately calling out to Knife Scar, "Boss, stop aiming and shoot. I really can't hold it any longer." In a state of urgency, Knife Scar struggled with the malfunctioning gun. He had no knowledge of how to disassemble it, and he dared not confess this to anyone. As the crucial moment approached, witnessing Gue circle the tree while being relentlessly pursued by the boar, Knife Scar clenched his teeth, keeping his gun aimed at the beast, fingers straining to pull the trigger. Finally, just as Gue stumbled, leaving the boar's muzzle wide open, the gun fired. With a resounding bang, it remained unclear whether the marksman known as Dao Ba had truly exhibited divine marksmanship or simply enjoyed a stroke of luck. As he struck the wild boar squarely on the forehead, the beast let out a harrowing shriek, its strength seemingly sapped in an instant as it staggered and collapsed. Gue, who had fallen to the ground, initially resigned to his fate, found a flicker of hope upon witnessing the boar's fall, allowing his heart, which had nearly leapt into his throat, to settle back down. As he relaxed, he became aware that his trousers had become damp. Feeling utterly drained, he lay sprawled on the ground, panting and unable to utter a single word. Upon seeing the wild boar downed, Daoba also exhaled a sigh of relief, approaching a guay and pulling him up before moving to inspect the boar. To their astonishment, the creature, displaying remarkable resilience, managed to rise unsteadily once more. Startled, the two men scrambled backward. In a moment of desperation, Daoba raised his handgun again to aim at the boar, only to find he could not pull the trigger this time. The wild boar, having struggled to its feet, shook its head and, after a brief glance at the two men, turned silently and fled. Daoba, momentarily taken aback, shouted, "Damn it, it's still alive. Let's chase it down. Such a large beast could feed us for days." Agay, with great effort, managed to rise from the ground, catching his breath before calling out, "Big brother, wait for me," as he hurried toward Daoba. Meanwhile, at Liu Yu's camp, the group was enjoying the leftover fish from lunch while deliberating their next course of action. Su Lan and Yang Liqin suggested that they should retreat first thing in the morning, reasoning that their adversaries possess firearms, making it unnecessary for Liu Yu and his companions to remain on watch, as sensible individuals do not typically carry guns. Liu Yu and Wang were also swayed by this reasoning. However, having painstakingly familiarized themselves with the island and secured adequate provisions, the thought of retreating without cause left them somewhat dissatisfied. As the conversation continued, Yang Liqin, seated facing the woods, suddenly appeared terrified, pointing toward the forest and stammering, Liu, go look over there." Liu Yu and the others turned to see, through the fence, a massive wild boar bursting forth from the trees. Bloodied and seemingly charging in their direction, it was already alarmingly close. Panic ensued among the four as they scrambled for weapons. The boar, clearly weakened from its earlier injury, staggered erratically. At that moment, Wang had just seized a fish spear, while Liu grasped his bamboo crossbow, and Yang Liqin and Su Lan each armed themselves with bamboo spears. Yet, before they could properly prepare, the massive boar crashed into the fence surrounding them with a thunderous impact. The sound of splintering wood echoed as the fence gave way under the force of the boar, which, having expended its last reserves of strength, collapsed to the ground, utterly still. Liu Yu and his companions exchanged looks, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, it was a case of misfortune striking while one was comfortably at home. However, the prospect of acquiring a wild boar for free was undeniably appealing. Soon after, two more figures emerged from the woods, causing Liu Yu to feel his pupils constrict and his body tremble. The robust physique, the scar etched upon his face, and the swaggering stride, despite his clothing being somewhat tattered from branches, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, he could be said to remain unforgettable even in ashes. His countenance abruptly darkened, and with a voice tinged with tremor, he uttered, "Truly, it is the scar." Chapter 68. A tense confrontation. The smile at Liu Yu's lips faltered as those present felt a shiver course through their bodies. Instinctively diverting their gazes from the wild boar to the elongated shadows of the two figures cast by the setting sun, Su Lan tightly pressed her lips together, her hands trembling uncontrollably, causing the spear she held to quiver slightly. Liu Yu first edged closer to the section of the fence that had not been toppled by the wild boar, then gently pulled Su Lan behind himself and the fence, shielding her from facing the two with scars directly. Old Wang gripped his spear firmly, his gaze fixed on the leader of the scarred man, veins prominently visible on his forehead and arms. Yang Liqin, on the other hand, trembled violently, her breath quickening to the point where she could barely maintain her footing. The spear in her hand clattered to the ground, and she was compelled to clutch old Wang's sleeve, her eyes wide with terror as she watched the two scarred figures approach slowly. Sensing Yang Liqin's distress, old Wang stepped aside to shield her, positioning himself partly behind the fence. Upon emerging from the woods, the scarred man first scanned the area near the wild boar, noting it sprawled on the ground, before shifting his attention to Liu Yu and the others. Upon recognizing them, a complex expression crossed his face, disbelief evident, and after a moment, he drew a pistol from his waist, grinned maliciously, and approached, sneering, Well, it is you lot. The heavens have truly opened their eyes to bring us together here. Stand still and do not move." Ague, trailing behind the scarred leader, licked his lips, exclaiming with delight, "Brother, what a fortuitous day. We can settle scores now." The two groups were not far apart, and the scarred men quickly closed the distance, halting a mere dozen meters away. The scarred leader racked the slide of his gun, raised it, and aimed first at old Wang, his gaze sweeping over the four with a slow, icy intensity reminiscent of the first day Lu Yu and his companions boarded the ship. Concealed behind the waist-high fence, Lu Yu and the others dared not move, fearful that any action might provoke the scarred leader. Spitting on the ground, the scarred man spoke first. Old Wang, I had high hopes for you. I was even considering bringing you into the fold, envisioning a future where we would be brothers, enjoying the spoils together. Yet, to my astonishment, you stabbed me in the back. Do you have any idea how much I lost? A full 20 million. With his right hand raised, gun in hand, and 2 fingers extended from his left, he spoke with palpable resentment. After a moment of silence, old Wang replied, Such ill-gotten gains are beyond my reach. You are indignant over your financial loss. Yet have you ever considered the plight of those you have humiliated, sold into Cambodia? How wretched must their condition be? How furious must they feel? The world, as it stands, is inherently a realm of the survival of the fittest. With my formidable fists, I naturally assume the role of the master, while the weak are merely destined to serve as stepping stones for us. Lao, after all these years, how have you yet to grasp this fundamental truth? Good people do not amass wealth. Furthermore, if they were not greedy, would they have found their way onto my ship? Whom can we blame? However, it seems rather pointless to dwell on such matters today. Lao Wang, we must settle our accounts meticulously. Lao Wang swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Dao Ba, discussing this is futile, yet even a rabbit will bite when cornered. We merely wish to return home. Is it too much to ask for a path to survival? Upon hearing Lao Wang's words, Dao Ba remained silent, but Ah Gue erupted into laughter. Survival? It is precisely your lot that caused our ship to sink. Today, you shall meet your end. Boss, let us deal with them. First, we shall eliminate this Lu Yu, for he is the most insufferable of them all. As he spoke, Ah Gue patted his backside, evidently recalling the jet package from that day with vivid clarity. Dao Ba turned and glared icily at Ah Gue. Are you instructing me on how to act? Instantly cowed by Dao Ba's ferocious gaze, Ah Gue forced a smile and replied, I dare not. I will follow your lead. Dao Ba then shifted his attention to Lu Yu, narrowing his eyes into slits, his gaze sharp as shards of glass. So it is Lu Yu, is it? I must admit, I misjudged you. You possess quite the audacity. It was you who tampered with the food that day, was it not? Now, I present you with 2 choices. The first is to kneel and beg for mercy. Should I be in a generous mood, I might spare your life. The second, well, you would do well to consider collective self-destruction, for with my methods, I assure you, even death will feel like a luxury. Throughout Lao Wang's exchange with Dao Ba, Lu Yu observed quietly, his greatest concern being whether Lao San and the others were following behind, along with the 2 A-class weapons in their possession. If they were indeed present, as Dao Ba suggested, self-destruction might be the wisest course to evade humiliation. However, after waiting anxiously, he saw no one emerge. The adversary's weapon was merely a handgun, alarming, yet trivial when compared to an A-class weapon. Initially, he felt a surge of tension, but after the 2 sides faced off, he discovered a sudden calmness, akin to his experience of public speaking, where the first few minutes were fraught with nerves, but once past that stage, he could perform with ease. Concealing the bamboo crossbow behind him, Lu Yu forced himself to remain composed and retorted, You are correct. It is regrettable that the ship sank without claiming either of your lives. Fate seems blind. I wonder if Lao San, and Ah Biao are suffering in the afterlife, awaiting your arrival. Dao Ba's brow furrowed slightly at Lu Yu's lack of a direct response, ready to speak again. Unexpectedly, Ah Gue interjected, Lu Yu, do you truly believe you need Lao and Lao San to intervene? With my brother's gun at hand, what storms do you think you can stir? Lao may already be busy hunting wild boars, and when we return, we will feast. But before he could finish, a sharp slap rang out as Dao Ba struck Ah Gue across the face, exclaiming, Damn it, do not interrupt me. Dao Ba, filled with indignation, cursed Ah Gue internally, lamenting the folly of having brought such a simpleton along. Meanwhile, Lu Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him, and a faint smile graced his lips. Through Ah Gue's words, he discerned that there were only these 2 adversaries present, which meant the odds were not insurmountable. In a flash, he drew forth his preloaded bamboo crossbow, aimed it at Dao Ba, and spoke slowly. Do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? Do you see this crossbow in my hand? Now glance at the bird on the ground. 20 meters above. I pierced it with a single arrow. At this distance, what do you think will happen if I aim for you? Both Dao Ba and Ah Gue were taken aback, finally noticing the bamboo crossbow in Lu Yu's grasp and the bird lying below. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Ah Gue scoffed, "With that toy in your hands, do you really think your reflexes can outpace a bullet? Boss, let us dispatch him first." Dao Ba cast a disdainful glance at Ah Gue, warning, "Ah Gue, if you utter another word, I will have your tongue severed." He then refocused his attention on Lu Yu, his gun now aimed squarely at him. At that moment, Lao Wang grasped the essence of Lu Yu's message and regained his composure, shouting, "What about this weapon in my hand? If Lu Yu and I fire simultaneously, Dao Ba, do you believe you can evade the shots?" Lu Yu silently commended Lao Wang, while adding, "I neglected to mention that the arrow is coated with sea mango sap. Just a scratch, and I assure you, your demise will be excruciating. Are you familiar with sea mango? There's a tree nearby. It seals wounds instantly, ensuring no suffering." Ague couldn't help but curse, "You're talking nonsense." He glanced at Dao Ba, who was raising his hand once more, and finally chose silence. However, internally he fumed, questioning, what is Dao Ba doing? Wouldn't it be simpler to shoot them both? Why engage in such theatrics? Don't villains know that they often perish due to their excessive chatter? Lu Yu's smile widened as he mused, "Indeed, I may be speaking nonsense, but Dao Ba, do you dare to gamble?"